Russia's military is, quote, as ready as they can be for a possible large-scale invasion. We've got our reporters posted up overseas as President Biden announces new sanctions that might end up affecting your wallet. And breaking here in Washington, Ivanka Trump in talks to cooperate with the January 6th committee, while lawmakers think she might hold the key to what her father was really doing during the Capitol attack. Plus, an early look at the exclusive first TV interview with the husband of cinematographer Helena Hutchins, who was killed on a movie set 4 months ago. You'll see his anger at watching Alec Baldwin talk about his wife's death only here on NBC. And later in the show, thousands of Americans still locked up for cannabis use, even though some states are decriminalizing it, and President Biden's looking at it too. The new way some entrepreneurs want to help folks who have served their time by turning prisons into pot farms. That's tonight's original. Plus, a new report says Peloton covered up rust on its bikes to avoid a recall. We're going behind the scenes with the reporter who broke that story in tonight's Backstory later on. Hey, I'm Hallie, and we've got 3 new developments just this afternoon, just in the last few hours in that crisis in Ukraine tonight. Let's break them down, starting with the biggest news, that Russia is, quote, as ready as they can be, according to a defense official, for a large-scale invasion. You see the quote right there. It's what we're hearing from the senior official. And the Pentagon, just within the last hour, saying Russia seems ready to start some kind of action, maybe very soon. Watch.
Russian forces continue to assemble closer to the border and put themselves in an advanced stage of readiness to act. They are ready. I'll just leave it at that. They're ready.
Second, and this is the other bucket of news, sanctions. New ones tonight from President Biden, who's punishing the company behind a key natural gas pipeline, Nord Stream 2, that is really important to the Kremlin, with real concerns about what this may mean for our gas prices at home if Russia retaliates. And then third, giving you a sense of what it's like to be in Ukraine right now, a country on the brink of war. Officials are getting out. They're leaving Kyiv. They're heading west, away from the Russian border. You've got top banks and Ukraine's parliament saying they're facing cyber attacks. A White House spokesperson telling NBC News attacks like those are consistent with what Russia's done in the past, part of a broader destabilization campaign by Moscow. And you see here Ukrainians lining up to enlist in the military, with folks in the reserves between ages 18 and 60 getting called up. The government basically begging millions of Ukrainians in Russia to come home. As for Russia, as for Vladimir Putin, well, military holiday today. His message to the Russian people that their interests and security are unconditional. We're going to get to Matt Bodner, who's posted up in Moscow in a second. But let me start with Cal Perry, who's in Lviv, Ukraine. And Cal, just to set the stage here, you are further away from Kyiv, right? You are further away from the Russian border. You are closer to Poland. As all of this is developing with the military, just in the last hour or so, being crystal clear that a larger scale attack could happen at any time. Live television, Cal Perry is in Lviv, right? And who knows how that signal is going for that. We're going to see if we can work on Cal's tech in just a second. Let me see if Matt Bodner is ready to go for us, who is in Russia, because really these are two halves of a whole. What's happening in Ukraine, what's happening in Russia. It's Putin who is being the aggressor here, right? And Matt, I was going to talk with Cal about these Nord Stream 2 sanctions. Ukraine had been hoping for those for a while. I've talked to experts who say those are significant, but Vladimir Putin doesn't want to see them. Right? He doesn't like to see that. He could retaliate, and that's when we could feel the energy crunch, no?
Yeah, exactly, Hallie. So the thing with Nord Stream 2 is it's a very symbolic sanction. You know, it's kind of this really physical link between Russia's energy sector and the German energy market. And it's, you know, one of the most important things about Nord Stream 2, when it was going to be activated, it would essentially give kind of Russia a way to bypass Ukraine as a transit state. So when this all started, when this project started coming together a few years ago, the Ukrainians were really upset with it because they saw it as a way for Russia to kind of remove them from the equation. And this is kind of, in a sense, kind of a shield for them. Like they're a vital part of the transit equation. It would basically give Russia another lever over them if Russia had a way to deliver gas to Germany. So it has this big kind of symbolic effort. And we've seen, of course, some reactions from the Russians on this. Actually, the most interesting one we saw actually came from Dmitry Medvedev, a man who was once president of Russia about a decade ago. Now he is the deputy chairman of the National Security Council here. He said, "Welcome to a brave new world where Europeans pay basically twice as much for gas." Now, it hasn't had an impact yet to that scale, but that's kind of the way that they're talking about it. That's what Russia wants you to think about it when you sanction Nord Stream 2.
Right. And you have the White House today sort of acknowledging, listen, we're going to do everything in our power, everything we can, not ruling out some pretty extraordinary measures to make sure that Americans are not feeling the pinch if Russia does retaliate on that front. So, Matt, that's kind of the sanction bucket that's making news tonight. The other bucket that we talked about is what's happening on the military front. And Russia, according to the U.S. military, apparently at any moment ready to move in for a larger scale invasion. There's some reports tonight that the Pentagon's been asked about the potential for a false flag operation in Crimea, what's suspected to be a false flag operation, basically a pretext for Russia to declare that they're going to go in even further.
That's correct. So on the false flag claim, we actually heard the Ukrainian Defense Intelligence Agency came out just about an hour or so ago and said that they had information that sometime tonight, perhaps, Russia would stage a false flag attack on one of their own chemical storage facilities in Crimea. And the Ukrainians were alleging that they've actually evacuated the night shift from this facility and are expecting some kind of retaliation on that front. That's not happened yet. Meanwhile, though, the Kremlin announced that it has received, just about an hour ago, has received a formal request from these two breakaway statelets in eastern Ukraine, Donetsk and Luhansk, who, of course, Russia formally recognized this week as independent states, signed defense treaties with them. They now say, Russia says that it has received an official request for assistance in repelling what they say is Ukrainian army aggression and stopping human rights abuses. So this is a substantial escalation in the rhetoric over here.
I was just going to say, explain in very plain English, right, why that is significant. Because it seems to me that it is significant because now Putin can say, hey, look, these guys need our help. I guess we have no choice but to go in since Ukraine's being the aggressor here, which, again, the U.S. will say is all just a pretext. It's a made-up excuse.
Yes, that is exactly right. So basically, in a sense, this is, one of the things that's important to understand about the Kremlin is they really, really like things to look legal and formal. They like a process, partly to sell it to the Russian public, but it's just it's their habit. So what we're seeing here is Russia now has kind of a justification saying they have been invited. They've been asked to help. So it's not an invasion. It's a humanitarian operation, just like the West does.
Matt Bodner, live for us there in Moscow. Matt, thank you very much. I'm told that Cal Perry is back with us, live from the western part of Ukraine. Cal, can you hear and see me? Let me just make sure we're okay. You're halfway around the world here.
Fingers crossed it'll work.
Tell me what it's like. Listen, Matt Bodner just laid out kind of the two pieces of news that we've been talking about today, right? The military latest that, again, this is all developing in the overnight hours there where you are. And then the economic latest as it relates to sanction. But then there's a third piece, and that is what's happening where you are in Ukraine with officials getting out of Kyiv. There is now action, and it seems, Cal, you're there, so check me on this, but it seems like some urgency for Ukrainians on this front.
Yeah, for the first time, I think, since we've been talking about this crisis, the international media, you have a state of emergency that went into effect just a few minutes ago here in the country. And some of the measures will lend you to knowing that this country is expecting something wider. For example, vehicle checkpoints could be seen in and around the capital. They will be checking IDs. They want to know who's moving and where they're moving to. There is, of course, this external threat that you've been talking about with Matt, that the military could come into some kind of wider invasion of Ukraine. But there's also the internal threat, right? We know Vladimir Putin. We know his methods. If he's looking to decapitate the government, if he's looking to cause some trouble, he maybe doesn't need to invade. So the government is starting to look at that. And in listening to you talk to Matt, I have to say, we talked about this last night. One of the strangest things about this is we've had the American government say, here's how it's going to play out. And now it's playing out that way. And I think you have Ukrainians now feeling this sense of not only being on edge, but being on edge for such a long time that exhaustion, I think, is really going to start to set in, Hallie.
See, you mentioned last night, for viewers who weren't with us, and obviously we hope you are, Cal was in Poland last night. So you're coming to us, Cal, from a location, a NATO country, obviously, where U.S. troops were headed. Now you've crossed the border. What was that like? What was your experience like on the ground? What did you see? What did you notice? Were there new or different challenges on that front?
You know, crossing this direction, nothing to it, because not a lot of people are going to Ukraine right now. So we passed fairly easily. But the diplomatic missions having moved has caused this city to swell a bit, and it has taken on a new shape. You don't see the security measures that you would necessarily see on the other side of the country. And you mentioned it off the top. It's a very important point. I'm closer to Poland than I am to Kyiv, right? I'm sort of near the border. And that's why you have these diplomatic missions rebasing here. That's why sort of folks are moving here. This is the fallback position. I mean, this is where the international media has based in large part because you have these reports and you have the U.S. government saying, look, there could be airstrikes. There could be a problem. And so for us, and I'll pull the curtain back a little bit, we want to make sure that our communication's working. Not so great this hour. But we want to make sure we have comms, right? And if things go bad in that part of the country, we're still up here. And that's what foreign governments are thinking about, and that's why they're moving their missions here.
Cal Perry, it's great to have you on the ground there. Good to give us a look behind the curtain. That's super important. I really appreciate it. I'm sure we'll talk again in the days to come. Appreciate it. We got some breaking news here at home in Washington because our team confirmed just late this afternoon that former President Trump's daughter, Ivanka Trump, is in talks with the January 6th committee about cooperating with their investigation. A spokesperson for Ivanka Trump telling NBC News she's discussing appearing voluntarily for an interview. The committee, for their part, declined to formally comment. You probably remember they asked. They didn't demand, they didn't subpoena, but they asked, they requested to speak to Ivanka Trump weeks ago. They were hoping to do it at the beginning of this month because they say she was in direct contact with her dad, with the former president on the day of the riot. Not just his daughter, by the way, but she was somebody who was a senior advisor in his administration. Ali, I think it's important to note when we talk about this, words matter. This is talks. They are in talks to talk and cooperate. This is not current active cooperation with the committee, at least not yet, but it is still a step in that direction, it seems.
Yeah, talking about talking is better than knowing you're not going to ever talk to her at all, at least in the eyes of the January 6th committee, who wants as much cooperation from as many members of the president's inner circle as they can get, especially if those people were in the White House talking to the former president, having active conversations on the day of January 6th, and that's what the committee believes Ivanka was having.
She is important to this investigation because she is somebody who, and Ali, you know this from your years prior covering, the Donald Trump campaign. She's really close with her dad, right? She was an advisor in a formal capacity. She was an unofficial advisor as his kid. The committee believes she has really important information about the actions, the thinking of Donald Trump on the day of the insurrection.
Yeah, about his thinking, about the conversations he was having. But also I think it's really important that you underscore the role that she has always had in Trump world. When you and I were covering it during the campaign, certainly in the White House once she was a senior advisor, she was sort of viewed as one of the few people who could be a calming factor on her father. And especially on a day like that, we know the January 6th committee has testimony from other senior advisors in the White House at that point who really believed that it wasn't Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, it wasn't the press secretary Kayleigh McEnany, it wasn't people who were close to the president in official capacities who could calm him or convince him to take a step in telling the rioters to go home and stop what they were doing at the Capitol. And the committee has testimony that believed that only Ivanka could do that. And so clearly that's one of the things that they want to talk to her about. They want to talk to her about the mis and disinformation that might have been being given to her father in the days and weeks leading up to January 6th, but certainly on January 6th itself. They want to talk about conversations that she had not just with her dad, the president, but also with the vice president, who's key to that day as well. So all of these things are pieces that the committee really want to get at. It's not to say they can't get at them if she doesn't talk to them, but it's better for them if she does.
As I was walking down to the set here, I saw that as we talk about the January 6th committee, the committee just wrapped up a meeting with a guy named Jason Funes. He's somebody who was one of the organizers of this pro-Trump event. He was pretty feisty, it seems to me, walking out of this discussion as reporters were trying to ask him, hey, what did you tell the committee? What did you talk about? Bring us up to speed.
Yeah, because he even fired back at the reporters who asked him that, saying, who said I was talking to the committee? But certainly that was our expectation today, that he was talking to them and giving his sense. What we do know, what he said to reporters as he was leaving the building just a few blocks away from where I am, is he really gave a warning to people like Roger Stone and Steve Bannon, saying that all of the wrong and false information and advice that they were giving to then President Trump is basically going to come back to them now. They're going to reap what they sowed, I believe were his words. So he left with that warning, so feisty on that front. But at the same time, he was also defending some of the people who were physically at the Capitol on that day, people like the QAnon shaman, who, of course, was the man who was wearing horns and up at the dais in the House chamber that's actually just several feet away from where I am right now. So definitely feisty as he was leaving, but again, another example of the kind of cooperation and information that the committee is getting here as we move into what was supposed to be a public posture in the spring. Now looks like it's going to be a more public posture in the summer, but certainly we're getting there.
Ali Vitale live for us on the Hill. Ali, great to see you tonight. Thank you. So some more news related to the Trump family on a separate front here. It's kind of interesting. Two top prosecutors who were investigating former President Trump and the Trump Organization have suddenly resigned from the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. We're talking about Carrie Dunn, who won the fight to get Mr. Trump's tax returns, and Mark Pomerantz, who came out of private practice to lead this investigation. The former president hasn't been charged with any wrongdoing in this case. And just to clarify here, this case, it is the criminal investigation into business practices. It's something that former President Trump has called a political witch hunt. A spokesperson for the Manhattan DA, Alvin Bragg, said of these two prosecutors that they're grateful for their service, that the investigation is still ongoing. Tom Winter has this story. Tom, you have been all over this since it broke just within the last couple of hours. Am I wrong to say that it feels kind of abrupt for these two who have been leading the investigation to step down now?
Certainly abrupt, Hallie, from the standpoint that we had no indication that this was going to happen today, and it's not something where it immediately follows a determination in this case. We have no sign so far that there's been a declination of prosecution, which is something more on the federal side of things we might typically get, but basically a decision not to prosecute. We have no sense that that's the case. The spokesperson for the district attorney's office says that this case remains ongoing. The investigation remains ongoing. So it does feel a little bit abrupt, but there were some clues that things had slowed down here. We expected a brief pause after the new year because we transitioned from one district attorney, Cy Vance, to another district attorney, Alvin Bragg, following the election. So that wasn't a surprise. What was a surprise that over the last month or so, we really hadn't heard anything as far as new witnesses being interviewed, anybody before the grand jury. So it was the first clue that this case was getting a different review, if you should say, or a different look, as we might say, in that the investigative portion of this had paused. And so I think that that's an interesting note here.
So I'm going to be, listen, you know, Tom, I don't want you to get out of your skis on anything because you are being careful to lay out some of the data points that we have here, right? But would it be, as you are looking at some of the tea leaves that we have seen kind of publicly, what would be a reasonable inference, if you can make one, into the status of the case or the status of the new Manhattan District Attorney's attitude toward that case?
Right. Well, I'm pretty good on skis, Hallie, so I'll try to keep that going with my reporting here. I think it tells us a couple of things. I think it tells us at this point that there is not an imminent indictment of anybody. If there was, you would not see the two top prosecutors, including Carrie Dunn, who won twice in the Supreme Court. The only reason why they have the tax returns in the tax documents in this investigation, I would argue, is because of the strength of Carrie Dunn as a prosecutor. So I think if you were looking at the indictment of the president or anybody close to him, we wouldn't see that. I think another key thing here, Alan Weisselberg from court filings earlier this week, actually just yesterday, has made it clear he's not going to cooperate here. And
he's the CFO.
He's the former CFO of the Trump Organization. That's exactly right. So, you know, when you look at that and you look at the fact that nobody's been interviewed here, what is the path forward? Because in order to prove a criminal case, you have to show intent. Somebody close to Trump, you're looking at Al Weisselberg on the far left side of the screen, you have to have somebody able to walk you through the financial documents in front of a jury. And right now, there's no indication they have that person. And so I think that spells trouble for this investigation and any future indictments long term.
There is also this parallel investigation. We've been talking to Tom about this Manhattan DA investigation. There is this parallel investigation from the New York Attorney General. A little bit of overlap, right? But mostly, you know, one is criminal that we've been talking about. The other is civil.
Right.
What has happened on the criminal side with the stepping down of these two prosecutors shouldn't have a huge impact on the civil case, no?
Well, that's absolutely right. So, you know, that the civil case is being conducted by a separate office by the Attorney General for the state of New York, Letitia James. That's who's going to be handling this. So there's no indication at this point, Hallie, that there's any sort of a derailing of that investigation as a result of what we're talking about here today. And, you know, look, the burden for a civil case is entirely different from the criminal case. So we might see at some point civil penalties for the Trump organization, while yet nobody ends up in handcuffs.
Tom Winter, thank you for breaking that down. Appreciate it. To other news now, the former police officer on trial for the botched raid that killed Breonna Taylor was not scheduled to actually be there, according to what we have learned in the first day of trial for Brett Hankison. We've learned he volunteered to participate in that no-knock search warrant. During the 2020 narcotics raid, prosecutors say he fired 10 shots into an apartment, allegedly putting innocent people at risk, including a pregnant woman and a child. Police were looking for Taylor's ex-boyfriend for a drug-related case, but he wasn't there. One of the bystanders talked about how frightening that night was.
One more, like I literally, like 1 or 2 more inches and I would have been shot, which kind of upsets me because I think about it all the time and I'm like, my son would have never even got to meet me. I would have never even got to meet my son.
Hankison is the only officer facing any kind of charges related to this case. But remember, no officers were indicted for killing Taylor because the Kentucky Attorney General said evidence showed the officer's actions were justified in the shooting. That's why Hankison is on trial for wanton endangerment. Today, prosecutors and defense attorneys said this trial is not about Breonna Taylor, but her death is still, of course, playing a big role here. Both sides said the 26-year-old should not have died that night. I want to bring in Ron Allen, who is following this case for us tonight. First, Ron, help us understand, because I think people hear Brett Hankison, they hear the connection to Breonna Taylor, but there is some important nuance and distinction here that we just laid out. He is facing wanton endangerment, not a charge that is directly related to the death of Taylor.
Exactly. This is the result of a grand jury process, a very controversial grand jury process that decided to only indict him for those 3 counts and not the officers for any who were involved in the raid. Remember, this was a botched raid. Breonna Taylor was not the target of the raid. The target of the raid was an ex-boyfriend who wasn't there, and Hankison, who was on trial, fired into a neighboring apartment, and that is the reckless behavior that he has been charged with, not firing at Taylor. So I think it's fair to say that Taylor's supporters or attorneys just see this as insulting, frankly. They see it as ridiculous that she would be dead, but not seen as a victim where there's any accountability from the police officers who did this. The bottom line is that the police have said all along that her boyfriend, who was there with her, fired the first shot, and they returned fire at him. And that's what justified the shooting. She was caught in the crossfire. And again, this process has been going on for some time. There was a grand jury. There have been calls for a special prosecutor that went unanswered. Taylor and Taylor's family has settled with the city in a civil suit. They've gotten some $12 million. But of course, that's not going to bring her back. So this is where we are. One officer on trial for a felony that is on the scale of felonies, a relatively minor felony. If there's any other accountability, he and the 2 other officers who were most involved in this have been fired by the police department, so they don't have their jobs. One resigned. But this is where we are. And I think Breonna Taylor's mother has said she's going to sit in court and watch this whole process. Unclear whether her presence will mean anything to anybody there. But the prosecution and the defense, both in their opening statements, made it clear that this trial is not about her. It's not about no-knock warrants. They're trying to focus it on Hankison because they don't want all this other controversy to cloud this particular part of the case.
You bring up Breonna Taylor's mom, and I'm glad you did, because she said, she says, I feel like my appearance should be seen and felt in court there. You also have Hankison's defense attorney. They're saying, like, to your point, to the point you just made about their strategy, that he was doing what he was trained to do. It is expected he'll take the stand, no?
Yes, he and one of the other officers there, Detective Cosgrove, is expected to take the stand. He is the one who fired the shot that killed Breonna Taylor, but he won't be questioned about that, I wouldn't suspect. The police who are testifying were all there the night of the raid, and they've been testifying about the policies, procedure, what they were doing, who was where, who saw what, trying to recreate what happened. Under the broad banner of they were following their training, they were doing what they were supposed to do. It was a very chaotic situation, they insist, and this is what went wrong. But again, over the years, the police and others have always come back to the fact that Taylor's boyfriend, who was with her opened fire first. He has said, he survived. He has said that he thought it was a home invasion. He had a weapon that he was licensed to carry. But all that doesn't matter, or didn't matter to a grand jury and to the state attorney general, who, again, very controversially, has said that the police did what they had to do. Now, there's also questions about this no-knock warrant that they executed, and we've heard that in other cases. The city of Louisville has banned those no-knock warrants, where police announce themselves and force their way into an apartment because they say it's a violent situation. The state legislature there also in Kentucky, has made some changes to the procedures that police can follow. So there has been some improvements in that. And the other thing that has happened is that the Department of Justice has opened a pattern and practices investigation of the Louisville Police Department. And those practices can be very aggressive. It's an investigation of the department from top to bottom, their hiring practices, their policies, their training practices, whether they discriminate, their use of force rules, all kinds of things, and they could be forced to enter a consent decree where they could have to make changes and that reforms, and that is the hope that a lot of people in Louisville, especially Breonna Taylor's family and her supporters, hope is another outcome of this.
Ron Allen, live for us on that. Ron, thank you. Coming up here on the show, coast-to-coast storms putting tens of millions of people under alerts for severe weather. We've got Al Roker joining us with a forecast and more on what you can expect. Plus, you know those trucker protests in Canada? Well, similar ones could make their way to Washington, D.C. We've got new details on how the nation's capital is getting ready. That's next.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
It's getting messy. This storm is getting messy. It's getting ready to be hitting some 67 million people who are now under winter weather alerts, with icy conditions looking likely across this 1,800-mile stretch from the Northeast to Central Texas. Look at this. You ever had this happen to you? Your car door actually frozen shut because it was so sleety because of the freezing rain? Yeah, that's the vibe. You got some 9,000 flights canceled or delayed. Folks in Dallas, Fort Worth, going through that airport, getting hit the hardest. Further north, cold and snow, obviously. Duluth in Minnesota, seen more than 10 inches of snow since Monday. Al Roker is here with the forecast. Okay, Al, it's like the weather lottery, snow, ice, or rain, right? Where are we going to see the biggest impact from this thing?
Well, I think the icing is going to be a big problem, Hallie. But look, even here in the West, in the mountains of the Southwest, we are talking about snow. That's starting to get messy, and we're looking at snow, ice, and freezing rain and sleet making its way into the mid-Mississippi River Valley. As you said, 67 million people impacted for winter storm warnings, watches, or advisories. Look here in the Northeast, where we've got winter storm watches and record highs today. 66 in Portland, 68 Manchester, Boston 67. Temperatures in the mid to upper 60s all throughout the Northeast. And within 24 hours, we're talking about a decent amount of snow. Here we come. Significant icing in the southern plains from San Angelo, Dallas, Oklahoma, Memphis. So we're really concerned about that. Heavy rain from Tennessee to Virginia. Now, Thursday, snow and ice is going to snarl travel from Iowa all the way to the mid-Atlantic coast in Maryland. There's a flood risk for heavy rain in the Tennessee River Valley. And as we move into Friday, heavy snow for much of New England as the storm moves off the coast by evening. Here's what we're looking at. Heavier rain, especially down into Tennessee, Charleston, Cincinnati, Little Rock. We're talking anywhere from 1 to 2 inches of rain. Could be some more flooding there. Here's what we're really concerned about. The icing stretching from New York into Pennsylvania, across Indiana, down into Arkansas, where there could be as much as 1/4 of an inch of ice, and that's going to cause tree damages, power outages. The roads are going to be a mess, as will the airports and the snow. You get Great Lakes 1 to 2, maybe 4 inches. But as you get into the Northeast, Burlington, Vermont, 6 to 12 inches, Hallie. We're talking Boston, maybe upwards of 1 foot of snow. Right now for New York City, we think 1 to 3 inches. But there are going to be massive airport delays along the I-95 corridor. Albany, 6 to 12 inches. We are going to be watching this very closely and fine-tuning the track over the next 24 hours.
Yeah, and getting this weather whiplash on. Al, I came to work without a jacket today. You know, that's not going to happen later in the week.
No, big change. I was out in the Central Park today.
Yeah.
It was fantastic. And then tomorrow, boom, lowering the boom, baby.
You're still going to be in Central Park, though, Al. If I know anything from your Instagrams, you're getting out there. You hustle every day, friend. Thank you, Al. Appreciate it. We'll see you on today's show in the morning. So you got some 700 National Guard troops from around D.C. and nearby getting ready to start making their way here to Washington. Why? Because D.C. is bracing for trucker protests from across the country, including the People's Convoy, as they're calling it. That's this video here on its way from California now. And there's some concern it could basically shut down D.C. and the Capitol Beltway right before President Biden's State of the Union next week. Very similarly to what we saw in Ottawa, you know, those Canadian trucker protests we've talking about, the gridlock, the honking, the backup on the Ambassador Bridge that cut off trade between the U.S. and Canada. So now you got the Pentagon sending in reinforcements after D.C., the U.S. Capitol Police asked for help, help with the traffic flow. I want to bring in Garrett Haake, who's covering this for one. Garrett, listen, you know the vibe of our show. We're going to pull back the curtain here and be real about things. This is a weird one because it hasn't happened yet. Could be a bust, could be significant. We just don't know yet, right? But officials are taking this really seriously. And I see trucks behind you. I don't want to infer that those are part of a convoy. I don't know. What's the deal?
Those trucks behind me aren't going anywhere, Hallie. Those are put in place by Capitol Police as part of the effort we're going to see around State of the Union.
Tricky live
to
shot,
block
Garrett.
off the roads.
You're standing in front of
Capitol.
trucks as we're talking about trucker protests. That's like sneaky stuff.
Well, look, this is part of the reason why you see Capitol Police taking this so seriously. Look, this is a post-January 6th world we're living in here, and I think that speaks to the security attitude that's being taken here. As you said, we don't know whether these convoys are going to turn into something real or fall apart, and neither do any of the law enforcement officials that I've been talking to across multiple states, the federal government, the U.S. Capitol Police. They are seeing tons of activity online. They are seeing discussions of trying to create something like what we saw in Canada over these past couple of weeks. But for example, today there was a trucker convoy that was supposed to come here from Pennsylvania. It turned into one guy in a truck and like 6 people following him in cars. It was a complete and total bust. That said, law enforcement don't want to be caught napping on this.
Right.
They're taking the possibility of large-scale protests as seriously as they can.
What's also interesting is, looking at what you're hearing from the Pentagon here, they were asked today, the press secretary John Kirby, does the DOD have tow trucks? What do you do? What is the plan if, in fact, as some of the convoy organizers have said, they're looking to come and choke the Beltway, which is that big highway, as you know, that runs around D.C. and Northern Virginia?
Yeah, and Kirby's answer to that was that he isn't aware of DOD having heavy-duty tow trucks. But look, they're going to have 700 National Guardsmen and women from across the area, 50 vehicles. The goal, I think, is to keep any of these big trucks out of D.C. As one source said to me, if they get anywhere near the Capitol, they're already too close. Now, whether these folks decide to drive around on the Beltway and snarl traffic is another problem here. And in that case, you have the Maryland and Virginia State Police who would come into play. They do have the kind of heavy-duty equipment that can clear big accidents or big blockages on highways if necessary. But again, Hallie, it's anyone's guess. This group that left from California today, they're not even supposed to get here till after the State of the Union. So this whole thing is a complete muddle, but we're going to follow it as closely as we can.
Real quick, when are you hearing we might know if this is like either bust or problem? Do you know what I mean? Like this weekend, State of the Union Day. What are your sources telling you about like what day they're looking to?
The California convoy is not getting here till after the State of the Union at the soonest, something like the 7th, late next week. All the pieces in terms of the federal response are supposed to be in place by the weekend, so at least anything that happens after then, they'll be fully ready for.
Garrett Haake live for us outside the Capitol. Great to see you, Garrett. Thank you. Still to come, Hong Kong desperately trying to fight a spike in COVID infections. We'll tell you exactly how the city is trying to protect itself in the 5 things. And in a Today Show exclusive, the husband of the cinematographer killed on the set of Rust gives his first interview to our own Hoda Kotb.
So do you think that the blame lays, and the majority of the blame lays on Alec Baldwin?
His answer next.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Just call when you need them most. Ooh, let it go. The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
This new report in the Financial Times says Peloton allegedly sold rusty bikes to customers and then tried to hide it. We're going to talk with the journalist who broke that story coming up in tonight's Backstory. But first, let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the FBI says 57 HBCUs, historically black colleges and universities and other places, have been targeted by bomb threats this year. You know this is a story we've been all over on this show. These are the threats that happened from January 4th to February 16th, according to the FBI. Hampton University in Virginia had to go on lockdown today, even because of one of these bomb threats. The FBI says it is being aggressive with its investigation. Number 2, we're learning today that the number of women in this country who died during pregnancy or right after giving birth has increased in the first year of the COVID pandemic, according to a report from the National Center for Health Statistics. For black women, the numbers are even scarier. A third of the pregnant women and new moms who died in 2020 were black. Why the sharp increase? Why did this go up so much? Health officials say it's partly because of the COVID, pandemic-related problems, stress, mental health issues. Number 3, Hong Kong's government announced a $21 billion budget to fight a new surge in COVID cases. The Chinese city has seen its 5th wave of infections, coming after the city said it would require mandatory testing for everybody. 7.5 million people, everybody's got to get tested. That'll start happening next month. Number 4, a new warning from a UN report on climate change. They say the risk of extreme wildfires could go up a full 50% by the end of the century. That's because things are so dry there and the planet keeps getting warmer. The report also said governments around the world are not ready to take on what could be a global wildfire crisis. Number 5, we're getting our first hint at what Tom Brady is going to do post-retirement, his first move. Would you guess it if I gave you $1 million? He's going to be an actor, I guess. According to the Hollywood Reporter, apparently going to play himself in a new movie he's also producing, a road trip comedy called 80 for Brady. alongside Jane Fonda, Lily Tomlin, Rita Moreno, Sally Field. In a Today Show exclusive interview airing tomorrow, our own Hoda Kotb sat down with Matt Hutchins for his first interview since the death of his wife, cinematographer Halyna Hutchins, on the set of the movie Rust in October. And listen, Hutchins says he felt angry. He was furious when he saw Alec Baldwin talk about his wife's death and then not take the blame for it. You probably remember what happened. It was everywhere. It was a big headline here because of how shocking it was. She was killed by a prop gun that was discharged on the set of Baldwin's movie. Hutchins and Hoda talked about his family's lawsuit against Baldwin and other producers on Rust. This was just filed last week, and about how he's trying to move forward now. Maura Barrett has more.
Alec Baldwin did an interview on television. Did you watch it?
Yeah, but watching him, I just felt so angry. I was just so angry to see him talk about her death so publicly in such a detailed way, and then to not accept any responsibility after having just described killing her.
Frustration in Matthew Hutchins' first interview since the shocking loss of his wife, Halyna Hutchins, on the set of Rust.
So do you think that the blame lays, in the majority of the blame lays on Alec Baldwin?
The idea that the person holding the gun, causing it to discharge, is not responsible is absurd to me. But gun safety was not the only problem on that set.
Mm-hmm.
There were a number of industry standards that were not practiced, and there's multiple responsible parties.
In this exclusive interview with Hoda Kotb, Hutchins recalls the last conversation he had with his wife and the agony of telling his son that his mother would not be coming home. This after the family filed a lawsuit last week against Alec Baldwin and others involved with the film, alleging that reckless behavior and cost-cutting led to her death. The suit alleges at least 15 safety practices were disregarded on set and blames Baldwin, the film's armorer, the assistant director, and others for failing to keep Hutchins safe. The cinematographer was shot and killed in October on set in New Mexico. Alec Baldwin was holding the gun when it fired, though he says he did not pull the trigger. According to a search warrant, Baldwin was mistakenly told the prop gun was cold or safe to use.
I'm holding the gun where she told me to hold it. I would never point a gun at anyone and pull a trigger at them, never.
In a statement after the lawsuit was filed, Baldwin's attorney said in part, any claim that Alec was reckless is entirely false. Actors should be able to rely on armorers and prop department professionals, as well as assistant directors, rather than deciding on their own when a gun is safe to use. In an interview with ABC News, Baldwin expressing confusion about how the live round went off.
What did you think happened? How did a real bullet get on that set?
I have no idea. Someone put a live bullet in a gun, a bullet that wasn't even supposed to be on the property.
He had previously referred to the production as a, quote, well-oiled crew. That characterization in contrast to what others on the ground describe. NBC News reported that before the shooting, some members of the crew walked out over safety concerns. Rust Movies Productions previously said they, quote, were not made aware of any official complaints.
Maura is joining us now to talk more about this. So, Maura, you referenced, and we know about the Hutchins family lawsuit. There are other civil suits against Baldwin and producers. There's the criminal investigation into all this, too. That's still going on. What is the next step? What's the next thing we should be looking for in this?
Well, there's a lot of moving parts here, right, Hallie? So that criminal investigation, number one, is still underway. We're waiting for more details when it comes to that. And then there's these other civil lawsuits to look at, one from the script supervisor, one from a gaffer, and one from a key medic. There's also a lawsuit against one of the crew members who was responsible for bringing ammunition onto the set, alleging that he mixed up live and dummy ammunition. And now for one of these suits, the producers responding, including Baldwin, arguing, saying that it needs to be thrown out because it involves a workplace accident and that it should actually go through the state's workers' compensation system. So that's all of the things that we're trying to keep an eye on here in terms of the legal side. And when it comes to justice for Halyna Hutchins, her husband telling Hoda in that interview airing tomorrow that he doesn't see justice bringing Halyna back, but he hopes that her memory and the protection going forward can protect other people from experiencing this and making sure people can stay safe on movie sets moving forward, Hallie.
Maura Barrett, thank you for that. We should note you can watch the full exclusive interview from Hoda with Matt Hutchins tomorrow morning. That is on the Today Show starting at 7 a.m. Eastern. Again, a Today Show exclusive. Up next. 2 Black Hawk helicopters go down near a ski resort in Utah. What officials say led up to the crash, that's coming up in the local. And in tonight's original, we're checking in on one of President Biden's campaign promises that nobody should be in jail for smoking marijuana. And a music legend's son is now a leader in the fight to hold him to it. That's next.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day. And because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our West Coast Bureau, officials say 2 Black Hawk helicopters belonging to the Utah National Guard crashed yesterday morning during a training exercise. The choppers went down something like 30 miles from Salt Lake City. Luckily, if you look at that video, luckily nobody was hurt. Out of our Southeast Bureau, Texas Governor Greg Abbott has ordered state agencies to investigate gender-affirming care for kids as child abuse. Abbott's letter says doctors, nurses, teachers, anybody who comes into contact with a child being given gender-affirming treatments must report the parents or face criminal penalties. The White House telling the Dallas Morning News that Texas's stance on gender-affirming medical care is, quote, dangerous. And our Northeast Bureau reporting $2.4 billion has been bet on sports online so far this year. The state is now the biggest sports betting market in the country. According to the New York Times, a quarter of the country's mobile bets wagered on the Super Bowl were placed in New York. Now, to tonight's original, in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on. You know the State of the Union is right around the corner, so it feels like the right time to check in on some of the campaign promises President Biden made on the campaign trail. One of those pledges was support to try to decriminalize cannabis on the federal level. But legislation that could do that by, for example, expunging records for possession or getting nonviolent weed offenders out of prison has stalled. In the meantime, you've got entrepreneurs in states where cannabis is legal, like Damian Marley, the Grammy-winning reggae star, trying to bring more attention to the impact that criminalization has on their communities. Halfway between San Francisco and Los Angeles, a prison is finding an unlikely second act. Behind the barbed wire, a new cannabis company, growing the very thing some people end up locked up for in the first place.
As Jamaicans, as a Rasta, as my father's son, we've always been advocates of cannabis. It's something we use daily in our life. It's a part of our spiritual sacrament.
That's Damian Marley, reggae star and son of Bob Marley, and a partner at Evidence, a cannabis brand that grows their products on the grounds of the Claremont Custody Center. They say the prison can help remind people that even while the legal cannabis industry keeps growing, it's still illegal in most states, with more than 350,000 people arrested for marijuana-related violations in the U.S. in 2020, according to the FBI.
We have replaced those inmates with 8 acres and a full-scale cannabis manufacturing facility. And we bag it in evidence bags, the same type of bags you would see in a courtroom. It really is a conversation starter.
They donate a portion of every purchase to the Last Prisoner Project, a nonprofit dedicated to helping nonviolent cannabis offenders get out of prison and have their records expunged.
But a lot of our family members get taken away from us for various reasons, and especially a lot of our male figures and our fathers and brothers and such forth, you know what I mean? But definitely with the fact that cannabis is now legal, you know, we want our brothers and sisters who are incarcerated to come home.
For head grower Kyle Walton, the mission is personal. He says he ended up behind bars himself when he was younger several times because of cannabis possession.
Kind of just put into perspective how easy it is to go to jail for something that I think is normal. You know, if I would have made a couple different choices, I probably could have very likely been in jail for weed for a long time.
Companies like Evidence could become more common. 18 states have now officially legalized recreational cannabis, and some of them, like New York, are including social equity programs in the legislation. New York plans on giving half its licenses to applicants from historically marginalized communities.
All right, 1, 2, 3.
Green Thumb Industries, one of the biggest cannabis companies in the U.S., bought its own prison in Warwick, New York, investing $150 million into a cultivation facility.
We are here celebrating the beginning of our construction project where we are going to build a marijuana campus in Warwick, New York at the site of the former federal prison.
Green Thumb, hoping to be one of the first companies in New York to hire former inmates there.
I think what's important is, you know, the full circle moment for the industry, for New York, and really for the country, where we take a place like this that used to lock people up for marijuana, and now we're going to employ them gainfully, and that's amazing, and that's great.
Our Jordan Winters producing that one. While the legal cannabis market is projected to reach something like $30 billion by the end of the year, there's one study from 2017 that found less than 5% of legal cannabis business owners are black. We're talking more about the future of the legal cannabis industry tomorrow. I will take you along to a tea party I had the pleasure of attending in California, where they take the tradition of high tea to the next level. I did not partake. Tune in tomorrow night for that. After the break, another round of headlines for Peloton. After new reporting claims the company sold rusted bikes, then tried to hide it. The journalist behind that story joins me next for the backstory. These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Time to get the backstory now. Our behind-the-scenes look at how a story comes together and how it fits into our bigger picture. And tonight, it's a piece of reporting on Peloton that's catching our attention. This new report from the Financial Times that says the company covered up rust on its bikes from buyers. The standard operating procedures provided by FT to us for what 8 current and former employees say was Peloton executives' plans to hide the corrosion. This plan, called Project Tin Man. The employees told the Financial Times it was part of a nationwide push by Peloton to avoid, in those words, another pricey recall just months after a child died because of their treadmill's design. Peloton responded to the Financial Times and to NBC News on this, saying customers haven't reported problems with rusted bikes and promised to replace them if any issues come up. We should note, too, the issue with the rust doesn't seem to pose any safety hazard. Peloton tells us it has no impact on the bike's performance or the overall experience. Patrick McGee, a San Francisco correspondent for the Financial Times, broke this story. He is joining us now. Patrick, thank you for being on the show.
My pleasure, Hallie.
So viewers of our show will know, but since this is your inaugural appearance, this really is pulling back the curtain on how this reporting came together, because this is this was a lot of reporting. You were researching a bigger piece that got published. Tell me about your process, how this came together, how you sort of sensed that this was a scoop and you went after it.
It sort of occurred because of a panic, actually. So we had a 3,000-word magazine story due. A 3,000-word magazine piece that we had to write. Executives wouldn't talk to us. This was right before Peloton's quarterly earnings. And so in a sort of desperate act of getting someone to talk, because we were supposed to tell the inside story, I reached out to more than 400 current and former employees of Peloton, ended up speaking to about 20 of them. And Project Tin Man was something that just sort of took place in a conversation, very hush-hush, as soon as somebody made me pledge that I would not mention the location that this was happening at, because unknown to this person, this was happening at basically nationwide, right? There's dozens of factories or warehouses, I should say, at Peloton, and this person didn't know anything beyond, the factory she worked at, but basically there was a nationwide effort to conceal this rust using a certain chemical that converts the rust essentially, but the internal documents, actually say that a certain amount of rust is acceptable, which basically is not what you're really paying $2,500 for.
I'm still struck by that statistic. 400 employees you reached out to, current and former, and then only 20, right? I think that people might be surprised who aren't in journalism. Like, that doesn't seem like a high ratio. I actually feel like if you got 20, that's pretty, that's decent. How did you get them 5%. To talk to you? Yeah. How did you build that? Tough to build trust when you're kind of making these, what I assume are either cold calls or trying to get connected through somebody else.
Yeah, a lot of LinkedIn. And actually, this was really like a gold mine. But basically, when Peloton employees got laid off, an Excel document went around where they listed their email address in addition to their position, basically saying that they were open to work. So it was specifically made for recruiters. But I made use of that and sent an email to everybody who was on the list. That alone was more than 300 of the people. So still, very few of them responded, but then I also used LinkedIn. And then in some cases, people that I had not reached out to, didn't know, had heard from other people that I was reaching out, and then, referred back to them. Like, it was a really complicated process. And to some extent, I don't even know how people found me, as it were. But the end result was speaking to people from around the country, probably at least 7 different states, and corroborating all kinds of details and getting, photographs and just all kinds of detail.
Talk about the reaction you're getting to the stories that you're writing here. I know you've said some people think you're out to get Peloton, but not to blow up your spot, you're kind of a fan of the company itself and fitness stuff like Peloton.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a fitness nut. I mean, the irony of there being this idea that I'm biased against the company and trying to get them is I was being told the exact opposite just a month before, because I wrote this 2,500-word personal essay, that was featured on our Life and Arts cover. And, in my own words, it was like a pay-on to connected fitness, right? Like, I love this stuff. I basically think everybody should have, some sort of device, not necessarily a Peloton, but, that would do just fine. In their home, right? It's just a fantastic way to work out. And, the COVID has sort of been like this, free commercial for anyone in the space because, gyms have been closed and it's just become commonsensical as a thing to do. So, John Foley, the then CEO, tweeted the story, so did their corporate communications company, head. So, lots of people were saying your reporter should be more objective. Clearly, this is somebody who just loves this thing. And so it's sort of nice to have that out there now that I'm writing something negative about the company. I mean, the result is that the Peloton experience is something that I think, anyone who's involved in Peloton is they're like one step removed from going like door to door to ask you if you'd like to buy a Peloton, right? Like people love their Pelotons. And I don't have a Peloton, but I love my Hydro. I love my Fight Camp. I mean, people are just evangelical about this kind of stuff. But the operations of the company, much more questionable.
Well, and that's where the journalism comes in. Patrick, I'm so glad you joined us for the backstory. Come back. We would love to have you. It's one of our favorite segments, so appreciate it.
Sounds good.
Thank you for joining us, too. That's a wrap for this hour. Jam-packed, as always. We're going to have more for you here tomorrow, same time, same place. Coverage picks up right now.
Tonight, Ukraine declaring a state of emergency as Russia positions itself for a full-scale invasion. The Pentagon warning nearly 80% of Russian troops near the border are in attack position and are, quote, ready to go at any moment. Ukraine calling up more reservists and urging all of its citizens to leave Russia immediately. The U.S. appearing to lose hope on diplomatic efforts, now announcing new sanctions targeting Russia's economy. Shelling intensifying in eastern Ukraine. Our Richard Engel caught in the middle. His report moments away. Supreme search. President Biden could announce his nominee for the Supreme Court as early as tomorrow. The president already interviewing at least 3 trailblazing candidates. So who's on the short list to fill the seat that will be vacated by Justice Breyer? Pete Williams joins Top Story. Also, the National Guard deployed to D.C. as a convoy of truckers protesting vaccine mandates heads to the nation's capital. The group inspired by demonstrators who took over downtown Ottawa. Could what happened in Canada happen here? TV host murdered. The body of a journalist found wrapped in a sheet on the side of a highway in Mexico. She's the 6th member of the media to be killed in the country just this year. The growing calls for the government to do something. Plus, the dramatic end of a hostage standoff in Amsterdam. The new video showing the suspect walking out of an Apple store while holding a gun to someone's head. Moments before he's hit by a police car. What we're learning about the suspect's bizarre demands and the heroic actions from those trapped inside. And the exclusive interview with the husband of the cinematographer killed on the set of Rust. Why he's placing blame directly on actor Alec Baldwin. Top Story starts right now. And good evening. The Pentagon says Putin is ready to go. We begin Top Story tonight with the latest on that ongoing crisis in Ukraine and the warning that Russia is ready for a full-scale invasion. Top U.S. officials say Russia is, quote, as ready as they can be, with nearly all its troops near the border in attack position and more soldiers on board landing ships positioned in the Black Sea. In Ukraine, new video appearing to show people lining up outside a military enlistment office in Kyiv as the country calls up more reservists. Another crippling cyber attack reported there, and Ukraine's parliament now declaring a nationwide state of emergency for 30 days that will start on Friday. President Biden announcing new sanctions on the company in charge of building an expanded pipeline from Russia to Germany and threatening to do more if Putin proceeds. The conflict is also intensifying in eastern Ukraine. Richard Engel is there and leads us off again tonight.
New satellite images tonight show within the last 36 hours, Russian equipment, including a field hospital close to Ukraine's border. A senior U.S. defense official warning Russia has nearly 100% of the forces it would need to launch a full-scale invasion. And now the White House declaring cyber attacks on Ukrainian government websites today are consistent with Russian actions in the past. But will President Putin move from sending forces into areas of Ukraine already controlled by Russia to a full-scale attack? Tonight, after weeks projecting calm, Ukraine's president drafting a state of emergency, allowing curfews, the seizure of property, and mobilizing private industry for war. President Zelensky said the future of Europe's security is being tested in Ukraine. And at the front line, Russian-backed separatists have already begun to prepare the battlefield.
Sometimes the rounds are closer than others. It's not a good sign when you can hear that whistle of an incoming round. Those are being fired. Those rounds are coming from the separatist areas and are landing inside Ukraine, coming right over this frontline position, coming right over this trench. This village has been hit hard over the last 4 or 5 days, and about half the people have moved out already. So it came from this direction. What do you think the separatists are driving at? Why are they firing onto these mostly empty villages.
Before a big attack, they escalate things to try to break a soldier's spirit and demoralize him, a commander said. Then, run, he says. Let's get out of here. We are on their firing line, he says.
Well, that is what it is like to be in one of these frontline villages. And the shells were just coming in at random. When they're fired, you hear them go off, and then you have that few seconds when they're in the air, and you don't know when they're going to where they're going to land, or where they're going to explode.
Russia and the separatists claim Ukraine is on the offensive and that Russia is acting in self-defense. It's a transparent lie.
Tom, there's clearly been a shift here, and Ukraine is now preparing for war at home. It has also told the roughly 3 million Ukrainians who live in Russia that they should leave the country immediately. Tom?
Okay, Richard Engel, up close right there in those trenches. Richard, thank you. And in Washington, President Biden announcing today more sanctions now on the company in charge of building Russia's Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline, reversing his 2021 decision to waive sanctions. This is the latest move from the White House as tensions overseas increase. Peter Alexander joins us now with more on that live from the White House tonight here on Top Story. So, Peter, I want to start by asking you about those new sanctions on the Nord Stream 2 natural gas pipeline. How does this move specifically impact Russia and send a message to Putin?
So, Tom, for the president, this is a significant step. As you noted, it sanctions the company in charge of building that oil pipeline between Russia and Germany, an $11 billion project, what the White House has said would be a cash cow for both Vladimir Putin and for Russia. The sanctions also hit the company's top corporate officers. As you noted, President Biden just last year, he had waived those sanctions. But yesterday, notably, Germany's chancellor announced that he was suspending approval of the pipeline. The U.S., the president, they were quick to tout that move as evidence that NATO allies were united against Putin's invasion. And today I asked the press secretary, Jen Psaki, if this pipeline could be revived in the future. She said it is not moving ahead right now, adding, quote, it's currently dead at the bottom of the sea, Tom.
All right, speaking of Jen Psaki there, she mentioned today that the White House is considering tapping into the U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve. What does that mean for Americans?
Well, the president is trying to limit the pain that Americans are already feeling at the gas pump, Tom. He warned that the protecting freedom, frankly, comes with a cost. He acknowledges that Americans are likely to see the gas prices keep going up. But one solution that they are considering, Psaki said, is another release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, the SPR, as they describe it. She said that option is on the table. Last fall, November to be exact, the president had ordered 50 million barrels of oil released to deal with surging gas prices. It helped a bit temporarily. There's still another 10 million or so, I'm told, that have not been released. But prices, as you see, Tom, are high right now, roughly $3.50 a gallon on average nationwide. And in California, drivers there are paying an all-time high, $3.74 a gallon.
All right, Peter Alexander for us tonight. Peter, we appreciate that. With the Pentagon warning that Russia could act at any moment, we want to bring in now NBC News military analyst Colonel Jack Jacobs. He's a retired U.S. Army colonel and Medal of Honor recipient. Colonel, we thank you for joining us tonight here on Top Story. Let's start with the Pentagon's official assessment, right, that Russia is ready for a large-scale invasion. The officials said troop formations are as close as 3 miles away, but also maybe as far away as 30 miles away. So they're right there. How do you see this latest warning fitting into the bigger picture of what kind of military action we might see from Russia?
Well, the likelihood is that if there's any incursion, a bigger incursion into Ukraine, it'll come in the east, the breakaway areas that are getting shelled at the moment. But we have to remember that Putin also has a large number of divisions located in Belarus, right on the border, and not far from Kyiv. He can do just about anything. He's got almost 200,000 troops, plus all the support required, something in the neighborhood of 15 to 17 divisions that could rapidly overwhelm all of Ukrainian forces very, very quickly, leaving Ukraine to fight a guerrilla war ultimately. He's probably not going to do that right away. The first test was the first incursion into the breakaway areas, mostly to see what we were going to do. And what we did is exactly what he thought we would do. What we didn't do is impose the strictest of sanctions on Russia, and that is to remove them from the SWIFT system, the international payment system, which would dry up all cash flows into and out of Russia. Still, his perception is that we're not going to do it. We're unlikely to do it because it would cause great economic harm, not just to Russia, but also to Western Europe and trade generally. But he's ready to proceed, and he is going to step little by little to see how far he can get before the United States imposes even greater sanctions.
Colonel,
but they can wrap.
Yeah, Colonel, not to interrupt you, but I hear your take on this. At this point, do you think Putin even needs a false flag operation to even happen? Because it seems like the entire world has accepted that he's going to invade Ukraine. He's already there in the eastern provinces. On top of that, the Pentagon is telling everyone that he's about to invade. So I'm just wondering at this point if this false flag scenario is even necessary, if Putin knows, in essence, it's whenever he wants to go.
Well, it's not necessary, but he'll do it anyway. Don't forget, he's got a constituency inside Russia. If he does invade in large scale, we're going to impose really difficult sanctions on him, and it's going to affect his constituency inside Russia. Now, the people who are closest to him, they've hoarded plenty of gold, billions of dollars worth of stuff. It's not going to affect them very greatly, but it is going to affect the average Russian. And it's important to him and for him to continue this fiction that he's going in to save Russians from Ukrainian aggression. Tom?
Colonel, Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby essentially said the U.S. is rebasing those troops in Eastern Europe, but not sending more U.S.-based troops to NATO allies just yet. Do you agree with that approach, or do you think that we should be sending troops now in anticipation of a larger-scale invasion? Again, if Putin, we have to remind our viewers this, if Putin takes over Ukraine, he's essentially right on the border of all those NATO nations.
Yeah, we're not going to fight in Ukraine. We're sending troops not to fight, but to bolster up our relationship with Eastern European countries where we do have troops already, and who are terribly concerned, particularly in Northern Europe, in the Baltic states, and in Eastern Europe, in Poland, terribly concerned about whether or not we're going to make a stand against Russian aggression. If we don't send troops, if it looks like we're not going to bolster up our allies, they're going to be very much more concerned than they are now, and it may generate the kind of further action and aggression by Russia we don't want to see. So we're not going to fight, but it's important to keep our allies close. Tom?
Colonel, you saw combat up close in Vietnam. This obviously is a much different war, a different time, but I want to ask you, what is your sense of the Ukrainian people right now? There is no sense of panic. We are not seeing a mass exodus to the western provinces just yet. That has not been reported. Actually, a lot of the reporting is that the trains to the west are largely empty, right? My question to you is, do you think we'll see what happened in Afghanistan? Do you think the Ukrainians will just give up, or do you think they will fight to the death, unfortunately?
Well, it's a very interesting question. I think Putin's objective here is to wear down his enemies. He thinks that after a while, the Ukrainians will just get tired of it all, and that the West will get tired of it all, that the Western allies will get tired of it. Dried up the pipeline, that can only go so far. His perception is that Germany and Italy, who get a great deal of their natural gas from Russia, they're going to scream after a while, and they'll go soft, that the American public will go soft, and that ultimately he'll be able to have his way without having to do the necessity of a large-scale invasion. Nevertheless, he's still prepared to do it. But his perception is that the West is soft, that we're not interested in engaging in Ukraine, even if it means the defense of Western Europe, and he can wait us out. And he may be right, Tom.
All right, Colonel Jack Jacobs tonight for us. Colonel, we always appreciate your analysis. Thank you. Back here at home in the States, we're following a developing story. A convoy led by truckers is setting a course from Southern California to Washington, D.C. The so-called People's Convoy will make the drive to protest COVID-related mandates. The Pentagon now deploying the National Guard, and officials in our nation's capital making security preps. NBC's Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Hake has those details.
Tonight, a convoy led by at least a dozen truckers setting off from Southern California on a 2,500-mile mission to protest COVID-related mandates in Washington, D.C.
We the people want our country back.
We do not want to be under a dictatorship.
The so-called People's Convoy is one of several loosely organized groups expected to converge on the D.C. region over the next week and a half, inspired by recent demonstrations that shut down Canada's capital city and border crossings, cheered on by some congressional Republicans.
I would absolutely welcome a similar pronouncement of protest in our nation's capital by truckers and anyone who wants their freedoms back.
Local and state police agencies say they're prepared to deal with protests that could create massive traffic backups on the Capitol Beltway or attempts to blockade downtown D.C. The Pentagon on Tuesday authorizing up to 700 unarmed National Guardsmen and 50 vehicles to help with traffic control. And Capitol Police considering reinstalling a perimeter fence around the Capitol at least through next Tuesday's State of the Union.
Are you confident in the security of the Capitol ahead of the State of the Union this year?
Well, again, this is in the realm of the police. They have a good handle on what the expectation is. Some of it won't even come until after the State of the Union, but no, I feel confident.
All right, Garrett joins us now from outside the Capitol. Garrett, we can see some of the security preps there just behind you. You know, you said at least a dozen truckers. Do Capitol Police think those numbers will grow?
They're preparing for that possibility, and that's really the big challenge with this whole story, Tom. The truckers have been announcing that they might have tens, dozens, hundreds of people joining their convoys, but we've not seen those numbers show up yet. Capitol Police, though, aren't taking any chances. They're preparing for those numbers to possibly grow over the next week.
Yeah, and I want to ask you about that, about not taking any chances. We know the way they look at security obviously has changed a lot from January 6th. I know you've done a lot of reporting on this firsthand. What's your sense from speaking to these officers? Are they taking this seriously?
They are. They're really trying to focus on the intelligence. There are so many of these different convoys floating around on Facebook groups or Telegram channels, people talking about plans. The key element of this is going to be siphoning out who's actually coming, what are their intentions, which threats need to be paid attention to, and which can be simply ignored.
Garrett Haake for us tonight from Capitol Hill. We want to turn now to the forecast. We've been tracking the weather all week. A slow-moving, messy winter storm putting 50 million people nationwide under winter alerts. It's a wintry mix of snow and freezing rain blanketing the west, and some cities bracing for ice up to 3/4 of an inch thick. That's scary. And while the East Coast is seeing record temperatures, that storm system set to put an end to the warmer weather. Al Roker again joining Top Story tonight. Al, I mean, this weather has been all over the place, at least in the Northeast.
That's right. And it's just going to get wilder, Tom. As we take a look, you'll see right now on our radar satellite map, you can see that basically we're looking at some light snow in the mountains of Southern California, and we're also looking at an icy mix making its way through the mid-plains. Right now, 67 million people impacted by winter weather advisories, winter storm warnings, winter storm watches. Speaking of winter storm watches, we've got them here in the Northeast, and yet for tomorrow. But today, look at these record highs. Portland, Manchester, Boston, Worcester, Hartford, Newark, New York City, and Islip, all looking at record temperatures today. But here comes this storm system. Significant icing tonight in the southern plains. To the south of it, heavy rain from Tennessee on into Virginia. Tomorrow, that snow and ice is going to travel up from Iowa all the way into Maryland. There is a flood risk for more problems down in the Tennessee River Valley. Friday, heavy snow develops for much of New England, whereas the storm moves off the northeast coast by evening, but not before dumping a ton of rain in the Tennessee River Valley. Streams and rivers already running very high, so we're looking at another round of flooding. Here's what I'm really concerned about. This icing stretching from New York and New Jersey all the way across down into Little Rock, where some of it's very significant, and down into northern Texas. Tree damage, power outages, and roads are going to be a mess. And then the snow. About 2 to 4 inches around the Great Lakes, but as you get into the Northeast, 6 to 12 inches before it's all over Friday night for Boston. Bangor, 4 to 8. Albany, New York, 6 to 12. New York City right now, we're going to drop those numbers, maybe 1 to 3 inches, but western New York could see 4 to 8 inches of snow. We're going to be fine-tuning this, and we'll have more for you tomorrow. Tom?
All right, Al Roker again for us tonight. Al, thank you for that. Next to the start of the trial in the botched police raid that took Breonna Taylor's life, Brett Hankinson is the only officer to face charges in connection to that deadly incident. Taylor's family says the charges do not go far enough, and today a neighbor testifying the officer's actions on that night were, quote, reckless. Ron Allen has this report.
Tonight, former Louisville police officer Brent Hankinson is on trial for his actions in the raid that left Breonna Taylor dead. But the prosecution made it clear in her opening arguments that Hankinson is not on trial for Taylor's death.
This is not a case to decide who is responsible for the death of Breonna Taylor. Breonna Taylor should not have died that night.
Hankinson is facing 3 charges of wanton endangerment for firing shots into a neighboring apartment. His shots did not hit Taylor, but it's the only prosecution from the raid that killed her. For years, attorneys for the Taylor family have said this isn't enough.
The wanton endangerment charge, it just doesn't make sense when you think about they had wanton endangerment for the white neighbor's apartment, the bullets going there, but not for the bullets going into Breonna Taylor's body.
That white neighbor taking the stand today, telling the jury just how close those bullets were.
So this shot here, I believe, is the one that I was inches away from hitting me.
Defense attorney Stewart defending his client's actions, saying they were in a, quote, chaotic situation.
But he was firing in the direction of that as he was taught to do. You're taught to shoot until the threat is stopped.
That threat was part of a raid that took place in March of 2020. Police had a no-knock warrant and busted into Taylor's home seeking evidence in a narcotics investigation. Her boyfriend fired a shot, saying he believed it to be a home invasion. No drugs were found, but an unarmed Taylor was fatally shot by police. The case sparked national outrage in the summer of 2020 as the country grappled with race and policing. Taylor's family settled with the city of Louisville for $12 million. But then, the absence of criminal prosecution for any of the shots fired at Taylor has both members of the community and some legal experts saying true accountability is out of reach.
A prosecutor could come back and reevaluate Breonna Taylor's case, but they probably will not. This probably will be it. And again, this isn't justice for Breonna Taylor. This is justice for Breonna Taylor's neighbors.
All right, Ron Allen joins us live tonight. Ron, so many in that community very upset about this. A lot of controversy surrounding this case. Explain to our viewers what prosecutors are up against in this case.
Well, they're trying to prove that there was reckless endangerment in the way that Hankinson fired his weapon, that he fired it recklessly. But as you heard in this piece, the Taylor family, her supporters, are very angry that there is no charge against any officer in connection with firing shots at her and her boyfriend, shots that killed her. And they don't see how this makes any sense. But this is the result of a grand jury process. The grand jury looked at the case, they looked at the allegations, and this is what they came back with. And there was a lot of controversy surrounding that. There's more fallout from this case. Hankinson and 2 other officers who were most involved have been fired or forced to resign. The city of Louisville and the state of Kentucky now have more restrictions and new laws governing no-knock warrants. And the federal government, the Department of Justice, has a top-to-bottom investigation of the Louisville Police Department underway. One of these so-called pattern and practice investigations, looking at everything that they do and whether or not it's discriminatory in any way as well. But most legal experts we talk to say that it's very unlikely that there will be any court proceeding, any sort of process where anyone is held directly accountable for killing Breonna Taylor. Tom?
All right, Ron Allen for us tonight. Ron, thank you. Tonight, a major decision for President Biden drawing closer who he will nominate for the Supreme Court. NBC News has learned that the president has interviewed 3 finalists for the lifetime appointment. Sources telling NBC they include 2 federal judges, Ketanji Brown Jackson and J. Michelle Childs, and California Supreme Court Justice Leandra Kruger. The president is expected to make his choice anytime between now and Monday. To get a closer look at these candidates, let's bring in NBC's justice correspondent Pete Williams. Pete, it seems likely that one of these 3 will replace Justice Breyer. We're going to have to wait and see exactly who gets selected. I want to start with the judge whose name was thrown out pretty early on in the process because she clerked for Justice Breyer.
Right, that's Ketanji Brown Jackson, the federal appeals court judge here in Washington. Of course, you have to get your nominee confirmed, and just 8 months ago, she got through the Senate confirmation process for that position with the votes of 3 Republicans. Before that, she was a federal trial judge here for 8 years, and she'd be the first justice since Thurgood Marshall, who retired 30 years ago, with significant experience defending accused criminals because she's a former public defense lawyer here in Washington. She was born here, but she grew up in Miami, where her father was a lawyer for the school board, which she says kindled her early interest in the law. And here's a fun fact. She is distantly related by marriage to the former Republican House Speaker Paul Ryan.
Oh, wow, that is a fun fact. I also want to ask you, speaking of Republicans, about the other federal judge on the list, J. Michelle Childs. And I mention Republicans because she's somebody whose name drew bipartisan support if you consider Lindsey Graham and some of his praising words.
Because of where she lives. She's been a federal trial court judge in South Carolina for nearly 12 years. And her background is a departure from the usual Supreme Court nominee's profile of Ivy League schools and work at some white shoe law firm. She was born in Detroit. She grew up in South Carolina after her parents divorced, and her mother decided to move there to escape city crime. Her father died of a gunshot wound when she was 14. She went to state school. She became one of the first black women to make major partner in a South Carolina law firm. And then she worked for the state labor department and the state workman's comp office and became a state court judge before she was nominated for the federal bench and confirmed by the Senate on a voice vote.
Yeah, a compelling life story, no doubt that will likely help her in this process. And lastly, we have Leandra Kruger, who is the youngest of the candidates on this list. How important is that, obviously, when choosing a justice, and what else do we know about her?
Well, age certainly counts, and more so in recent years because Supreme Court nominees have tended to be younger because they can stay longer once they're confirmed. She is 45. She would be the youngest on the current court. Amy Coney Barrett, who is next oldest, just turned 50. Her birthday was last month. Justice Kruger has been on the California Supreme Court for 7 years. She would be the first person nominated directly from a state court since Sandra Day O'Connor was appointed 40 years ago. And she knows her way around those marble halls because during 7 years as a Justice Department lawyer, she argued 12 cases before the Supreme Court. She's also a former Supreme Court law clerk for Justice John Paul Stevens, Tom.
All right, Pete Williams for us, who I know will be on standby until that announcement is made. Pete, thank you. Now to an NBC News exclusive. Our Hoda Kotb sitting down with the widow of Rust cinematographer Helena Hutchins. In his first sit-down interview, Matthew Hutchins shared his heartbreak and his anger over the death of his wife and who he thinks should be held accountable. NBC's Miguel Almaguer has more on that interview.
The idea that the person holding the gun, causing it to discharge, is not responsible is absurd to me.
In his first interview, a Today Show exclusive, Matthew Hutchins, husband of cinematographer Helena Hutchins, says Alec Baldwin, who fired the fatal shot that killed his wife, is in fact to blame for the movie set shooting.
Gun safety was not the only problem on that set. There were a number of industry standards that were not practiced, and there's multiple responsible parties.
In the extensive interview with Hoda Kotb, Hutchins, who's filed a civil suit against Baldwin and others on the production of Rust, says he watched Baldwin's interview in terror as he recounted in detail Helena's death and deflected blame.
I feel that someone is responsible for what happened, and I can't say who that is, but I know it's not me.
Watching him, I just felt so angry. Just so angry to see him talk about her death so publicly in such a detailed way, and then to not accept any responsibility after having just described killing her.
4 months after the shooting, Hutchins recalled telling his 9-year-old son his loving mother was never coming home. Mwah. Hutchins also remembers embracing Baldwin amid a swirl of emotions when first arriving in Santa Fe, well before the actor spoke publicly.
He said, essentially, he felt grief but no guilt.
Almost sounds like he was the victim. And hearing him blame Helena in the interview and shift responsibility to others and seeing him cry about it, I just feel like, are we really supposed to feel bad about you, Mr. Baldwin?
All right, Miguel joins us now from Los Angeles. Miguel, we just heard Matthew Hutchins say to Hoda in your piece there that the idea that the person holding the gun isn't responsible is absurd. Does he want Alec Baldwin to be criminally charged?
Well, Tom, Hoda asked Hutchins if he thinks Baldwin should be criminally charged. He didn't directly answer that question. Instead, he said he wants to see what the DA has to say, but that investigation may take several weeks, even months, until we have an answer on that question. Tom?
All right, Miguel Almaguer for us tonight, and you can see much more of Hoda Kotb's exclusive interview with Matthew Hutchins tomorrow on Today. All right, we want to turn overseas now to a story we first reported last night, a dramatic hostage standoff in Amsterdam. New video tonight emerging showing the final tense moments and details about the heroic moves from those trapped inside. Our Kelly Kobiea has this story.
Oh my God, oh my God. A terrifying scene inside Apple's flagship Amsterdam store. An armed man holding a hostage, waving his weapon, at one point holding it to the hostage's head. This video captured by Pascal van den Noort from his apartment. Did you hear gunshots?
I heard gunshots, I heard helicopters, there was a whole lot of noise.
Police say the gunman stormed the busy store at Tuesday afternoon. He was wearing a vest similar to a bomb vest, the police spokesman says, and had a handgun and an automatic weapon. Dozens were able to flee the store, but 4 were trapped, hiding in a closet. For nearly 5 hours, a tense standoff.
There was police hiding behind walls, police helicopters hovering over the square all evening.
The gunman demanding $230 million in cryptocurrency. And late into the night, a bottle of water. As the water was delivered by a police robot, the hostage escaped, the gunman chasing him, and out of nowhere, a police car running him down. The suspect survived. Police say he's a 27-year-old from Amsterdam. The motive, robbery. And the real hero, they say, the 44-year-old hostage who saw a chance to run and went for it. A split-second decision that likely saved lives. Kelly Kobiea, NBC News.
All right, Kelly Kobiea with that wild video. Kelly, thank you. Still ahead tonight, the shocking arrest of a UFC champion, John Jones, seen on body cam footage, headbutting a police car and hurling racial slurs allegedly at police officers. What led to the tense altercation? Plus the Tesla lawsuit, a former manager alleging he was fired for reporting serious safety violations that could lead to a catastrophic explosion. And the moment 2 National Guard helicopters crashed near a busy ski resort in Utah. And it's one of several chopper crashes just this week. So what's going on? Stay with us. Top story just getting started on this Wednesday night.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it love that.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Let's go. This is choke point with this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
All right, back now with a string of helicopter crashes over the last week. 2 National Guard choppers going down near a ski resort. Hours later, a military helicopter crashing in Hawaii. And it comes after a weekend of similar and frightening scenes. Quad Venegas has more.
Just run out. It crashed. It crashed. Oh, no. No way, dude.
2 National Guard helicopters going down as skiers watched in disbelief.
That was its blade.
The accident happening Tuesday morning at the Snowbird Ski Resort in Utah.
The 2 helicopters are sitting there on fire, 4 people on each helicopter.
Military officials say it happened during a high-altitude mountain training exercise.
As they landed, there was the snow kicked up, and the aircraft probably lost sight of the ground. We can know that there was portions of the rotor blade that separated from the helicopter and struck the second helicopter.
The chief confirming everyone made it out okay, but on the same day, a helicopter contracted by the U.S. Navy crashing on a training mission in Hawaii.
Unfortunately, all 4 on board perished, and so there were no survivors.
The helicopter was attempting to drop an object it had retrieved from the water during missile testing. Tuesday's incidents just days after 2 other choppers went down over the weekend near popular beaches.
Dude, a helicopter just went down in Miami. Oh my God.
In Miami Beach, a helicopter narrowly missing crowds of beachgoers on Saturday, with all 3 on board surviving.
The helicopter just came down like and then smacked and hit the water. I'm just glad nobody got hit by the helicopter or nothing.
Less than 24 hours later, a police helicopter slamming into the water in Southern California's Newport Beach.
People were screaming, the reactions you would imagine. Duck and cover was the first thing I heard. We honestly thought we were going to hit. We didn't know where it was going to land, whether it was a house or the boat.
Civilians and first responders joining forces to rescue one of the officers inside. But Nicholas Vela, a 14-year veteran of the Huntington Beach Force, died in the crash. Despite the recent incidents, data shows fatal helicopter accident rates are actually lower than those across general aviation, according to the U.S. Helicopter Safety Team.
Overall, the trend in the last 10 years, as I think the accident rate's gone down by almost 50%, the fatal accident rate in the U.S., and we see the same thing in Europe. So as we see safety improve in business aviation and in the airline industry, we're also seeing it improve in the helicopter industry.
Banks says 4 accidents this close together would be considered an anomaly. It is now up to authorities investigating the crashes to find the causes.
Quad Venegas joins us now live from Los Angeles. Quad, clearly some of these crashes were fatal. But what are these pilots trained to do? Because it's sort of incredible that more people were not harmed, especially when you talk about that incident in Miami Beach and on the ski resort.
Tom, the pilot we spoke to said that when it comes to emergency or forced landings, the intention is to find an area with minimal obstruction. That's why pilots often head to fields, beaches, or highways without traffic. Yet there are still a lot of unanswered questions or factors to consider, like how much control did the pilots have over the aircrafts as they crash, when, as you mentioned, they were fortunate to stay clear of all of the civilians. Tom?
All right, Quad, thank you for that. When we come back, the plant explosion, a massive fire destroying a potato chip factory in Oregon. But take a look at these pictures. What officials say caused the blast, and the search for the driver accused of killing a woman over a parking spot dispute. The new surveillance video just released what it shows. Stay with us.
Hey everybody,
everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
All right, it is 7:40. We are back now with Top Stories news feed. We begin with the search for a driver after a deadly parking spot dispute in Florida. New surveillance video shows the dark-colored Toyota Corolla seconds before it hit and killed 57-year-old Olga Fernandez. Earlier this month, police say she was arguing with the man inside over a parking spot at an apartment complex near Miami when he intentionally drove into her. Also, new video shows the dramatic arrest of former UFC light heavyweight champion John Jones. Body cam footage obtained by Top Story shows Jones using alleged racial slurs towards officers during an arrest in Las Vegas in September. He then headbutts a police SUV. Jones was in Vegas for his Hall of Fame enshrinement when a security guard called police after noticing his girlfriend had a bloody lip. A boiler explosion is believed to be the cause of a massive fire at a potato chip factory in eastern Oregon. Check this out. New drone footage shows the blaze ripping through the plant on Tuesday. At least 6 people were injured there. Nearby roads and a train line were even shut down. Officials say the factory and everything inside was destroyed. No word yet, though, on what caused that boiler to bust. And a former Tesla employee is suing the company over allegations of racism and widespread safety violations. The former Tesla construction manager says he was fired for reporting violations at the company's battery factory in Nevada that could lead to catastrophic explosions and serious injuries. He also alleges he was the subject of racist slurs and graffiti from other employees. The company has faced multiple allegations of racism at its factories. All right, right now we want to continue our coverage of Russia tonight. President Putin insisting he has not sent any troops yet into those pro-Russian enclaves inside Ukraine. But late tonight, the Kremlin says separatist leaders there are asking for Russia military help. Keir Simmons is in Moscow.
In the rain, President Putin paying respects at the tomb of the unknown soldier, with Europe on the brink of a new, potentially deadly conflict. Saying he's open to direct and honest dialogue, though in an ominous sign, pulling Russian diplomats out of Ukraine.
I think that psychologically, President is ready to use military force if it would be needed.
We spoke to former Russian Deputy Foreign Minister Andrei Fedorov, who has close ties to the presidential administration. For years, President Putin has been attempting to build an economic fortress. He's already weathered sanctions similar to the ones he now faces from the US and its allies. Can sanctions change President Putin's mind?
If there will be very tough sanctions, but this level of sanctions which have been adopted yesterday and today, they're not influential enough.
And tonight, with the US having cancelled a meeting between Secretary Blinken and his Russian counterpart, diplomacy may be slipping away.
It's only Biden with whom he can speak, and I think must speak in this situation. When there is a breakdown of diplomatic relations, in some cases it's the last step to the war.
Keir joins us now from Moscow again tonight here on Top Story. Keir, you're somebody who has sat down with Vladimir Putin. You spoke also with people who are an expert in his thinking, if that can even exist. It seems like you can't predict his moves, at least not lately. What's the latest on the diplomatic front, and what do world leaders think right now when it comes to Putin's thinking and what his next move is?
Well, a number of diplomatic moves, Tom, that certainly many inside the Kremlin were hoping for that we now know aren't going to happen. That meeting between Secretary Blinken and his counterpart here in Russia, the hoped-for conversation, possibly even meeting between President Biden and President Putin, those aren't happening. The French, too, for example, calling off a possible meeting with the foreign minister here in Moscow. And those who had hoped for some kind of a diplomatic exit, or at least a diplomatic pause, very disappointed here in Moscow tonight. One other talking point here in Moscow, though, Tom, there was an extraordinary moment earlier this week where President Putin seemed to admonish the leader of his intelligence, his foreign intelligence unit, his foreign intelligence agency. It was shown on television, and people are questioning whether President Putin might be angry at some of the advice he has been given. One person close to the Kremlin telling me that President Putin and the people around him thought that the Ukrainian government would capitulate quickly under so much pressure. That hasn't happened. Has President Putin and his team miscalculated, Tom?
Keir Simmons again for Top Story from Moscow tonight. Keir, thank you. Now to Top Story's global watch in the deadly helicopter crash in Venezuela. Cell phone video shows the burning wreckage after the military helicopter went down in Lara. 2 military personnel were killed, but locals helped rescue both pilots on board. They are now in critical condition. The country's president has ordered an investigation into that cause. All right, and a mid-air scare for Sir Elton John, the singer's private jet, forced to make an emergency landing in Southern Ireland after it suffered a hydraulic failure at 10,000 feet. High winds then forced the plane to abort landing twice, but it eventually made it down safely. Elton was traveling from the UK to New York and performs at Madison Square Garden just hours later. All right, coming up, the TV host murdered. Another member of the media found dead in Mexico. What the country's president is saying about the rash of journalist killings. We'll be right back.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
All right, back now with the Americas, where we take a look at stories coming out of the U.S. and across Latin America. Tonight, a television host and model found dead in Mexico City. Michelle Perez Tadeo is now the sixth media worker killed in Mexico this year alone. The call is now growing for the Mexican government to do something. Priscilla Thompson has those details.
Tonight, another journalist in Mexico dead.
Fue encontrado el cuerpo de Anaí Michelle Pérez Tadeo.
29-year-old TV host and model Michelle Perez Tadeo was found dead on Tuesday, just south of Mexico City, officials say, days after friends and relatives reported her missing. Her body wrapped in a sheet, according to the Attorney General's office of Mexico City, discovered by firefighters while fighting a highway blaze. Authorities did not give a cause of death, but say they are investigating with a focus on femicides and gender crimes. A spokesman for the prosecutor's office promising, quote, justice towards women.
Esta fiscalía reitera que una de sus prioridades es atender a las víctimas con perspectiva de género, así como garantizar una nueva manera para investigar los delitos con especial énfasis en la justicia hacia las mujeres.
The murders of women because of their gender continues to rise in Mexico. Amnesty International finding 10 women and girls were murdered every day in Mexico in 2020. Others concerned about the growing trend of violence against people in her profession. Perez Tadeo is the sixth media worker killed in Mexico this year. 4 journalists were killed in January and a fifth earlier this month. In recent weeks, demonstrators have swept the country, journalists demanding action.
Trabajamos bajo la sombra de ser atacados y asesinados por nuestro trabajo y los crímenes que se cometen en nuestra contra no se aclaren.
A new report finding Mexico among the deadliest countries in the world for media workers. Now, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken speaking out on Twitter Tuesday, writing, the high number of journalists killed in Mexico this year and the ongoing threats they face are concerning, calling for more accountability and protections for Mexican journalists, adding, my heart goes out to the loved ones of those who gave their lives for the truth. Mexico's president today calling Blinken's statement untrue, saying the Mexican government is doing enough to address the issue.
Lo que él está sosteniendo no es cierto. Es muy lamentable que haya asesinatos de periodistas. En todos los casos se está actuando, no hay impunidad.
Little consolation for family and friends of those like Perez Tadeo, still searching for answers.
All right, Priscilla joins us now live in studio. We still don't know the motive for Michelle Tadeo's murder so far, but I do want to talk to you about Mexico's president because it's odd. At times he says he's addressing these killings, but he's also had somewhat of a contentious relationship with the press.
Yeah, Tom. Last year he actually began hosting these press conferences where he would call out what he deems lies in the media, at times even singling out specific journalists. Now, none of that behavior has been tied to any of these murders, but groups and organizations are condemning it, calling on the president to tap down on some of that language as the number of journalists murdered continues to rise. And of course, meantime, journalists are also calling on the president to offer more accountability in those deaths.
Yeah, maybe pick the timing on some of those criticisms to the press. Priscilla, thank you so much for that one. When we come back, the undercover kindness. The social media star gifting strangers with hundreds, sometimes thousands of dollars in cash. The small test they have to pass before he dishes out the generous surprise. Stay with us.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are. It's here now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
All right, finally tonight, the social media star making waves online for making life-changing donations to complete strangers. What he asked people to do before handing them hundreds, even thousands of dollars in cash, and the plans he has for a church complete, get this, with a water slide.
Find a veteran and give them $1,000 to help their Christmas dreams come true? You're a veteran.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much for serving.
Thank you.
His videos are unlike anything on social media.
What do you want most for Christmas this year?
Yeah, impossible.
Really, what?
My wife just passed away.
Can I give you a Christmas gift? What's your name? I'm Jimmy.
I'm Gilbert.
$500. That's for you, sir. Yes.
Transforming people's lives with a handful of cash and a whole lot of kindness. But there's a catch.
Seeing if someone could buy this ham and I could like work for them for it or something. No.
To receive a blessing, you first have to give one.
I actually came to the store today to see who would be the kindest person to help me out with Thanksgiving dinner. Oh. And so I actually don't need it. I have a gift for you.
No, you
Yes,
keep it.
I have a gift for you, ma'am.
No.
I got $500 for you.
Don't give me $500.
Yes, it's for you. You're amazing. This is for you to have.
Are you serious?
Yes.
You're nuts.
And you were the first lady.
It helps. That's for sure. It helps me do it. Thank you.
His name is Jimmy Kellogg, but online he's known as Jimmy Darts, always aiming for your heart. A man on a mission to spread a little love with what he calls undercover kindness.
Find a mom with kids and pay for their groceries? Excuse me, ma'am. I got a random question. I'm just seeing if someone could buy me these muffins. Every morning I wake up and I put a live stream on and, 500 or 1,000 people hop on and literally the money just comes in like crazy. I'll hit $1,000 or 500 in like 10 minutes.
And that's when the fun begins.
Find a mom with kids and ask her to buy you a notebook, and if she does, give her $1,000.
His videos have gained a loyal following, more than 5 million fans on TikTok alone. So all of your videos kind of have the same formula. It starts with moral test. You know, you ask people to be kind.
You think you could buy me this cereal? I left my wallet at home. It's kind of awkward. I think it's like $3.
Why did you decide to do it that way?
I think it's just a great way to find people that are prime for a blessing, Robert, there's $100 just for your kindness, bro. Yeah, man. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you. The first video I did helping someone was I was actually in Miami walking on the beach, and there was this homeless gentleman living on a tent there. And I said, "You want to be best friends for the day?"
What happened next was a day full of fun and the beginning of an opportunity for two new friends.
Your boy Jimmy walked
up
on me and blessed me with an opportunity of a lifetime.
So I put his Cash App at the end of the video, and in 24 hours, like over $30,000 was sent to him. So it just changed his life. So I was like, wow, there's a strong community of people out there that want to help, and if you just give them the opportunity, they will.
Since that video, Jimmy says he has gifted more than $100,000. Donations ranging from a few $100 to brand new cars. You completely transparent with where all the money goes?
Yeah, so basically all the donations, that's the cool thing. They send the money, and that day they get to see who it went to,
The 26-year-old says all the brand partnerships now pay the bills, which allows him to continue blessing strangers in what he says is the beginning of a bigger calling.
My dream is to start a church in Los Angeles, and it's called House Party Church. No drugs, no alcohol, but you come, there's a DJ, water slide for baptisms, and we're basically giving away cars.
Water slides for baptisms?
Yeah.
What do you say to people who are like, this kid's completely nuts?
Oh, I say, well, you're probably right. I don't got nothing to say to that, really. I just like having fun.
Until then, he's hoping his message online can help ignite a trend of giving.
Pays off to be generous, doesn't it?
It does. Be nice and be kind and love one another. Love will conquer all, always.
We're making generosity cool in a sense, because you can never go broke by giving. I would just say that to anyone watching. You can't go broke by giving. Love someone, and you'll be amazed at what happens.
You can't go broke by giving. Some good advice right there. We look forward to hearing more from Jimmy Darts. In the meantime, check him out on Instagram and TikTok if you're curious. Thanks so much for watching Top Story tonight. I'm Tom Llamas in New York. Stay right there. More news now on the way.
Hey there, I'm Joshua Johnson. It's great to be with you on this Wednesday, February 23rd. And tonight we're talking about strategy for Ukraine and Russia. The Pentagon says Russia is ready to attack at any moment. That's after much of the Western world imposed sanctions on that country. We'll consider how much sanctions even matter to Russia, especially since it endured them before. And former Ambassador Michael McFaul is with us. Turns out he is on Vladimir Putin's sanctions list. Then Ukraine is already under attack in cyberspace. What dangers could a cyber war pose? The Department of Homeland Security says the threat is real. We'll explain. Then, the CDC is ready to issue guidance for the next phase of the pandemic. Also, a new COVID vaccine is up for FDA approval. And paying rent is getting harder for more Americans. We'll share some of your stories about trying to keep a roof over your head. Tonight, Ukraine is preparing for war. The Pentagon says Russian troops are in position and they're ready to attack.
Russian forces continue to assemble closer to the border and put themselves in an advanced stage of readiness to act. They are ready. I'll just leave it at that. They're ready.
Russia has nearly 200,000 troops mobilized on Ukraine's border. A senior defense official tells NBC News that 80% of them, 80%, are ready for a full-scale assault. The UN Security Council will be holding an emergency meeting tonight, basically a half hour after we go off the air this evening, to address this situation. Again, that meeting is tonight. Earlier today in Kyiv, Russia began evacuating its embassy there. According to the Associated Press, the Russian flag is no longer flying over that building. Meanwhile, President Biden has announced a new set of sanctions. They target the Nord Stream 2 fuel pipeline and its corporate offices. Nord Stream 2 is an $11 billion Russian-owned project. As you can see from this map, it connects Russia to Germany. But yesterday, Germany also imposed sanctions on the pipeline, stopping its certification entirely. If it ever comes online, it could generate as much as $15 billion in revenue for Russia. The U.S. is also sanctioning 2 Russian financial institutions and imposing penalties on Russia's sovereign debt. The idea is to cut Russia off from Western financing. So the West is hoping to hit Vladimir Putin economically and make this invasion literally unaffordable. But the U.S. sanctioned Russia before, the last time it invaded Ukraine. And here we are. So will this time be any different? Let's begin tonight with CNBC wealth reporter Robert Frank.
Well, you could call it Russia's financial shield. After the 2014 sanctions, Russia quietly started building a new financial system that relies less on the dollar and U.S. treasuries and more on the euro and gold. Russia's foreign currency reserves now totaling over $630 billion. That is enough to cover 2 years of imports or pay off Russia's entire external debt. It can also support Russian companies, banks, and oligarchs for several months, even during the toughest of economic sanctions. Now, if you add to that a debt-to-GDP ratio of less than 18%, that's one of the best in the world. They also have a current account surplus, and you have oil closing in on $100 a barrel. Add that all together. Russian officials saying these sanctions and perhaps others will be, quote, unpleasant, but fundamentally change nothing. Now, the 2014 sanctions imposed by the U.S. are now regarded as a policy failure, since the Russians simply found new channels in the global financial system for their hard currency and their debt. Foreign investors used to own more than half of Russia's bonds. Now, it's less than 20%. The White House says these sanctions are tougher since they're coordinated with Europe, but Russia is far more prepared this time around. In December alone, Russia imported nearly $5 billion in additional hard currency. Add to that whatever potential crypto they hold, and Russia has a lot of financial assets to weather the storm. Robert Frank, CNBC Business News.
All right. Thank you, Robert, very much. Ukrainian leaders have spent months expressing calm in the face of a possible war. These days, they're also expressing more urgency. Here's Ukraine's foreign minister addressing the UN General Assembly.
I warn every nation in this distinguished chamber. No one will be able to sit out this crisis if President Putin decides that he can move forward with his aggression against Ukraine. The beginning of a large-scale war in Ukraine will be the end of the world order as we know it.
Ukraine has declared a 30-day state of emergency. It is telling millions of its citizens who live in Russia to leave there. Ukraine is also calling up military reservists for up to a year of service. The call affects reservists as old as 60. This enlistment office in Kyiv had people lined up to register. Let's continue now with NBC foreign correspondent Cal Perry. He is in Lviv in northwestern Ukraine, and that is near the border with Poland. Cal, tell us what the mood is like on the ground there right now.
You know, it was a fascinating day, Joshua, for the reasons that you sort of laid out and previewed. You have a change of tone now from the Ukrainian government. We've heard mostly from Washington in the past few weeks about the danger and the crisis and the building up of the military. And it's been the Ukrainian president who's been trying to play it fairly low key. And it's understandable why. You don't want to have a run on the banks. You don't want to have people fleeing. And you're holding out hope the entire time that maybe this invasion won't happen. Today, a very different story. We have this emergency law that went into effect about 3 hours ago, which we could see eventually checkpoints, for example, in the Capitol, checking people's IDs, checking in trunks of cars, things that you typically see in war zones as that threat level is raised. We had an address from the Ukrainian president about an hour ago, and he gave it almost entirely in Russian, and he posted it on Telegram, which is a clear indication that he wanted to reach directly to the Russian people. And he said to the Russian people, we want peace in Ukraine. We don't want this war. There's not much that really divides us. It was a clear plea directly to the people of Russia to avoid a wide-scale invasion. So this change of tone, I think when you couple it with the cyber attacks, when you couple it with the shelling that we've seen in the East, certainly has raised the tension. I think a lot of people here in Ukraine are starting to believe what Washington has been saying, Joshua.
Cal, what's the strategy there in terms of the president of Ukraine speaking directly to the Russian people in Russian? This is all obviously in Vladimir Putin's hands. Is he hoping to delegitimize Putin if he goes forward with this invasion? Like, what's the strategy there?
You know, the address, it really was a rebuttal to what Russian state TV is putting out. So at one point, the Ukrainian president said, we are not Nazis. Right, that's something that state television has been saying about Ukrainians and has been playing up the danger. State television in Russia has been saying to the Russian people, you know, Ukraine is a danger as an offensive strategy, that they could basically attack us. The president saying that's not true. The things that you're hearing are not true. And again, putting it on Telegram, not doing a broadcast on television, clearly trying to reach the Russian people, but a very clear rebuttal to that propaganda that state TV has been putting out, Joshua.
We saw that video of Ukrainians enlisting in Kyiv. Talk about what's going on there in terms of preparing for the possibility, possibly the likelihood, that diplomacy might fail.
Yeah, and where I am, as you sort of laid out, I'm closer to Poland than I am even to the capital in Kiev. And so what you have where I am is really two things happening. You have a bolstering of nationalistic support, right, for anyone who is going to fight, at least, you know, in the start, what would be that sort of Eastern Front. So supply drives, the local papers covering that. The second thing happening in this city is this is a fallback plan for everybody, including foreign diplomats who would normally be in Kyiv. So the foreign missions have moved here as well. The thinking when you look at the map and you know where these NATO troops are, just, you know, 90 kilometers away in Poland, the thinking as you look at the big map is if Putin does some kind of invasion, it probably won't happen this far west. And so people are already kind of pre-positioning themselves out of fear. And that fear, I think, is really only growing, especially when, again, you know, Washington laid out this is how it could go, A, B, and C. And now we're seeing A, B, and C. And we're hearing sort of the continuation of this story that we've already been told by Washington.
Yeah, just to kind of clarify a little bit more of what Cal is referring to, just for the geography of all of this, we should note that Russian forces are along the northern and eastern, they can approach from three sides of Ukraine right now. Poland shares an east-west border with Ukraine, so the west would be Poland, and that's why a number of people have moved toward Lviv, which is where Cal is right now. As you can see there on the map, you see Russian forces north at Belarus, along the eastern border, and then further south, that little brown piece at the bottom is Crimea, so that's where Russian forces are. To the west is Poland, and that's closer to where Cal is. With regards to the state of emergency, with regard to all the enlistments, we've spoken to other folks on the ground, Cal, who say life is also kind of going on. It's not like Kyiv has just shut down and gone into complete war preparations mode. How much are people able to, like, balance daily life alongside the threat from Russia?
Well, and that's sort of the amazing thing in any conflict, is that the majority of the people who live in these countries are trying to get on with their lives. They're not trying to be caught up in some geopolitical game. They're just trying to put their kids through school and feed their families and get on with life. It's all the more difficult, of course, when you have cyber attacks hitting banks. I mean, that's the kind of thing that can really destabilize a country without an invasion. If people can't get their money out, I mean, it's frightening. And that's what's been happening here. So you do have this dichotomy where people are trying to get on with their lives, and then at the same time they can't. And when you look at that map, I mean, it is very instructive. You look at how far away I am, closer to Poland than to the capital. It is a different story here. I mean, there is no question that people, I think, feel that war is far away. And when we talk about these reservists, we need to remind our viewers, this is a war that has been going on for 7-8 years here. So for the people who live in the western part of this country, you know, most of them speak Polish. We're close to the border. That war is geographically and it feels just farther away.
I should also note, by the way, we just got a note from the French Foreign Ministry. Not surprising that France is calling for all French nationals to leave Ukraine and to stay as far away from the border areas in the north and east of Ukraine as possible. We showed you on the map that is where a number of Russian troops are amassing. Before I have to let you go, Cal, what is the read from Ukraine, as far as you can tell, of how they feel about what Western nations are doing? The sanctions that have been imposed, the threat of more sanctions, the decertification of Nord Stream 2 by Germany. Its Chancellor Olaf Scholz mentioned that a few days ago. How's that playing on the ground in Ukraine?
I think people will take whatever they can to stop an invasion. I mean, whatever it takes, if you're Ukrainian, is an acceptable answer on sanctions. I mean, the Nord Stream 2 deal is huge. It's huge. I mean, energy prices are going to go up across Europe. So there is a sacrifice that is being made by some of these governments. A lot of these governments are in a tough spot. Germany certainly is in a difficult position. But for the people here, I mean, 150,000 troops amassed along the border. And the talk, again, is starting to align. You know, what Washington has said is starting to come true. And one of the themes is it doesn't take 150,000 troops to secure an area that is already a separatist-controlled area. The fear is definitely ratcheting up. So any sanctions that can be brought on, and I think there was an understanding here, too, by the way, that it was that first round of sanctions, not the full sanctions, in a hope that Vladimir Putin would stop the troops where they are. Certainly that's the hope in places like Kyiv and places like where I am, Joshua.
Thank you, Cal. Much appreciated. That's NBC foreign correspondent Cal Perry reporting for us tonight from Lviv, near the border with Poland. Now let's bring back NBC News analyst Michael McFaul, former U.S. ambassador to Russia. Ambassador McFaul, let me start with what Secretary of State Antony Blinken said earlier tonight to Lester Holt. Here is part of their interview from Nightly News. Watch.
Do you have reason to believe that before this night is over, Russian forces will be engaged in something akin to a full invasion of Ukraine?
I do. Unfortunately, Russia has positioned its forces at the final point of readiness across Ukraine's borders, to the north, to the east, to the south. Everything seems to be in place for Russia to engage in a major aggression against Ukraine.
I just want to be clear about the framing of Lester's question. He was asking, basically, do you think Russia is going to invade tonight? And the Secretary of State said, we cannot rule, basically, we can't rule it out. That's huge.
It's very scary. It's very sad. Whether it's tonight or tomorrow night, there are no indications that it won't be happening imminently. And this is going to be a tragic day in the history of Ukraine, the history of Russia, the history of Europe, the history of the world. We're on the verge of a major cataclysmic, horrific war, I think the likes of which we haven't seen in Europe since 1939.
Ukraine called for an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council. That's going to happen at 9:30 Eastern time, basically in about an hour and 15 minutes from the time you and I are talking. Give me a sense of what may happen at that meeting, what impact it might have, whether there is any impact to be had at that meeting to prevent an invasion, another invasion from happening.
Well, just to remind everybody, the UN Security Council has 5 permanent members, and they can veto, individually, they can veto any resolution. Russia has one of those vetoes. So there will be no action from the UN Security Council to stop this war. I think it's an important symbolic thing. The United Nations Security Council is supposed to be the body that tries to prevent wars. That's why it was set up in 1945. It was set up after World War II, after we had annexation like we're having now, after we had unprovoked attack by Germany and the Soviet Union in 1939 to start that war in Europe, and also in Asia with Japan attacking unprovoked China. This is what the whole system was set up to prevent. And now we're on the verge of that system breaking down, I think in a major way. This is much bigger than just Ukraine. I want to make sure people understand this, Joshua. We had that horrific war in World War II. And our leaders got together after it and said, we don't want those kinds of wars. So we put in place norms, rules, treaties, the UN Security Council to prevent annexation, to prevent unprovoked wars like we're about to see. This is a new era in the history of the international system that tragically could begin as soon as hours from now, but most certainly seems like it'll begin in the coming days.
To that point, we heard from Ukraine's foreign minister at the UN General Assembly. We played a piece of that earlier, but he also sort of echoed the point that you just made. Here's another clip of Ukraine's foreign minister. Watch.
Russia will not stop at Ukraine. If a permanent member of the UN Security Council succeeds in breaking literally all rules, other actors will be inspired by him and follow his pattern.
So if that is the case, let me get your sense of these sanctions. We just heard about new sanctions from President Biden today. We heard from CNBC's Robert Frank at the top of the hour that Russia has spent the years since 2014 building up financial buffers despite the sanctions, presumably in case it went through something like this again. What is your sense of how far that could last him? I mean, how long could Vladimir Putin presumably hold out if the West decided to really clamp down economically?
It's a hard question to answer because Russia is a large economy, you know, depending on how you count, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th in the world. They have a lot of resources that they can sell, and these are global markets, right? Oil and gas markets are global. We can't have sanctions to prevent them from selling that, and that countries like China will continue to buy it. So I think we shouldn't have any illusions, no matter how dramatic the sanctions are. And by all accounts, they will be the most dramatic, comprehensive economic sanctions ever levied against Russia, and maybe ever levied against any country ever. I think that's happening, and yet it won't stop and it won't affect Putin's decision-making. And for it to have a long-term effect on the Russian people so that they have the courage to revolt, I think you measure that in years, not in months. And everybody needs to remember, you know, last year was the most repressive crackdown in post-Soviet Russian history. Mr. Putin arrested the chief opposition leader, Mr. Navalny. He cracked down on even very small pieces of the media. He chased away. Many people are in exile. Some of them living here next to me in Palo Alto. He didn't do that. That wasn't by accident. He did that first before this action because he doesn't want to have resistance. He doesn't want to have protest happening against him. The other day, there was a protest against war, but it was only 6 people because it's very dangerous to protest in Putin's Russia today.
We have to pause in a minute, and we'll continue on the other side of the break. But I did want to ask you about a piece you wrote earlier this month referring to something called the Budapest Memorandum. You wrote, quote, "The 1994 Budapest Memorandum on Security Assurances for Ukraine sent Kyiv's nuclear weapons to Russia in exchange for promises that Moscow, the United Kingdom, and the United States would respect Ukraine's territorial integrity," unquote. That's from your article from Foreign Affairs magazine. Before we pause, Ambassador, talk about what that tells you in terms of Ukraine's position. I mean, if Ukraine still had its nuclear weapons and it never signed this memorandum, it'd be a very different country right now, one that might have a very different, let's say, governmental structure and a different outlook than it does right now. But it gave up those weapons, charted a new path. How do you see kind of the confluence of those things?
Well, you know, I just listened to Mr. President Zelensky's speech to the nation tonight, and it was incredibly emotional, incredibly powerful. The first part was aimed at Ukrainians, but then the second part, he was speaking Russian. By the way, Zelensky's native tongue is Russian, just so people know. He's from the East. And so when people say he's a Nazi and he's against Russia, it's complete nonsense. And he made that appeal tonight, and he talked about that. Why would I want to bomb the cities that I grew up in and where my friends live, where my grandmother's friend was buried, etc.? But he mentioned this Budapest Memorandum in that speech because Ukrainians feel cheated. They were told by the United States, the United Kingdom, and Russia, you give up our nuclear weapons and you are going to guarantee our sovereignty. And here we are 2 decades later, and they have been cheated. He basically said, so now we're on our own. We were cheated by Russia. They're invading, and the powers that said they were going to help us are not with us. We're here. We're going to have to battle them alone.
If you're just tuning in, we're speaking to Ambassador Michael McFaul, NBC News analyst, former U.S. ambassador to Russia. Stick around if you would, please. We've got more to discuss with you after the break because we've been talking through the possibility of war on the ground in Ukraine. Still to come, we will shift to an attack that's already begun online. A number of Ukrainian banks and government websites were knocked offline today. What are cybersecurity officials saying about that? And how is the White House responding? We're glad you're with us for Now Tonight from NBC News.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Allie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Pryor.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Good morning, I'm Joe Pryor.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Ukraine could soon be under another physical attack, but Ukrainian websites are already under a wave of cyber attacks for the second time in recent days. The head of Ukraine's Ministry of Digital Transformation said a number of sites were forced offline today. Among them, the National Parliament and Cabinet of Ministers. Hackers also targeted a number of banks. Now, we don't know the scope of the damage or the exact source. Both the Ukrainian and U.S. governments blame Russia for similar cyber attacks in the past. Russia has denied causing these recent attacks. But as Ukraine's top security advisor puts it, quote, the number one task for Russia is to undermine us from inside, unquote. From our partners at Sky News, security and defense editor Deborah Haynes reports from Kyiv.
Добрий день.
Вітаю вас.
The Ukrainian president's top security official has a strong suspicion who's behind a massive cyber attack on his country. And he says it could signal a new physical assault will follow.
Ми чітко сидимо почерк пов'язаний, що це російські фахівці.
So you believe Russia was behind this attack?
99,9%.
With a warning to Ukrainians to be afraid and expect the worst, the cyber attack began at about 2 a.m. local time and hit around 70 government websites. The Foreign Ministry among those affected. Oleksiy Danilov reveals that some defence and security sections within government have since been put on an even higher state of alert in case of further hostilities. Do you think this cyber attack is a first shot that is coming before an actual physical military attack?
Якщо дивитися по підручникам, то так і є. Дестабілізація, 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 потім активізація.
Do you really believe that there is a chance that new military action from Russia against Ukraine could come as early as tomorrow?
Воно може статися в будь-який день. Ще раз, це залежить тільки від одної людини в світі, від самого Путіна.
Russian snipers pictured training close to Ukraine's eastern border this week, even though President Vladimir Putin has denied he's planning a new invasion. He's also previously denied allegations of cyber attacks. At a key cybersecurity centre in Kiev, they're taking no chances. Officials helped to respond to the latest attacks.
They register the cyber incident that happened today, and they exchange data and coordinate with other teams how to respond to this incident.
While in other rooms, a training session's going on to bolster their defences for the next one.
Everybody is doing its work. Our soldiers on the east are protecting our borders, and we here are protecting Ukrainian cyberspace.
A reminder that in today's conflict, the front line is everywhere. Deborah Haynes, Sky News, Kiev.
NBC News analyst Michael McFaul is back with us. He's a former U.S. ambassador to Russia. Ambassador, help me put this into some context, because there are all kinds of players who could be behind this. It could be the Russian government, could be someone the Russian government is paying, could be some hacker who's trying to exploit the situation, like get in underneath the chaos for profit or for other political aims. Help us put this in some context in terms of how this connects to the situation we're watching on the ground.
Well, Mr. Putin's gone to war before, just to remind everybody. And his first attack against a sovereign nation was in 2007. It was a cyber attack against Estonia. When he went into Georgia in 2008, they accompanied that attack with cyber attacks as well. And that happened again in 2014 when he invaded Ukraine the first time and annexed Crimea. So I fully expect, and cyber experts fully expect, that cyber will be one of the spaces where this war will be fought. And it looks like it's already started, as was just reported. I suspect if they go in big, and they may even, as they were just talking about, that may even happen in the coming hours, you will see massive cyber attacks as well against all kinds of different parts, infrastructure, government, communications, military installations. And the other thing I want to add, there was an attack, Russia attacked Ukraine in 2017. It was called the NotPetya cyber attack, massive cyber attack, the biggest attack they'd ever done against Ukraine. But it's kind of hard to use these weapons in a precise way. NotPetya actually bled all over the world. Because, you know, the cyber world, we're all connected, right, Joshua? We're connected all over the planet. And if they do launch a massive cyber attack, I worry about secondary and tertiary effects in other countries as well.
You get to what I was just about to ask you about, those secondary and tertiary effects, because I understand the concern on the ground in Ukraine. I feel like if people don't really see how that touches us immediately here in the U.S., the potential for cyber attacks really concerns me, because you're right. Those are not tools that you can just say, I'm going to hit just that machine and nothing else. Some of those tools, you put them out in the web, and who knows where they end up stopping. Is this the kind of thing where if it bleeds over to Western nations, we're more sophisticated? We know how to deal with it if some of these attacks affect computers in the U.S., infrastructure in the U.K.? Like, how prepared are we to deal with this?
So there's good news, bad news here. The good news is that we've been working with the Ukrainian government, that is the U.S. government, not me personally, but the U.S. government, our cybersecurity experts, to enhance their cyber deterrence and their defenses, right? Resilience is the word that they use. And so they're in a stronger position today than they were in 2017. That's the good news. The bad news is that Russia has tremendous cyber capabilities, I think second only to the United States. And we are a very open society. So, you know, people talk about what happens, offense, defense with Russia versus the United States. The first thing I would say is I think it will be highly unlikely that we would do anything in an offensive way against Russia should this war begin to unfold, probably if we need to start saying by now. But because we're such an open society and we're so connected to the world, including Ukraine, I was on a Zoom call to Ukraine just 2 hours ago, talking to Ukrainians, right? That makes us more vulnerable because we're so open. And I suspect this is a part of a broader thing that I think people need to start thinking about. On the verge of war, the day before war, which it feels like we are today, leaders always promise a short little war. We'll be there. We'll be home by Christmas. It'll just be in this one country. It won't last forever. And we know tragically from history that one, wars go on a lot longer than leaders promise. And two, tragically, they sometimes bleed into other countries and cause problems and security issues for other countries in unexpected ways. And when you have 190,000 soldiers on one side and 250,000 soldiers on the Ukrainian side, I think there's going to be a lot of unintended consequences that we're not being creative enough to think about. I hope I'm wrong, but I know from history this oftentimes happens.
I also think that we should be clear. This is not a theoretical concern here in the U.S. We heard today from Phil Murphy, who is the governor of New Jersey, responding to these concerns about cyber attacks in Ukraine. Here's part of what Governor Murphy said.
We are at a very heightened state of alert and defense on cyber, and that includes not just state government and agencies, but also working with our private sector players and obviously working with our federal partners.
Ambassador, this is a little bit further afield from Ukraine, but we've got these concerns about cyber attacks on Ukrainian government institutions, Ukrainian banks, these what are called DDoS attacks, distributed denial of service attacks. Basically, you flood a website with way more traffic than it can possibly handle, and the website freaks out and shuts down, a DDoS attack. We also know that Russia has been involved in misinformation and disinformation for years and years, both in Ukraine, in U.S. during our elections, and basically they've kind of never stopped. How much do you think, to this day, right, how much do you think that the world is learning how to deal with these kinds of incursions by Russia, by non-state actors around the world? I mean, it feels like if what happens on the ground in Ukraine feels remote because we don't share a border with Russia, this is where it touches everybody.
Well, I think we've made progress, and most certainly the government has made progress. And there are private sector cybersecurity companies. You know, where I live here in the Silicon Valley, it's a booming industry. Lots of my Stanford students go to work for these companies. But there's two problems. One, most of the cyber infrastructure is the private sector, as the governor just said. It's not the government that's in control of it. So there has to be cooperation between the National Security Agency, Cyber Command, and the private sector. And that's complicated, right? It's the you know, if you think about like the military, we don't have the private sector doesn't own tanks and run tanks. That's owned by the government. In this domain space, most of the infrastructure is in the private sector, not controlled by the federal government. And second, there's something called cyber hygiene. There are little things you got to do, like dual authentication to make yourself safer. Here at Stanford, I can't get onto my system unless I sign up for dual authentication. That's what my employer has decided we all have to do. But hundreds of, tens of millions of Americans don't do that. And you have to get people to willingly do things that are in their cyber hygiene interests. And think about the pandemic, how much trouble we've had getting people to do what's in their health interests. It's the same thing in the cyber world. And that means that there's a lot of vulnerabilities in our system today.
Yeah, two things that I think more people can do in response to threats like this one from Russia on Ukraine. No reason we couldn't face that threat here. Two-factor authentication. Turn that on for Twitter, Facebook. Don't think your social media account's not important enough for someone in another country to hack. And password lockers, Dashlane, LastPass to help store your passwords and change the passwords you've been using since 1997. Password should not be your password. NBC News analyst Michael McFaul, former U.S. ambassador to Russia. Appreciate you spending so much time with us tonight. Thank you very much.
Sure. Good to see you. Bye-bye.
Coming up, President Biden is getting closer to announcing his Supreme Court nominee. We'll see who's on the short list and hear how some of the Republican leadership is responding. Your headlines are just ahead. Stay close.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Let's get into headlines with an update on President Biden's Supreme Court nominee. Sources tell NBC News the president has met with at least 3 potential candidates to succeed Justice Stephen Breyer. The nominees include 2 federal judges, Ketanji Brown Jackson and J. Michelle Childs, also California Supreme Court Justice Leandra Kruger. The White House says the president will make his announcement by Monday. He promised to do so before February was out. And as promised, the nominee will be a black woman. That decision has been met with mixed reactions on Capitol Hill, including a bit of apathy.
President Reagan promised to put a woman on the Supreme Court, Sandra Day O'Connor. President Trump promised to put a woman on the Supreme Court when Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg passed away. So I'm not complaining about that, and I hope the president picks a highly qualified nominee. We don't have a nominee yet, but I guarantee you she will be respectfully vetted.
Meanwhile, a federal jury has begun deliberating in the civil rights trial involving the murder of George Floyd. You recall that former officer Derek Chauvin was found guilty of murdering Mr. Floyd. Well, the other 3 officers who were there faced charges for allegedly depriving him of medical care. 2 of the officers, Tu Tao and Alexander King, also faced charges for failing to intervene in Derek Chauvin's use of force. Prosecutors argue that the 3 officers violated their training by not helping George Floyd, essentially by not doing enough to prevent his death. The defense argued that they were inexperienced, had received inconsistent training, and deferred to Mr. Chauvin's seniority. He was a 19-year veteran of the Minneapolis PD. Officers King and Lane were both in their first week on the job as full officers. Derek Chauvin was convicted of murdering George Floyd back in April. He was sentenced to more than 22 years in prison. We may be learning more from Ivanka Trump about the January 6th insurrection. According to her spokesperson, she's in talks with the House committee that is investigating the attack. She's also discussing appearing voluntarily for an interview. Last month, the committee publicly released a letter it had sent her. Lawmakers wrote that they had evidence that she was in direct contact with former President Trump on January 6th while serving as one of his senior advisors. They also claimed that she may have direct knowledge of her father's effort to convince then Vice President Mike Pence to overturn the election. As for the rioters themselves, one woman who live-streamed the attack was sentenced to prison today. Mariposa Castro will serve 45 days behind bars. She's one of more than 725 people who've been arrested for their involvement in the insurrection. Hey, a quick programming note. We're still looking for small business owners, specifically in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. We're putting together a special group to join me in Dallas this Tuesday for reaction to President Biden's State of the Union address. Small business owners deal with all sorts of challenges every day, so we want to hear whether the address gives you confidence that the administration will help you meet those challenges. So, if you or someone you know would be good for our Tuesday night special in Dallas, please get in touch. We do not care what political party you are in. Could care less. We only care that you get in touch. So leave us a voicemail, 888-575-2NBC. You can hit us up on social media at NBC Now Tonight or email us nowtonight@NBCnews.com. Up next, the CDC has new guidance for getting COVID vaccines. Health officials say some people should wait even longer between doses. We'll explain when we come back.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
I believe, every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
United States! Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar.
Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Good morning, I'm Joe Pryor.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere. What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
As you know, the U.S. has 3 COVID vaccines to choose from: Pfizer, Moderna, Johnson & Johnson. But another option could be on the way. 2 drug makers, Sanofi and GlaxoSmithKline, are seeking FDA approval for their 2-dose vaccine and booster. This vaccine trial got funding through Operation Warp Speed. It was expected to be ready last year, but the early trials showed it wasn't ready yet. Now, the human trials show it's 75% effective at preventing moderate to severe illness. Now, if you or a loved one are thinking about getting vaccinated, the CDC has new guidance on how long to wait between doses. It says most people 12 and older should wait up to 8 weeks between doses instead of 3 to 4 weeks. This is for mRNA vaccines like Pfizer and Moderna. Studies have shown that waiting longer might reduce the risk of heart inflammation called myocarditis. That's especially for males between 12 and 39. Now, to be clear, myocarditis is vanishingly rare, even with the shorter wait time. We're talking about a few hundred cases per million at most. If you are planning on getting a vaccine, we can help. Head over to planyourvaccine.com, where you can scan that QR code on your screen. Vaccinations continue to make a big difference in America's fight against COVID. In the last 2 weeks, cases have gone down 66%, hospitalizations are down 44%, deaths are down 24%. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel joins us now. And Dr. Patel, let me start with this new vaccine. We've already got a surplus of vaccines. About 2/3 of the U.S. population is fully vaccinated. So what's the need for yet another vaccine on the market?
Yeah, Joshua, it wouldn't seem intuitive, right, that we have so many vaccines. What's one more going to add? This one's unique, however, because it is what we call a protein-based vaccine. So you just mentioned the mRNA vaccines, which is pretty much the only game in town. Let's be honest. You really walk into a pharmacy or a clinic, it's really Pfizer mostly or Moderna. You just don't see Johnson & Johnson even being offered. But what comes with this new vaccine from GSK, and by the way, this is a joint venture, as you mentioned, between two very well-known vaccine manufacturers, Sanofi and GlaxoSmithKline. They've got experience doing this. It's really a kind of a traditional vaccine technology where they modify and kind of make a dummy version of the coronavirus to fool your body into thinking that it's being introduced to the coronavirus when it develops its immunity, so that when the real thing hits, you've got the immunity you need. We think this could help with some people who still, Joshua, are just nervous and feel like the mRNA technology is, quote, too new, which we know it's not. But that is what's holding some small select group of the population back, and this could be another option.
This new vaccine guidance from the CDC is aimed at reducing the risk of myocarditis. Can you put that into a little more context in terms of why they chose to update this guidance now? I mean, myocarditis, for all of the talk that it's gotten on a particular podcast in particular, is extraordinarily rare. So how much concern is myocarditis in the scheme of things?
Yeah, in the big picture, myocarditis from vaccines is trivial compared, Joshua, to myocarditis that we see from COVID infections itself. And I can't stress that enough. In fact, you are up to 60 times more likely, if you're a young male, to actually get myocarditis from a COVID infection compared to vaccines, because as you mentioned, it's exceedingly rare to get it from a vaccine. Having said that, I think this is something that the CDC and the FDA deserve props for, because the CDC looked at the data from other countries where, for example, in the UK and Canada, because of both vaccine availability as well as just the time they needed to give second doses, Joshua, they had a longer interval period than the 3 weeks that we used in the United States. So in effect, we got to watch kind of a natural experiment. And lo and behold, in other countries where they spaced the vaccines apart longer, on average of 8 weeks, there was a lower incidence of myocarditis. So if we can give people a good amount of immunity with vaccines, 2 doses, but we can prevent even these rare effects, that's the direction the CDC took. And that's why, again, you emphasized the right point. It's really for males aged 12 to 39 that I will put this into practice. For others, I will try to also follow the 3 weeks, because we don't see any of that myocarditis signal in women or in older men. But it's something that everyone can consider when they're getting their shot.
Let me get to a voicemail from a listener asking about some of the COVID restrictions, particularly for children. One of our viewers asked about masking rules for his 2-year-old nephew who's here in New York State, and had some concern about what he felt was kind of, at least in his view, a sort of a heavy-handed restriction at this point in the pandemic. Here is what Steve left in our inbox.
My nephew, Blake, is in a mask all day. As you know, mothers of 2-year-olds, they're constantly sort of wiping the mouths, wiping the snot and the saliva from a 2-year-old's face. Can you imagine the amount of gunk, saliva, snot inside of a mask that's put on a 2-year-old for an entire day at daycare, mandated by the state? To me, this is state-sponsored, state-mandated abuse of a child.
Steve, thanks for sharing your thoughts with us. Dr. Patel, what would you say to Steve?
Yeah, so Steve, I think that you're bringing up an incredibly important point with Blake. A 2-year-old does not, first of all, we don't have great masks that fit 2-year-olds, and then to have a 2-year-old in a mask all day, I would just say, to take it into context, we know that 2-year-olds, at least from the studies that have been done, not just in the United States, but from other countries, that they have not experienced significant cognitive effects or any signs of kind of mental or physical abuse in general. Having said that, in New York State, for example, no matter where you are in New York State, the numbers are coming down at such a precipitous amount that what I would encourage Steve to do for Blake's family is to actually approach the daycare and to try to understand, when can we relax mask guidance? And more importantly, It's really critical that the adults around Blake are vaccinated, and that can have an incredibly important effect. And instead, maybe moving toward where masks are optional, especially as cases, Joshua, as you pointing out, are coming down double digits on a daily basis. So I think that the more important question really is, when can these masks come off? And then when do they need to come back on, and for what circumstances? And if you've got adults that are vaccinated, and even the adults wearing masks because they are the ones more likely to spread COVID if they get infected, that can be enough of a bubble to keep Blake protected. Keep in mind, there might be kids in Blake's daycare, though, that can't mount, and that have other chronic conditions or have family members that can't get vaccinated. So some people will want that safety. And that's important to give, again, as an option as cases come down.
Very briefly, Dr. Patel, before we go, LA County is lifting some of its masking indoor requirements for vaccinated people. Again, vaccinated people. What is your sense of whether or not we'll need booster shots in the future so that we can keep these masking requirements lifted once we lift them? Briefly.
Briefly. I do think we'll need them. The evidence is pointing to the booster being a critical factor in keeping people out of the hospital and some of the disease outcomes that we really care about, Joshua, including long COVID. So I do hope that the CDC updates that guidance, or at least takes into account that natural infection combined with vaccine-induced immunity can also count. That's something that we haven't been able to do. It's nuanced, but we've had so many people infected that we probably need to take a more holistic approach as to what constitutes the booster. But it does need to be done, and it hopefully will get updated before the next surge.
Dr. Kavita Patel, always good talking to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Last night, we asked you how paying the rent is going these days. Are you making it work, or are you making some changes? We'll share some of your stories before we go.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
Last night's conversation about rising real estate prices really resonated with some of you. We got a lot of very thoughtful responses. Thank you so much for these. Please keep them coming. Some of you said that your homes could be on the line if rent keeps rising. Tira from California writes, "It saddens me that I cannot afford the neighborhood I grew up in. In fact, South San Jose used to be the cheapest area to live back in the early 2000s. Now the small 4-bedroom homes that were built in the 1960s go for just under $1 million. I never thought I would decide to leave California. However, the continued increase in housing prices has left me no choice." Tira, as a former Californian, I can totally relate. Thank you so much for sharing your story. And of course, it's not just a home buyer's problem. Realtor.com points out that median rents in January rose nearly 20% from last year. Last month was the 8th month in a row that renters saw double-digit increases. Barry from Washington State says he can relate. Here's what Barry left in our inbox.
In my opinion, a big share of that is because these rich, filthy rich landlords are getting too greedy, and they're just raising their rent to the roof. My rent here, where I'm at in Shelton, Washington, my rental space, tiny space to park my own 35-year-old motorhome, went up 40% in the last 2 years. It's the greedy landlords.
40% in 2 years. Wow. Barry, thank you very much. Now, these rising rents also threaten to leave more people homeless. Elisa told us about a friend who helped her out during the pandemic. Elisa writes, I've exhausted all available options to a single woman without children, which is 0. Arizona's low-income housing programs are only available to a minimum of 2 people. You have to have a space to work, internet, car, all these modern conditions in order to even hold a job in the first place. So it makes no sense to me how in the world the answer is always to get a job or apply for assistance or call family or friends for help. If things remain unchanged and continue to deteriorate at this rate, it is only a matter of time before I am homeless again, perhaps this time forever. For now, I continue to work hard, be smart, and pray for a miracle. We are praying with you, Elisa, for a miracle. So honored that you shared your story with us. Thank you so much to everyone who shared their stories with us. And listen, we want to keep this conversation going. If only you could sit in on our morning editorial calls with the producers. As we kick this around, we are dying to keep talking about the cost of housing. So if you want to share your housing story, we are all ears. We're at NBC Now Tonight on Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram. You can reach out to us directly by voicemail, 888-575-2NBC. That's 888-575-2622. Or email us nowtonight@NBCnews.com. We're very proud of tomorrow's show. Please do set yourself a reminder, set the DVR for Black History Now. That premieres at 8 p.m. Eastern, right at this time, right here on NBC News Now. We hope you'll join us for our special, but until we meet again, I'm Joshua Johnson. Thank you for making time for us, and we'll see you tomorrow. Good night.
Tonight, Ukraine declaring a state of emergency as Russia positions itself for a full-scale invasion. The Pentagon warning nearly 80% of Russian troops near the border are in attack position and are, quote, ready to go at any moment. Ukraine calling up more reservists and urging all of its citizens to leave Russia immediately. The U.S. appearing to lose hope on diplomatic efforts, now announcing new sanctions targeting Russia's economy. Shelling intensifying in eastern Ukraine. Our Richard Engel caught in the middle. His report moments away. Supreme search. President Biden could announce his nominee for the Supreme Court as early as tomorrow. The president already interviewing at least 3 trailblazing candidates. So who's on the short list to fill the seat that will be vacated by Justice Breyer? Pete Williams joins Top Story. Also, the National Guard deployed to D.C. as a convoy of truckers protesting vaccine mandates heads to the nation's capital. The group inspired by demonstrators who took over downtown Ottawa. Could what happened in Canada happen here? TV host murdered. The body of a journalist found wrapped in a sheet on the side of a highway in Mexico. She's the 6th member of the media to be killed in the country just this year. The growing calls for the government to do something. Plus, the dramatic end of a hostage standoff in Amsterdam. The new video showing the suspect walking out of an Apple store while holding a gun to someone's head. Moments before he's hit by a police car. What we're learning about the suspect's bizarre demands and the heroic actions from those trapped inside. And the exclusive interview with the husband of the cinematographer killed on the set of Rust. Why he's placing blame directly on actor Alec Baldwin. Top Story starts right now. And good evening. The Pentagon says Putin is ready to go. We begin Top Story tonight with the latest on that ongoing crisis in Ukraine and the warning that Russia is ready for a full-scale invasion. Top U.S. officials say Russia is, quote, as ready as they can be, with nearly all its troops near the border in attack position and more soldiers on board landing ships positioned in the Black Sea. In Ukraine, new video appearing to show people lining up outside a military enlistment office in Kyiv as the country calls up more reservists. Another crippling cyber attack reported there, and Ukraine's parliament now declaring a nationwide state of emergency for 30 days that will start on Friday. President Biden announcing new sanctions on the company in charge of building an expanded pipeline from Russia to Germany and threatening to do more if Putin proceeds. The conflict is also intensifying in eastern Ukraine. Richard Engel is there and leads us off again tonight.
New satellite images tonight show within the last 36 hours, Russian equipment, including a field hospital close to Ukraine's border. A senior U.S. defense official warning Russia has nearly 100% of the forces it would need to launch a full-scale invasion. And now the White House declaring cyber attacks on Ukrainian government websites today are consistent with Russian actions in the past. But will President Putin move from sending forces into areas of Ukraine already controlled by Russia to a full-scale attack? Tonight, after weeks projecting calm, Ukraine's president drafting a state of emergency, allowing curfews, the seizure of property, and mobilizing private industry for war. President Zelensky said the future of Europe's security is being tested in Ukraine. And at the front line, Russian-backed separatists have already begun to prepare the battlefield.
Sometimes the rounds are closer than others. It's not a good sign when you can hear that whistle of an incoming round. Those are being fired. Those rounds are coming from the separatist areas and are landing inside Ukraine, coming right over this frontline position, coming right over this trench. This village has been hit hard over the last 4 or 5 days, and about half the people have moved out already. So it came from this direction. What do you think the separatists are driving at? Why are they firing onto these mostly empty villages?
Before a big attack, they escalate things to try to break a soldier's spirit and demoralize him, a commander said. Then, run, he says. Let's get out of here. We are on their firing line, he says.
Well, that is what it is like to be in one of these frontline villages. And the shells were just coming in at random. When they're fired, you hear them go off, and then you have that few seconds when they're in the air and you don't know when they're going to land, where they're going to land, or where they're going to explode.
Russia and the separatists claim Ukraine is on the offensive and that Russia is acting in self-defense. It's a transparent lie.
Tom, there's clearly been a shift here, and Ukraine is now preparing for war at home. It has also told the roughly 3 million Ukrainians who live in Russia that they should leave the country immediately. Tom?
Okay, Richard Engel up close right there in those trenches. Richard, thank you. And in Washington, President Biden announcing today more sanctions now on the company in charge of building Russia's Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline, reversing his 2021 decision to waive sanctions. This is the latest move from the White House as tensions overseas increase. Peter Alexander joins us now with more on that live from the White House tonight here on Top Story. So, Peter, I want to start by asking you about those new sanctions on the Nord Stream 2 natural gas pipeline. How does this move specifically impact Russia and send a message to Putin?
So, Tom, for the president, this is a significant step. As you noted, it sanctions the company in charge of building that oil pipeline between Russia and Germany, an $11 billion project, what the White House has said would be a cash cow for both Vladimir Putin and for Russia. The sanctions also hit the company's top corporate officers. As you noted, President Biden just last year, he had waived those sanctions. But yesterday, notably, Germany's chancellor announced that he was suspending approval of the pipeline. The U.S., the president, they were quick to tout that move as evidence that NATO allies were united against Putin's invasion. And today I asked the press secretary, Jen Psaki, if this pipeline could be revived in the future. She said it is not moving ahead right now, adding, quote, it's currently dead at the bottom of the sea, Tom.
All right, speaking of Jen Psaki there, she mentioned today that the White House is considering tapping into the U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve. What does that mean for Americans?
Well, the president is trying to limit the pain that Americans are already feeling at the gas pump, Tom. He warned that the protecting freedom, frankly, comes with a cost. He acknowledges that Americans are likely to see the gas prices keep going up. But one solution that they are considering, Psaki said, is another release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, the SPR, as they describe it. She said that option is on the table. Last fall, November to be exact, the president had ordered 50 million barrels of oil released to deal with surging gas prices. It helped a bit temporarily. There's still another 10 million or so, I'm told, that have not been released. But prices, as you see, Tom, are high right now, roughly $3.50 a gallon on average nationwide. And in California, drivers there are paying an all-time high $3.74 a gallon.
All right, Peter Alexander for us tonight. Peter, we appreciate that. With the Pentagon warning that Russia could act at any moment, we want to bring in now NBC News military analyst Colonel Jack Jacobs. He's a retired U.S. Army colonel and Medal of Honor recipient. Colonel, we thank you for joining us tonight here on Top Story. Let's start with the Pentagon's official assessment, right, that Russia is ready for a large-scale invasion. The official said troop formations are as close as 3 miles away, but also maybe as far away as 30 miles away. So they're right there. How do you see this latest warning fitting into the bigger picture of what kind of military action we might see from Russia?
Well, the likelihood is that if there's any incursion, a bigger incursion into Ukraine, it'll come in the east, the breakaway areas that are getting shelled at the moment. But we have to remember that Putin also has a large number of divisions located in Belarus, right on the border, and not far from Kyiv. He can do just about anything. He's got almost 200,000 troops, plus all the support required, something in the neighborhood of 15 to 17 divisions that could rapidly overwhelm all of Ukrainian forces very, very quickly, leaving Ukraine to fight a guerrilla war ultimately. He's probably not going to do that right away. The first test was the first incursion into the breakaway areas, mostly to see what we were going to do. And what we did is exactly what he thought we would do. What we didn't do is impose the strictest of sanctions on Russia, and that is to remove them from the SWIFT system, the international payment system, which would dry up all cash flows into and out of Russia. Still, his perception is that we're not going to do it. We're unlikely to do it because it would cause great economic harm, not just to Russia, but also to Western Europe and trade generally. But he's ready to proceed, and he is going to step little by little to see how far he can get before the United States imposes even greater sanctions.
Colonel,
but they can wrap.
Yeah, Colonel, not to interrupt you, but I hear your take on this. At this point, do you think Putin even needs a false flag operation to even happen? Because it seems like the entire world has accepted that he's going to invade Ukraine. He's already there in the eastern provinces. On top of that, the Pentagon is telling everyone that he's about to invade. So I'm just wondering at this point if this false flag scenario is even necessary, if Putin knows, in essence, it's whenever he wants to go.
Well, it's not necessary, but he'll do it anyway. Don't forget, he's got a constituency inside Russia. If he does invade in large scale, we're going to impose really difficult sanctions on him, and it's going to affect his constituency inside Russia. Now, the people who are closest to him, they've hoarded plenty of gold, billions of dollars worth of stuff. It's not going to affect them very greatly, but it is going to affect the average Russian. And it's important to him and for him to continue this fiction that he's going in to save Russians from Ukrainian aggression. Tom?
Colonel, Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby essentially said the U.S. is rebasing those troops in Eastern Europe, but not sending more U.S.-based troops to NATO allies just yet. Do you agree with that approach, or do you think that we should be sending troops now in anticipation of a larger-scale invasion? Again, if Putin, we have to remind our viewers this, if Putin takes over Ukraine, he's essentially right on the border of all those NATO nations.
Yeah, we're not going to fight in Ukraine. We're sending troops not to fight, but to bolster up our relationship with Eastern European countries where we do have troops already and who are terribly concerned, particularly in Northern Europe, in the Baltic states, and in Eastern Europe, in Poland, terribly concerned about whether or not we're going to make a stand against Russian aggression. If we don't send troops, if it looks like we're not going to bolster up our allies, they're going to be very much more concerned than they are now, and it may generate the kind of further action and aggression by Russia we don't want to see. So we're not going to fight, but it's important to keep our allies close, Tom.
Colonel, you saw combat up close in Vietnam. This obviously is a much different war, a different time, but I want to ask you, what is your sense of the Ukrainian people right now? There is no sense of panic. We are not seeing a mass exodus to the western provinces just yet. That has not been reported. Actually, a lot of the reporting is that the trains to the west are largely empty, right? My question to you is, do you think we'll see what happened in Afghanistan? Do you think the Ukrainians will just give up, or do you think they will fight to the death, unfortunately?
Well, it's a very interesting question. I think Putin's objective here is to wear down his enemies. He thinks that after a while, the Ukrainians will just get tired of it all, and that the West will get tired of it all, that the Western allies will get tired of it. Dried up the pipeline, that can only go so far. His perception is that Germany and Italy, who get a great deal of their natural gas from Russia, they're going to scream after a while, and they'll go soft, that the American public will go soft, and that ultimately he'll be able to have his way without having to do the necessity of a large-scale invasion. Nevertheless, he's still prepared to do it. But his perception is that the West is soft, that we're not interested in engaging in Ukraine, even if it means the defense of Western Europe, and he can wait us out. And he may be right, Tom.
All right, Colonel Jack Jacobs tonight for us. Colonel, we always appreciate your analysis. Thank you. Back here at home in the States, we're following a developing story. A convoy led by truckers is setting a course from Southern California to Washington, D.C. The so-called People's Convoy will make the drive to protest COVID-related mandates. The Pentagon now deploying the National Guard and officials in our nation's capital making security preps. NBC's Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Hake has those details.
Tonight, a convoy led by at least a dozen truckers setting off from Southern California on a 2,500-mile mission to protest COVID-related mandates in Washington, D.C.
We, the people, want our country back. We do not want to be under a dictatorship.
The so-called People's Convoy is one of several loosely organized groups expected to converge on the D.C. region over the next week and a half, inspired by recent demonstrations that shut down Canada's capital city and border crossings, cheered on by some congressional Republicans.
I would absolutely welcome a similar pronouncement of protest in our nation's capital by truckers and anyone who wants their freedoms back.
Local and state police agencies say they're prepared to deal with protests that could create massive traffic backups on the Capitol Beltway or attempts to blockade downtown D.C. The Pentagon on Tuesday authorizing up to 700 unarmed National Guardsmen and 50 vehicles to help with traffic control. And Capitol Police considering reinstalling a perimeter fence around the Capitol, at least through next Tuesday's State of the Union.
Are you confident in the security of the Capitol ahead of the State of the Union this year?
Well, again, this is in the realm of the police. They have a good handle on what the expectation is. Some of it won't even come until after the State of the Union, but no, I feel confident.
All right, Garrett joins us now from outside the Capitol. Garrett, we can see some of the security preps there just behind you. You know, you said at least a dozen truckers. Do Capitol Police think those numbers will grow?
They're preparing for that possibility, and that's really the big challenge with this whole story, Tom. The truckers have been announcing that they might have tens, dozens, hundreds of people joining their convoys, but we've not seen those numbers show up yet. Capitol Police, though, aren't taking any chances. They're preparing for those numbers to possibly grow over the next week.
Yeah, and I want to ask you about that, about not taking any chances. We know the way they look at security obviously has changed a lot from January 6th. I know you've done a lot of reporting on this firsthand. What's your sense from speaking to these officers? Are they taking this seriously?
They are. They're really trying to focus on the intelligence. There are so many of these different convoys floating around on Facebook groups or Telegram channels, people talking about plans. The key element of this is going to be siphoning out who's actually coming, what are their intentions, which threats need to be paid attention to, and which can be simply ignored.
Garrett Hake for us tonight from Capitol Hill. We want to turn now to the forecast. We've been tracking the weather all week. A slow-moving, messy winter storm putting 50 million people nationwide under winter alerts. It's a wintry mix of snow and freezing rain blanketing the west, and some cities bracing for ice up to 3/4 of an inch thick. That's scary. And while the East Coast is seeing record temperatures, that storm system set to put an end to the warmer weather. Al Roker again joining Top Story tonight. Al, I mean, this weather has been all over the place, at least in the Northeast.
That's right. And it's just going to get wilder, Tom. As we take a look, you'll see right now on our radar satellite map, you can see that basically we're looking at some light snow in the mountains of Southern California, and we're also looking at an icy mix making its way through the mid-plains. Right now, 67 million people impacted by winter weather advisories, winter storm warnings, winter storm watches. Speaking of winter storm watches, we've got them here in the Northeast, and yet for tomorrow. But today, look at these record highs. Portland, Manchester, Boston, Worcester, Hartford, Newark, New York City, and Islip, all looking at record temperatures today. But here comes this storm system. Significant icing tonight in the southern plains. To the south of it, heavy rain from Tennessee on into Virginia. Tomorrow, that snow and ice is going to travel up from Iowa all the way into Maryland. There is a flood risk for more problems down in the Tennessee River Valley. Friday, heavy snow develops for much of New England, whereas the storm moves off the northeast coast by evening, but not before dumping a ton of rain in the Tennessee River Valley. Streams and rivers already running very high, so we're looking at another round of flooding. Here's what I'm really concerned about. This icing stretching from New York and New Jersey all the way across down into Little Rock, where some of it's very significant, and down into northern Texas. Tree damage, power outages, and roads are going to be a mess. And then the snow. About 2 to 4 inches around the Great Lakes, but as you get into the Northeast, 6 to 12 inches before it's all over Friday night for Boston. Bangor, 4 to 8. Albany, New York, 6 to 12. New York City right now, we're going to drop those numbers, maybe 1 to 3 inches, but western New York could see 4 to 8 inches of snow. We're going to be fine-tuning this, and we'll have more for you tomorrow. Tom?
All right, Al Roker again for us tonight. Al, thank you for that. Next to the start of the trial in the botched police raid that took Breonna Taylor's life, Brett Hankinson is the only officer to face charges in connection to that deadly incident. Taylor's family says the charges do not go far enough, and today a neighbor testifying the officer's actions on that night were, quote, reckless. Ron Allen has this report.
Tonight, former Louisville police officer Brett Hankinson is on trial for his actions in the raid that left Breonna Taylor dead. But the prosecution made it clear in her opening arguments that Hankinson is not on trial for Taylor's death.
This is not a case to decide who is responsible for the death of Breonna Taylor. Breonna Taylor should not have died that night.
Hankinson is facing 3 charges of wanton endangerment for firing shots into a neighboring apartment. His shots did not hit Taylor, but it's the only prosecution from the raid that killed her. For years, attorneys for the Taylor family have said this isn't enough.
The wanton endangerment charge, it just doesn't make sense when you think about they had wanton endangerment for the white neighbor's apartment. The bullets going there, but not for the bullets going into Breonna Taylor's body.
That white neighbor taking the stand today, telling the jury just how close those bullets were.
So this shot here, I believe, is the one that was inches away from hitting me.
Defense attorney Stewart defending his client's actions, saying they were in a, quote, chaotic situation.
But he was firing in the direction of that, as he was taught to do. You're taught to shoot until the threat is stopped.
That threat was part of a raid that took place in March of 2020. Police had a no-knock warrant and busted into Taylor's home seeking evidence in a narcotics investigation. Her boyfriend fired a shot, saying he believed it to be a home invasion. No drugs were found, but an unarmed Taylor was fatally shot by police. The case sparked national outrage in the summer of 2020 as the country grappled with race and policing. Taylor's family settled with the city of Louisville for $12 million. But then, the absence of criminal prosecution for any of the shots fired at Taylor has both members of the community and some legal experts saying true accountability is out of reach.
A prosecutor could come back and reevaluate Breonna Taylor's case, but they probably will not. This probably will be it. And again, this isn't justice for Breonna Taylor. This is justice for Breonna Taylor's neighbors.
All right, Ron Allen joins us live tonight. Ron, so many in that community very upset about this. A lot of controversy surrounding this case. Explain to our viewers what prosecutors are up against in this case.
Well, they're trying to prove that there was reckless endangerment in the way that Hankinson fired his weapon, that he fired it recklessly. But as you heard in this piece, the Taylor family, her supporters, are very angry that there is no charge against any officer in connection with firing shots at her and her boyfriend, the shots that killed her. And they don't see how this makes any sense. But this is the result of a grand jury process. The grand jury looked at the case, they looked at the allegations, and this is what they came back with. And there was a lot of controversy surrounding that. There's more fallout from this case. Hankinson and 2 other officers who were most involved have been fired or forced to resign. The city of Louisville and the state of Kentucky now have more restrictions and new laws governing no-knock warrants. And the federal government, the Department of Justice, has a top-to-bottom investigation of the Louisville Police Department underway. One of these so-called pattern and practices or pattern and practice investigations, looking at everything that they do and whether or not it's discriminatory in any way as well. But most legal experts we talk to say that it's very unlikely that there will be any court proceeding, any sort of process where anyone is held directly accountable for killing Breonna Taylor. Tom?
All right, Ron Allen for us tonight. Ron, thank you. Tonight, a major decision for President Biden drawing closer who he will nominate for the Supreme Court. NBC News has learned that the president has interviewed 3 finalists for the lifetime appointment. Sources telling NBC they include 2 federal judges, Ketanji Brown Jackson and J. Michelle Childs, and California Supreme Court Justice Leandra Kruger. The president is expected to make his choice anytime between now and Monday. To get a closer look at these candidates, let's bring in NBC's justice correspondent, Pete Williams. Pete, it seems likely that one of these 3 will replace Justice Breyer. We're going to have to wait and see exactly who gets selected. I want to start with the judge whose name was thrown out pretty early on in the process because she clerked for Justice Breyer.
Right, that's Ketanji Brown Jackson, the federal appeals court judge here in Washington. Of course, you have to get your nominee confirmed, and just 8 months ago, she got through the Senate confirmation process for that position with the votes of 3 Republicans. Before that, she was a federal trial judge here for 8 years, and she'd be the first justice since Thurgood Marshall, who retired 30 years ago, with significant experience defending accused criminals because she's a former public defense lawyer here in Washington. She was born here, but she grew up in Miami, where her father was a lawyer for the school board, which she says kindled her early interest in the law. And here's a fun fact. She is distantly related by marriage to the former Republican House Speaker Paul Ryan.
Oh, wow, that is a fun fact. I also want to ask you, speaking of Republicans, about the other federal judge on the list, J. Michelle Childs. And I mention Republicans because she's somebody whose name drew bipartisan support if you consider Lindsey Graham and some of his praising words.
Because of where she lives. She's been a federal trial court judge in South Carolina for nearly 12 years. And her background is a departure from the usual Supreme Court nominee's profile of Ivy League schools and work at some white shoe law firm. She was born in Detroit. She grew up in South Carolina after her parents divorced, and her mother decided to move there to escape city crime. Her father died of a gunshot wound when she was 14. She went to state school. She became one of the first black women to make major partner in a South Carolina law firm. And then she worked for the state labor department and the state workman's comp office and became a state court judge before she was nominated for the federal bench and confirmed by the Senate on a voice vote.
Yeah, a compelling life story, no doubt that will likely help her in this process. And lastly, we have Leandra Kruger, who is the youngest of the candidates on this list. How important is that, obviously, when choosing a justice, and what else do we know about her?
Well, age certainly counts, and more so in recent years because Supreme Court nominees have tended to be younger because they can stay longer once they're confirmed. She is 45. She would be the youngest on the current court. Amy Coney Barrett, who is next oldest, just turned 50. Her birthday was last month. Justice Kruger has been on the California Supreme Court for 7 years. She would be the first person nominated directly from a state court since Sandra Day O'Connor was appointed 40 years ago. And she knows her way around those marble halls because during 7 years as a Justice Department lawyer, she argued 12 cases before the Supreme Court. She's also a former Supreme Court law clerk for Justice John Paul Stevens, Tom.
All right, Pete Williams for us, who I know will be on standby until that announcement is made. Pete, thank you. Now to an NBC News exclusive. Our Hoda Kotb sitting down with the widow of Rust cinematographer Helena Hutchins. In his first sit-down interview, Matthew Hutchins shared his heartbreak and his anger over the death of his wife and who he thinks should be held accountable. NBC's Miguel Almaguer has more on that interview.
The idea that the person holding the gun, causing it to discharge, is not responsible is absurd to me.
In his first interview, a Today Show exclusive, Matthew Hutchins, husband of cinematographer Helena Hutchins, says Alec Baldwin, who fired the fatal shot that killed his wife, is in fact to blame for the movie set shooting.
Gun safety was not the only problem on that set. There were a number of industry standards that were not practiced, and there's multiple responsible parties.
In the extensive interview with Hoda Kotb, Hutchins, who's filed a civil suit against Baldwin and others on the production of Rust, says he watched Baldwin's interview in terror as he recounted in detail Helena's death and deflected blame.
I feel that someone is responsible for what happened, and I can't say who that is, but I know it's not me.
Watching him, I just felt so angry. Just so angry to see him talk about her death so publicly in such a detailed way, and then to not accept any responsibility after having just described killing her.
4 months after the shooting, Hutchins recalled telling his 9-year-old son his loving mother was never coming home. Hutchins also remembers embracing Baldwin amid a swirl of emotions when first arriving in Santa Fe, well before the actor spoke publicly.
He said, essentially, he felt grief but no guilt.
Almost sounds like he was the victim. And hearing him blame Helena in the interview and shift responsibility to others and seeing him cry about it, I just feel like, are we really supposed to feel bad about you, Mr. Baldwin?
All right, Miguel joins us now from Los Angeles. Miguel, we just heard Matthew Hutchins say to Hoda in your piece there that the idea that the person holding the gun isn't responsible is absurd. Does he want Alec Baldwin to be criminally charged?
Well, Tom, Hoda asked Hutchins if he thinks Baldwin should be criminally charged. He didn't directly answer that question. Instead, he said he wants to see what the DA has to say, but that investigation may take several weeks, even months, until we have an answer on that question. Tom?
All right, Miguel Almaguer for us tonight, and you can see much more of Hoda Kotb's exclusive interview with Matthew Hutchins tomorrow on Today. All right, we want to turn overseas now to a story we first reported last night, a dramatic hostage standoff in Amsterdam. New video tonight emerging showing the final tense moments and details about the heroic moves from those trapped inside. Our Kelly Kobiea has this story.
Oh my God, oh my God. A terrifying scene inside Apple's flagship Amsterdam store. An armed man holding a hostage, waving his weapon, at one point holding it to the hostage's head. This video captured by Pascal Vandenoort from his apartment. Did you hear gunshots?
I heard gunshots, I heard helicopters, there was a whole lot of noise.
Police say the gunman stormed the busy store at Tuesday afternoon. He was wearing a vest similar to a bomb vest, the police spokesman says, and had a handgun and an automatic weapon. Dozens were able to flee the store, but 4 were trapped, hiding in a closet. For nearly 5 hours, a tense standoff.
There was police hiding behind walls, police helicopters, hovering over the square all evening.
The gunman demanding $230 million in cryptocurrency. And late into the night, a bottle of water. As the water was delivered by a police robot, the hostage escaped, the gunman chasing him, and out of nowhere, a police car running him down. The suspect survived. Police say he's a 27-year-old from Amsterdam. The motive, robbery. And the real hero, they say, the 44-year-old hostage who saw a chance to run and went for it. A split-second decision that likely saved lives. Kelly Kobiea, NBC News.
All right, Kelly Kobiea with that wild video. Kelly, thank you. Still ahead tonight, the shocking arrest of a UFC champion, John Jones, seen on body cam footage headbutting a police car and hurling racial slurs allegedly at police officers. What led to the tense altercation? Plus the Tesla lawsuit, a former manager alleging he was fired for reporting serious safety violations that could lead to a catastrophic explosion. And the moment two National Guard helicopters crashed near a busy ski resort in Utah. And it's one of several chopper crashes just this week. So what's going on? Stay with us. Top story just getting started on this Wednesday night.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
All right, back now with a string of helicopter crashes over the last week. Two National Guard choppers going down near a ski resort. Hours later, a military helicopter crashing in Hawaii. And it comes after a weekend of similar and frightening scenes. Quad Venegas has more.
Let's run out. It crashed. It crashed. Oh, no. No way, dude.
Two National Guard helicopters going down as skiers watched in disbelief.
That was its blade.
The accident happening Tuesday morning at the Snowbird Ski Resort in Utah.
The two helicopters are sitting there on fire, 4 people on each helicopter.
Military officials say it happened during a high-altitude mountain training exercise.
As they landed, there was the snow kicked up, and the aircraft probably lost sight of the ground. We can know that there was portions of the rotor blade that separated from the helicopter and struck the second helicopter.
The chief confirming everyone made it out okay, but on the same day, a helicopter contracted by the U.S. Navy crashing on a training mission in Hawaii.
Unfortunately, all 4 on board perished, and so there were no survivors.
The helicopter was attempting to drop an object it had retrieved from the water during missile testing. Tuesday's incidents just days after 2 other choppers went down over the weekend near popular beaches.
Dude, a helicopter just went down in Miami. Oh my God.
In Miami Beach, a helicopter narrowly missing crowds of beachgoers on Saturday, with all 3 on board surviving.
The helicopter just came down like and then smacked and hit the water. I'm just glad nobody got hit by the helicopter or nothing.
Less than 24 hours later, a police helicopter slamming into the water in Southern California's Newport Beach.
People were screaming, the reactions you would imagine. Duck and cover was the first thing I heard. We honestly thought we were going to hit. We didn't know where it was going to land, whether it was a house or the boat.
Civilians and first responders joining forces to rescue one of the officers inside. But Nicholas Vela, a 14-year veteran of the Huntington Beach Force, died in the crash.
Despite the recent incidents, data shows fatal helicopter accident rates are actually lower than those across general aviation, according to the U.S. Helicopter Safety Team.
Overall, the trend in the last 10 years, as I think the accident rate's gone down by almost 50%, the fatal accident rate in the U.S., and we see the same thing in Europe. So as we see safety improve in business aviation and in the airline industry, we're also seeing it improve in the helicopter industry.
Bing says 4 accidents this close together would be considered an anomaly. It is now up to authorities investigating the crashes to find the causes.
Guad Venegas joins us now live from Los Angeles. Guad, clearly some of these crashes were fatal. But what are these pilots trained to do? Because it's sort of incredible that more people were not harmed, especially when you talk about that incident in Miami Beach and on the ski resort.
Tom, the pilot we spoke to said that when it comes to emergency or forced landings, the intention is to find an area with minimal obstruction. That's why pilots often head to fields, beaches, or highways without traffic. Yet there are still a lot of unanswered questions or factors to consider, like how much control did the pilots have over the aircrafts as they crash, when, as you mentioned, they were fortunate to stay clear of all of the civilians. Tom?
All right, Guad, thank you for that. When we come back, the plant explosion, a massive fire destroying a potato chip factory in Oregon. But take a look at these pictures. What officials say caused the blast and the search for the driver accused of killing a woman over a parking spot dispute. The new surveillance video just released what it shows. Stay with us.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go. The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment. Your moment.
All right, it is 7:40. We are back now with Top Stories news feed. We begin with the search for a driver after a deadly parking spot dispute in Florida. New surveillance video shows the dark-colored Toyota Corolla seconds before it hit and killed 57-year-old Olga Fernandez. Earlier this month, police say she was arguing with the man inside over a parking spot at an apartment complex near Miami when he intentionally drove into her. Also, new video shows the dramatic arrest of former UFC light heavyweight champion John Jones. Body cam footage obtained by Top Story shows Jones using alleged racial slurs towards officers during an arrest in Las Vegas in September. He then headbutts a police SUV. Jones was in Vegas for his Hall of Fame enshrinement when a security guard called police after noticing his girlfriend had a bloody lip. A boiler explosion is believed to be the cause of a massive fire at a potato chip factory in eastern Oregon. Check this out. New drone footage shows the blaze ripping through the plant on Tuesday. At least 6 people were injured there. Nearby roads and a train line were even shut down. Officials say the factory and everything inside was destroyed. No word yet, though, on what caused that boiler to bust. And a former Tesla employee is suing the company over allegations of racism and widespread safety violations. The former Tesla construction manager says he was fired for reporting violations at the company's battery factory in Nevada that could lead to catastrophic explosions and serious injuries. He also alleges he was the subject of racist slurs and graffiti from other employees. The company has faced multiple allegations of racism at its factories. All right, right now we want to continue our coverage of Russia tonight. President Putin insisting he has not sent any troops yet into those pro-Russian enclaves inside Ukraine. But late tonight, the Kremlin says separatist leaders there are asking for Russia military help. Keir Simmons is in Moscow.
In the rain, President Putin paying respects at the tomb of the unknown soldier, with Europe on the brink of a new, potentially deadly conflict. Saying he's open to direct and honest dialogue, though in an ominous sign, pulling Russian diplomats out of Ukraine.
I think that psychologically, President is ready to use military force if it would be needed.
We spoke to former Russian Deputy Foreign Minister Andrei Fedorov, who has close ties to the presidential administration. For years, President Putin has been attempting to build an economic fortress. He's already weathered sanctions similar to the ones he now faces from the US and its allies. Can sanctions change President Putin's mind?
If there will be very tough sanctions, but this level of sanctions which have been adopted yesterday and today, they're not influential enough.
And tonight, with the US having cancelled a meeting between Secretary Blinken and his Russian counterpart, diplomacy may be slipping away.
It's only Biden with whom he can speak, and I think must speak in this situation. When there is a breakdown of diplomatic relations, in some cases it's the last step to the war.
Keir joins us now from Moscow again tonight here on Top Story. Keir, you're somebody who has sat down with Vladimir Putin. You spoke also with people who are an expert in his thinking, if that can even exist. It seems like you can't predict his moves, at least not lately. What's the latest on the diplomatic front, and what do world leaders think right now when it comes to Putin's thinking and what his next move is?
Well, a number of diplomatic moves, Tom, that certainly many inside the Kremlin were hoping for that we now know aren't going to happen. That meeting between Secretary Blinken and his counterpart here in Russia, the hoped-for conversation, possibly even meeting between President Biden and President Putin, those aren't happening. The French, too, for example, calling off a possible meeting with the foreign minister here in Moscow. And those who had hoped for some kind of a diplomatic exit, or at least a diplomatic pause, very disappointed here in Moscow tonight. One other talking point here in Moscow, though, Tom, there was an extraordinary moment earlier this week where President Putin seemed to admonish the leader of his intelligence, his foreign intelligence unit, his foreign intelligence agency. It was shown on television, and people are questioning whether President Putin might be angry at some of the advice he has been given. One person close to the Kremlin telling me that President Putin and the people around him thought that the Ukrainian government would capitulate quickly under so much pressure. That hasn't happened. Has President Putin and his team miscalculated, Tom?
Keir Simmons again for Top Story from Moscow tonight. Keir, thank you. Now to Top Story's global watch in the deadly helicopter crash in Venezuela. Cell phone video shows the burning wreckage after the military helicopter went down in Lara. 2 military personnel were killed, but locals helped rescue both pilots on board. They are now in critical condition. The country's president has ordered an investigation into that cause. All right, and a mid-air scare for Sir Elton John, the singer's private jet, forced to make an emergency landing in southern Ireland after it suffered a hydraulic failure at 10,000 feet. High winds then forced the plane to abort landing twice, but it eventually made it down safely. Elton was traveling from the UK to New York and performs at Madison Square Garden just hours later. All right, coming up, the TV host murdered. Another member of the media found dead in Mexico. What the country's president is saying about the rash of journalist killings. We'll be right back.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
All right, back now with the Americas, where we take a look at stories coming out of the U.S. and across Latin America. Tonight, a television host and model found dead in Mexico City. Michelle Perez Tadeo is now the sixth media worker killed in Mexico this year alone. The call is now growing for the Mexican government to do something. Priscilla Thompson has those details.
Tonight, another journalist in Mexico dead.
Fue encontrado el cuerpo de Anaí Michelle Pérez Tadeo.
29-year-old TV host and model Michelle Perez Tadeo was found dead on Tuesday, just south of Mexico City, officials say, days after friends and relatives reported her missing. Her body wrapped in a sheet, according to the Attorney General's office of Mexico City, discovered by firefighters while fighting a highway blaze. Authorities did not give a cause of death, but say they are investigating with a focus on femicides and gender crimes. A spokesman for the prosecutor's office promising, quote, justice towards women.
Esta fiscalía reitera que una de sus prioridades es atender a las víctimas con perspectiva de género, así como garantizar una nueva manera para investigar los delitos con especial énfasis en la justicia hacia las mujeres.
The murders of women because of their gender continues to rise in Mexico. Amnesty International finding 10 women and girls were murdered every day in Mexico in 2020. Others concerned about the growing trend of violence against people in her profession. Perez Tadeo is the sixth media worker killed in Mexico this year. 4 journalists were killed in January and a fifth earlier this month. In recent weeks, demonstrators have swept the country, journalists demanding action.
Trabajamos bajo la sombra de ser atacados y asesinados por nuestro trabajo y los crímenes que se cometen en nuestra contra no se aclaren.
A new report finding Mexico among the deadliest countries in the world for media workers. Now, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken speaking out on Twitter Tuesday, writing, "The high number of journalists killed in Mexico this year and the ongoing threats they face are concerning," calling for more accountability and protections for Mexican journalists, adding, "My heart goes out to the loved ones of those who gave their lives for the truth." Mexico's president today calling Blinken's statement untrue, saying the Mexican government is doing enough to address the issue.
Lo que él está sosteniendo no es cierto. Es muy lamentable que haya asesinatos de periodistas. En todos los casos se está actuando, no hay impunidad.
Little consolation for family and friends of those like Perez Tereo, still searching for answers.
All right, Priscilla joins us now live in studio. We still don't know the motive for Michelle Tadeo's murder so far, but I do want to talk to you about Mexico's president because it's odd. At times he says he's addressing these killings, but he's also had somewhat of a contentious relationship with the press.
Yeah, Tom, last year he actually began hosting these press conferences where he would call out what he deems lies in the media, at times even singling out specific journalists. Now, none of that behavior has been tied to any of these murders, but groups and organizations are condemning it, calling on the president to tap down on some of that language as the number of journalists murdered continues to rise. And of course, meantime, journalists are also calling on the president to offer more accountability in those deaths.
Yeah, maybe pick the timing on some of those criticisms to the press. Priscilla, thank you so much for that one. When we come back, the undercover kindness. The social media star gifting strangers with hundreds, sometimes thousands of dollars in cash. The small test they have to pass before he dishes out the generous surprise. Stay with us.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
All right, finally tonight, the social media star making waves online for making life-changing donations to complete strangers. What he asked people to do before handing them hundreds, even thousands of dollars in cash, and the plans he has for a church complete, get this, with a water slide.
Find a veteran and give them $1,000 to help their Christmas dreams come true?
You're a veteran.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much for serving.
Thank you.
His videos are unlike anything on social media.
What do you want most for Christmas this year?
Yeah, impossible.
Really, what?
My wife just passed away.
Can I give you a Christmas gift? What's your name? I'm Jimmy.
I'm Gilbert.
$500. That's for you, sir. Yes.
Transforming people's lives with a handful of cash and a whole lot of kindness. But there's a catch.
Seeing if someone could buy this ham and I could like work for them for it or something.
To receive a blessing, you first have to give one.
I actually came to the store today to see who would be the kindest person to help me out with Thanksgiving dinner. Oh. And so I actually don't need it. I have a gift for you.
No, you
Yes,
keep it.
I have a gift for you, ma'am.
No.
I got $500 for you.
Don't give me $500.
Yes, it's for you. You're amazing. This is for you to have.
Are you serious?
Yes.
You're nuts.
And you were the first lady.
It helps. That's for sure. It helps me good. Thank you.
His name is Jimmy Kellogg, but online he's known as Jimmy Darts, always aiming for your heart. A man on a mission to spread a little love with what he calls undercover kindness.
Find a mom with kids and pay for their groceries? Excuse me, ma'am. I got a random question. I'm just seeing if someone could buy me these muffins. Every morning I wake up and I put a live stream on and, 500 or 1,000 people hop on and literally the money just comes in like crazy. I'll hit $1,000 or 500 in like 10 minutes.
And that's when the fun begins.
Find a mom with kids and ask her to buy you a notebook, and if she does, give her $1,000?
His videos have gained a loyal following, more than 5 million fans on TikTok alone.
So all of your videos kind of have the same formula. It starts with a moral test. You know, you ask people to be kind.
You think you could buy me this cereal? I left my wallet at home. It's kind of awkward. I think it's like $3.
Why did you decide to do it that way?
I think it's just a great way to find people that like are prime for a blessing, Robert, there's $100 just for your kindness, bro. Yeah, man. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you. The first video I did helping someone was I was actually in Miami walking on the beach, and there was this homeless gentleman living on a tent there. And I said, "You want to be best friends for the day?"
What happened next was a day full of fun and the beginning of an opportunity for 2 new friends.
Your boy Jimmy walked
up
on me and blessed me with an opportunity of a lifetime.
So I put his Cash App at the end of the video, and in 24 hours, like over $30,000 was sent to him. So it just changed his life. So I was like, wow, there's a strong community of people out there that want to help, and if you just give them the opportunity, they will.
Since that video, Jimmy says he has gifted more than $100,000. Donations ranging from a few $100 to brand new cars.
You completely transparent with where all the money goes?
Yeah, so basically all the donations, that's the cool thing. They send the money, and that day they get to see who it went to,
The 26-year-old says all the brand partnerships now pay the bills, which allows him to continue blessing strangers in what he says is the beginning of a bigger calling.
Awesome. My dream is to start a church in Los Angeles, and it's called House Party Church. No drugs, no alcohol, but you come, there's a DJ, water slide for baptisms, and we're basically giving away cars.
Water slides for baptisms?
Yeah.
What do you say to people who are like, this kid's completely nuts?
Oh, I say, well, you're probably right. I don't got nothing to say to that, really. I just like having fun.
Until then, he's hoping his message online can help ignite a trend of giving.
Pays off to be generous, doesn't it?
It does. Be nice and be kind and love one another. Love will conquer all, always.
We're making like generosity cool in a sense, because you can never go broke by giving. I would just say that to anyone watching. You can't go broke by giving. Love someone, and you'll be amazed at what happens.
You can't go broke by giving. Some good advice right there. We look forward to hearing more from Jimmy Darts. In the meantime, check him out on Instagram and TikTok if you're curious. Thanks so much for watching Top Story tonight. I'm Tom Llamas in New York. Stay right there. More news now on the way.
Tonight, Ukraine declaring a national state of emergency as the U.S. warns a full-scale Russian invasion may be imminent. New satellite images showing Russia's buildup near Ukraine's border. The Pentagon saying Vladimir Putin's forces are in an advanced state of readiness to invade at any time. Our Richard Engel near the front lines when a shelling attack began. Our team running for cover. Tonight, we're on the ground in Ukraine and inside Moscow. And moments away, my one-on-one with Secretary of State Antony Blinken on the next move for the U.S. Also tonight, the major winter storm on the move from Texas to Maine. Snow, ice, and freezing rain. Hundreds of flights canceled. Al Roker is tracking it. The nation's capital on alert for planned trucker protests over COVID mandates. Hundreds of National Guard troops being called in. An NBC News exclusive, the husband of Helena Hutchins speaking out in the first interview since she was fatally shot on the set of Rust. What he says about Alec Baldwin's claims that he's not responsible. Home rental prices skyrocketing all across the country. What's driving the surge? And the new leading lady making history in one of Broadway's longest-running smashes.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening. Much of the world holding its breath tonight. The Pentagon declaring Russian forces are as ready as they can be to invade Ukraine. The most immediate focus, Ukraine's east. That's where Russia already controls territory. Potential jumping off points for a broader strike into the heart of the country. Our team inside Ukraine witnessing firsthand the terror of random artillery barrages as Russian-backed separatists increase the tempo of attacks. In Moscow, Vladimir Putin declaring the security interests of his citizens are unconditional, showing no signs of flinching in the face of ramped-up sanctions. In a moment, Secretary of State Blinken answers our questions. We're covering it all from the White House to Moscow and to the perilous front lines in Ukraine. Richard Engel leads our team on the ground there.
New satellite images tonight show within the last 36 hours, Russian equipment, including a field hospital close to Ukraine's border. A senior U.S. defense official warning Russia has nearly 100% of the forces it would need to launch a full-scale invasion. And now the White House declaring cyber attacks on Ukrainian government websites today are consistent with Russian actions in the past. But will President Putin move from sending forces into areas of Ukraine already controlled by Russia to a full-scale attack? Tonight, after weeks projecting calm, Ukraine's president drafting a state of emergency, allowing curfews, the seizure of property, and mobilizing private industry for war. President Zelensky said the future of Europe's security is being tested in Ukraine. And at the front line, Russian-backed separatists have already begun to prepare the battlefield.
Sometimes the rounds are closer than others. It's not a good sign when you can hear that whistle of an incoming round. Those are being fired. Those rounds are coming from the separatist areas and are landing inside Ukraine, coming right over this frontline position, coming right over this trench. This village has been hit hard over the last 4 or 5 days, and about half the people have moved out already. So it came from this direction. What do you think the separatists are driving at? Why are they firing onto these mostly empty villages?
Before a big attack, they escalate things to try to break a soldier's spirit and demoralize him, a commander said. Then, run, he says. Let's get out of here. We are on their firing line, he says.
Well, that is what it is like to be in one of these frontline villages. And the shells were just coming in at random. When they're fired, you hear them go off, and then you have that few seconds when they're in the air and you don't know when they're going to where they're going to land, or where they're going to explode.
Russia and the separatists claim Ukraine is on the offensive and that Russia is acting in self-defense. It's a transparent lie.
Ukraine is preparing for war at home and has also told the roughly 3 million Ukrainians who live in Russia to leave the country immediately. Lester?
All right. Glad you and your team are safe, Richard. Thank you. Meanwhile, in Russia, President Putin insists he has not sent any troops yet into those pro-Russian enclaves inside Ukraine. But late tonight, the Kremlin says separatist leaders there are asking for Russian military help. Keir Simmons is in Moscow.
In the
Bahrain, President Putin paying respects at the tomb of the unknown soldier, with Europe on the brink of a new, potentially deadly conflict. Saying he's open to direct and honest dialogue, though in an ominous sign, pulling Russian diplomats out of Ukraine.
I think that psychologically, President is ready to use military force if it would be needed.
We spoke to former Russian Deputy Foreign Minister Andrei Fedorov, who has close ties to the presidential administration. For years, President Putin has been attempting to build an economic fortress. He's already weathered sanctions similar to the ones he now faces from the US and its allies. Can sanctions change President Putin's mind?
If there will be very tough sanctions, but this level of sanctions which have been adopted yesterday and today, they're not influential enough.
And tonight, with the US having cancelled a meeting between Secretary Blinken and his Russian counterpart, diplomacy may be slipping away.
It's only Biden with whom he can speak, and I think must speak in this situation. When there is a breakdown of diplomatic relations, in some cases it's the last step to the war.
The Biden administration now sanctioning the operator of the Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline between Russia and Germany. Still tonight, there's no sign that's impacting President Putin's thinking. Lester?
All right, Keir Simmons, thank you. For more on where things stand, I'm pleased to be joined by U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken. Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here. Do you have reason to believe that before this night is over, Russian forces will be engaged in something akin to a full invasion of Ukraine?
I do. Unfortunately, Russia has positioned its forces at the final point of readiness across Ukraine's borders, to the north, to the east, to the south. Everything seems to be in place for Russia to engage in a major aggression against Ukraine.
To be clear, you think tonight that could happen or will happen?
Look, I can't put a date or an exact time on it, but everything is in place for Russia to move forward.
The first round of sanctions has apparently not deterred President Putin. And given the attack posture you just described, that the Pentagon describes, it sounds like follow-on sanctions won't be deter him either. Is the administration out of options here? Is Russian control of Ukraine a fait accompli?
No, it's not. And there, I think, is still an opportunity to avert a major aggression, although, again, they're in their final stages of being able to engage in one. Yesterday, when they began this invasion of Ukraine, we hit them hard, not just us, but in unison with Europe, in unison with other allies and partners, going against major financial institutions, taking out a major project, the so-called Nord Stream 2 pipeline that Germany took off the table, a major cash cow for Russia going forward, an $11 billion project that's not going forward. But at the same time, we've said very clearly that if Russia continues to escalate, so will we. And so they have to factor that into what they're thinking. At the end of the day, if that doesn't stop President Putin, we've made very clear, along with all of our allies and partners, that there will be massive consequences going forward, a price that Russia will have to pay for a long, long time.
Russia will have to pay, but in the meantime, Ukraine would be in Russian hands. What does Europe look like with Ukraine in Russian hands?
Well, two things, Lester. First, we've also made clear, and we've already begun to do this, that we will reinforce NATO. We will reassure all of our allies and partners by positioning forces to the east among our partners and allies to make sure that they're protected. At the same time, we're doubling down on our assistance to Ukraine itself, making sure, as we've already done, that we're providing additional security assistance, diplomatic support, economic, humanitarian support. That will continue. And in fact, the president says we're doubling down on that.
All right. Secretary Blinken, good to talk to you. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Thanks, Lester. Good to be with you.
The Pentagon has approved the deployment of hundreds of National Guard troops in Washington to help deal with potential anti-vaccine protests by truckers like those in Canada in recent weeks. Garrett Hake now with more on that.
Tonight, a convoy led by at least a dozen truckers setting off from Southern California on a 2,500-mile mission to protest COVID-related mandates in Washington, D.C.
We the people want our country back. We do not want to be under a dictatorship.
The so-called People's Convoy is one of several loosely organized groups expected to converge on the D.C. region over the next week and a half, inspired by recent demonstrations that shut down Canada's capital city and border crossings, cheered on by some congressional Republicans.
I would absolutely welcome a similar
pronouncement of protest in our nation's capital by truckers and anyone who wants their freedoms back.
Local and state police agencies say they're prepared to deal with protests that could create massive traffic backups on the Capitol Beltway or attempts to blockade downtown D.C. The Pentagon on Tuesday authorizing up to 700 unarmed National Guardsmen and 50 vehicles to help with traffic control. And Capitol Police considering reinstalling a perimeter fence around the Capitol, at least through next Tuesday's State of the Union.
Are you confident in the security of the Capitol ahead of the State of the Union this year?
Well, again, this is in the realm of the police. They have a good handle on what the expectation is. Some of it won't even come until after the State of the Union, but no, I feel confident.
Tonight, some security measures already in place, including the heavy-duty vehicles behind me blocking access roads to the Capitol. Lester?
Garrett Haig, thank you. Let's get to that major winter storm affecting tens of millions tonight, from heavy snow in the upper Midwest and Reno, Nevada, to icy conditions in Oklahoma and northern Texas. More than 1,000 flights canceled, many in Dallas, and it's all sweeping east, bringing seemingly everything with it. Al Roker is here. Al, what can we expect?
Well, Lester, we're looking at almost coast-to-coast advisories, 67 million people. And look at the Northeast, where we've got winter storm watches up. But we had record highs today from Portland, Manchester, all the way down to New York City and to Newark, with temperatures so warm. We're going to be watching, though, a lot of heavy rain coming into the Tennessee River Valley. Rivers and streams already running high. More heavy rain is going to cause some flooding. We're also really concerned about this icing stretching from New Jersey all the way down to Texas. This is going to be sleet, freezing rain, tree damage, power outages, and airport delays, and snow. 2 to 4 inches out around the Great Lakes. But as you get into New England and interior New York, we're talking anywhere from a foot to 8 inches. New York City right now, Lester, about 1 to 3, but we're going to continue to fine-tune that.
Al, thanks very much. In just 60 seconds, his wife was working as a cinematographer when she was shot and killed on Alec Baldwin's movie set. We have an exclusive interview with Helena Hutchins' husband. And a hostage makes a dramatic escape from a gunman in an Apple store.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Back now with our exclusive NBC News interview with Matthew Hutchins, the husband of the cinematographer shot and killed by Alec Baldwin on that movie set. He tells the Today Show's Hoda Kotb who he blames for the tragedy as he looks for justice. Miguel Almaguer now with details.
The idea that the person holding the gun, causing it to discharge, is not responsible is absurd to me.
In his first interview, a Today Show exclusive, Matthew Hutchins, husband of cinematographer Helena Hutchins, says Alec Baldwin, who fired the fatal shot that killed his wife, is in fact to blame for the movie set shooting.
Gun safety was not the only problem on that set. There were a number of industry standards that were not practiced, and there's multiple responsible parties.
In the extensive interview with Hoda Kotb, Hutchins, who's filed a civil suit against Baldwin and others on the production of Rust, says he watched Baldwin's interview in terror as he recounted in detail Helena's death and deflected blame.
I feel that someone is responsible for what happened, and I can't say who that is, but I know it's not me.
Watching him, I just felt so angry. Just so angry to see him talk about her death so publicly in such a detailed way, and then to not accept any responsibility after having just described killing her.
4 months after the shooting, Hutchins recalled telling his 9-year-old son his loving mother was never coming home. Hutchins also remembers embracing Baldwin amid a swirl of emotions when first arriving in Santa Fe, well before the actor spoke publicly.
He said essentially he felt grief but no guilt.
Almost sounds like he was the victim. And hearing him blame Helena in the interview and shift responsibility to others and seeing him cry about it, I just feel like, are we really supposed to feel bad about you, Mr. Baldwin?
Hutchins wouldn't say if Baldwin should be criminally charged. That will be up to the DA. Lester?
All right, Miguel, thank you. You can watch much more of Hoda Kotb's exclusive interview tomorrow morning on Today. We turn now to the scary moments inside an Apple store in Amsterdam. An armed man taking a hostage and causing an hours-long standoff with police. Kelly Kobiea now on how it all came to a dramatic end.
Oh my God, oh my God. A terrifying scene inside Apple's flagship Amsterdam store. An armed man holding a hostage, waving his weapon, at one point holding it to the hostage's head. This video captured by Pascal Vandenoort from his apartment. Did you hear gunshots?
I heard gunshots, I heard helicopters, there was a whole lot of noise.
Police say the gunman stormed the busy store at Tuesday afternoon. He was wearing a vest similar to a bomb vest, the police spokesman says, and had a handgun and an automatic weapon. Dozens were able to flee the store, but 4 were trapped, hiding in a closet. For nearly 5 hours, a tense standoff.
There was police hiding behind walls, police helicopters hovering over the square all evening.
The gunman demanding $230 million in cryptocurrency and, late into the night, a bottle of water. As the water was delivered by a police robot, the hostage escaped, the gunman chasing him, and out of nowhere, a police car running him down. Police say he's a 27-year-old from Amsterdam. The motive, robbery. And the real hero, they say, the 44-year-old hostage who saw a chance to run and went for it. A split-second decision that likely saved lives. Kelly Kobiea, NBC News.
Up next, a new housing crisis for millions as rents go through the roof. What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary. and good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. That honor you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You may have noticed the cost of renting an apartment is soaring after home prices jumped 18% just last year. Tom Costello on what's causing the staggering surge.
For apartment hunters across the country, sticker shock. A new survey finds rental prices surged 19% in the 50 biggest cities last year. One-bedroom units averaging $1,651 a month. Two bedrooms, $2,000 on average. Among the biggest rental increases, Miami up nearly 50%. Tampa up 35%. Las Vegas up almost 30%. Austin up 29%. That's where Shadow Lemire lived.
Over the course of the last 18 months, they have increased the rent by 40%.
A $700 monthly increase. So she and her wife are driving up the East Coast looking for a cheaper place to live. In Palm Beach, Florida, Christy White is also packing up. Her salary can't keep up with her skyrocketing rent, so she's leaving her job tomorrow.
I don't have a job lined up. I don't have an apartment or a place to live lined up, but I just can't afford to live here. I don't know what I'm going to do.
With new home construction stalled and Americans returning to cities after the pandemic, real estate specialists say there simply aren't enough houses or apartments.
If you've got gas at $4 a gallon, very limited inventory to get a home, it's a little bit nerve-wracking if you don't have somewhere to rest your head at night for a reasonable price.
Adding to the price squeeze, most cities have now dropped the pandemic eviction moratoriums, forcing many people out. And families unable to afford the skyrocketing prices for a house are now paying more for apartments and condos. Meanwhile, big companies are committing to big cities, like Amazon's HQ2 here in Northern Virginia, sending home and rental prices even higher. Lester?
Okay, Tom, thank you. And there's a new warning tonight about 5G wireless service and airplanes. The FAA saying 5G could interfere with the radio altimeters in most Boeing 737s, especially during approach and landings, and impact the crew's workload. The 5G rollout began in January after Verizon and AT&T agreed to delay activating towers near some airports. And up next, she's breaking ground on Broadway and inspiring America.
You think it's been healthy for the Democratic Party to highlight the division in the party? What does an exit ramp for Putin look like that allows him to save face? How much of this is on the CDC and how much of this is on Washington? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. Finally tonight, one of Broadway's newest stars in a breakthrough role that's inspiring America. Here's Rahema Ellis.
Is it a little frightening coming from there down to here?
No, it's not.
It's joyous.
It is. And it feels like you are arriving in a world that has already been made for you.
She's been in this world of Oz for some time, but as the understudy. Now, Brittany Johnson is taking the lead and making history.
Unadulterated loathing.
She's the first black woman to play Glinda full-time in Wicked, one of the longest-running musicals on Broadway.
And what does it mean to you?
The fact that I get to be the first one to kind of usher in this new era, it really is, I mean, it's a dream. I'm just grateful.
Her dream of starring on Broadway began as a child. Since college, she's appeared in several productions. But she says, despite other black actors starring on Broadway before her, as a black woman, it still hasn't been easy.
In this industry, there's a lot of eggshells that I've walked on.
Such as?
When you are in predominantly white spaces, there are preconceived notions. And I don't think that anything is ever done in malice, really. But you notice when you're the only one. People look at you differently.
Now, as Glinda.
So this is where the magic begins?
Yes, this is where I get ready.
She's ready to not just defy gravity, but stereotypes.
You're gonna be popular.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Tom Llamas.
Hey, good evening. We are coming on the air with breaking news. Moments ago, our NBC News reporters and producers in Ukraine reported hearing blasts in the region, a possible sign of conflict from Russian forces spread along the border there. This as the UN Security Council held an emergency late-night meeting during which officials implored Vladimir Putin to stop any hostile action towards Ukraine. U.S. Ambassador to the UN, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, calling this a perilous moment, asking Russia's president to order tanks and planes and troops to back away from Ukraine's borders. A full-scale invasion could lead to one of the biggest conflicts we've seen in Europe in decades. U.S. intel warns that as many as 50,000 civilians could be killed or injured. President Biden has warned of a decisive response with swift and severe economic costs. So we are watching what's happening in Kiev at this moment right now. You can see there's still a little bit of traffic there. It is roughly 5:29 a.m. in Kiev. Again, our reporters and producers there in the capital city hearing what they think are explosions. Vladimir Putin taking to state TV tonight, the morning over there in Russia, announcing that U.S. imperialism, as he called it, is trying to spread its power and that NATO is threatening Russia, that they no longer have any more opportunity. I'm understanding we have our chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander, who's been in contact with his sources and the White House with some of the messaging and some of the statements from President Biden tonight. Peter, what can you tell us from the White House, and what is their understanding of what's happening in Ukraine at this hour?
Well, Tom, I can tell you I've been inside the White House, and some of the president's top advisors I've already seen tonight. The National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, his chief of staff, and others who have been gathering and huddling over the course of the last several hours. And within the last 2 minutes, we have now received our first statement from the President of the United States. And since we just got it, I'll read some of the key portions of it. He says the prayers of the entire world are with the people of Ukraine tonight as they suffer what he calls an unprovoked and unjustified attack by Russian military forces. The president says that President Putin has chosen a premeditated war that will bring a catastrophic loss of life and human suffering. Russia alone, he says, is responsible for the death and destruction this attack will bring, and the United States and its allies and partners will respond in a united and decisive way. He writes, the world will hold Russia accountable. The president says in a statement, again, just released by the White House within the last 2 minutes, that he's going to be monitoring the situation from the White House this evening and will continue to get regular updates from his national security team. Again, I ran into his national security advisor here in the White House within the last hour or so as he and others were huddling together based on the information that they are learning about what's happening on the ground in Ukraine right now. The president, as was previously scheduled, is announcing that he will be meeting tomorrow morning in a secure virtual call with the leaders of the G7, including the leaders of France, the leaders of the UK and Germany as well. And then he will be delivering a statement later in the day. So we will look forward to hearing the president not tonight, but tomorrow when he comes before the cameras and the world, after having a chance to gather together and consult some of America's allies. Tom, late tonight, we also saw an emergency meeting of the United Nations Security Council where one of the individuals the president has been consulting with, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, told those gathered there that a full-scale invasion of Ukraine is imminent. She says there is no middle ground. Russia is the aggressor. Again, those are some of the details we're just learning from here at the White House. The president monitoring the situation overseas right now, as you've been reporting, as we've been seeing the first sounds of blasts taking place in Kyiv and other reports of other similar blasts happening elsewhere in that country.
And Peter, as possibly the first rounds in this war are fired, there's also a war of words happening between Vladimir Putin and President Biden. Vladimir Putin taking to state TV just a short time ago. Among the things he said, the spin he's saying, really, and sort of changing the narrative here, saying the U.S. does not want to negotiate with Russia. And Peter, we know, because we've been talking about this for weeks now, the U.S. has tried time and time again, along with the French, along with the Germans, to try to reach some kind of diplomatic consensus here to prevent this war from happening. Even this week, our Secretary of State was set to meet with the foreign minister of Russia, and President Biden said he was open in principle to meeting with Vladimir Putin. But now it seems like that diplomatic window has been shut.
Well, it's pretty clear that that window, if not locked shut for now, is shut for the near future. The U.S. and the president has said that diplomacy remains an option if President Putin is looking for an off-ramp. It was literally tomorrow, or I guess it's still tomorrow, Thursday, where Secretary of State Tony Blinken was scheduled to meet with his counterpart from Russia, Sergei Lavrov. They said that it didn't make sense to go ahead with that meeting. That meant as well that the president's meeting with Vladimir Putin that they had agreed to in principle wouldn't be happening as well. The president, as you know, laid out that first tranche of sanctions that hit a pair of state-owned banks, sanctions on Russian debt, meaning they could no longer raise money in the U.S. or from the U.S. and from Europe, and also on some Russian oligarchs. As it relates to those banks, as it was described to us by one senior official here, those were effectively the piggy banks for Vladimir Putin's, some of his closest friends, for Russia itself. And the president, most importantly, said that if Russia continued to escalate, the U.S. would further escalate these sanctions at the time. So we wait to see what that next step will look like at this moment. But again, recognize what we're witnessing right here, Tom. This is something that the U.S. has been warning about in what was an unprecedented fashion. They've been detailing exactly what they thought would happen, these pretexts, these sort of false, these lies to sort of give them the pretext to initiate this invasion. would precede an actual attack, and that's exactly what we continue to be witnessing at this time. Again, the president monitoring the situation. I keep checking my phone for any other details as we're speaking to sources here about the circumstances, but this appears to be the opening salvos in what the White House fears could be a much larger war there.
Yeah, and it seems, at least for right now, this is not the shock and awe maybe some people were expecting, at least at this moment. Again, we want to couch all our reporting here. Our reporters and producers in Kyiv had heard some explosions. We are still awaiting confirmation on all of that. As you know, this is a very fluid situation, what's happening in Ukraine. What we do know is that there are 150,000 to 190,000 troops, when you consider some of the separatist forces as well, right there on Ukraine's border. Some of those troops may possibly already be in Ukraine territory if Russia indeed is moving forward. Peter, I want to talk to you a little bit about the map. If we talk about Europe and we talk about NATO, because one of the things Vladimir Putin is telling his people tonight is that NATO is trying to push their border. And from what we know, from what the Germans have said, from what the French have said, right, they said Ukraine, it is not on the agenda right now. It could be 6 to 10 years before the discussion for Ukraine to even join NATO gets to the point where they hold a vote. When we look at this map, Peter, you can see Russia right there, Ukraine, Moldova and Belarus aligned with Russia, but if Russia takes Ukraine, they are the ones that are threatening the NATO border now, with Poland, Romania, Slovakia, all those other countries right there on the border of Ukraine. And it is Russia now that is stepping on the toes of the rest of Europe. I understand now we have our chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel, who has been literally reporting from the trenches in the eastern provinces of that country where the first salvos of this war may have already begun. Richard, what can you report for us tonight?
I've been up, which is about 15 minutes. I've heard one.
All right, this obviously, as we said, is a fluid situation. We'll come back to Peter. Peter, the point I was making earlier there is that if Russia does invade Ukraine completely, a full military invasion, it takes over the country, the capital is sacked. It is Russia then that is threatening, once again, the border of NATO. And this is one of the reasons why President Biden has reinforced troops all across those European countries.
You know, that's exactly right. As you communicated, it's why the president himself initially sent in several thousand more troops to help fortify, to bolster some of those NATO allies that border Ukraine and Russia there. Most recently, sending some troops already in Europe to some of the former Soviet republics, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and some others of Poland that you see there on the screen right now. I want to get back to where you started this conversation on Vladimir Putin and the statement that he made tonight. A couple observations on that. Recognize that it's the middle of the night or early morning hours there before dawn in Ukraine and in Moscow, and that we heard from Vladimir Putin announcing this special military operation to take place in the Donbass. That is the eastern portion of Ukraine, a wider area than the area that separatists already control, but the area that you see there, Donbass, right where the orange and yellow is on the right side, the eastern portion of Ukraine. But notably, the statement that Vladimir Putin delivered today, Tom, he was wearing the same clothing that he was seen wearing in that long, hour-long rambling statement we heard from him earlier this week. So a couple days ago, he made that initial statement, and in the same suit overnight, in the middle of the night Russian time, we saw this statement from him effectively declaring war, or at least this special military operation. So while we can't be certain, it does appear as if that may have been a pre-recorded statement from the Russian president, which is to say this was, as President Biden described it, a premeditated effort.
Yeah, it's interesting, that observation there, because they are very, very similar. I think we do have now our chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel, who is in that region that Peter was just talking about. Richard, you have been literally reporting from the trenches. You got caught up in some minor combat earlier today. Tell us what you're seeing and what you're hearing.
Well, frankly, we are not hearing very much in the city of Mariupol. So there have been a few thuds, a few potential explosions, but in the distance, I'm on the balcony right now looking out onto the streets. There are some cars moving, some traffic, very few people out on the streets, but we are not seeing signs of a massive incursion or massive airstrikes at this stage. We've been bracing for this. We've been waiting for this potential day to come. Frankly, many people had thought that when it did start, there would be a huge cyber attack, that the lights would go off, that the phones would go off, that there could be potential airstrikes or severe airstrikes. But like I'm saying, in these very early hours, very first few minutes, we are not seeing that. We are just trying to understand the words of Vladimir Putin, what he means by this statement, how far they intend to go. Based on what we've been able to understand of his statements so far, it sounds like this is the start of a very severe campaign that goes beyond just the separatist areas. But here in these very, very early moments in the city of Mariupol, which is very likely in that area that Vladimir Putin is talking about extending into Russia's sphere of influence to give protection to these separatists, we're not seeing or hearing very much different at the moment.
Richard, it sounds every single day Vladimir Putin is trying to extend that goalpost a little bit more, piece by piece, trying to take Ukraine over. You had a chance to spend a lot of time with the Ukrainian troops where you are. They may be the frontline soldiers in all of this. What is their mindset tonight, this morning, as I should say, over there in Ukraine?
So their mindset has been bracing for the other shoe to drop. They have been fighting a low-level war against Ukrainian-backed separatists for 8 years. Now they've seen this massive military buildup that has taken place over the last several months. And then for the past several days, once Vladimir Putin recognized the autonomy of these self-declared republics and said that he would have to protect them as the Russian nation, and that it was Putin's duty to protect the Russian people, they have been bracing for exactly this moment. Some of the troops we were with today thought those early incursions and early airstrikes, I should say, from the some of the soldiers thought that the increased level of military activity coming from the separatists was the onset of a wider invasion. So they have been bracing for this. And they think that they thought it was going to start soon, but like I said, it's very difficult to know what exactly they are facing and what we're facing, since at this stage we've heard reports of just a few airstrikes in Kiev and not very much military activity right here.
It is quiet where you are. Richard, you and your team, please stay safe. I do want to go to Kiev right now. We have about 2 minutes. I want to bring in our correspondent, Erin McLaughlin, who's there for us and heard some of those explosions earlier. You can see she's obviously taking the right precautions because it's still unclear what's happening in that capital city. Erin, what can you report?
Hey, Tom, well, we are getting some clarity from an advisor to the Minister of Interior Affairs on a WhatsApp chat to journalists saying that cruise and ballistic missile strikes are underway at the control centers in Kyiv. That is what he has written to journalists in a WhatsApp chat. In terms of what we are hearing, we've heard a number of explosions or booms here in Kyiv, the capital. I heard a rather large one to my left just a short while ago. At the moment, though, we are still getting electricity. There's still heat. We're still getting communications. I'm able to make a phone call. Right now, it's the early hours of the morning. The streets of the capital are empty. But again, people here are terrified. They have been staying up all night monitoring the situation. And there has been an element of disbelief up until this point that the Russians would go after the capital. But given what I'm hearing and what we're seeing in terms of from this advisor to the Minister of Interior saying that cruise and ballistic missile strikes are now underway in Kyiv.
Aaron, real quick, if you can, can you describe
yes.
real quick the explosions?
Well, they're loud. I mean, it sounded like a boom, essentially, and there have been a number of them. Again, the most recent one, I could hear to my left, and they were so incredibly loud. In some ways, you could also feel them. At least the last one.
Erin McLaughlin reporting from Kiev tonight on those explosions she is hearing and our team is hearing. That concludes our coverage for right now. We will have much more throughout the night on MSNBC and, of course, full coverage tomorrow on Today. I'm Tom Yamas, NBC News, New York.
Well, distinguished members of the Security Council, Secretary General, Undersecretary, before I try to deliver parts of the statement that I came here with tonight, most of it is already useless since 10 p.m. New York time. I would like to cite Article 4 of the UN Charter. And it says, membership in the United Nations is open to all other peace-loving states which accept the obligations contained in the present Charter and in the judgment of the organization are able and willing to carry out these obligations. Russia is not able to carry out any of the obligations. The ambassador of the Russian Federation 3 minutes ago confirmed that his president declared a war on my country. So before I read parts of my statement, I would like to avail of the presence of the Secretary General and request the Secretary General to distribute among the members of the Security Council and the members of the General Assembly the legal memos by the Legal Council of the United Nations dated December 1991, and in particular the legal memo dated 19th of December 1991. The one that we've been trying to get out of the Secretariat for a very long time, and we were denied to get it. The Article 4, Paragraph 2 of the Charter reads, the admission of any such state to membership in the United Nations will be effected by a decision of the General Assembly upon the recommendation of the Security Council. Mr. Secretary General, please instruct the Secretariat to distribute among the members of the Security Council and the members of the General Assembly a decision by the Security Council dated December 1991 that recommends that the Russian Federation can be a member of this organization, as well as a decision by the General Assembly dated December 1991, where General Assembly welcomes the Russian Federation to this organization. It would be a miracle if the Secretariat is able to produce such decisions. There is nothing in the Charter of the United Nations about continuity as a sneaky way to get into the organization. So when I was coming here an hour ago or so, I was intending to ask the Russian ambassador to confirm on the record that the Russian troops will not start firing at Ukrainians today and go ahead with the offensive. It became useless 48 minutes ago. Because about 48 minutes ago, your president declared the war on Ukraine. So now I would like to ask the ambassador of the Russian Federation to say on the record that at this very moment, your troops do not shell and bomb Ukrainian cities, that your troops do not move in the territory of Ukraine. You have a smartphone, you can call Lavrov right now. We can make a pause to let you go out and call him. If you are not in a position to give an affirmative answer, the Russian Federation ought to relinquish responsibilities of the President of the Security Council, pass these responsibilities on to a legitimate member of the Security Council, a member that is respectful of the Charter, and I ask the members of the Security Council to convene an emergency meeting immediately and consider all necessary draft decisions to stop the war. Because it's too late, my dear colleagues, to speak about de-escalation. Too late. The Russian president declared the war on the record. Should I play the video of your president? Ambassador, shall I do that right now, or you can confirm it? Do not interrupt me, please. Thank you.
Then don't ask me questions when you are speaking. Proceed with your statement.
Anyway, you declared the war. It is the responsibility of this body to stop the war. So I call on every one of you to do everything possible to stop the war. Or should I play the video with your president declaring the war? Thank you very much.
Against, I must say that I thank the representative of Ukraine for his statement, and the questions, I wasn't planning to answer them because I've already said all I know at this point. Waking up Minister Lavrov at this time is not something I plan to do. You said the information that we have will be something we provide. And this isn't called a war, this is called a special military operation in the Donbass.
We just heard a dramatic speech there by Ukraine's ambassador to the United Nations, directly challenging the very legitimacy of Russia even being a member of the United Nations, and challenging the legitimacy of Russia being a member of the United Nations Security Council, saying that Russia should relinquish that responsibility since it cannot itself adhere to the Charter of the United Nations. We want to go back now to NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin in Kiev with an update on what's happening there. Erin, what are you hearing?
Hi, Lawrence. Well, we have heard from an advisor to the Minister of Internal Affairs on a WhatsApp chat group with journalists saying that there have been missile strikes on the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv, where I am now. He says that cruise and ballistic missile strikes are underway at the control centers in Kyiv, at airfields and military headquarters. We began hearing a number of booms here in the capital at around 4 a.m. in the morning. I heard one about 15 minutes ago, pretty loud booms. At the same time, we're not hearing the city's siren system. That has not gone off so far. No sirens have been heard. Speaking to city officials, they had said that should there have been a military attack, we would be hearing those sirens by now, but we are not. We have heard from some residents here in Kyiv say that they too have heard the booms and that the booms have shaken their windows. So it does seem as though the capital, at this point, the capital of Ukraine is under military attack, Lawrence.
And we just heard the Russian ambassador to the United Nations say that the plan was to offer military support to the regions in eastern Ukraine that Russia has declared to be independent states. But you are reporting to us that there is now an attack on the capital city of Kiev itself.
Explosions. The mayor in Dnipro says he has heard explosions as well.
Yes, that is correct, Lawrence. According to the advisor to the Minister of Internal Affairs on a WhatsApp chat group to journalists, he said that there have been missile strikes. We're also hearing of strikes in Dnipro as well. It seems that the Russian military operation extends far beyond eastern Ukraine.
And Kharkiv.
Erin, stay safe there. We're going to continue our discussion here. We will be coming back to you. Joining our discussion now is Peter Baker, chief White House correspondent for the New York Times. He is a former Moscow bureau chief for the Washington Post. A lot of news being made. We'll find out over time, Peter, tonight, whether what's being said at the United Nations is true. But the Russian ambassador did say occupation of Ukraine is not in our plans.
Well, of course, but you remember in the last few weeks, they also said that American warnings that Russia was about to attack Ukraine were hysteria and disinformation and false information. Those are actual quotes that Russian officials said in the last few weeks when Americans said Russia was thinking about attacking Ukraine. So I think that you take everything they say at this point with a certain grain of salt. they have made very clear, and President Putin has done so now repeatedly in recent days, that they do not consider Ukraine to be an independent state. And under that formulation, under the logic that President Putin has now advanced, he has justified something on the order of a full-scale invasion taking over the country if that's where they end up going with this, because in fact, he says a historic injustice was done when the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991. So I think what we're looking at right now, we're obviously trying to figure out from reports from your great correspondents on the ground there, how far this is going, where it's going. But it looks like the beginning of something incredibly serious and the kind of thing we have not seen in Europe in many, many generations.
Peter, very dramatic speech by Ukraine's ambassador to the United Nations, challenging the Russian ambassador, who is now, as irony would have it, serving as the president of the Security Council, which is a rotating duty. It's Russia's turn now, challenging him, saying, should I show you the video of Vladimir Putin declaring war on Ukraine tonight?
Very dramatic moment. It reminds you a little bit of Adlai Stevenson during the Cuban Missile Crisis. Don't wait for the translation. Adlai Stevenson said, in effect, the Ukrainian ambassador said the same thing tonight to the Russian ambassador, who then responded in English, even though he'd only been speaking Russian up until that point, and said he planned not to interrupt Sergei Lavrov's sleep, the foreign minister in Moscow. No doubt Lavrov is up tonight, just as President Putin is, as they launch this offensive, whatever it ends up being. It was a dramatic moment. I think it's worth reminding us that the UN was formed to avoid exactly what's happening now, to avoid large countries beating up on small countries, using military force to redraw the lines of the map. And that's exactly what's happening. To have Russia in the chair of the presidency of the Security Council at the very moment that it is violating by certainly the spirit, if not the letter of the law established by the UN, is an irony, to say the least.
In the Russian ambassador's convoluted, to put it mildly, justification for what's going on there tonight, without him ever really saying exactly what was going on, he did say, if you do not change the geopolitical lens, you will not understand this. What kind of geopolitical lens do you have to use to understand what the Russians are saying?
Well, look, the Russians have their grievances about all sorts of things that have happened in the last 30 years since the collapse of the Soviet Union, the expansion of NATO, Ukraine's, slow evolution toward to the West. It's trying fitfully to develop a democratic system. It's pushing away from Moscow's orbit. All of those things have been something that Vladimir Putin has bristled against for these last decades. But that doesn't explain why we're doing this now. There is no particular crisis at this moment. It's a manufactured crisis. There was nothing that Ukraine was doing at this particular moment that would provoke an unjustified attack from outside its borders. There is no genocide. There is no threat to Russian security that was being, that was somehow new in the last few weeks or months. This is a completely manufactured crisis in order to justify an attack by Vladimir Putin on a neighboring country.
Peter Baker, thank you very much for joining us on this tragically historic night. We really appreciate it. And joining us now is Keir Simmons, NBC News senior international correspondent. He is in Moscow. Keir Simmons, what are you hearing in Moscow?
Well, Lawrence, many Russians will not have heard President Putin's speech on television. It happened overnight. It's now just coming up to 7 a.m. Here in Moscow. The streets are relatively quiet. No sign of any kind of reaction, if you like, from the Russian people. I guess that's to be expected. What a contrast with those scenes that we've been hearing about in Kyiv and other Ukrainian cities. People will be waking up to read about the comments of their president and to see them on Russian television. And it was a long speech with many of the tropes that we have heard from President Putin over the past few days, the past few weeks, even the past few years. And he says in that speech that he has decided to conduct a military operation. And he says, President Putin, of course, it doesn't need to be said. So much of this is in President Putin's mind and not in reality. He says the goal of this operation is to protect people who've been subjected to abuse, genocide by the Kyiv regime for 8 years. And for that to end, we will strive for the demilitarization and denazification of Ukraine. as well as bringing justice to those who commit numerous bloody crimes against civilians. So a speech, a war speech. And later in that speech on Russian television, he openly threatens the West, even referring to Russia's nuclear capability and warns Western leaders not to respond.
Keir Simmons, thank you very much for that report. Our breaking news coverage now continues with Ali Velshi.
Good evening. I'm Ali Velshi with the continuing coverage of the crisis in Ukraine. Tonight, the Russian leader Vladimir Putin has announced that the Kremlin has decided to carry out a, quote, special military operation, end quote, in Ukraine. There are now reports from our teams on the ground hearing explosions even in the capital city of Kyiv, far from the disputed areas in eastern Ukraine. Joining me now is the former ambassador to Russia, Michael McFaul. Michael, you've been discussing this all night, long before we had confirmation of explosions and the idea that there are troops. You were listening to Vladimir Putin basically announcing to the world that they are starting this military incursion to protect Russians and Russian speakers inside of Ukraine, a premise that you and I have discussed many times.
Yeah, well, it's such a tragic day. Before we talk and analyze Putin, I just want everybody to understand how horrible this is. This is a democratic and free country in the heart of Europe. They did nothing to deserve this. They have not provoked Vladimir Putin. This is not about this stupid NATO expansion debate that we've been having in this country for weeks now, as if that was the precipitant. This was an unprovoked war. It reminds me of September 1st, 1939, when Hitler invaded Poland. And we need to be crystal clear about that and not go back to that debate. Number two, just listening to Putin, it's just completely preposterous what he's saying. Let's be clear. There are not Nazis running Ukraine today. President Zelensky gave a very brave speech hours before Putin's speech and his decision to invade. And he called out, he was speaking to Russian people. He's from the eastern part of Ukraine. His first language is Russian. I just hosted him here several months ago here at Stanford, and he talked about, the cities that Putin claims to be trying to protect are the cities that he grew up in. There he is. Thank you for showing him. And this notion that he's a Nazi, his family's half Jewish. His father fought, or his grandfather, fought in World War II, fought the Nazis. And I just think we need to come to grips with, we've been talking about all this calculation. Is he a rational actor or not? Putin is not a rational actor. The things he invoked today to say that they needed to do this war are completely preposterous. And, I just pray for the people of Ukraine tonight.
It is a very difficult night in Ukraine. If you look on that map, in that disputed area toward the east of Ukraine, just to the south of it on the Sea of Azov, is a city called Mariupol. NBC's Richard Engel has been there. He's live there now. Richard, what's the situation where you are?
So there are lots of reports coming through from Ukrainian government officials that there have been numerous airstrikes in different cities, in Kiev. The short answer is we're not hearing very much. There have been numerous reports from Ukrainian officials talking about strikes in Kharkiv, in Kiev, in Mariupol. Also, there's reports from the government of troopers, they describe them, landing in Odessa, which is also in the south here. But aside from some faint explosions about an hour ago in the distance on the edge of the city, here in the center of Mariupol, which could be potentially right in the line of fire, according to Vladimir Putin's understanding that he needs to protect the people of Donbass, we are not seeing much. Just now, the light is starting to come out in this city. The day is beginning. Very few people are on the streets. People are nervous. They're watching their televisions. Televisions are still on. Power is still on. They are trying to gather news. But what we can see in our eyes this morning is just empty streets as the day begins.
Richard, how obviously it's been nighttime there while all this has happened, where Vladimir Putin had made this announcement. He's talked about sending troops in. You just heard Michael McFaul talk about the fact that this was a pretext that was actually used to start World War II. The idea that a country goes in to protect its people who live in a different country. How is this all played out in the last 72 hours in Mariupol, which is part of this so-called disputed area?
So let's just get right to while we wait to get more clarity on the military side of this, which apparently is some sort of rolling start, because it is not the massive shock and awe campaign that this country and I think many people have been bracing for. The basic justification that Vladimir Putin laid out tonight and has been laying out for some time is that this government in Ukraine, which took over in a democratic revolution in 2014, almost exactly 8 years ago, is a Nazi government, is a fascist government. Putin talked about the campaign now to denazify the government here, which is preposterous. It is not a Nazi government. It is not a fascist government. But that has been the rationale that Putin has been saying, that this is an extremist government that is carrying out extreme nationalist policies, atrocities, a genocide against the Russian-speaking part of this country. There are two languages in Ukraine, Ukrainian and out here in the east, Russian. People here speak both languages. People here converse in both languages. There was not repression against the Russian-speaking people in this city. I've been speaking with many of them all day. People converse and operate in Russian, and there are no reprisals against them. Last night I was at a demonstration. 2 nights ago I was at a demonstration in this city, and people said specifically, we don't need protection. We don't believe this pretext. Putin, don't come in here claiming to be defending the people of the East. We don't need it. So that basic narrative that Putin needs to defend Russians against the fascists is simply preposterous.
Richard, stand by. I want to go to Aaron McLaughlin in Kyiv. Aaron, earlier this evening, you had heard things that we had been reporting, loud noises, booms, bangs in Ukraine. But you were also mentioning that there's a siren system, an alarm system that is supposed to go off that hadn't gone off in Kyiv. Have you been able to determine any more about what those noises, those explosions were?
Hey, Ali. Well, I actually just heard another boom to my right in the distance. An advisor to the Minister of Internal Affairs confirming that there have been missile strikes here in the capital of Kyiv, saying cruise and ballistic missile strikes are underway at the control centers in the capital, targeting so far airfields and military headquarters. This, as we have heard from the Ukrainian foreign minister, this is the first authority that we've heard from on Twitter, tweet out, Putin has just launched a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Peaceful Ukrainian cities are under strikes. This is a war of aggression. Ukraine will defend itself and will win. The world can and must stop Putin. The time to act is now. And as I was just reading that tweet to you, Ali, I heard another boom to my right.
So this is currently going on. You are still hearing noises. You're some distance from the Russian border. Due north of where you are is roughly where Belarus meets Russia. Belarus is not a NATO country. It's a pro-Russian country, but Russian troops have been there. So we're trying to establish. I'm going to ask my control room to give me the map of Ukraine so you can see the cities that are in there.
I just heard another one to my right.
You just heard it again. And I guess the question I'm asking, I'm trying to figure out, and I'm not sure you would know this as not being a ballistics expert, but how far would explosions have to be for you to hear them? These can't be explosions that are happening at the border. You're too far away from that.
Exactly. They do sound like they are pretty close to me. And again, we now have a confirmation that they are hitting the capital with missile strikes. Residents here in Kyiv reported their windows shaking when they woke up this morning to these booms at around 4 or 5 in the morning. So this is certainly something, an attack that seems to be ongoing. The city does have an air siren system. I've been speaking to officials this week. They said that they had run tests of this siren system. Those tests were silent. We couldn't hear the testing. No one here in Kyiv has heard a siren so far, and yet, we are getting confirmation from Ukrainian authorities that Kyiv is under attack.
That is remarkable that you're hearing from the Ukrainians that there are missile strikes on the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. I just want to be clear, that's what you're telling us.
That is according to an advisor to the Minister of Interior. He made the posting on a chat group to journalists. So yes, that is what he's saying at this time. We have yet to hear. I read to you the tweet from the Ukrainian foreign minister. He did not explicitly say in that tweet that Kyiv is under attack, but that certainly seems to be the case given what I'm hearing.
And
right
you
now
are
here in the
hearing,
Capitol Alley.
you are hearing things that sound like explosions at intervals of a few minutes in between.
I would say the explosions are all about 15 minutes apart at this point. Earlier in the hour, I was hearing explosions to my left. Now I'm hearing explosions to my right. In terms of what's happening immediately behind me, it is a pretty calm and peaceful scene in the Capitol. The streets are mostly empty, and it is worth pointing out that authorities had thought that any attack on the Capitol or military operation in general would start with cyber attacks, would start with electricity being cut, power being cut, communications being cut. As you can see, Ali, I'm talking to you now. I am getting text messages and phone calls on my phone. So none of that has happened. All we are hearing right now here in Kyiv is explosions and confirmation that missile strikes are happening in the capital from this one advisor to the Minister of Interior here.
Got it. And Richard was saying that in Mariupol, the power is still on and people are still watching TV. We're looking at live pictures of Kyiv. The power is on there. However, we did hear today from Ukrainian officials that there had been some cyber activity. There were a number of, there was a denial of service attacks on a number of websites. So there seems to be something going on the cyber side.
That's right. Just yesterday, there was a number of attacks, denial of service attacks on a number of government websites. That kind of thing is not uncommon here in Ukraine. However, just last week, there was a cyber attack targeting banks and the Ministry of Defense website. That attack was bigger than the attack that we saw just yesterday targeting those specific websites, so that when we tried those websites, we were able to access them. So it seems like the bigger cyber attack actually happened last week. But again, this is a country that has been dealing with hybrid warfare tactics for the past 8 years. Hybrid warfare tactics designed to create instability, designed to create confusion. There have been bomb threats called in on metro stations on a regular basis, even elementary schools. We were talking to parents a couple weeks ago that had to regularly take their kids out of school due to bomb threats being called in. Ukrainian authorities later tracing those bomb threats to Russia and the GRU. So this is something that people here in Ukraine have been dealing with for quite some time. The hybrid warfare tactics, of course, missile strikes is a whole different level,
yeah.
Ali.
Yeah, it is an entirely different level. Okay, Aaron, we always remind you, and you know this, stay safe. We can see, of course, you're wearing your flak jacket, and you are wearing a helmet, and you are in the capital city of Kyiv. Stay with us, Aaron. I want to just bring in Keir Simmons, who's standing by in Moscow. Keir, this isn't a stealth thing. Vladimir Putin went on TV today and telegraphed that he has authorized a special military operation to protect the people of Ukraine. The Russian speakers in Ukraine seems a little odd that there be strikes on Kyiv, which is nowhere near that area that Russia is claiming as its own. But what are you hearing in Moscow?
Well, it's just after 7 a.m. here in Moscow, Ali, and the people of Russia are waking up. And as far as we can tell, most television channels are replaying that statement from President Putin that was played out just a few hours ago overnight. So keep in mind, many people will be just seeing that for the first time. We haven't seen those Russian commentators that you see so often beginning to try to explain it, justify it. I can tell you for sure that there will be Russian journalists, Russian officials, ordinary Russians waking up this morning here in Moscow and across this country, stunned, concerned. One one former official with close ties to the Kremlin, before this all started, told us yesterday we're on a road to hell, and that was before this started, but with the clear picture that this was what was very likely to happen. The actual speech itself is being quoted by TASS, the Russian news agency, in pieces. So the Russian people will be having to kind of pick through to understand what their president has said. Just going through that speech, though, Ali, a couple of things I would just point to in one part of the speech. And just to say, you know, this speech is from a Russian president. Many of the things that he has to say, frankly, are in his own head. And talking about the denazification of Ukraine, we know, frankly, that is nonsense. It's a justification for military action by a president who is trying to come up with, frankly, excuses for what's happening. But in that speech, there are pointers to what might be ahead for Ukraine. Just for example, President Putin says he addresses the Ukrainian people, and then he addresses the Ukrainian military, and he says to the Ukrainian military, do not follow criminal orders. I urge you immediately lay down your arms and go home. Let me explain. All servicemen of the Ukrainian army who comply with this requirement will be able to freely leave the combat zone and return to their families. So that suggests that if what we're seeing right now can be described as an aerial bombardment by the Russian military, that there is planned a ground assault of some type in some parts of Ukraine by the Russians, since the Russian president is calling on the Ukrainian military to surrender, if you like. And then another aspect of that speech, Ali, that I think is, well, frankly, it's chilling, and I think it needs to be pointed out, and that is where President Putin refers to Russia's nuclear power, and he is clearly speaking directly to Western leaders, and he warns Western leaders to not take action against Russia in response to this, and highlights that Russia is a nuclear power. So a chilling speech from President Putin to start a conflict, which frankly many people here in Russia have told us they don't want. Just remember that there are millions of Ukrainians living here in Russia. There are deep connections between Russia and Ukraine. They are fellow Slavs, many of them, they will tell you. We spoke to one Russian on the streets of Moscow just a few days ago. He said, my parents live in Ukraine. Why would I want a war? So for many, many Russian people, just again, it's now 7:15 in the morning. For many, many Russian people, they will be waking up now to hear about this for the first time and trying to understand what it means for them.
Yes, that's an important point. For most people in Ukraine and in Russia, this has all happened overnight, and they are waking up to news of this, text messages and television and reports about what's going on. Keir, thank you. We'll come right back to you. I want to go to the Pentagon. Courtney Kube is standing by. Courtney, this is something that you have been reporting on, that the administration has been warning as late as this evening with Lester Holt, where the Secretary of State said he thinks before the night is over, Russia will have conducted its operation, and it began. Now what's the response going to be from the Pentagon?
Yeah, that's right. So there's a couple of things that we should be looking at. Number one, what is not just the response from here at the Pentagon, but what is the NATO response? We've heard in recent weeks about this NATO response force that could be activated in the event of a large-scale invasion of Ukraine. We heard that the United States announced that they had about 8,500 troops that were on this heightened state of alert ready as part of this response force. The big question is, does NATO, and specifically the North Atlantic Council, activate that force and send not only these thousands of U.S. troops, but thousands of other NATO allied troops into the Baltic region, into that area around Ukraine as a show of presence, a show of force, and more than anything else, as a deterrent if there is any idea, any notion in Vladimir Putin's head that he might move beyond Ukraine's borders into some of those NATO allies neighboring or in that area, that they will be there and that they will show that they have a deterrent effect by being there. The United States just announced yesterday that they were sending some more capabilities, in fact, to that region. A couple of them that really stood out to me in the announcement were F-35s, some of the United States' most advanced fighter aircraft, and Apache helicopters, 32 of these attack helicopters. That was very telling to me because that really sends a signal to Russia that the U.S. is bringing in this capability to Poland and some of those neighboring countries. These are the kinds of helicopters, as one U.S. official put it, they are tank killers. If Russia were to decide to roll across the border into any of those allied nations, the United States would have those capabilities there to respond to help defend their NATO ally.
I guess the point, though, Courtney, is that part hasn't been threatened at all, right? At no point has Vladimir Putin suggested he's going into Poland or one of these NATO countries on the border, but he could come right up to the edge of them.
Absolutely. So this the expectation, according to the U.S. military and intelligence assessments, is this initial onslaught will be focused mainly on the eastern part of the country. But the full expectation, as we've heard from Ambassador McFaul, is that Russia and Vladimir Putin's ultimate goal is to take the entire country. So that's all the way up to the border with Poland. We're seeing it there now. That Ukraine borders a number of NATO allied nations there. The expectation and the major concern is that Russian troops will ultimately work to take back that entire country bordering some of those NATO nations. And the real reason that is such a concern is that maybe he wouldn't move across the borders today or tomorrow or this year, but what about 5, 10, 15 years from now? There's one area of Russia, you can see it a little bit on the map that we're seeing on screen right now, called Kaliningrad. There's been a long-standing concern that
Courtney, I'll just interrupt you just to point out, if you go north of Ukraine and to the left, it's that little red spot there that Courtney's talking about.
Exactly. So the countries that are around it there are Poland and Lithuania. There's been a long-standing concern by both of those nations and by other NATO allies that ultimately Russia will try to create a land bridge. So take some of the areas from Poland and/or Lithuania down towards Belarus. You see that dark green nation right above Ukraine. That is one of the concerns. If he takes all of Ukraine, that he's just going to keep pushing further and further west into some of those NATO nations.
Courtney, I want you to stand by. I want to go to Kharkiv in eastern Ukraine now and bring in Matt Bradley. Matt and I spoke a little while ago, and you hadn't heard anything yet, Matt. Now you have.
Yeah, Ali, well, back when you and I spoke, that was before Vladimir Putin gave his chilling speech to the nation, a sleeping Russian nation. And then it was really, really interesting. Just moments after that speech ended, we started hearing explosions here in Kharkiv. I almost couldn't believe my ears that it was just in that sort of really troubling succession where the speech ended, he dropped his hand, and the bombs started falling. That was exactly how it went. And we've heard a couple of explosions in quick succession about an hour and a half ago. Then we heard one about an hour later, and then we heard one just a couple of minutes ago. They're so distant from where I am now here in central Kharkiv. We don't really know where they are, or it's impossible to know if they're hitting targets that are way outside the city. I would imagine they're very, very far from where I am now. But, Ali, this is an interesting spot because this is the largest Russian-speaking majority city in Ukraine. It's the second largest city in Ukraine. This is the kind of place where Vladimir Putin might expect to get some sympathy from this Russian-speaking population. These are the people who live here, who he claims to protect, who he says are the subject of oppression and even genocide at the hands of the government in Kyiv. But I've been here for several weeks. We've been around. We've talked to a lot of people. They speak in Russian. A lot of them have relatives in Russia. And they say they are willing to fight and die for Ukraine. They are not interested in Vladimir Putin's historical ideology, where he says that, he basically cast doubt on the very existence of Ukraine as a nation in that speech just a couple of days ago. This idea that they need to denazify the country, which is what we heard just a couple of minutes ago or hours ago from Moscow. That's something that's going to shock people here. They don't recognize the government in Kyiv as being a Nazi government. Right. They don't see themselves as being oppressed by the Ukrainian-speaking majority. So it's unclear whether Vladimir Putin, with his tanks, and we've just heard from an advisor to the government that the troops are rolling in across the border now, about 25 miles from where I am, and they might be coming soon, it's unclear if they're going to get the kind of reception that Vladimir Putin seems to think he'll get from the Russian-speaking people here in the east of the country.
You are in Kharkiv, the second largest city in population in Ukraine. You're at the northeastern part of Ukraine. We just spoke to Richard Engel, who's at the southeastern part, also in area that Russia claims. But he has similar words to what you have. He's gone out and talked to people. Russian-speaking people who've lived there for a long time. He didn't run into people who were looking for Russia to come in and take over their country.
Well, and Ali, I should say, just to couch that, there is going to be a population of people here who have nostalgia for the Soviet era, when times were simpler, when prices were lower, when they didn't have these complicated political cross-currents to deal with. There is a population like that here, and there's a population like that especially in the areas in the east that are dominated by these Russian-backed separatists. But for the majority of the people here, and we see this in polling, it's not just anecdotal evidence, that is not their feeling. They look to the West. They look to Kyiv, not to Moscow. They are not asking Vladimir Putin to rescue them. They don't need salvation from Russia.
Matt, we're going to stay in touch with you. Thank you for this. Matt Bradley for us in Kharkiv. Just so you're looking at that map there, Matt's at the top of it. Richard was at the bottom of it, where the Sea of Azov is. And you can see that the separatists hold some territory around the cities of Donetsk and Luhansk toward the Russian border. But both Donetsk and Luhansk are central to provinces or oblasts called Donetsk and Luhansk. And Vladimir Putin has declared both of those provinces now to be independent states. He has said that they have requested military assistance from Russia, which is now what Russia says it is providing. Military assistance to protect Russians inside of what Russia has decided are two independent republics. Nobody else in the world recognizes those two places as being independent republics. I want to bring Andrea Mitchell in, NBC News chief foreign affairs correspondent. Obviously, Andrea, this is a uniquely difficult situation for the world, the United Nations, the State Department, because the entire United Nations was set up on the premise that countries don't roll into other countries and decide that they're theirs.
No, exactly right. And our ambassador, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, was speaking at the Security Council and interrupted herself to say, this council has been brought together to bring peace to the world. And I hate to tell everyone, but right now, President Putin has just ordered this invasion. And this was an emergency meeting called by the Ukrainian foreign minister, Kuleba, who was there. And of course, the Russians were denying that this was an attack, that this was self-defense. And you heard Mike McFaul earlier saying, the preposterous statement from Vladimir Putin that this was an attempt to drive the Nazis out of eastern Ukraine, and to drive the government out of Ukraine, when Zelensky is from Ukraine. His grandfather fought in World War II against the Nazis. He is half Jewish. This is not a Nazi government in Ukraine. It's an independent elected government. And it is exactly the kind of democracy that Vladimir Putin is afraid of, frankly, on his border and wants to stamp out. And, all of the Russian claims have been so wrong, and the Russian misinformation. President Biden pointed that out tonight. He's going to be meeting with the G7 leaders tomorrow. That had already been scheduled. But obviously, this is an enormous challenge for the United States because Ukraine is not a NATO country. We have not made a commitment. We will not make a commitment to defend Ukraine. So we are giving them defensive weapons. We have supplied them with $650 million of weapons this year alone. But we will not cross that border and send our troops in. That has been repeated by all of the U.S. officials, by the Defense Secretary, the Secretary of State. Secretary Blinken was, on with Lester Holt tonight on Nightly News, and Lester said, will this start tonight? Because we had every indication from the Pentagon that this could start tonight, that Putin had everything assembled, all the troops he needed on all sides. He had those ships, which apparently are landing troops now. If the Russian troops are in Odessa, that is how they landed. There were a dozen more ships with very large landing ships as well. And of course, he had, more than 100,000, more than 150,000 troops, as many as 190,000 total, but at least 150,000 troops in Belarus to the north, able to fire and, send artillery shots through. They were able to hit by the land, the sea, and the air, as Courtney Kube has been describing. This was exactly as it was briefed to us by the White House and the State Department and the Pentagon. And it's a series of steps. This is phase 2. The troop movements will be the final stage, the tanks. But it was the misinformation, the disinformation, the false flag operations claiming that they were under attack, the Russian speakers in eastern Ukraine, the cyber attacks, which have been periodic, but have all been identified. And today's has already been said by the White House against the Ukrainian ministries, the foreign ministry, the banks, the defense ministry, were typical of the Russian operations. So it's to soften up Ukraine, and the end goal is to topple the government in Ukraine. And clearly the military analysis is that the Russian conventional force will overwhelm the brave Ukrainian fighting men and women, the 150,000 of them, who are largely in the east, which was, which is their front line, the barrier against the Russian advance. But they are likely.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Tom Llamas.
And good evening. We are coming on the air with breaking news. Ukrainian officials telling NBC News their country is under attack. Our team spread throughout Ukraine, hearing large blasts and explosions all across the country. Our team also reporting Russian troops landing in parts of Ukraine as the sun is rising there. Ukraine and its 44 million citizens are waking up to their country now being invaded. Russian forces are spread along nearly every border. Russian President Vladimir Putin going on television early this morning announcing the attack and telling Ukrainian forces to lay down their arms. Putin also threatening any and all countries who try to interfere. Those were his words. It is coming up on Daybreak in Ukraine. Let's get right to Aaron McLaughlin, who is in Kiev for us, who over the last 2 hours has been hearing those blasts. Aaron, tell us everything you've heard, everything you've experienced, and also what Ukrainian officials are telling you tonight.
Hey, Tom, well, we'd actually just heard yet another explosion in the distance, this time directly behind me. We're hearing explosions really on all sides of the location that I'm standing now, in intervals of seemingly 15 minutes. People here waking up to their windows shaking here in Kyiv. According to an advisor to the Minister of the Interior, cruise and ballistic missile attacks are underway, striking a number of locations, including airfields and military headquarters. No indication that civilian locations have been struck by missiles so far. Also, no sirens. We have not heard a single siren in the capital. City officials had told me that there is a siren system. They had tested it, though we have yet to hear that siren system. We're hearing from the Ukrainian foreign minister in a tweet say Putin has just launched a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Tom.
Aaron McLaughlin for us in Kiev there. President Biden will address the nation tomorrow, we should mention. Meanwhile, late tonight, President Biden also releasing a statement saying the prayers of the entire world are with the people of Ukraine tonight. I'm Tom Llamas in New York. Our coverage continues on MSNBC.
And when you read the news coming from Ukrainian officials, they are talking about airfields that have been hit, command and control centers that have been hit, but we're not seeing or hearing extensive damage in the center of this city at the very least.
Richard, can you just describe for viewers who are unfamiliar with the recent history of that region that you are in right now? This is you are right on the border of a region that is controlled by Russian separatists. You are completely in a region that Vladimir Putin and pro-Putin people say is not Russian, but is independent of Ukraine, not Ukrainian.
So you're asking me one of the most fraught questions right now, because Putin is in the midst of trying to reinterpret and rewrite this history. From Russia's perspective, and I'll start with that because that is the one that Russia is trying to impose and reimpose right now. This area, that Ukraine is a mistake as far as Putin is concerned, that this land was part of the Soviet Union, was part of Greater Russia before that, and that it deserves to be reunited with Russia, particularly the Russian-speaking people who've been denied their identity. Now, Ukrainians see it completely differently. Ukrainians see this country as as their homeland. They have an independent language. They see that, yes, they had a shared history under the Soviet Union, but they see that as a terrible history, a past that they want to break from. When Ukraine was under the Soviet Union, the people here faced famine, an enforced, self-imposed famine by Stalin. And when people complained about the famine, Stalin blamed them for causing the famine and caused a repression that is described as the Holodomor here, in which several million, 3 to 5 million, most people said around 4 million victims died in that famine. Then there was the Chernobyl attack. And it wasn't until 1991 that Ukraine broke away and has been pursuing a path of democracy and pursuing a path away from Russia. Now it seems that Russia is trying to pull them back. But the fact that we right now are having this discussion about Ukraine's history goes back to the earlier point. It does not seem that right now Russian troops are pushing as hard as they possibly could to pacify this country, destroy its military infrastructure. It seems more like there is an information campaign. Putin himself has come out and declared that the government must collapse, that Ukrainian soldiers must hand over their weapons and save their own lives. But what we've seen and what my colleagues are describing is fairly specific attacks on infrastructure that are not necessarily right in the city. Now, that could change in a moment, and maybe it's even changed since we've spoken. But at least that's what I'm seeing here.
Let me ask you this: for the people who you've spoken to, who are the Russian-speaking, Ukrainian-speaking, who don't want an invasion, who do they think is going to help them? I understand there's a Ukrainian military that is determined and enthusiastic, but they are absolutely no match for a Russian military. Ukraine is not a NATO country. There are not NATO forces or U.S. forces within hundreds of miles of where you are. So who do they think should help them?
Well, Ukrainians believe that they're going to have to help themselves. And there are roughly 40 million people in this country, and many are determined to fight and defend their homelands in any way they can, whether that's fighting in the military or joining the reserves or creating some sort of resistance movement. But there are divisions in society. In some of these border areas, there are people who themselves support Russia, people who have been listening to the Russian media, who believe Vladimir Putin's legacy. This is also a very poor part of the country, and people who don't have jobs, who are underemployed, think, well, maybe a change of government is better. Maybe Putin is right, and that if he came in here, there would be more jobs, there would be cheap gas, and things would be back to their remembered past of the Soviet Union. Because some people here remember the Great Famine of the Soviet Union and remember Chernobyl and remember repression, and others remember it a time of full, although albeit simple, employment.
All right, Richard, we're going to stick close to you as this morning starts, because as you get any information, all you got to do, as you know, is wave in front of the camera. We'll put you in. I want to go right back to Kyiv, though. We have heard a large explosion in Kyiv. I want to go right back to Aaron McLaughlin. Aaron, what have you got?
Yet another large boom, another indication that this capital is under attack. Again, we heard from an advisor to the Minister of the Interior say that cruise and ballistic missiles are being fired at Kyiv, targeting military installations as well as airfields. Another boom just heard to my right. This is, we're hearing reports that residents here in the capital are fleeing. In the distance, I can see a highway and lines of traffic essentially leaving the city. People here are waking up absolutely terrified. Worth keeping in mind that this is something that people here thought would be absolutely unthinkable. Even military experts up until yesterday were telling me they did not think that Russian President Vladimir Putin would go after the Ukrainian capital. They were well aware of the military presence. Some 30,000 Russian troops moved into neighboring Belarus, which is about, a 3 or 4 hour drive from here, the border. So they knew the threat was there. They just never thought that this would actually happen. It is a stunning reality to stand here in the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv in a flak jacket telling you that this capital is now under attack. And once again, people here are absolutely terrified and scared, Ali.
Yeah, it's remarkable because you and I have talked literally every single day for more than the past week. And one of the things you were commenting on is that there doesn't feel to be that urgency in Kyiv. Maybe people believed what was going to happen in eastern Ukraine because that's been going on for a long time, and they're accustomed to some degree of tension with the Russians on the eastern border. But in Kyiv, the last time people had a major confrontation with anything that felt Russian was in 2014 when they ousted the pro-Russian government. And it did seem that people were trying to at least convince themselves that Kyiv was not going to be a target, despite reporting in the last week that has said that the Russians will go for Kyiv in some fashion.
Thank you. Let's see if we can.
Yeah, that's right. And speaking to people here, they have been making preparations. They have been taking this threat extraordinarily seriously, even though in recent weeks, the Ukrainian government had been downplaying the threat, saying that a full-scale invasion simply would not happen. People here were taking those Western intelligence assessments extremely seriously. They were preparing for the worst. I was out in a suburb of Kyiv one weekend watching as ordinary Ukrainians were learning things such as how to administer first aid, how to evacuate the wounded, how to fire a weapon. And speaking to people there, they said, we're preparing for the worst, but you know what, we really don't think that they're going to go after the capital, but, you know, better be safe than sorry. That was the attitude then, and they're facing a completely different reality right now, Ali.
Let me ask you, you've been reporting all evening that you've not heard, it's morning for you now, but you've not heard the sirens that one would typically hear. Kyiv does have that siren system. Kharkiv has that siren system. Matt Bradley said the same thing. He heard explosions, but no sirens. Do you have has anybody in the government provided any explanation as to why they're not activating sirens if things are exploding in Kyiv?
We have yet to hear from city officials reacting to the events of this early morning. I was speaking to city officials prior to today. As early as this week, they were scrambling to get the city ready for a possible attack, dusting off bomb shelters, creating evacuation plans, creating plans for contingency plans for elementary schools, critical infrastructure. They were trying to locate satellite phones. The city official telling me that they needed 500 satellite phones for critical infrastructure sites. They didn't have those yet. They couldn't get them in Ukraine. They were actually appealing to the U.S. Embassy for help with that, and they were waiting for those satellite phones. So there's just sort of the basic preparations that were underway just as early as this week, even though they've known this threat was looming for some time. I had been told by a city official that they had tested the siren system, although nobody could hear it. They said that they tested it to see if it was working. They said that it was. But again, we have confirmation from an advisor to the Minister of Interior that there have been missile strikes in Kyiv at airfields and military installations, and we have yet to hear a single siren, Ali.
This is an important point that you just made. Courtney Kuby was talking to us earlier about that what the Russians may do in the rest of Ukraine beyond the eastern side is attack those things that would cause the Ukrainians difficulty in defending themselves. So airfields, military installations, and certain government installations would more likely be the target than residential or commercial enterprises.
Yeah, that's right. And we have yet to see any reports of any civilian infrastructure and anything like that having been hit so far. But again, we are continuing to hear explosions really on all sides of where I'm standing. I've heard an explosion in the distance to the back, to my left, to my right. And this has been going since the early hours of the morning. And we are waiting for even more clarity from authorities here.
All right,
Ali.
your camera's staying on, your shot is staying up, so you let us know as soon as you have any more information, and we'll come right back to you. Stay safe. Aaron McLaughlin in Kyiv for us. I want to go to White House correspondent Mike Memoli in Washington, D.C. Obviously, the president fully informed about what's going on here. What's the latest?
Yeah, Ali, we've been getting periodic updates from White House officials throughout the night, and my colleague Peter Alexander just shares a significant development, I think. President Biden is actually on the phone right now with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky. Obviously an important consultation at this late hour in Washington, but in the very early hours there in Kyiv to show support for our ally at this very critical moment. Just before we learned of that, the White House press secretary Jen Psaki tweeting that the president had just convened a secure phone call with his Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, the Defense Secretary, Lloyd Austin, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Milley, as well as his National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan. Earlier, they also had said he would be monitoring developments closely throughout the night and getting updates as they continue from Jake Sullivan. Now, the last we heard from the president directly was in the form of a paper statement released about an hour ago, which began by saying that the thoughts and prayers of the entire world were with the people of Ukraine. And then we heard in that statement from the president much of what we've been hearing from this president throughout the last few weeks, laying this entire conflict, this entire crisis, squarely at the hands of President Putin, saying it is Putin who has chosen to make an unprovoked and unjustified attack, that this is Putin who is alone responsible for death and destruction that this attack will bring. And then Biden signaling how he will respond, saying that the United States and its allies and partners will respond in a decisive way. Now, what's next in terms of the president's schedule? We know tomorrow morning he is scheduled at 9 o'clock Eastern time to have a meeting, a virtual meeting with the leaders, fellow leaders of the G7. Now, this was actually a meeting that had been on the president's schedule for some time. Germany is set to formally assume the presidency of the G7 tomorrow, but obviously this gathering now squarely focused on the developments in Ukraine. And then a White House official sharing that after that meeting, sometime in the early afternoon tomorrow, the president will again come to the camera, speak directly to the American people about the latest situation and how the U.S. will move from that point forward. Ali, the story throughout the day has been whether the initial sanctions that President Biden announced just about 30 hours ago right now were strong enough to match what we know Putin was capable of. The indication from the White House in the president's statement tonight is that in his remarks tomorrow, the president will go further. And as he has said throughout, we will judge our next response based on how Putin proceeds. In the last 24 hours, really, at the White House, we've been hearing from White House officials this sense that, yes, everything that they've predicting has come true so far, and they were predicting at that moment an imminent invasion of the kind that we now seem to be seeing unfold, that they were hoping that they were wrong. Clearly, they're not, but that they're now prepared to go even further in terms of the sanctions posture.
Worth noting that the G7 that you were talking about used to be the G8, because Russia used to be in it. And during the Trump administration, there were some efforts to get Russia back into the G8 by that administration. Mike, we'll keep in touch with you on this. I want to go to Ambassador Mike McFaul. Ambassador, I just want to point out to our viewers right now, for those watching markets, obviously they are tumbling around the world. Oil prices, Brent crude, which is not the crude oil that we use here in America, but that has topped $100 a barrel for the first time since 2014. Our crude, the U.S. light sweet crude, is on its way up there, around $97 a barrel. This is, of course, important because the one thing Russia has and the one cudgel that Russia has over its European neighbors is oil and gas.
That's right. Sorry, I was just reading different comments from various Ukrainians, so I was not listening to the oil and gas part. But you're right. Oil and gas prices rising. That's going to be good for Russia. That's what they said. They're not afraid of sanctions. We've had a lot of conversations about sanctions, and we should. I suspect we will see massive, comprehensive sanctions tomorrow morning once they're all coordinated between the Biden administration and the rest of our allies. But because of the fact that you just mentioned, we're not going to see the effects of sanctions on the Russian economy immediately, and I think it'll take months or years before it has any impact. But Ollie, I just want you to know, I travel to Ukraine a lot. I know hundreds of Ukrainians. I'm looking at 5 messages from different Ukrainians right now, fairly senior people that I'm not going to I don't have their permission to report on, but I think it's important to know. I'm hearing from people that would be informed that all airports around Kiev and their communication systems are now being attacked. I'm hearing from somebody else that's saying panic is already here. People are leaving Kiev, and other people in different parts of the city that are hearing explosions. And I want to say that because it's hard to know. We are in the very early phases of this military invasion. And I think we should be careful that we should not presuppose that, pre-guess that we know what ultimately is happening here. I think we're just in the early stages, and I think there's tragically going to be a lot more to come.
Yeah, and we're looking actually at a live picture of Kyiv right now, and you can't see any of that stuff. But to the point that you make, Ambassador, there is a way, there's a strategy. The White House has actually been pretty accurate all along about what the Russians were going to do to this point, and they seem to think, this administration seems to believe, that the Russians have designs on stuff that goes far beyond eastern Ukraine, the area that they call disputed.
Well, that's right. And Mr. Putin said it tonight. How do you do denazification, in his view? And I want to keep reminding people there are no Nazis in Ukraine running the country. They're scattered little groups. Mr. Zelensky is not a Nazi. By the way, Mr. Zelensky was not part of the quote unquote coup d'etat from 2014. He won a free and fair election in 2019. And he won almost every single region, Ollie, just so everybody understands. This is not, sometimes I hear it's a divided country. He won everywhere but a few places, said Mr. Poroshenko, out in the West. So remember that before we get to that other part. When he says denazification and demilitarization, what I think is going to happen, and I think it's already happening, watching my Twitter feed and my various platforms I'm on right now, is that the Russians are attacking military installations. They have air superiority, so they're going to do that first before anything else happens. But denazification in Putin language, into his lingo, that means the collapse of the Kiev government. I don't see there's any other way to understand that. Now, how he does it, how he thinks he's going to pull that off, I don't know what his plan is, but that is most certainly the objective that he has stated for this military operation.
It's 10 minutes to 7 a.m. in Kyiv, and what we're showing on the left side of the screen now is a highway, a major route in which people are leaving the city now. You can see that. You can see some sirens and lights, but you're now seeing remarkable traffic out of Kyiv. Ambassador, are you able to shed some light on this denazification stuff and why Vladimir Putin thinks that would be useful to talk about and who is susceptible to it? Because I remember in 2014, there was also an effort to undermine the opposition to the then pro-Russian government by saying that they're anti-Semites and they're Nazis. What's the provenance of this discussion?
Well, you're absolutely right. That's when he started using the phrase Nazis supported by NATO, right? The two N words, as we called it back in 2014. And there is, to remember, there is a history of some Ukrainians fighting on the Nazi side because they were occupied by the Soviet Union. Let's remember, they considered themselves a colony, but a very small group. One should not, exaggerate it. But he is pulling on that string, right? He's pulling on that thread from history to say that what you had was a neo-Nazi usurpation of power in 2014. That's what he said in his rambling speech from 2 days ago when he went on for an hour to explain and justify it. And he's appealing to Russians. He's trying to explain this to Russians. And, again, we've seen the polling, the majority support him, majority support these independent republics becoming independent countries. There's some alleged polling on that. But a couple of things to remember. One, polling in authoritarian countries is hard to do. What incentive does anybody have to tell you what they really think? When Ivan Ivanovich calls you up on the phone from Moscow and says, hey, I'm doing polling here. What do you think of Putin? What do you think of this operation? You have no incentive to tell the truth. So everybody needs to be cautious about that. Again, I interact with Russians every single day. I don't see any enthusiasm for this war. Like, why are we attacking them? He tells us we're from the same nation, but we're attacking these Nazis. And the Nazi leader, allegedly, is this guy Zelensky. And I want to remind everybody, Zelensky's first language was Russian. We had a long conversation about it when he visited me here last August. He was a very popular television personality in Russia, okay? And so when he, it's hard for Russians to look at Zelensky and say he's a Nazi.
Yeah.
And that's why I think Putin needs this argument. That's who he's appealing to. He needs a justification for this incredibly unjustified war, not for us, but for his own people back home.
But if the goal is to cause people to fear what was an expansionist Germany in the late 30s, the interesting part about this, which I heard you bringing up earlier this evening, is it was September 1st, 1939, that under the guise of protecting Germans in Poland, Hitler invaded, and that started World War II.
It did. And by the way, 2 weeks later, Moscow invaded Poland too. So that people need to remember that small fact about 1939, that aggression happened on both sides. I just think,
Ambassador, I'm going to ask you to stop for a second. I want to go to Kharkiv. Matt Bradley is there. He's hearing some shelling in the background. Matt, what's going on?
Hey, Ali, we are hearing some shelling right now in the background. It's actually behind the camera. We're trying to kind of figure out where it is.
I can hear it.
I'm not sure if you can hear it. It still sounds pretty distant. But it's ongoing. Again, though, Ali, this city, you just don't get the same impression, as my colleague Eric McLaughlin was saying. You don't get the same impression that people are fleeing. We're starting to see public transportation working. It's dawn here. Taxis are circulating in the streets. But we are still hearing the distant sound of shelling. This place is a little different. This is eastern Ukraine. People here are a little more ready for war. They're expecting this to happen. And they are Russian speakers. They may have the belief that Vladimir Putin's military won't come in here and attack civilians because they believe that Vladimir Putin believes that this is Russia, that this population here will go with Moscow. So a lot of people here, if people in Kyiv didn't believe that the Russians would ever attack Kyiv, a lot of people here have been living with that reality and that expectation for quite a long time, and they've thought that this wasn't going to be targeted at civilians because Putin sees them as Russians.
What's going on in the streets behind you? There's not as much traffic as I might have assumed for this hour of the morning, but what's happening there? Is the city waking up and operating as normal?
The city is waking up, and as far as I can tell, the city is waking up and operating as normal. I don't see columns of cars leaving. I don't see traffic. I am seeing off to my left here, you can't see it, just a regular bus, a city bus that's operating, slowly lumbering along in the morning. I guess bringing commuters to work. Things seem to be sort of moving as normal, but it's hard to know how this is going to happen. We're waiting for more information from the Ministry of Interior, the Ministry of Defense, because we are right over the border from Belgorod, and this is a place where we've already started to see a lot of hardware mustering and a lot of troops mustering. Some of the big items like Sukhoi jets, attack helicopters, battle tanks, and self-propelled howitzers. These things, we're expecting them to come over the border. We did hear one report that we're starting to hear troops coming over the border. Mostly we're hearing that in the far south, in Odessa and Mariupol. But we still need more information. There's a lot of uncertainty, and we're just waiting for more information from the government at this point.
All right, Matt, stand by. And, of course, if you hear anything or see anything, wave your hand, and we'll put you right back on. I want to go to Keir Simmons, who's got new reporting in Moscow and Vladimir Putin's decision to begin this incursion. Keir?
That's right, Ali. Well, we've just been speaking to a former Russian official with very close ties to the Kremlin. Now, before I tell you what he told us, I just want to say that I think we need to borrow a phrase from previous terrible European wars, the fog of war. There will be many elements to this that we will hear in the hours ahead that will turn out not to be true, others that will turn out to be true. That is the nature of a conflict, and this conflict is just getting started. But what I have been told by this former official who's close to the Kremlin is that President Putin made the final decision at 3 a.m. Here in Moscow. It's now just coming up towards 8 a.m. In the morning. President Putin's televised address happened at 5:45 a.m. I'm told that prior or around the decision being made, that President Putin made a number of phone calls to members of his Security Council. So whether that is the case, we will find out, I suspect, in the hours and days ahead. That statement from President Putin, that televised address, it's not clear whether it was live or whether it was recorded. Very likely it was recorded, but then that raises the question, of course, how much earlier was it recorded prior to it being broadcast? Right now, here in Moscow and across Russia on state television and on the main television channels, they are replaying that statement from President Putin, that chilling statement. A couple of things, and I pointed this out earlier, and from that statement I think are worth marking, aside from frankly what some of it, which is just a kind of televised tirade again, where President Putin once again talks about NATO, as you have mentioned, talks about the denazification of Ukraine, a claim for justification for this action that is without merit, of course. But in that statement from President Putin, there are elements that I think raise eyebrows and perhaps point to what is ahead. He talks directly to the Ukrainian military and says, "I urge you to immediately lay down your arms and go home. All servicemen of the Ukrainian army who comply with this requirement will be able to freely leave the combat zone and return to their families." So that suggests from what President Putin said there, and I take into account that there's of course an element of psychological warfare, that the Russian military and Russia's leader will be trying to terrify the Ukrainians, but it does suggest from that statement that aside from this air campaign, if you like, that there may be a ground offensive ahead. And in fact, that former Russian official who has close contacts to the presidential administration, I said to him, we are seeing no sign. Richard Engel reporting just a short while ago that he is seeing no sign of any kind of ground offensive, but he said it's coming, it's coming. So take that as you will. I also asked him, this former official, I asked him, is President Putin directing this himself? And he said yes. That's how it's going. That's not surprising. We know that President Putin makes all the decisions. In the end, he will have had advice from that small clique around him, but ultimately he is the decision maker. And another element of his televised address, which again, just to reiterate, many Russians will be stunned by and will be waking up and just seeing now. Another element from that televised address, which is chilling, frankly, is that President Putin refers to Russia's nuclear capability and clearly openly threatens Western leaders. So he says, even after the collapse of the USSR, the loss of a significant part of its nuclear potential, Russia is today one of the most powerful nuclear powers. And he says, no one should, then I think this is a direct message to the West, frankly. In this regard, no one should have any doubt that a direct attack on Russia will lead to defeats and dire consequences for a potential aggressor. So I just will say, Ali, just before this all began, we did hear from French diplomats raising real questions about President Putin's state, saying that the man that they met was different from the past. And that, again, a worrying aspect as Russians wake up to learn that their country, frankly, is at war with Ukraine.
Keir, we're going to stay close to you. Thank you, Keir Simmons, for us in Moscow. It is midnight in the east. It is 8 a.m. in eastern Ukraine, or 7 a.m. in eastern Ukraine, 8 a.m. in Moscow, and we have attacks underway in Ukraine. We have heard the explosion of shells in the capital city of Kyiv, constant explosions of shells. This is video being brought to us from the Associated Press. This is a highway out of Kyiv. Look at the cars on the right side going into Kyiv, very few of them. Look at all those cars that are leaving Kyiv right now. Our reporter on the ground there, Erin McLaughlin, has heard shelling. She was on air with us when she heard that shelling. This is unusual because it seemed like a second phase in something that just began a few hours ago. As you heard Keir say, we have not seen the rolling over of tanks or artillery over the eastern border of Russia into Ukraine. Ukraine, but there are two regions in eastern Ukraine that Vladimir Putin has declared independent, and tonight he ordered a special military operation to protect those places. He says that he has requests from the leaders of those two republics that nobody else in the world recognizes as independent for Russian military interference or involvement, and that's why they have sent the activity that they've got going on underway. We have a few things going on that we should tell you about. Airspace has been closed. All civilian airspace in Ukraine is now closed. We have heard some reporting that the bombs that we're hearing drop in and around Kiev may be missiles. Someone in the Ukrainian government had posted that to a social media site. We've not been able to confirm that. As Keir said, these are the moments in which we are in the fog of war. We're not entirely sure what's true or not, but our reporters have heard explosions with their own ears. There are reports, Courtney Kube had suggested that the U.S. intelligence had heard that we would start with Russian shelling, perhaps, of military installations and or runways, airports. Ambassador Mike McFaul suggested moments ago that he had been hearing from people in Ukraine that it may be the airports or the area around the airport in Kyiv that is being shelled. I want to go to our two reporters in the region. Richard Engel is in Mariupol, Ukraine, southeastern Ukraine. Aaron McLaughlin is in Kyiv. Aaron, last we left you a few moments ago, you were hearing fairly constant shelling. What's the story now?
Yeah, we've been hearing missile strikes, cruise and ballistic missile strikes. That, according to an advisor to the Minister of Interior. It started in the early hours of the morning. The last 30 minutes, though, have been comparatively quiet. We are seeing a stream of traffic of cars leaving the city, and we are hearing reports that people here waking up to these explosions are evacuating the capital of Kyiv. We have just heard from the Ukrainian president in a statement that he posted to social media, say that Russia has attacked military infrastructure and the border control in many Ukrainian cities, noting that people can hear explosions. He also announced that he is imposing martial law to the whole state. He says, quote, "Today we need each and every one of you to stay calm and stay at home if you can. We are working. The army is working. All sectors of defense and security of Ukraine is working," continuing with a common theme, trying to keep people calm, trying to keep people from panicking in what is, and there we go. I've just heard the first siren has just gone off. And I've been told by city officials that that indicates that this is a city under attack. That, again, is the first time we have heard sirens in the capital, Kyiv.
I just want to hold on there for a second, because you've been hearing explosions now for a couple of hours, and we were asking about these sirens. You said they'd been tested. Let's just listen. The sirens are now underway in Kyiv. The sirens are sounding to indicate that the city of Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine, is under attack. We have had reports of missiles and explosions. Let's listen for a moment. All right, those are the sirens we had been listening for. Aaron, stand by for a second. I want to go to Richard. There we go. There's the sirens again. Aaron, we had been
wondering, Ali.
Go ahead.
Yes. No, we had been wondering why we hadn't heard sirens. We all heard the explosions. We were wondering where the sirens were. I've been told by city officials that they had tested this system earlier in the week. They said it was working, and now, hours into this attack, we are now hearing this siren system alerting people that this attack is underway. Ali.
It is a remarkable development. I want you to stay with us. This is a picture the Associated Press is showing us. This is the traffic leaving Kyiv now. These are all the people. Aaron's been telling us that for days and weeks there have been people who have been preparing in different ways for something that looked like an attack, but clearly a lot of people hadn't left. Aaron, what's the level of preparation that you were familiar with that people had undergone? You told me about parents who were sending their kids to school with their blood type signified in case they needed blood transfusions. What else have you heard?
Yeah, no, people have been preparing for the worst. While the government had been downplaying this threat, people were taking the situation extraordinarily seriously in terms of these Western intelligence assessments. People I've been talking to here, they all have their own evacuation plans, their own plan B. Some people have been sending their children to the western portion of Ukraine, to towns such as Lviv, which are widely seen to be safer portions of the area because they're closer to the Polish border. People have been stocking up on foods and water, that kind of thing. But really deep down, I would say, in talking to Ukrainians, there was a certain level of skepticism that things would ever reach this point. And that's why I think a lot of people here in Ukraine are waking up completely stunned that their country is at war with their Russian neighbor.
That is remarkable. Aaron, please stand by. I want to go to southeastern Ukraine, to NBC chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel. Richard, President Zelensky and President Biden have spoken already, and President Zelensky has made some decisions tonight.
So President Zelensky, as Aaron was just talking about, issued a video statement. It almost looked like a selfie that he took at his desk, in which he said that martial law is being imposed all across Ukraine. He didn't describe exactly what that martial law would entail, but he told people to stay calm, to stay in their homes. And he said that military installations and border posts had been attacked after Vladimir Putin announced the start of special military operations. But then he went on to assure the people that the government is still with them, that the government will stay in contact, and that the security services are on top of the situation. There does seem to be, as I was saying earlier, a psychological component of all of this. And some of these very early phases may be designed to get people to leave the cities, to create that panic, to create those long lines of traffic that you're seeing out of Kiev, because there were reports of beach landings here in Mariupol. We're not seeing them. There were reports of beach landings in Odessa, also not being reported by witnesses, not along the scale of anything like the Russian state news agencies are describing. The Russians also just put out a short time ago a report that the military infrastructure of Ukraine is being destroyed, but that civilians would not be harmed. So it seems that the Russian narrative is trying to soften the population, to appeal to the people to surrender without a fight, to appeal to the military to surrender without a fight, because what is being described by the Russians and what we're seeing at this moment don't correspond.
Richard, talk to me about Mariupol, because it's going to become important. We've heard Matt Bradley talk about when there might be troop movements or when we might see people come across the border. You're on the water. There are a whole different set of defenses or offensive weaponry and techniques that the Russians have all through the southern coast of Ukraine.
So according to the Pentagon, Russia has 10 warships with Marines on board currently in the Black Sea. We are on the Sea of Azov, on the coast of the Sea of Azov, which is connected to the Black Sea. We can see ships in the distance, but they are not firing, they are not at war, they appear to be normal commercial ships. So any kind of naval battle off the Sea of Azov, as far as I can see from where I'm looking at the water, looking at ships right now, is not underway. If there was going to be a beach landing, it could happen all along this southern coast. But as of now, there are no air raid sirens here. There is traffic in the streets. We saw some police cars and ambulances moving with their sirens blaring, but it wasn't clear if they were responding to any particular incident. Although now, as we're speaking, I just heard one, sounded like one explosion.
I heard that
It may have been two, or that first one could have been the reverberation of the first explosion. That is the first loud and clear explosion that we have heard since this operation began. So we will see how that develops.
Yeah.
But that was on the outskirts of Mariupol. I'm right in the center now. that sounded like it was a few miles away at the very least. So we will continue to monitor
I heard that as you were speaking. We could hear that out here. That whatever it was loud. Richard, stay close as you get more. Just let us know. Richard Engel, NBC News chief foreign correspondent, who is in Mariupol, Ukraine. Aaron McLaughlin is in Kyiv for us. I'm just going to ask my executive producer where she wants me to go. Mike Memoli is in Washington, D.C. Mike, you were reporting to us that you and your colleagues had heard that the president was talking to Volodymyr Zelensky. Now we have heard that Volodymyr Zelensky has released a video of himself talking about the fact that there is going to be martial law. We're hearing explosions. We're hearing sirens in Kyiv. We're hearing, as you just heard with Richard Engel, an explosion in Mariupol. What is happening in the White House?
We just got a new statement, Ali, from the White House on the president's call with President Zelensky, and I'll just read it to you directly. He says, it's interesting, Ali, having read so many of these foreign leader readouts, I will stay at the front, the sort of more casual language in this president's statement, which I think speaks to how quickly they wanted to get this out. President Zelensky, Biden says in this statement, reached out to me tonight, and we just finished speaking. I condemned this unprovoked and unjustified attack by Russian military forces. I briefed him on the steps we are taking to rally international condemnation, including tonight at the United Nations Security Council. Biden saying that Zelensky asked me to call on the leaders of the world to speak out clearly against President Putin's flagrant aggression and to stand with the people of Ukraine. Tomorrow, I will be meeting with the leaders of the G7 and the United States, and our allies and partners will be imposing severe sanctions on Russia. That statement there making explicit what was implied by the earlier White House statements tonight, that the president will be, as promised, escalating beyond the sanctions that he had announced just about 31 hours ago, Ali, at this point. It was interesting. We had been hearing all along, this is now really almost 3 months in which the White House has been promising swift and severe sanctions on Russia if it were to go ahead with the invasion. At the earliest indications of that invasion, a little over 24 hours ago, they took that initial step, the banking sanctions, the sanctions on Russian oligarchs, the severing of Nord Stream 2, essentially. Now the White House and the president explicitly in this statement saying they will indeed go further now that Vladimir Putin has gone further. And we'll wait and see and try to work our White House sources to see if they'll be able to share what exactly those sanctions might be. We have some indication of what was on the table, sort of export controls, trying to limit Russia's ability to get imports, critical imports from the West, from the United States for its manufacturing sector, for instance, potentially even sanctions on Putin directly. But we won't get ahead of what the White House has planned at this point.
But we are going to hear from the White House. We're going to hear from the president after he's had the conversation with the G7 leaders.
That's right. That's right. The president speaking tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. with his G7 counterparts. And then in the early afternoon was what the White House has told us at this point. The president will address the nation.
All right. It's still more than 8.5 hours away. That means markets are not open yet. I will tell you, though, that market futures are looking not very good right now. We're looking at an opening, and there's much to happen tonight, so it's a little early to talk about it. But all major markets are looking to be 2% lower right now. We've seen a spike in the price of oil as well. Brent crude oil has now topped $100 a barrel for the first time since 2014. We'll keep a close eye on that as well. I want to bring in CNBC's Hadley Gamble, who's on her way to Moscow right now and has just spoken with the Ukrainian foreign minister. Hadley, what have you heard?
Thanks so much for having me, Ollie. So essentially, I was speaking to Dmytro Kuleba, the foreign minister of Ukraine, on the tarmac. He was en route from Washington to Istanbul, where he's going to have to take a car, essentially, to get into Kiev from a third-party country because Kiev, of course, has cut all flights. He told me this: we are calling for the fierce isolation of Russia. This is an attack on the world order. He's also saying that Ukraine is calling on the United States, the West, to immediately implement heavy sanctions. That would include immediate disconnection of Russia from the SWIFT system. They say that they need more financial assistance, more heavy weaponry in Ukraine at this point. But I've been speaking to this man several times since December, and the message has always remained the same. If you don't implement sanctions ahead of an invasion would happen, and it looks as if that is exactly what has occurred. Now, he did tell me in terms of what happened, a timeline. He said 5 minutes after President Putin announced his intentions, we saw heavy artillery and rockets flying toward major cities including the capital city of Kyiv. He said, of course, we've observed a ground invasion already in the direction of Kharkiv. And he said, I can tell you right now that heavy fighting is happening. And as I told you previously in many interviews that I've had with this gentleman, the Ukrainians plan to fight for themselves. They've already been issued weapons from the government. The civilians have said they are ready to fight for their country. So this is a country, frankly, Ali, that's up in arms. And as you mentioned, the market, the open U.S. Open's looking to go 2% lower. But I have to tell you, the Asia markets have already been reacting to this story. As you mentioned, oil over $100 a barrel, popping above $100 a barrel. This is significant because the White House, Western powers declined to sanction the energy sector. And there's a reason for that, because this wouldn't just hit the gas sector, this would hit oil prices. And you've got to remember that when it comes to oil prices, the United States at the end of last year took 7% of their oil from Russia. So this would not only hit European powers, this would hit the United States.
It's exactly why it took a while before all the NATO countries were on board with some of these sanctions. It's why it took a while before Germany decided to cancel the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, because the fact is the world relies on a lot of the energy that it gets from Russia. Hadley also talking about the Ukrainians calling for the removal of Russia from the SWIFT system. That's a Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Transactions. That's how world trade is done. If you can't be on the SWIFT system, anybody who's ever sent a wire, you know exactly what that is. If you can't be on the SWIFT system, you can't trade with the world. Let's go to Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine, where those sirens continue to blare as a warning that Kyiv, the capital city of Ukraine, is under attack. Aaron McLaughlin is there for us. Aaron.
Hi, Ali. Well, you can hear the siren sounds behind me. We have yet to hear further explosions. The sirens seeming to indicate that this capital is under attack. They had been preceded by hours of explosions, but it has been a while since we have heard the booms, the kind of booms that woke up so many citizens here in the capital in the small hours of the morning, according to an advisor to the Interior Minister. Cruise and ballistic missiles had been launched on the capital, striking military installations and airfields. No indication so far that civilian targets have been hit, but civilians did say they woke up, some of them to their windows being rattled by the sounds of these explosions. It's absolutely terrifying and surreal to be standing here on this balcony, Ali, in a flak jacket in the Ukrainian capital. Many here just simply did not think it would come to this, but this is the situation they are now in. We have heard from President Zelensky urging people to remain calm, urging people not to panic. In a social media post that he posted to Facebook, it was a kind of a selfie video that he took. It's unclear where he is at this hour. I was speaking to his spokesperson just a short while ago. He declined to comment any further than what the president had posted on his Facebook. But again, he was urging people to remain calm, but he did say that a martial law will now be implemented here in the capital. Just yesterday, Parliament voted to approve a state of emergency, meaning that we'll see checkpoints here in the city, as well as a number of restrictions imposed on people living in the capital, a ban on mass gatherings, also extraordinary powers to police to be able to stop citizens and check their papers, that sort of thing. But now another layer of martial law has been announced on top of that. Ali.
Aaron, thank you. We'll stay close to you. Aaron McLaughlin is in Kyiv, where there are sirens. I want to go back to Ambassador Michael McFaul. We were having an interesting discussion, and then all of this news broke about explosions and martial law. Aaron makes an interesting point. We know that Zelensky and President Biden were talking. We know that the U.S. Embassy staff has relocated to Western Ukraine. And I don't know whether Zelensky's involved in this or not, but we've been hearing intelligence reports that there's a plan to get Zelensky out of Kyiv if that needs to happen. What happens now when the capital city of Ukraine is actually under attack?
It's a great question. I don't have a great answer. I'm literally been corresponding for 2 hours now with people in Kiev, including people in the government, just so we're clear, not revealing any names. But right now, they're ready for war. They're not leaving. They're not thinking of evacuation. They're going to stand their ground. That obviously can change. I think it's just really important for us to keep reminding ourselves, how quickly things can change. Just 2 hours ago, we were talking about how everything's quiet on the streets of the major cities. Now that's totally different. Look at what you're showing right now, Ollie. Not a single soul is on the main street of Kiev. I've been on that street 100 times. This time in the morning, that place is usually packed. So just remember, it's a fast-moving story that we need to understand and keep updating as best we can. But I think, you know, the people I'm talking to, they're preparing for war. They're scared. They're nervous. They've sent their children, by the way. They've sent their families, their older, elderly people already to places like Lviv. But most people are bracing for war. They're also talking about, by the way, that they don't have enough civilian defense to do that. One of the calls I was on today a few hours ago saying silly things, not silly things, but pretty pedestrian things like knee pads, which you need to shoot a gun. There's no knee pads. And so those are the kinds of things just everyday Ukrainians are thinking about in terms of preparing for what I think will be a pretty disastrous next hours and days and weeks to come.
I want to put up a map that shows the NATO countries that are in that region. There are a lot of discussions about what the rest of the world can do for Ukraine, but Ukraine is not a member of the world's biggest military alliance, and that is NATO. So at the moment, there are no discussions of NATO troops or U.S. troops going into Ukraine to help. You believe and have said for some time Ukraine needs massive military assistance. What does that look like? Can you send enough stuff? Do they have enough people trained to use it? If there aren't going to be U.S. troops, if there aren't going to be European troops going into NATO, what does military assistance look like now?
First, it's a little late now. You know, months ago, I was writing that, you know, more air defense systems are needed. Patriots. They don't have any Patriots. Stingers. You know, they don't have enough Stingers. That's a weapon that was used in Afghanistan, as you remember. They literally don't have they want more Stingers. And I could go through a long list. I'm not a military expert, but we should have done more, and we need to do more now. Number one. Number two, it is right. We're not going to go to war with Russia over Ukraine. The president has made that clear. I think it is, however, incumbent on the president and the NATO alliance to take the necessary actions to make crystal clear that any attack on any one of our NATO allies will be an attack on all. There's something called the NATO Response Force, the NRF. It hasn't mobilized yet, Ali. I mean, why is that? Well, you know, it was designed to do exactly this, and it was upgraded, by the way, in 2014. We haven't had, consensus in the alliance. That's what I've been told by my friends in the government. Well, now it needs to be mobilized, because the worst thing that can happen from our perspective is that, you know, what if the Ukrainian military begins to get routed? And what if they run? What if they go into Poland to survive? Right? Remember Dunkirk? Sometimes military commanders make decisions that in order to fight for another day, you have to retreat now. We need to be prepared for those kinds of contingencies. And the last thing I just need to say, this is a pretty dramatic, emotional day for me personally. I have hundreds of friends in Ukraine. We've trained 200 Ukrainians here at Stanford over the decades. It's the right decision. I support the president, but I got to tell you, I'm hearing from many Ukrainians right now. I can't believe that we now have to fight Vladimir Putin alone. And they feel alone at this very horrible, tragic moment in the history of their country.
I have to ask you, because you've been talking to people there, about the sirens. So, you know, we hadn't heard them all night, and we were wondering about that because Erin was saying that she had heard explosions, and then we heard them. That is a chilling matter for people who have not been in a war zone or have not been in a city where they've heard that. To hear sirens going off because your city is under attack makes that very, very real for our viewers, for the world.
It was. I listened to it with you. It was very chilling. Those are for civilian defense, right? So when you hear things like that, you're supposed to go to bomb shelters. And in Kiev, that means like metro stations, for instance, or places like that. I'm not a general, although I talk to them pretty much every day. I think we're still in the early phases where they're trying to wipe out Ukraine's military defenses, right? Remember what Putin said a couple hours ago. He said, we're going to demilitarize Ukraine and then and then we're going to do denazification. So I still think we're in that early phases where they're still attacking military targets. But I don't want to second guess what Mr. Putin is going to do next. That we know he's doing now, and you know, my Twitter feed, my social media, my emails I'm looking at right now, Ali, it's all about people from all over the country, not in the far west. People from Lviv, just so you know, that I'm hearing from, they are not under attack right now. But in the rest, in the major cities, people are hearing attacks and preparing for further attacks.
Ambassador, thank you, and we're going to keep you close. You did mention you're not a general, but I got a general right now. I want to bring in the retired four-star U.S. Army General Barry McCaffrey. General McCaffrey, I mean, important to note that we've been hearing these explosions in Kyiv, and Mike McFall suggests that some of them might be in the area of the airport. When it comes to airports, civilian airports are the same as military installations in some places, and that is something Courtney Kube said that the U.S. expects, that the Russians may try and endanger airports. They may try and ruin runways so that the defense systems are neutralized.
Yeah, well, look, this is simply not shock and awe. This
is an NBC News special report. Here's Tom Llamas.
And good evening. We are coming on the air with breaking news. Ukrainians are waking up to the sounds of explosions and emergency sirens. Russia's unprovoked attack on Ukraine is underway. Officials there say missile strikes, troop landings, and shelling across the country has begun. Ukraine has declared martial law, and one of the first and most telling images of this crisis is the line of bumper-to-bumper traffic. You see it right there. This is to leave, or rather to escape, the capital city. Russian forces are spread along nearly every border. Russian President Vladimir Putin going on television overnight announcing the attack and telling Ukrainian forces to lay down their arms. I want to get right to Kiev and Aaron McLaughlin, who's been reporting there for us all night. Aaron, what's the latest?
Hi, Tom. Well, we have heard the first sounds of sirens here in the capital, alerting people that the city is under attack. This was preceded by hours of booms in all directions from where I'm standing now. The last explosion that we heard was just about 50 minutes ago, according to an advisor to the Minister of the Interior. Ballistic and cruise missiles struck a number of locations, including airfields as well as military headquarters. No civilian structures struck so far. As far as we know, we have heard from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in a statement, video statement that he posted to social media, saying that Russia has attacked our military infrastructure and our border control in many Ukrainian cities. We are imposing martial law for the entire country. Tom.
All right, Aaron McLaughlin, part of our team reporting out of Ukraine tonight. Aaron, you stay safe. President Biden tonight speaking with Ukraine's president and saying the world will hold Russia accountable. Our coverage continues on MSNBC and NBCNews.com for full coverage tomorrow, always on Today. I'm Tom Llamas, NBC News, New York.
Leaving Kyiv right now, you can't go east because that's where the danger is. You can't go north because that's where the danger is. You're indicating they're probably going west, closer to Lviv, a lot more Polish influence on that side, and very close to a NATO country.
Yeah, exactly. And by the way, there's a substantial number of Russian combat units, 110 combat battalions around the east and the north. So we should expect at some point a relatively unopposed advance by the Russians from Belarus down to encircle Kiev. I wouldn't think there's going to be street-to-street fighting. And I don't think civilian militias, grandmothers and young people with an hour instruction on an AK-47 are actually going to try and stand up to Russian armor supported by self-propelled artillery. So, you know, the poor Ukrainians have 125 combat aircraft. That's nothing. They'll be eliminated before the substantial assault begins. Some of those Ukrainians actually may go into Belarus. Belarus is a brother nation. They're already under the heel of Putin. So, but very soft beginning to this whole assault. The big battle is coming. It's in the east to eliminate the Ukrainian armed forces in the line of contact.
General, thank you for your analysis. It's all going to become very, very important as we watch this unfold. General Barry McCaffrey, I want to go to Andrea Mitchell, NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent, Courtney Cubie standing by as well, NBC News Pentagon Correspondent. Andrea, everything that the administration has told us was going to unfold has unfolded this way. Even the president of Ukraine had suggested that the U.S. was being hysterical and overstating what was going to happen. But it's all happening right now. So given the intelligence that the United States has and the power that it's got within the G7 and NATO, what does the U.S. do next? Well, we'll hear from the president at 9 tomorrow morning. But what do you think's happening?
Well, he's already told President Zelensky in the call that President Zelensky initiated within the last hour as to the president's statement. He says that he told him what he is doing at the United Nations and told him he's going to be talking to the G7 tomorrow and that there will be more tough sanctions against Russia. That said, take this back a moment to earlier this evening, 9:30 tonight, when the Ukrainian ambassador challenged the Russian ambassador who was leading as president until March 1st. He's the president of the Security Council, and demanded that he be replaced as leading the session because his government had just announced that he was attacking Ukraine's government. I mean, it was a very fierce argument. And that tells you everything about the UN and about the Security Council, because the Security Council overwhelmingly the General Assembly today overwhelmingly supported Ukraine, and there were very strong statements. But the Security Council, Russia has a veto. China has a veto. China's not going to want Russia to be, sidelined here. They're likely going to support, at least not the invasion, but support Russia and Russia's initiative. But in any case, Russia has a veto. So there will not be any UN action. What will the president do? The president's going to talk to the G7 about more sanctions. And presumably NATO will now have a meeting of what they call the North Atlantic Council, which is the decision-making military unit, and they will order those troops. There are 8,500 American troops who are on very short standby. They can now go to be part of a NATO rapid defense force, but that force will go to Poland, Lithuania, Estonia, the frontline NATO states, and they will not cross into Ukraine. So the military help for Ukraine that is still flowing in will go to the regular army, the 150,000 that are mostly in the east. There will be an insurgency, there will be a defense, but so far, everything the U.S. intelligence laid out has been spot on.
Yeah.
And that means that they expect that the third wave of this will be the tanks coming down those highways towards Kyiv from Belarus. They've already presumably been landing or can land from the ships, 10 to 12 warships at sea in the Black Sea. So Ukraine is surrounded.
Yeah.
And they'll start in the east, they'll move west, and they're going to try to topple this government. Zelensky could go into exile in Poland, but this is going to be a very long slog because Putin, according to most military analysts, has now, with his conventional forces, can claim Kyiv and try to topple the government. But this is going to be a very long slog because these people are going to fight like hell.
Let's put up the map of NATO because I want to ask you about this. Ukraine, as we see it on the map, you can see that Belarus north of it, which is not a NATO nation, it's pro-Russian. There are Russian troops all along that northern border of Ukraine with Belarus, and then all along the northeast, the east, and the southeast with Ukraine. Ukraine is not just surrounded, but the south, the Sea of Azov and west of Crimea, is also got, the Caspian's also got a Russian Navy and troops.
Well, the Russian Navy basically controls the access there because they've had those warships, they've got landing ships. And what you've been hearing so far is likely, according to the Ukrainian Defense Ministry, them trying to take out airports and other military infrastructures. And so they will control the air as well. Very clearly, they've got S-400s in Belarus, and they, control the airspace. The commercial aircraft have stopped running, according to the European Union. So Russia has them surrounded, and they have a much larger conventional force with up to 190,000 troops that we've been reporting. And there are reports, I haven't confirmed this, I haven't seen this from the Defense Ministry, but there are reports that the Belarus army, those troops are also lined up with the Russians, that would not be at all surprising, given the way that they've been doing joint military exercises and what has been happening there in Belarus. So you've got a really large conventional force, and there's no question that Russia has the edge here militarily, but they are not going to win the hearts and souls of the Ukrainians. And they took on Afghanistan, and look at how that went for them.
Yes, which is
their withdrawal from Afghanistan, their defeat there, was the beginning of the end of the Soviet Union.
Yeah, the Russian population is
Vladimir Putin.
The one thing about people around the world is not everybody's interested in their government getting involved in long, drawn-out wars. Obviously, by the way, as you said correctly, it's the Black Sea, not the Caspian Sea. Getting a little late in the night for me, but it's not so late that Secretary Blinken has just tweeted out, Andrea, that the Defense Secretary and I spoke with Jens Stoltenberg to condemn Russia's attack on Ukraine and to discuss the alliance's coordinated response. We are united in responding to Russia and strengthening NATO's eastern flank. So NATO's eastern flank, as it relates to Ukraine, is mostly Poland, but it's those countries that you named, the Baltic states, are very deeply concerned about this. They all have large Russian populations, sometimes in excess of 20%, and they're very worried about this thesis that Vladimir Putin has, that Russians anywhere else require the umbrella of protection of Russia. It reminds them of what Hitler did in 1939 as an excuse to go into Poland. So these NATO countries that are already fully NATO are very worried about this.
Of course they are. They are on the front line, and who knows if this will stop with Ukraine. So what are Vladimir Putin's ambitions? All we know so far is that he wants to control Ukraine and claims that that is part of Russia. We don't know how far he's going to go, and that is precisely why they were so eager to join NATO. They wanted that, Article 5 treaty protection, and were even more eager to join the EU because they wanted the economic, benefits of joining the EU. But of course, there are those, Tom Friedman in yesterday's New York Times, criticizing the NATO expansion, saying that at the moment where the Soviet Union had collapsed and where Russian pride was, people were were being ground down, and people like Vladimir Putin, of course, were grieving for the fall of the Russian Empire, the Soviet Empire, and the fall of the Berlin Wall, where he had been in charge of the KGB in East Germany for so long. But that was the worst time to then begin reaching NATO expansion, because that was ending any hope that Russia and the United States and NATO could ever work peacefully together. I'm not sure I agree with that.
Well, doesn't that ignore the will of the people in those countries that couldn't turn fast enough to the West and wanted the prosperity and democracy that the West brings? They could have chosen to stay with Russia. They didn't want to.
Well, in fact, the fall of the Berlin Wall was the most graphic example in history of the differing economic systems between East and West. You had Angela Merkel growing up in the East and immediately going to the West and valuing the education and the life of the West, even though she had spent her whole life in the East. And she's just one individual. It was apparent to the whole world. And it was, in fact, in those early years after the end of the Soviet Empire, where we saw so much of a move towards capitalist instincts and toward the perestroika that Gorbachev had envisioned and that was carried out by some of his successors. But so much of it then became crony capitalism for the enrichment of the Vladimir Putins of this world and the oligarchs who are now being punished in these sanctions. But the sanctions will not touch Vladimir Putin and his progeny. No. They are so well protected. According to a lot of U.S. intelligence, he may be the richest man in the world.
It may hurt Russians. It may not hurt Vladimir Putin.
Exactly.
Andrea, I'm kind of fascinated that you're still talking to me, because I don't know what your last 96 hours. I've spoken to you in all sorts of parts of the world. You have been nonstop, so I appreciate you continuing to bring me your very important analysis right now. Andrea Mitchell is NBC News' chief foreign affairs correspondent. Courtney Kuby is NBC News' Pentagon correspondent. And I have to say, Courtney, this has started to unfold the way you narrated it for me at 9 p.m. This evening. The things you said were going to happen, including, and surprisingly to me, not to you, what seems to be attacks on what might be an airfield or an airport near Kyiv. You had said they might intend to pock the runways so that those few aircraft military aircraft that Ukraine has can't work.
Yeah, that's right. So, I mean, the ultimate goal of this initial part of the invasion, of the kinetic phase of this invasion, is to stop the Ukrainian Air Force and Ukrainian military from mounting any kind of a response or defense, really, and especially any kind of a coordinated defense. So the ways you do that is you stop the Air Force from responding. Literally damaging, blowing up parts of the runway can cripple an Air Force, depending on what kind of assets they are. They'll also try to take out some of those air assets, most likely. Then also take out some of the air defenses. So when Russian aircraft are flying over, the Ukrainian military doesn't have the ability to take those aircraft out of the sky. In addition to that, one of the ways that you really isolate a military is you cut them off regionally. So you stop them from being able to communicate with one another, and then you also stop them from being able to physically reach one another. So that includes taking out some of their equipment, their ammunition depots, their vehicles, their command and control. One of the messages that we got from the Ukrainian government a couple of hours ago was that they were going after their control, the Russians were going after Ukrainian military control centers. That is what the U.S. military might call their command and control centers. So they're really trying to stop the Ukrainian military from mounting any kind of a coordinated defense in advance of the Russian military physically moving across those borders. Another thing that we've been expecting to see, and we're hearing from the Ukrainian government that is happening, is cruise missile strikes. So the Russian military already had dozens of missile assets all around that country. But the one that was particularly concerning to U.S. intelligence officials in recent days were those ships that the Russian military brought into the Black Sea and then into the Sea of Azov. They're landing ships. Yes, they have the ability to bring mainly Russian Marines, but Russian military ashore there. But they also have missile capability, and those are among some of the Russian military's most precise capabilities for targeting from afar.
So this is an interesting point, because we have had discussions about the Ukrainian military and how fierce they are and how enthusiastic they are, but this is almost like asymmetric warfare, right? When you're talking about missiles, when you're talking about the sheer number of troops, when you're talking about the Russian-trained army, their warships in the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov, doesn't really matter how enthusiastic the Ukrainian defense is. They're not a match for a ground game with the Russians.
Yeah, and the Ukrainian military really has grown and expanded by leaps and bounds since just 2014. And that's come in part because they have had training from a lot of allies, including the United States. And they've also had weapons systems, all kinds of different, even non-lethal aid that the United States and other allies, the British, the French, have provided to them in those years. But the reality is the Russian military just dwarfs them, both in size, in capability. The Russians have hypersonic missile capabilities. They have advanced fourth and fifth generation fighter aircraft. So the Ukrainian military has grown in these last 8 or so years, but the Russians just have grown faster. The reality is the Ukrainian military and the Ukrainian people are likely to mount a defense here, and it will probably be bloody against the Russian military. But at the end of the day, the Russian military just dwarfs them.
Did any alarm bells go off when Vladimir Putin a few hours ago made reference to the fact that they are a nuclear-armed country? Everybody knows Russia is. But the fact that he brought it up in the process of declaring military action in Ukraine struck me as unusually aggressive.
Yeah, I completely agree, Ali. And I actually asked people about that because, most likely when he's saying things like that, it's a message of deterrence, right? It's to say, look, I'm drawing this line. This is a capability that we have. And in case anyone's forgotten, I'm going to remind you about it. There have been some other recent deployments that have also been similar sort of deterrent messages from Vladimir Putin. He has sent some bombers. There are reports that he has some attack fighters in Syria, which is meant to be a very specific deterrent to the United States military. If there's any sense that the U.S. military is going to go in, he has those capabilities all over the area. Also, there are reports that he sent some of these hypersonics, what some military experts call super missiles, into Kaliningrad. We spoke about that earlier. Those hypersonic missile systems have the ability to hit every European capital. So if ever there was something that was saying, look, Vladimir Putin has laid out what he wants to do here in a number of different ways, both in this speech, in previous speeches, in this long written op-ed that he wrote back in July and released publicly. He has made it very clear what he wants to do here. He is also now sending signals, clear signals, but with things like these hypersonic missiles and these bomber deployments to the world and to Western allies and to NATO and to the NATO alliance that, look, I'm going after Ukraine. Don't try to stop me. And if you do, these are the capabilities that I have, and that he is making it very clear he is willing to use.
That is remarkable. When he said that, I thought that was something, we've come to expect everything these days, and that one I didn't expect. Courtney, thanks. Stay close, please, and let us know as soon as you've got any more updates. I want to go back to Kyiv. Aaron McLaughlin is standing by. Matt Bradley is in Kharkiv, Ukraine. Keir Simmons is in Moscow. Let's start with Aaron. What's the situation there, Aaron?
Well, we have just heard from the emergency services here in Ukraine posting to the people, to Ukrainians, saying, we ask you to stay calm, not to panic, pack your valuables, warm clothes, and be ready to act accordingly to official orders. Military objects are being shot, and this can cause a threat to the civilian population. The State Security Service, Ukraine, is ready to help you. It has been a while now since we have heard the last explosion. The last explosion we heard was about over an hour ago. The sirens for now also seem to have stopped. People are continuing to evacuate the city here. Although while they're leaving in cars, we're hearing reports that some of the highways in the western direction of Ukraine are now jammed with traffic. But the streets of Kyiv themselves, though, are empty as authorities are trying to urge people to remain calm. We have heard from President Zelensky in a social media post urging people not to panic, and he was urging people to stay home and to stay calm, saying that Ukraine is now under attack. This is a scenario which really the Ukrainian government had been downplaying for some time. As early as the beginning of this week, President Zelensky saying that he did not think that Russia and Ukraine were going to go to war. But this morning, the blasts that woke people in the capital, obviously indicating that war is now very much underway, as we're waiting to hear more from authorities in terms of their next steps. I spoke to the Ukrainian president's spokesperson a short while ago and asked him where the Ukrainian president is. He declined to comment, Ali.
Aaron, have you been able to get, I know you're working hard and you're paying attention to everything that's going on, but we're not sure where. Clearly you heard explosions in Kyiv. We were together when you heard them. Then you heard the attack sirens. Do we know where those explosions happened yet? And I'm asking you because when I was talking to Ambassador McFaul earlier, he seemed to think that he was hearing from people in Ukraine who thought at least some of them might be near the airport, although you indicated you were hearing them from different directions.
Yeah, I was hearing explosions really at all sides from where I am right now, really in the heart of the capital. I was hearing explosions to my left, to my right, and then directly behind me. Unclear where exactly, precisely those explosions were happening. Of course, we did hear from an advisor to the Minister of the Interior say that ballistic missiles were launched, striking a number of military installations as well as airfields, though we have no further clarity from authorities on specific targets at this time, Ali.
Okay, as soon as you hear about that, please let me know. Obviously, it's militarily significant and important if they're hitting the airports because Ukraine doesn't have a massive air defense capability.
Stay there! Stay down, Shasta! Just stay down! Here.
right, Priscilla joins us now live in studio. We still don't know the motive for Michelle Talero's murder so far, but I do want to talk to you about Mexico's president because it's odd. At times he says he's addressing these killings, but he's also had somewhat of a contentious relationship with the press.
Yeah, Tom. Last year, he actually began hosting these press conferences where he would call out what he deems lies in the media, at times even singling.
There is what looks like the beginnings of some panic buying, but again, the situation here in Kharkiv is remarkably different from where Aaron is in Kyiv, where it seems like you're hearing sirens, where people are flooding out of the city. But there are successive bombings. We haven't heard one in a couple of hours now. But it seems as though we are starting to hear about a ground invasion and engagement with the Russian military. One interesting thing about this was that they're being supported by Belarus, this comment. Of course, they're coming from the Belarusian side as well. But it sounds as though they're being supported by Belarus. And that's an interesting little detail here, and one that I think is going to become very relevant in the coming days, because Belarus and its president Lukashenko have been so close with Vladimir Putin, so cooperative. And now we're starting to really see the effects of that, with Belarus being used as a staging ground for part of this operation. And, you know, Belarus, ever since the late 1990s, they've had kind of a deal to create what's been called a union state, sort of Vladimir Putin's effort to try to sort of reconstitute the former Soviet Union. This is one of his ambitions and could be one of the underlying notions of why he's coming into Ukraine, because we keep asking that question. Why is he invading Ukraine? And we know, of course, that Vladimir Putin considers the collapse of the Soviet Union, he's said this, to be one of the most, the biggest political disasters of the 20th century. Reconstituting it for him, or at least reconstituting some sort of sphere of influence that would include Belarus and Ukraine. It's one of the motives behind the dramatic actions he's taking this morning.
Yeah, well, when you look at the map and you look at from the Baltics to the Black Sea, only Ukraine is in the way for Russia's purposes. Belarus is not a NATO country. It is strongly in the pro-Russia camp, and this is what is so alarming to those NATO countries, Latvia, Lithuania, and even Estonia. Matt, we're going to come back to you very shortly. If you get a chance to look around and let us know what's going on, we'll come right back to you. I want to go to Moscow now. Keir Simmons is standing by there. He's got some news out of Moscow. Keir, it's morning there. What's happening?
Yeah, it's just coming up to 9 in the morning here in Moscow. The traffic, the streets are just as calm as you might expect. This city, of course, not being targeted the way that multiple cities there in Ukraine are. Russian people waking up to first see that speech by President Putin that happened at 5:45 in the morning, just being replayed again and again and again. It was almost as if the Russian television stations took time to kind of get started and begin their morning news programs, perhaps even many of those journalists wondering what to say, because I can tell you Russians across this country will be stunned. One little piece of news, Ali, we're hearing that the airports inside Russia close to Ukraine, multiple of those airports in the southern area of Russia near Ukraine, those are being closed. I think that's not surprising, to stop civilian aircraft from flying while there is an air campaign taking place close to those airports. And another piece of news from here too on the financial side, Ali. So the Moscow exchange has been suspended after shares dropped heavily. The ruble is frankly in free fall. It's hard to tell you what the value of the ruble is right now, because it's a straight line down against the dollar. And I think this goes to an important question right now for Russians and for President Putin, Ali, and I know I'm on your territory here when we talk about this. What we have been talking about up until now is the potential impact of sanctions. And clearly the markets will be very worried about the uncertainty. What will those sanctions look like? But there's also a question of the uncertainty of a conflict. Once a war is started, you don't know what happens. We definitely don't know how this is going to play out in Ukraine. For the Russian people right now, they're seeing the value of their currency fall. And as you know only too well, the next impact of that is heavy inflation if that continues. So aside from the question of sanctions, what the Russian people are waking up to right now is a heavy impact on their economy. how will that affect their psychology? You're going to have these twin track issues. One is, how is this conflict playing out for President Putin? And on the other hand, what is it doing to the Russian economy? Aside from the sanctions, what will it be doing to the Russian economy? What will it be doing to the value of Russian savings? What impact will that be having on Russian public opinion? President Putin clearly has made the calculation, and the opinion polls have shown that many Russian people haven't wanted this conflict, have hoped this conflict doesn't happen, but President Putin has clearly made the calculation that he can lead his people into this war and that they will support him. But he does have a domestic issues to deal with, primarily the economy, the standard of living for ordinary Russians, and that is going to be a challenge for him if the markets continue to react in the way they are in these early hours.
In fact, in 2014 and in years before in Ukraine, that's been the source of so much of the discontent, is people not seeing prosperity. I'm always happy when you wander into this space. I will tell you, European markets are not open yet, but it is looking like we are looking at a more than a 2% drop across the board on U.S. markets, which would be about a 700-point drop on the Dow. But more importantly, the price of oil, the price of gold is soaring. The price of oil is up internationally over $102 an ounce now for Brent crude, almost $97 an ounce for the crude that we use here in the United States. So I guess this is a long way of me asking you, Keir, what's the long game for Vladimir Putin right now? Because you don't know economically how war works out in the short term, and it often isn't good for regular people. But Putin's got something else in mind. He's got empire building in mind here.
Yeah, he has. And we should just mention, when you talk about the price of crude, of course, there is this terrible reality that the higher the price of crude goes, the more money Russia makes, because, of course, it is an energy supplier. But that only goes so far if the currency is taking a beating, frankly, because of the other implications that has for people's savings and for inflation here in Russia. Just in terms of, what is Vladimir Putin's aim here? I think another aspect, we've talked about some of the things he said in that speech in the early hours of the morning here, how he talked about Russia's nuclear capability, how chilling that is to hear him talk about that at a point at which he launches this war in Ukraine, because it's clearly directed at the West, saying, listen, I have nuclear weapons, so be careful what you do in reaction to this. So that is, frankly, chilling. But also in that speech, he once again talks about NATO. Now, we've said it again and again, and everybody watching will know this. Of course, Ukraine is not part of NATO. So at the same time as launching this conflict in Ukraine, Vladimir Putin once again saying that this is a part of his opposition to NATO. He's not fighting NATO right now. And so to answer your question, I think what his aims aren't clear. Is he trying to bring down the government of Ukraine? That seems pretty likely, pretty clear. What is his plan after that? We simply don't know. Does he plan to try to occupy the country? We simply don't know. We think that seems unlikely, not least because of Russia's experience in Afghanistan. Before America's experience in Afghanistan, of course, Russia had a very negative experience of trying to run Afghanistan. So it seems just hard to comprehend that President Putin's plan might be to try and occupy Ukraine. But of course, the issue would be even if he does manage to bring down the Zelensky government, what is he going to be able to put in its place? These are the kind of unknowns that will be worrying the financial markets around the world this morning, and very much so here in Russia. And these are the kind of questions that you begin to ask as a conflict starts, because you never know how a conflict ends.
You are absolutely right about that, Keir. Thank you for your reporting on this. We're going to stay close to you through the course of this night. It is 1 a.m. In New York. We are here from NBC World Headquarters, and we are looking at a dramatic situation in Ukraine. It is 8 a.m. in eastern Ukraine, 9 a.m. in Moscow, and the attack on Ukraine has begun. We've been hearing of missiles or bombs or explosions in Kyiv, in Kharkiv, in northeastern Ukraine, and in Mariupol. Mariupol, where Richard Engel is. We were on with him shortly a little while ago, and we heard an explosion while he was talking to us. There have been air raid sirens indicating an attack in Kyiv right now, and we have seen pictures of people leaving, cars packing the highways, heading west out of the city to get away from what is going on there. Let's bring in Aaron McLaughlin, NBC News correspondent, who is live in Kyiv. Aaron, what's the situation? It is 8 a.m. now. Much of this happened overnight. You and I were wondering why the sirens hadn't gone off. People may have been awoken by the explosions, but it's really as soon as morning came, those sirens were suddenly working, and people have packed into their cars and are getting out of town.
Yeah, the last siren we heard happened about 40 minutes ago, Ali. The last explosion we heard was about an hour and 20 minutes ago. We are now hearing from city authorities say that Kyiv is under martial law, announcing that as of today, schools and kindergartens in the capital are closed. Hospitals and the entire medical system work in an intensified mode. And then they are also working to open up access to bomb shelters, saying all those who are not involved in the critical infrastructure and livelihoods of the city stay at home and be prepared to go to shelter if the sirens are turned on. We remind you that the shelters are marked on a map, and then this over Twitter providing a map of where they can find the shelters. Just in terms of those shelters, I was speaking to a city official, and they have enough, they believe, for 2.8 million people. That is not quite the population here in Kyiv, so they do not have enough shelters for all of the residents, but they do have shelters for most of the residents. They've been working furiously to dust off those shelters. Now, in terms of what happened in the early hours of the morning, according to an advisor to the Minister of the Interior, confirming to journalists that cruise and ballistic missile strikes struck a number of locations around Kyiv, primarily military installations as well as airfields. As far as we can tell, no civilian structures have been hit so far. Residents reported waking up to the sounds of these explosions, their windows rattling. People here are absolutely terrified. People are now trying to make their way to the western portion of the country, evacuating the city of Kyiv. But I'm hearing also reports from some of my contacts here in Kyiv that there is a traffic jam on the main roadway moving west as more and more people are trying to evacuate the city, Ali.
All right, Aaron, thanks very much. We're going to stay close to you as well. Please stay safe while you're there. I want to go to Peter Baker. He's the chief White House correspondent for the New York Times. He's also the former Moscow bureau chief for the Washington Post. Peter, you heard Kieran me talking about this. We're trying to figure out, you can't figure out what the short game is until you figure out what Vladimir Putin's long game is. And he sends different messages depending on who he's talking to. He sends different messages to the Russian people than he does to the international community. He has this beef about NATO expansion, but he also talks a lot about rebuilding the Russian Empire, including going as far as to say a couple of days ago that Ukraine's not really a country. It doesn't really have a real history as an independent country. This is absolutely not true, but it's resonating with some people.
Yeah, I think Vladimir Putin tonight is at war not just with Ukraine and not just with the international order, but with history. He is at war to restore the antebellum status quo prior to the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991. He's not going to do it all in one, one grab, in effect. But if he can reverse the loss of Ukraine, which has a historic resonance in Russia, he believes, it seems, that he will seal his legacy in the history books. Remember, he's been in power now for 23 years. He's almost 70 years old, and he's thinking about how he's going to be remembered. He spent the last 2 years in isolation because of the pandemic. More than most world leaders, he was separate from even his own team. And I think that has, put in him, at least the theory goes among some analysts, that this has put in him, an imperative to make a difference in a way that the old czars did. What were the czars remembered for? They were remembered for expanding the empire. In his case, it would be rebuilding the empire. So I think that it's a larger, goal here than simply NATO or simply, the Donbass or anything like that. He has history in mind.
What is the option left to the West right now? One thing that has been very clear is that America had very good intelligence about this. We even heard the president of Ukraine in recent weeks sort of saying it's not as bad as Americans seem to think it is. It seems that everything that the White House has expected to happen is happening now. Given that they have this intelligence, what do they do?
Yeah, well, remember exactly. The Russian officials in the last few days and weeks used words like hysteria and misinformation and false information to describe the American warnings that Russia would invade. And here we are in the early mornings, hours of today. In fact, they have invaded, or at least they certainly have begun an assault on their neighbor, inflicting military casualties. And I think that, it is hard for the West to deter or engage in diplomacy with somebody who, as we've just discussed, has what he believes is a historic mission, right? It's not about achieving certain diplomatic achievements. It's not about certain strategic concessions he's looking for. He's looking for something bigger. And it's hard to, that he's not going to get that at the negotiating table, and the West isn't going to give him that at the negotiating table, nor is Ukraine. So I think that's a real challenge for both for Ukraine and for the United States, for President Biden, because it looks like, these sanctions are not going to be a deterrent. They may be a punishment, but they won't stop President Putin. They haven't stopped President Putin from taking the action he's now taken.
We're going to have to see. Nothing has stopped him yet. We're going to have to see what actually ends up doing that. Peter, thank you for that. I want to bring in Ambassador Michael McFaul back into the conversation. He's a former ambassador to Russia. We were just, I was just looking at a Vladimir Zelensky tweet, but it's in Ukrainian and I can't read it. But it does appear that he has said that he was he's spoken to President Biden. He's spoken to the Chancellor of Germany. He's working the phones tonight. He is trying to get something, and he was very clear in Munich. He's been very clear every day that we need the West's help here. You've indicated that there are things that the West can do. What is Zelensky asking them to do tonight?
Well, obviously, I don't know for sure, but we've been talking a lot tonight about the Russian military versus the Ukrainian military. What would be catastrophic is if the Ukrainian military ran out of weapons. Javelins, Stingers, artillery shells. Those we probably don't provide, but other things that we can provide, that I think would be a first order ask that he would be seeking. And then, other Ukrainians, as we've been talking about, have said they need the kind of equipment for civilian defense. So I think the first order ask will be to make sure that that military assistance comes in. Second, it should go without saying, but tomorrow we should wake up and see shock and awe economic sanctions, no more targeted sanctions, no more ratcheting up, no more waiting to respond. The full arsenal needs to be deployed tomorrow. And it doesn't mean that that will end Putin's invasion. We've been crystal clear about that for hours now tonight, right? But I think it needs to be a wake-up call for all Russians. And, Ali, I want to say honestly, I used to be for targeted sanctions. I used to always say, we should target those close to Putin. The Russian people don't deserve to suffer. But at this moment, there has to be much more pressure on all of Russian society. And I hope that's one of the things that they were discussing in these phone calls.
My executive producer, Lauren Peikoff, who knows how to use the Twitter better than I do, just sent me Zelensky's tweet in English, in which he says, urge to stop Putin, war against Ukraine and the world immediately, building an anti-Putin coalition, immediate sanctions, which you just said, defense and financial support. He also says close the airspace. Now, let's talk about this for a second. Close the airspace. Can NATO do that? Can the U.S. do that? Ukraine's not a NATO country, but Ukraine is asking them to do that. What level of sanction, or does that cross the line into war?
Well, most certainly we might have some capability to do that. And others that I've been corresponding with in Ukraine, they're saying to do the same on the seas and in the oceans. And I don't even want to speculate about various scenarios, but they want to see if their ports are going to be closed. They want to see the international community to close off Russian ships. My guess is that the Biden administration will not want to go to that step yet, because that then risks entering into a military conflict with the Russian armed forces. And the president has made it crystal clear that he does not want to do that.
Ambassador, in some fashion, I mean, I think you've been on MSNBC every day in the last couple of months, and we've talked so frequently. But as this is happening, as this is unfolding, as we were listening to the sirens go off in Kyiv, as we were hearing the explosions, what's the thing that you think people watching this, Americans, need to understand about what has happened tonight?
Well, first, I think we have to stop, framing Putin as some rational actor that wants to sit down and negotiate about NATO. Ali, I've been saying this for 20 years, that he has a certain ideology. He thinks in different ways than us, and he's risky. He's taken a really risky act today, the riskiest one before, but it's a long legacy. And I think we just need to have a much more accurate understanding of the enemy. And I'm going to call him an enemy that we are dealing with if we are part of the free world. I also think we need to call things good and evil. There's too much of this, fudging, his rational interest versus ours. This is an evil act by an evil man against innocent Ukrainians that do not deserve this. So we need some clarity. There is right and wrong in the world. There is good and evil. Sometimes my country has been part of good and bad things and evil things too. But tonight there is good and evil in the world, and it may not stop here. I think we have just entered. This is the largest war in Europe since World War II. Wars don't end. These kind of scale of wars don't end overnight. And even if Russia wins in the first phase, as you were talking about earlier with one of your guests, they may win in the first phase. They have great asymmetry when it comes to the airplanes and rockets. But Ukraine is not going to be subjugated. They're not going to give up. This is going to be a long, guerrilla war, maybe more passive means. It'll go on for a long time. I actually think it's the beginning of the end of Putin and Putinism. I think this was a catastrophic mistake on his part. He's throwing away decades of achievements in the eyes of the Russian people. But I don't know when that'll happen. I do think that will be the way we'll remember this history. But the last thing I would say is we're just in the first day of a major war. And just think about it, everyone who's listening. Think about the other wars that started this way, where we thought we knew, it's just going to be a small war. We'll all be home by Christmas. It's just going to be, it won't go anywhere else. And I just think we need to be worried and concerned of the fact that this could be a long war inside Ukraine, and B, one that could possibly spread beyond Ukrainian borders.
So we are in an unusual world that is rife with misinformation. There are going to be a lot of people who wake up tomorrow morning, on Thursday morning in America, and they will not have given a lot of thought to Ukraine. It's a distant and abstract place to a lot of Americans. And they will be reading up, and they will see something in which Vladimir Putin has said, maybe my control room has the maps of NATO in 1978 versus NATO now. But they will hear Vladimir Putin's argument and the argument of others that NATO pushed toward Russia. NATO backed Ukraine. NATO backed Russia into a corner. NATO kept taking these countries that were former Soviet republics and turned them into Western countries, and that is what has provoked this. What is somebody like you to say to that?
First thing I would say is go to thejournalofdemocracy.org and read my article about it. Because I got so tired of hearing these arguments, Ali, that I wrote it up. The first thing everybody should know is that that's his argument today. That's not what he said in 2002 about NATO. Go read it. I just put it in quotation marks from yesterday. He said it'd be fine if Ukraine joins NATO. He was nonchalant about other countries doing it. So that is a myth that he is a justification for this war that he was not talking about before. And I just think we need to lay that to rest. This is not about that. And if you don't believe me, then I want you to go and read every single word that Mr. Putin read to the Russian people. It was about an hour-long speech that he gave 2 days ago. I listened to most of it in Russian. The word NATO didn't come up until like halfway through. It was a rant about why the neo-Nazi coup that took over Ukraine in 2014, backed by the Americans, and he wants to do something about it. And that's what he told the Russian people today. He said denazification. That's what he talked about. He didn't talk about NATO. And let's just be clear, crystal clear. There's no Nazis ruling Kiev today. There has never been. Mr. Zelensky was voted in a free and fair election years after what happened in 2014. But this is much bigger for him. He thinks that he is uniting this country that has strayed away because they had this simple idea that they wanted to have free and fair elections and choose their leaders in free and fair elections and not have people sitting in Moscow tell them what to do. And now he wants them to pay the price. And that's why everybody in the free world that cares about freedom and democracy needs to be standing by Ukraine. And the last thing I'll say on this, it's not just about Ukraine. I think the lesson from history is when you think, oh, faraway place, 1938, what does Czechoslovakia have to do with me? 1939, what does Poland have to do with me? We had many Americans arguing that in 38 and 39. We know what happens later. If we don't take a stand to fight for freedom here, and I don't mean literally, I mean standing with the Ukrainians against this horrific invasion, it'll affect everywhere around the free world, not just in Ukraine.
I want to ask you this one thing, and I want to preface this by saying it shouldn't matter what people's choices are, that if you believe in self-determination, people get to make their own choices. Why is Ukraine different from a lot of its neighboring countries? Why didn't it join NATO earlier? Why did it go back and forth between pro-Russian governments and pro-Western governments? It's had two revolutions in the last 20 years.
Great question. Great question. Because the Ukrainian people, as President Zelensky so eloquently spoke today, and again, I urge your viewers to go listen or read his speech. It was a really powerful speech. Because the Ukrainian people, the Ukrainian government, didn't want to have war. They didn't want to have conflict with Russia. They tried to have a foot in the east, a foot in the west. Back to the Orange Revolution, Ollie, in 2004, I wrote a whole book about it back then. There was a revolution then, and they didn't say, oh, we're going to join NATO today. They didn't kick the Russian forces out of Crimea. They wanted peace with their neighbors to the east. And it was only after Russia attacked them in 2014 that this conversation about NATO began. If you're there alone, and you've shown those maps many times, you're there alone. You've already been attacked once. You already have lost territory to your neighbor through annexation once. Is it so irrational that you would want to join a security relationship, a NATO an alliance that might protect you from going down that path again? And tragically, that's where the Ukrainians are tonight.
I want to, you mentioned the comments made by Volodymyr Zelensky. He is an impassioned and good speaker. He had let out a video. He had released a video earlier today, but we did also hear from a very impassioned delivery from the Ukrainian ambassador to the United Nations. I want to just play a little of that.
Relinquish your duties as a chair. Call Putin, call Lavrov to stop aggression. And I welcome the decision of some members of this council to meet as soon as possible to consider the necessary decision that would condemn the aggression that you launch on my people. There is no purgatory for war criminals. They go straight to hell, Ambassador.
There's no purgatory for war crimes. They go straight to hell. Earlier, you were saying good and evil. We have to call things for what they are. That was the Ukrainian ambassador to the United Nations addressing the Russian ambassador, who happens to be the chair of the Security Council because it rotates, and Russia is the acting chair of it right now. I mean, he was sort of saying, he said, call Lavrov right now, relinquish your job, and condemn what your country is doing.
That was a very powerful speech. I hope the rest of the world will hear it. We need to call things good and evil. You know, one of my mentors here at Stanford was a guy named George Shultz. He was the Secretary of State for Ronald Reagan. And this is before Gorbachev. He used to always talk about this. There are times in the interest of American national security that we have to negotiate. In this case, he was talking about the Soviets. But we don't need to check our values at the door when we do so. We do need to call things when that's black and white and when they're wrong and right and good and evil. And tonight is one of those nights where you have to call things what they are. And this is an evil act with unprovoked, peaceful people are being attacked, and we need to stand with them.
I want to ask you about, on Saturday, we saw Vladimir Putin go to a a nuclear site and sort of take part in some sort of a demonstration. And then tonight, in his speech to the nation, he talked about the fact that Russia is a nuclear power. Obviously, that's not news to anybody watching this show. Why did he say it?
This is a warning to us. He's trying to say, don't get involved. It was very scary to me. When anybody invokes, we are a nuclear power, that is a very scary statement. And I think, again, to what we were talking about earlier, I think, Mr. Putin is rather unhinged right now. He has been for a long time, in my view, but even more recently, he feels really unhinged to me. His conception of the world is not based in reality, or if it is, he's just lying about it when he talks about it. And that, given his mindset, that was a very scary thing that he said tonight.
Yeah, I thought so too. Ambassador, thanks. We're going to take a quick break. We will, of course, continue our coverage of the attack on Ukraine that began this evening. You're watching MSNBC. We'll be right back.
There's an assault on democracy.
Scorching triple-digit heat. The new space race begins.
That is actually the potential America has always had.
The change might be around the corner.
Did you get a sense of what the end game is here?
What would happen in ranked choice voting?
That's just not what the facts are.
3 former intelligence officials said there's no way.
That's the heart of the matter, right?
The highly contagious Delta variant of COVID-19 was first discovered in India. Variants can develop anywhere in the world, especially in countries with the lowest vaccination rates. Providing vaccines to the world is not an act of pure generosity. It is an act of self-defense that is necessary to help protect Americans from the spread of future variants.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Whether it's the politics of climate change, the effects of marijuana laws, or the challenges of racial injustice, get your daily dose of enlightening articles at MSNBC Daily. Written perspectives by people you know and trust, like Alicia Menendez, Mehdi Hassan, and Frank Figluzzi, along with a growing list of experts offering their insights. Plus, a fresh take every morning from me, Hayes Brown. Start your day with MSNBC Daily at msnbc.com.
One bill would eliminate the requirement that students be taught the, quote, history of white supremacy, including but not limited to the institution of slavery and the Ku Klux Klan. American history is littered with shameful policies, but it is also filled with freedom fighters. To teach our children anything else is to rob them of their heritage and the truth, and they deserve better.
When you need brutal honesty.
These conspiracy theories are not only making people stupid, they're making them sick.
When you need answers first thing in the morning.
What's the key to progress to bringing this home and getting this deal done?
When you need to go deep inside Washington.
What is the military posture of the United States now toward Afghanistan?
And hear from someone who's been there.
Perhaps the greatest threat to American democracy right now is misinformation that's being spread around.
You need your Morning Joe, only on MSNBC.
Controversy in Southlake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town, forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small town fight ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative of rampant racism.
Shame. This is Southlake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Get your daily dose of written perspectives about the issues that matter most. Start your day with MSNBC Daily at msnbc.com.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas.
From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Ukraine is under attack. I want to bring in NBC News correspondent Carol Lee, who's following the latest from the White House. Carol, what's the situation?
Statement condemning this, saying that it was a violation of international law. He's also spoken with President Zelensky of Ukraine. I can read you part of the statement that they put out about that. Essentially, they're saying that President Zelensky had reached out to the White House to ask to speak to President Biden. This was a statement that seemed very hastily put out, in the sense that usually these things are put out later after some thought is really put into them, and this is one reads in a way that they really wanted to get this out immediately. It said, President Zelensky reached out to me tonight and we just finished speaking. I condemned this unprovoked and unjustified attack by Russian military forces. The president goes on to say in this statement that he briefed Zelensky on plans for the U.S. to rally the international community around condemning this act by Russia, and that tomorrow he will meet with G7 leaders to talk about next steps in terms of adopting some very punishing sanctions in coordination with America's allies, and also vowed to continue to supply support and assistance to Ukraine. So that is likely one of many phone calls that the president is going to have with world leaders. And as I said, he has that meeting tomorrow morning, or I guess this morning, in a matter of hours. And so he will meet with the G7 leaders, and that's really going to be to set the table for what we expect to be a number of sanctions that the administration adopts against Russia tomorrow, that are supposed to be much stiffer and much stronger than the ones that we saw the other day that they announced after that initial invasion by Russia. Now that they've gone in even further, the White House said they would escalate if Putin escalates, and that's what they're prepared to do. And the intelligence has been right on. Carol, thanks very much for that. Carol Lee for us at the White House. I want to bring in Ben Rhodes. He was the Deputy National Security Advisor under President Obama. Ben, there are a few things at work, all of which place Joe Biden at the center. There's NATO and the response that NATO is going to have. There's the EU, which it doesn't involve Joe Biden, but EU is central to what some of these sanctions are going to look like. And then there's, as Carol was just talking about, the G7, which used to be the G8 until Russia decided to become an expansionist empire. At this point, all eyes are on Joe Biden. Joe Biden is more central to this response than people who are on Russia's border right now.
No, that's absolutely right. And the reality is, as we've been reminded in recent days, the U.S. role as really the guarantor of security to Europe remains just as relevant today, if not more relevant than it's been in a very long time. And look, I think they're going to have to consider, obviously, the types of sanctions we've heard about, sanctioning more Russian financial institutions, export controls to choke off inputs to the Russian economy. But if you take a step back and you look at the scale of what Putin has now done, and you consider, not only is he trying to disrupt the international order that the U.S. has been at the center of, he's trying to take advantage of what he sees as the weaknesses in that international order. So today, Russia chaired the UN Security Council meeting about the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and obviously can obstruct any action by that body. Russia, because of its oil and gas reserves, thinks that it will deter the capacity of the United States and Europe to impose truly punishing sanctions, because they don't think the United States and Europe will want to disrupt the global economy to that extent. You've seen Putin emphasizing his own nuclear deterrent as a means of signaling that the United States cannot get involved. We've even seen, obviously, Russia use social media to mount disinformation campaigns. They've tried to expose the weak spots in that international order that the U.S. leads. So in addition to this immediate response of sanctions, I think what President Biden needs to do with those G7 leaders is consider, how can we pursue Putin's weak spots? It's not going to deter him in the immediate term here. But Russians are not as enthused about this conflict as they were about the annexation of Crimea, which is a relatively bloodless activity, incursion and invasion that they engaged in 2014. Russians do not want casualties coming home. Russians have pocketbook issues themselves and would suffer, obviously, under the more severe sanctions, particularly if we went after the Russian energy sector or took more severe action to cut them off from the global financial system. I think President Biden, in addition to framing this around the stakes that are in play here, which is the fundamental operation of the international order, whether sovereign countries can continue to be sovereign and make their own decisions, whether we can live in a world in which we don't return to this kind of mass-scale invasion on the European continent. He really needs to elevate the conversation, I think, to meet the moment that Vladimir Putin has cast with this latest move.
Let me ask you something. It's 1:30 in the morning in the East. The kids are asleep, so we could talk politics for a second. There was a time in the last administration when the former president of the United States actively undercut and undermined NATO. And it looked to some people who were old enough to remember why NATO exists to be very worrisome, to allow for expansionist administrations like the Russian administration. Has that been fixed, or is Joe Biden in the process of still fixing that?
No, I think that look, NATO, nothing reinforces NATO's relevance. This is a body that was created to resist the Soviet Union, and nothing is going to reinforce the unity of NATO more than this action by Putin. I think that's already happened, and the European leaders seem seized by this. The United States is already positioning more reinforcements on NATO's eastern flank. I think NATO itself is in a stronger and more relevant position than it's been in a very long time. I think, though, that there's a deeper need here. You referenced the past administration. Part of what Vladimir Putin represents is the deeply destructive strain of ethno-nationalist authoritarianism that has caused previous wars on the European continent. This brand of politics leads to war. And I think part of what needs to happen in this country and in Europe is a revitalization and fortification of democracy itself. Because part of what this is, Ali, is a war on democracy. Ukraine itself is not just something that Vladimir Putin sees as, a threat because it could potentially be a NATO member state on its border. The bigger threat to Putin is a successful democracy on his border. And he wants to disrupt and undermine democracy itself. That is the stakes of this conflict. And to meet that moment, not only do we have to impose a punishing cost on Russia that essentially changes the nature of the relationship, not just the economic relationship, but the relationship between Russia and the rest of the world needs to change dramatically tomorrow. Not only does that need to happen, but we need to get our house in order here and in Europe to make sure that this brand of ethno-nationalism and this effort that Russia's been a part of to try to divide us against one another, that needs to stop as well. And so this really needs to be seen as the kind of seismic wake-up call that it is, both in our foreign policy, but also in the way in which we choose to defend democracy itself in this country, in Europe, and around the world.
Ben, in the administration in which you worked, in the Obama administration, when we were dealing with the belligerent Iran, after years and years of Iran sitting at the table but not really coming to a deal, your administration imposed restrictions and sanctions that included removing them from the SWIFT system, the system by which money moves around the world, by which trading is done. And it worked. It got them to the table real fast, and you ended up with a deal in the end. There are some arguing that that's the level of economic sanction that needs to be imposed on Russia. Take them off the international trading system.
Yeah, this is really important because essentially, if you look at the scale of sanctions and the degrees that they can turn this up, what we've heard to date is an indication that we'd be looking at a number of Russian banks and financial institutions, export controls, as I mentioned. The two things that have been the steps that you can detect reticence around are the SWIFT system, essentially cutting Russia off from that capacity to participate in the international financial system, and energy exports, hitting oil and gas exports out of Russia. Because
for obvious reasons, because it shoots the price up.
Yeah, it's going to drive the price up. But here's the reality, Ali, and I've experienced this in government myself. Sometimes you prepare for a scenario, but when it actually unfolds and you actually see the dramatic pictures that we're witnessing of air raid sirens going off, of civilians being killed. We're going to get reports in the morning, I'm sure, of Ukrainian casualties. This is a country of 45 million people who did nothing, who did none of the things that Vladimir Putin has said that they've done. And we're dealing with a leader in Vladimir Putin who is increasingly isolated, increasingly extremist in his rhetoric. sometimes you have to change your mindset about how far you're willing to go. And so I think that those more severe sanctions, like SWIFT, like oil and gas sanctions, obviously you have to consider how can you mitigate the effects. Obviously you have to consider what the American people are willing to put up with. But we're in a whole new world right now. And I think that as we watch this conflict unfold, and as we watch, tragically, the carnage that could ensue, I think things that might have seemed out of reach will begin to seem like the more rational option than not imposing the most extreme form of consequence on Russia.
Well, Americans are going to start seeing higher gas prices tomorrow. Oil prices are up 5% on this news, but, you know, taking a stand isn't free.
It's going to happen anyway. I mean, this is anyway. Just really quick, Ali, this is going to happen anyway. You know, I mean, people don't want look, nobody wanted this war to happen. Nobody wanted to see more strains on global energy markets. Nobody wants to see more inflationary pressure. But the reality is Putin is weaponizing all those things as it is. And so the question is, how can we, again, take advantage of Putin and Russia's weaknesses in response to what he's done?
Ben, we appreciate your analysis and your experience on this, Ben Rhodes. I want to bring Erin McLaughlin back in. She's in Kyiv. She's been up listening to the explosions going off, the air raid sirens, and is now gathering a lot of information about what is happening in that city. A lot of people woke up this morning, Erin, to a world very different than the one they went to sleep in.
Yeah, that's right, Ali. It is calm right now. It's been 2 hours since we heard the last explosion and an hour since we heard the last siren. We are now hearing, however, from an advisor to the Minister of the Interior saying that tanks are crossing the border from Belarus into Ukraine. A live stream apparently shows a stream of tanks at the Sankivka crossing. I was at that crossing some 3 weeks ago. It's a remote crossing. It essentially marks the intersection of Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine. I was there speaking to the Border Patrol guards there, and one of the guards told me that she has been instructed if she sees anything to call the Ukrainian military. The issue, of course, being in that portion of the country, for years now, Ukraine has only known peace with Belarus. It is only until recently that Belarus has assumed a hostile position toward Ukraine, and most of the Ukrainian military have been trained on the eastern portion of the country and the war raging in Donbass. So the northern border has been identified as a point of vulnerability. I've spoken to Ukrainian military experts about it. They were aware of it. They were trying to mitigate that. They were conducting exercises in recent weeks along the northern border. I think the question now, given that tanks are crossing from Belarus across the border into Ukraine, is how will the Ukrainian military respond? It is not clear at this point, and it is worth noting that that border crossing is about a 3.5-hour drive from where I'm standing now, Ali.
Do we have any clarity on, are those Russian troops coming in from Belarus, or are those Belarusian troops coming in from Belarus, or do we not know?
It is unclear at this time. And all I have right now is tanks are being seen crossing the border. It's unclear if it is from Russian troops or Belarusian troops. But also unclear if they're coming to Kyiv. But they're certainly headed in the direction of the capital. Meanwhile, here in the capital, people continue to evacuate the highway going west to the western portion of the country, which is widely seen as the safest place to be at this point, is completely jammed. This is a city under martial law. Schools are closed today. Hospitals, the entire medical system is on a state of heightened alert. We're also hearing that they're working to open up the shelters. Speaking to city officials, they have enough shelters here for about 2.8 million people. At night, there's about 3.5 million in the city. So we are also hearing reports that when those sirens were going off, directing people to get to the shelters, many of the shelters were completely packed.
Wow.
So this is a really scary and terrifying situation for the people here in Kyiv. It is worth noting that up until this point, the government has been downplaying this threat and speaking to experts in the buildup to where we are now, and they were critical of that. They said that, you know, while, yes, you want to maintain calm, you don't want people to panic, you also need to inform your population as what to do in the event of the worst case scenario. And I can tell you, Ali, right now, this certainly appears to be the worst case scenario, which is an all-out, full-scale invasion of this country,
including the capital. And you're right, even until a week ago, you had the president of Ukraine suggesting that maybe the West needs to lower the heat on this whole thing, and it may not all be that bad. And I should say, unfair to ask you who those tanks are, because even in 2014, there was always the speculation there were unnamed, unbadged soldiers who had come over, the little green men, who are believed to have been Russian soldiers, but did not identify themselves. So figuring out who's actually coming into Ukraine would be a hard task at the best of times.
I think the difference here, though, Ali, is that in 2014 in Donbass, you know, Russia tried to maintain the pretext that it was the separatists that were at the helm of that military operation there, when, you know, it was pretty clear to everyone all along that it was a Russian-backed operation. They were trying to maintain the pretext, though, that they weren't involved. Same thing in Crimea. But what we heard from the Russian president, you know, earlier, it is very clear that this is Russia assaulting Ukraine. There is no doubt to that at all.
And in that imagery that we were just looking at from that border with Belarus, there are tanks. There are also missile launchers that appear to be on the ground there. Aaron, we'll talk to you again shortly. Aaron McLaughlin for us in Kyiv. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back on the other side of it.
Why not use every tool in your toolbox to get the information that you say you need to do your job and to do it effectively on day one?
Should Americans have to decide between staying healthy and going back to work?
What is the holdup here?
Should they pay some price for that?
Is that still the most realistic timeline?
What sort of legal risk does that carry?
Can we trust the information we're getting?
Would you be willing to go it alone with a Democrat-only option?
These days, a big part of the appeal of the conservative movement is the transgressive thrill of being a jerk, of being cruel, of mocking people and deriding them when they are in pain or suffering or having a problem. When you build a political movement whose emotional core is transgression and cruelty, ultimately no one is safe from that kind of treatment. So what kind of governance will that lead to the next time that these folks get power?
Keep up with what matters. Keep up with Chris. All In with Chris Hayes. Weeknights at 8 on MSNBC.
You know, there's an old saying, you only live once. It's usually passed down to a generational advice from a drunk uncle at a barbecue. You only live once. No, you only die once. You live every day, right? And I'm gonna choose to live my life like that.
I'm going to take a lot of messages away from today, but you only die once. You live every day. I have a lot of years in TV, and that is the best advice I've heard. John, thanks for everything, my friend.
Thank you for having me.
John Field is the president of the Feel Good Foundation.
Whether it's the politics of climate change, the effects of marijuana laws, or the challenges of racial injustice, get your daily dose of enlightening articles at MSNBC Daily. Written perspectives by people you know and trust, like Alicia Menendez, Mehdi Hassan, and Frank Figluzzi, along with a growing list of experts offering their insights. Plus, a fresh take every morning from me, Hayes Brown. Start your day with MSNBC Daily at msnbc.com.
One bill would eliminate the requirement that students be taught the, quote, history of white supremacy, including but not limited to the institution of slavery and the Ku Klux Klan. American history is littered with shameful policies, but it is also filled with freedom fighters. To teach our children anything else is to rob them of their heritage and the truth, and they deserve better.
When you need brutal honesty.
These conspiracy theories are not only making people stupid, they're making them sick.
When you need answers first thing in the morning.
What's the key to progress to bringing this home and getting this deal done?
When you need to go deep inside Washington.
What is the military posture of the United States now toward Afghanistan?
And hear from someone who's been there.
Perhaps the greatest threat to American democracy right now is misinformation that's being spread around.
You need your Morning Joe, only on MSNBC.
Controversy in Southlake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small town fight ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative of rampant racism.
This is Southlake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Get your daily dose of enlightening articles at MSNBC Daily. Written perspectives by people you know and trust, like Alicia Menendez, Mehdi Hassan, and Frank Figluzzi, along with a growing list of experts offering their insights. Plus, a fresh take every morning from me, Hayes Brown. Start your day with MSNBC Daily at msnbc.com.
All right, I want to go back to Kharkiv in eastern Ukraine. Matt Bradley, NBC News foreign correspondent, is standing by there. Matt, what's the latest?
Hey, Ali, I was telling you a moment ago how everything was pretty normal here. It still is, but now that it's fully morning, it's clear that the streets are empty. No one is out except people trying to get into grocery stores to buy food. All the shops are closed. Everything looks like this city is hunkered down and waiting for the worst. And while we haven't heard any shelling recently, it's pretty clear that we're going to start to see some action in just a little while because, as I said earlier, we're only 25 miles from the border, and there's been video cameras on the border witnessing Russian troops streaming over the borders headed this way. So in the next probably hour or two, I would imagine, we're going to start seeing the effects of this on the streets of major cities. So we're much closer to the border than Kyiv, which also seems to be the main target of this operation. And while I told you, we haven't heard any bombing in the last hour or two, it does seem as though we're going to start seeing things in the situation here for the citizenry. Those citizens who didn't seem all that concerned as of yesterday or the day before, they now seem panicked, buying as much as they can, trying to get into shops that are closed. The streets are empty. This is a really chilling situation, and it looks like the calm before the storm.
Let's talk. Well, although we're getting some video and some reporting that the storm has begun in parts of Ukraine, including that area north of where Aaron was, and that border crossing with where Russia and Belarus and Ukraine come together. What do you make of that? You were talking about this a little bit earlier.
Yeah, that's right. This is also that area, Sumy and Kharkiv, north of where I am. That's where we're starting to see tanks and armored personnel crossing the border, being engaged by the Ukrainian military. And of course, this is all coming from the Ukrainian military. We have not gone out there ourselves to verify this. We don't know. We have to take that at face value because the fog of war, we have no information except for what we're told by the Ukrainians, which is, of course, that they've shot down jets and that they're engaging the military and fighting back. It's going to take a while before we can get our own picture of what is going on. But I can tell you that in the streets of the second largest city in Kyiv, it looks as though people are really prepared for the worst. And I imagine that a lot of them, just like they are in Kyiv, are very surprised.
Matt, thanks. We're going to stay close to you. I want to bring in Clint Watt. Clint is an Army veteran and a former FBI special agent. Clint, I saw something you tweeted, which I think is really interesting because the U.S., the administration has come under criticism from literally everyone. The Russians, the Ukrainian president himself, and everybody else for being alarmist about this whole thing. And yet 100% of what the administration suspected was going to happen has happened.
It's happened almost exactly in the timeline that they said it would happen. And I think if there was anything that we could say about this is the intel community got it right. I also think the Biden administration has definitely shown that they tried to do everything they could do short of deploying troops to try and slow down the Russian invasion and stop it. And it also just speaks to President Zelensky and some of the negotiations back and forth. I was quite negative about Macron and his traveling back and forth to meet with Putin, that it was all just a show. We can clearly see that now. This timeline has been built over many months by Putin. The videos were pre-filmed and loaded. This was always going to happen. It turns out if Russia moves the vast majority of its army all around the borders of Ukraine, it will invade. And so I think all the signals were there. I think what's strange is how much, even inside our own country here in the U.S., people fought against that intelligence. And I think it's just that 20-year hangover from the invasion of Iraq, when things really didn't add up and the intel was fudged. But I have to say, they did a great job here. We do really well from the U.S. and NATO partners on state-to-state engagement and understanding in terms of intelligence. And also the 20 years since the global war on terror, our capabilities in terms of intelligence were advanced considerably during the war on terror. And I think that's why you're seeing such clarity around what we understood in this battlefield today.
And earlier this evening, before this all happened, we were reporting that there was a decision taken by the Biden administration to share more information than normal at the risk of that information being leaked if there were moles on the inside or just because things leaked, so as to be able to rally the international community and say, we've got what we believe to be really good information about Putin's intent and his plans. We need to be ready for this.
That's right. And they made the right decision by disclosing that information. Look, we're trying to stop a war without going and deploying troops to stop a war. And the best thing that we could do is use that intelligence. I've heard some naysayers and some counter arguments saying, oh, we're burning intelligence. Look, what do we have this stuff for if we're not trying to save tens of thousands of lives and prevent an invasion? So I think they made the right decision here. It also is giving the U.S. more credibility in terms of understanding the world situation. And I think for our partners, particularly our European partners, it's been a great way to really build resolve and start to bring that union back together after 4 years of the Trump administration.
Clint, thank you for your expertise tonight. We appreciate it. Clint Watts. I want to go back to Ambassador Michael McFaul, former U.S. ambassador to Russia. Michael, I've been sort of shooting questions at you all night. I haven't really given you a chance to sort of look at this as you've been on TV all night and tell us what you make of it. What's going through your mind right now?
It's a really sad day, Ali. It's tragic. I think, we got to analyze what's going on, but this is a horrific war, needless war. Most wars are needless, but this one is really needless. From an autocratic dictator against a democratic Ukraine. I'm just, as we sit here and talk, I'm getting reports from Ukrainians all over the country, in the West as well, by the way. This sounds like it's going to be a major invasion. There's going to be tens of thousands of people that are going to die for nothing. There's no reason for this. It didn't need to happen. And I just find it to be a very sad day. And I think it's a very consequential day, too, for the international system. As we talked about a couple hours ago by now, I think, we ended World War II by trying to imagine a new world where the UN Security Council would play a role and we would try to prevent major wars like this. It didn't always work that way during the Cold War, but even during the Cold War, we did not have annexation. Remember that. We did not have major annexation, and we most certainly didn't have major wars like this one feels it's about to be in the heart of Europe. And it feels like the system is breaking down. It just feels like Putin doesn't care. He wants to rip things up and tear things apart. And if he succeeds, that has consequences for all over the world of how other countries think of their neighbors, how other countries think of their borders. And that's why I think it's just really important for those that believe in freedom, those that believe in democracy, that we're not going to go to war with Russia. We've made that clear, but we need to do everything else short of that to try to help Ukraine endure this horrific war that's been launched upon them today.
You've been ringing this bell for a long time, and while we were just talking about how the intelligence was good on this and the efforts by the administration have been very, very strong, it did take a while to get everybody in NATO to come around to this, including Germany, because they didn't want to give up that natural gas they get from Russia. In fact, everybody tomorrow is going to see higher prices at the pumps because of what's happened today. How do you keep people on this mission, even though it might cost them?
Well, we live in a free country because we fought for freedom, literally. And when that erodes, that has long-term consequences for our economic well-being. I think it's a pretty small price to pay a little bit more at the gas tank because of what's happening here. And you know, I don't want to get, don't get me wrong, there will be costs and they'll be hard, but compared to what Ukraine is enduring right now, I don't think that's a big sacrifice. The second thing I would say is, you know, we miscalculated, not we, not you, not President Biden, but for a long time, we've been miscalculating Vladimir Putin. We've thought that, you know, we could work with him, we could find accord. And I think today we've now need to realize that that was a mistake. And now we have to find more creative means. You know, the conversation you were just having with Ben Rhodes a while back, we've got to be more proactive. We've been on too much defense when it comes to Vladimir Putin. I think we need a big, radical, comprehensive plan for trying to contain Putin and Putin's Russia. And this today, tragically, has to be the day we have to reconsider that. And, you know, there was a lot of talk in the beginning of the Biden administration. We need to pivot to China. China's our great threat. And most certainly we have a major competition with China that will be with us for decades to come. But I think we took our eye off the ball a little bit. We thought that this was all we're going to focus on. And tragically, Putin has woken us up. We've got a major cataclysmic war in our hand in Europe, and we're going to be dealing with this, I think, for the rest of the Biden administration.
Ambassador McFaul, thank you for all of your analysis this evening. Katie Tur picks up our special coverage of the attack on Ukraine after a quick break.
There's an assault on democracy.
Scorching triple-digit heat.
The new space race begins.
That is actually the potential America has always had.
The change might be around the corner.
Did you get a sense of what the end game is here?
What would happen in ranked choice voting?
That's just not what the facts are.
3 former intelligence officials said there's no way. That's the heart of the matter, right?
The highly contagious Delta variant of COVID-19 was first discovered in India. Variants can develop anywhere in the world, especially in countries with the lowest vaccination rates. Providing vaccines to the world is not an act of pure generosity. It is an act of self-defense that is necessary to help protect Americans from the spread of future variants.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Whether it's the politics of climate change, the effects of marijuana laws, or the challenges of racial injustice, get your daily dose of enlightening articles at MSNBC Daily. Written perspectives by people you know and trust, like Alicia Menendez, Mehdi Hassan, and Frank Figluzzi, along with a growing list of experts offering their insights. Plus, a fresh take every morning from me, Hayes Brown. Start your day with MSNBC Daily at msnbc.com.
One bill would eliminate the requirement that students be taught the, quote, history of white supremacy, including but not limited to the institution of slavery and the Ku Klux Klan. American history is littered with shameful policies, but it is also filled with freedom fighters. To teach our children anything else is to rob them of their heritage and the truth, and they deserve better.
When you need brutal honesty.
These conspiracy theories are not only making people stupid, they're making them sick.
When you need answers first thing in the morning.
What's the key to progress to bringing this home and getting this deal done?
When you need to go deep inside Washington.
What is the military posture of the United States now toward Afghanistan?
And hear from someone who's been there.
Perhaps the greatest threat to American democracy right now is misinformation that's being spread around.
You need your Morning Joe, only on MSNBC.
Controversy in Southlake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town, forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small town fight ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse. False narrative of rampant racism.
Shame. This is Southlake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Get your daily dose of written perspectives about the issues that matter most. Start your day with MSNBC Daily at msnbc.com.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
from Guatemala City, from Wilmington. I was in space in Texas, from Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
At Applebee's.
Good morning. It is 2 a.m. here in New York and 9 a.m. in Ukraine. And here is what we know right now. On this Thursday, Ukraine is a country under attack and gripped by fear after Russia launched an assault by air just before dawn local time. Ukraine is now in a state of martial law after Russian missiles targeted major cities, including Kyiv, Kharkiv, Odessa, and Mariupol. Schools are closed. Bomb shelters are being prepared. And there's now a mass exodus out of the capital city of Kyiv. Ukrainians desperate to flee to the west, away from the Russian border, forming long lines on gridlocked highways. According to our reporters on the ground, the targets so far have primarily been military installations and airfields, anything Ukraine can use to defend itself. Ukraine's military reports that it shot down 5 Russian planes and a helicopter. The explosions began after Vladimir Putin took to television before the sun rose in Russia to announce a, quote, military operation in eastern Ukraine. He gave a chilling speech claiming his aim was to, quote, denazify Ukraine and warning the West not to interfere, saying anyone who does will face, quote, consequences as you have never before experienced in your history. President Biden, who spoke with Ukraine's leader by phone as the missiles were falling, released a statement calling the events of the last few hours an unprovoked and unjustified attack by Russian military forces. He is expected to meet with G7 leaders later today. Joining me now is NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin. She's in Kyiv, Ukraine. So, Erin, it has been a long morning already for you. What are you hearing right now?
Hey, Katie. Well, it has been more than 2 hours since we heard the last explosion and more than an hour since we heard the last siren. The situation here right now is calm. The streets are empty. People here in the capital are being urged to remain indoors. If they hear an air siren, they're being urged to go to their nearest bomb shelter for safety. All eyes right now really are on the border with Belarus at the Senkivka crossing. That is the intersection of Belarus, Ukraine, and Russia. And according to an advisor to the Minister of Interior, tanks have been seen crossing from Belarus into Ukraine. It's unclear where those tanks are going, but I should note that that crossing, which I was at just 3.5 weeks ago, is about 3.5 hours away from where I am now. It's incredibly close to the capital. It has been a source of anxiety for Ukrainian officials, the fact that there are 30,000 Russian troops that have been conducting military exercises with Belarusian forces. Those exercises concluded on the 20th of February. They had been promised that once those exercises concluded, that the Russian forces would leave. The Russian forces then later announcing, citing the situation in Donbass, that they were in fact staying and now appear to be coming across the border, participating in this assault on Ukraine. It is an extraordinarily tense situation here, and people are absolutely terrified, having been woken up this morning to any number of explosions. Locals saying that their windows were rattled. So far, no civilian structures have been targeted in those airstrikes in the early hours of the morning. So far, the main targets are airfields as well as military installations. That, again, according to an advisor to the Ministry of Interior.
Erin, there's a population of about 44 million in Kyiv, or in Ukraine, excuse me. And we're looking right now at a camera, we were a second ago, of the capital down on the streets. It is 9 a.m., 9:04, and there are some people milling about the square. but very few cars on the road. We've seen long lines of people in their cars trying to get out of the capital city and to flee west. It's remarkable because we've been talking, you and I, for weeks now, and for weeks the people of Kyiv have kind of brushed off the warnings from the West, saying that they didn't really expect Russia would actually invade. And what a difference the past 2 days has made. What are you hearing from regular citizens? Are they planning on staying, or will we see a complete emptying out of Kyiv?
Well, I think it's worth keeping in mind this is a city of some 3.3 million, depending on what official you talk to. It can vary. The population of the city can vary from day to night. It'd be very difficult to evacuate that number of people in short order, which is why I think we're hearing from city officials right now urging people to remain in place, to not leave their homes, only leave if they hear those air sirens. You know, the government had long been downplaying this threat in an attempt to maintain economic order. They were very concerned about the economy here. They also didn't want people panicking. They wanted people to remain calm, although speaking to experts that were critical of that approach, that yes, you should tell people to not panic and remain calm, but also begin to tell people to prepare. That being said, Ukrainians are remarkably self-sufficient people. They pride themselves on that fact that they do take care of themselves. They make their own preparations. They don't rely on the government. Any number of Ukrainians have told me that in the past few weeks that I have been here. They're making their own preparations. Many of them had been taking those intelligence assessments that were coming from the White House seriously. That being said, I think it's fair to say that deep down, many people here did not think this would actually happen. And I think that in listening to even Ukrainian military experts in the days leading up to this point, they saw the point of vulnerability, the point of most likely escalation to be in the eastern portion, in Donbass. They did not think that Kyiv would be an immediate target as it is today. So I think a lot of people are shocked. There's a lot of mixed feelings going on here, but people are evacuating. I was just texting with an analyst who lives in the city, and she said that all her friends right now are packing up and they're leaving. Some have already evacuated. Some had already sent their children to the west, and now we're seeing this steady stream of cars going in the direction of western Ukraine to areas like Lviv, which is the city some 50 miles from the Polish border, where the U.S. Embassy currently has its operation, the U.S. Embassy having shut down its operations some days ago. Katie.
You know, Aaron, not to get ahead of ourselves, but you mentioned tanks seen crossing the border from Belarus. Belarus is only a few hours from the capital city of Kyiv. You've also been covering civilians who have been training. This is video that we have of that happening. You've been covering civilians training up, learning how to use weapons. Matt Bradley was in eastern Ukraine talking to civilians who said that they would take up arms. Is there an expectation that we are going to see something like that in Kyiv? I mean, this is also a country and a people that have had bloody conflict in recent history, as early or as late as 2014, with the ouster of the pro-Russian leader in that country. It got quite bloody in those few weeks surrounding that. I just wonder what you expect from your experience there, from your conversations, from how the people will react.
Well, I think an open question right now, Katie, is how the Ukrainian military will respond to those tanks coming across the border. Will they engage with those tanks? That's a question at the moment. From the conversations I've had with Ukrainian military experts, the answer would be yes. They are going to engage with the Russian forces. They will fire on those forces. This is war, although we have yet to see that. In terms of people and their personal preparations, you're right. I was at a training exercise in the suburbs of Kyiv just a few weeks ago. It was privately organized. The city had not organized trainings like this, although they were working on building this sort of civilian defense force. They have been focusing on that in recent weeks. But this was a privately organized event, hundreds of people turning up on a very cold Saturday morning to learn first aid, to learn how to fire a weapon, to learn how to evacuate the wounded. And I saw an elderly man there. He was in his 70s, and he was standing in line learning how to shoot a wooden gun, essentially. And I asked him what he would do when the Russians arrive, if the Russians arrive. And at that point, he looked at me and he said, "I will shoot. I will shoot them." Just looking me straight in the face saying that. I was talking to another 17-year-old who was there, and he said that he was going to fight to the death to defend his country. He said that he knows what was at stake here. He said he knows that the principles of freedom are at stake. I was speaking to another woman who was there with her 2 teenage boys, and she said that she thought it was important to be there. She said that it's important to stand for something, that it's important to believe in something, and she wanted her boys to remember that and to know that, and that was why she was participating in those military exercises. And you hear these stories echoed when you have conversations here, people in Ukraine who fought for their freedom in their eyes 8 years ago with the Maidan revolution, when thousands of people took to the square, some being shot at by sniper fire. They were armed only with wooden shields, and yet they persisted until that government was toppled and they could usher in the pro-European government system that continues to today. So there's very much that spirit here in Ukraine. They do not take their freedom for granted. And I think, based on everything that I've heard so far in the weeks that I've been here, they absolutely plan on fighting for it, Katie.
Yeah, again, 2014, because the leader at the time wasn't going to join the EU, wasn't going to have, not join the EU, but have stronger relations with the EU when the people wanted those stronger economic relations. Aaron McLaughlin, do stay safe, but stick around for us. Joining me now is NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley. He is in Kharkiv, Ukraine. Matt, Aaron was just saying it's been a couple hours since she heard a last explosion. What have you been hearing there?
Yeah, that's the same here. We haven't heard anything in the last couple of hours. But the situation here in Kharkiv, we're to the sort of extreme east of the country, extreme northeast of the country, is a little bit different from what I understand from where my colleague Aaron is in the capital. We're not seeing cars, convoys of cars streaming out of the city. We're not hearing really the siren at all or any loudspeakers. We were told that when the city came under attack, there would be loudspeakers. But the fighting is still audible as of this morning. There were 10 to 15 blasts that we heard a couple of hours ago. And like I said, that hasn't happened in the last couple of hours. But we are so close to the Russian border, and we've just gotten information from the border services, the security services, that there are tanks and armaments that are seen rolling over the border from Russia. We're only 25 miles away. So like I told you, Katie, this was an audible experience for us, and I think that in the next hour or two, it is going to be a visible experience for us. We are going to start to see Russian tanks here in Kharkiv. I don't know for sure. I don't know what their objective is, but they have already breached the border and are heading south.
We
Katie?
just showed a map where you are. That's the northeastern portion of Ukraine, Kharkiv, Matt, and it is striking just looking at your position, looking at your live shot right now, how quiet everything is behind you. And I guess the expectation after what we saw this morning, maybe the expectation is wrong, but you would think it would look different after those blasts. But you're saying that there is an expectation that quite soon it could be quite different.
That's my own expectation. But I think that the rest of the city probably feels that way, too, because all the shops are closed. And we're starting to see lines of cars waiting at the gas stations in order to get gasoline, lines waiting for ATMs. People are trying to run on the banks to get cash. We're starting to see people lining up at grocery stores trying to get food. So this is a situation, this is a very tense city right now. And you know what's interesting, Katie? This is a Russian-speaking city. It's the second largest city in Ukraine, but it's a Russian-speaking majority city. So a lot of people here have a genuine affinity for Russia, but they are fiercely Ukrainian. And back in 2014, the last time Russia invaded, they stood up for themselves and fought against the Russians and kept them from taking this city. This city saw a lot of resistance, and it may see a lot of resistance again. I've been talking to uniformed Ukrainians, people who are willing to fight in the National Guard, in the military, and there's an excess of exuberance considering their capabilities here, and that's something that is very threatening. I think that one of the big issues here is not that the Ukrainian military won't fight, it's that they will fight. And that will result in a blistering conflict with many casualties. And I'm afraid, and we've heard the prognostications from the U.S. government, that a lot of those casualties will be among civilians. Katie?
Certainly very scary, and President Biden has made a point to say that this conflict will be bloody and that Vladimir Putin will have the blood on his hands. Let's go now to Moscow with NBC News producer Matt Bodner. So, Matt, in this speech from Vladimir Putin just a few hours ago, it's being described as chilling. He threatened anybody who might interfere, saying that you don't know what's going to come for you if you do. I'm paraphrasing. He also mentioned that Russia has nuclear weapons. How is it playing over there?
That's right. This is an interesting question, Katie. I think Moscow this morning is essentially waking up to a new reality. We were talking 12 hours ago where I believe I mentioned that only in the past several days have Russians here started to understand the gravity of the situation, to come to terms with the fact that their president really was preparing the kind of operation that for months now Western officials, Western intelligence, Western media have been warning about. And so this happened overnight. President Putin got on state television at 5:45 in the morning, while everyone was sleeping here in Moscow at least, to announce a special operation in Ukraine. Didn't even use the word war, though it's obvious from what we're hearing from our colleagues in Ukraine, from what we're hearing from the Ukrainian government, can see online. We're talking about what appears to be a full-scale operation, but you wouldn't necessarily get that from the speech from Vladimir Putin, that you may be able to infer that from the rhetoric that we're seeing, that we saw there. That message is now being played essentially on a loop on Russian state media, interspersed with reports from state media war correspondents in the field, in Donetsk basically at the moment, assuring the audience of things like civilians are not being targeted, using words like liberation to kind of bolster this narrative that we kind of expected, that this is being conducted as kind of an operation to free the Ukrainian brotherly people from a fascist regime in Kyiv, in its most extreme formulation, of course. Vladimir Putin focused a lot on the NATO question, on the collapse of the Soviet Union. Again, all that historical revisionism that we got a taste of on Monday on full display again. But in the early returns I'm getting from Russians that I talk to, and just kind of asking people what they think, people are in shock here in Moscow, I think. When I was talking to one of my friends about how this message, this essentially war declaration, keeps playing on Russian state media, she said they might as well be playing Swan Lake. That is, of course, a reference to during the collapse of the Soviet Union. That was on Russian state television.
Wow.
Back during the collapse of the Soviet Union. So that's the mood. I have yet to come across anyone here in Moscow who supports what's happening now. I'm not saying they don't exist. I have not seen them. The ruble is crashing. The Russian market is losing value. Moscow Exchange stopped trading this morning. They are expected to begin trading again, and the government is saying it's going to start burning foreign currency reserves to try to stabilize things. But this is coming home now to the Russian people. They're waking up. They're going to work. We'll see what they do.
I think given what the Russian people have been hearing from state TV, from Russian leaders about what's happening in Ukraine, blaming Ukraine, saying Ukraine is the aggressor, saying that they need to denazify it, I think it's remarkable that you have yet to come across somebody who supports what's happening. And I do have some bad news to report. This is from one of our fixers, the people who help us translate and understand what's going on in Ukraine. She says that in the city of Podolsk, there was a bombing, 6 dead, 7 wounded, 19 missing. This is the city of Podolsk. It is the first reports that we've had so far of casualties from the early morning aggression, the early morning bombing in multiple cities across Ukraine. Matt, one more question to you. I wonder how much of a threat is it to Vladimir Putin to lose public support? And I ask that because it's not really a democracy over there. The polls are not free and fair. What's at risk here for him?
Substantial, I think. We obviously don't know how it's going to play out. We don't know what the Russian people are going to do, but there are some things we do know, that especially in the past year, but going back many years, The Russian government under Vladimir Putin has engaged essentially in a systematic dismantling of civil society. The free press, what's left of it, is in tatters. The opposition, of course, in the past year especially, has been decimated. You know, the largest opposition figure in this country, Alexei Navalny, 18 months ago, someone tried to poison him with a military-grade nerve agent. They didn't succeed. He returned to Russia. He's now in prison. He's actually on trial this week for an additional 15 years on charges that are understood, again, to be politically motivated. So it's not clear how any kind of organized opposition could emerge from this right now. Of course, organic opposition is always possible, but they've done a lot to kind of shield themselves from public opinion, I would say, in recent years. But it's the big question now, Katie.
Matt, what about Vladimir Putin himself? A little bit earlier, Ali Velshi was talking to Michael McFaul, the former ambassador to Russia, and he was saying that Vladimir Putin sounds different, sounds a little bit more unhinged than he normally sounds. He's been very isolated this past couple of years because of COVID, self-isolation, keeping other foreign leaders at bay. What has he been like from your observations in the past few months?
Well, the isolation is the first observation, is something, of course, we noticed months ago. You know, we noticed it back last year when our Keir Simmons interviewed Vladimir Putin. The isolation is profound. He's really wrapped himself in a significant bubble. We, of course, have seen this during all this shuttle diplomacy that he's there. But, you know, you can see that even when he met with his, ostensibly his core advisors, that National Security Council, he was sitting on the opposite side of a very large room from them, didn't get near them, and didn't really seem to be interested in dissenting opinion, though he made a show of it for the camera that he was. But, you know, we saw a few voices that maybe weren't entirely on board with what was happening in that meeting, and he slapped one of them down. He basically guided them to the answer he was looking for. So it all very much gives this perception of an isolated leader who's maybe not really getting a lot of advice contrary to the kind of things that he wants to hear. It doesn't exactly paint an encouraging picture. And I'd say these observations are kind of backed up by what we're seeing now.
Matt Bodner. Joining me now is retired Army Colonel and MSNBC military analyst Jack Jacobs. So, Jack, what I'm curious about right now is we heard early morning blasts. Aaron McLaughlin reported on it. Matt Bradley reported on it. We've seen video of it. But since then, it's been pretty quiet in these major cities, at least. What could be going on right now?
Well, the forces that are moving into Ukraine from both Russia and it sounds like from Belarus are moving under the initial artillery, and so that there's movement taking place to secure initial objectives on the Ukrainian side of the border. But don't forget that this is not just going to be a kinetic strike. Russia has used and will continue to use cyber means to disable computer networks, jam radios, and so on. And one of the things they're doing now is to assess the effects of their initial strikes. You heard and you reported that there were dead and wounded in Odessa, down in the south near Romania. They're trying to see where the weak spots are on all fronts, attacks across the border, using artillery and tanks from Belarus and, of course, in the east. So after the assessment is made and it's determined where the weak places are, the command will then decide exactly where they will probe next. It's interesting to remember that the entire size of the whole Ukrainian army is about the size of the force that Putin has arrayed on the border, about 200,000 or so. It doesn't include National Guard and some guerrilla fighters who will be there, but the force that Russia has arrayed is enormous. The other thing to keep in mind is that Putin is playing the longer game. The sanctions that we placed on Putin, his cronies, and a few banks in Russia were just the beginning, and the one of Russia's moves now is to see what the West will do. They're waiting to see if, as and when, we will place restrictions on their use of the SWIFT system, the international payment system. That's probably the most draconian of all the economic strictures that can be placed on Russia. So it's a pause to see what we're going to do.
Why would you be holding off on that right now?
Well, one of the arguments for holding off on it is that after you use those, you do that, you cut Russia off altogether from cash flows, and Russia carries on, then what do you do? And I think the administration's been advised, both internally and from external sources, including our allies in Europe, that cutting Russia off from the SWIFT system should be the last resort. Putin knows this, but he's waiting to see what we do next, since the strictures that were originally placed a couple of days ago were very, very mild and were not going to affect at all Russia's leadership. They've amassed a great deal of money. A lot of assets have been drawn out of holding areas and brought into Russia, so no economic effect. Russia also thinks, Katie, that the United States is going to be disinclined to impose the strictest of sanctions on Russia because they'll have a deleterious effect on the people of Russia, and that we're disinclined to do that. So if once we impose that, we don't have a plan B, I don't think. Once you do economic strictures, what else do you do if they don't work, Katie?
You know, I wonder, Michael McFaul earlier was saying, and I know it's the position has been of the United States, that they don't want to impose pain on the Russian people. They don't think that is fair. And up until this point, we have been imposing pain on Vladimir Putin, his elites, and the government system in Russia, as opposed to the people. Michael McFaul says, I wonder, was thinking about whether that was the wrong approach in this instance, whether there should be pain felt throughout the country in order to put pressure on Vladimir Putin. And interestingly, Matt Bodner was just reporting that in Moscow, he has yet to come across somebody that is in support of this incursion, in support of this invasion of Ukraine, which is saying something, given what the Russian people have been hearing from the government and the rhetoric they've been hearing from Vladimir Putin. I wonder, in your assessment of things, Colonel, how is Vladimir Putin at all a rational actor? Is he at all somebody who would respond to losing mass support in his country?
Well, it's interesting you should bring that up. I mean, rationality in this case is the taking of actions to achieve one's objectives, and we know what Putin's objectives are here. Putin actually has at least two constituencies. One, of course, is what you mentioned, and that's the people. A great deal of pain suffered by the people could, in fact, over time, make his position extremely difficult. But his strongest allies inside the country, his biggest supporters, his most important constituency, at least over the short period of time, are the people who he's elevated to the top of the food chain, who receive the largest percentage of gratuities. His inner circle, oligarchs who've become rich because of their close relationship with the Kremlin. It's important for him to keep them happy. If he doesn't keep them happy, then he's going to have problems. And his perception is that the people, the large body of Russians, can withstand a great deal of pain. It's easy, I guess, to be condescending about Russians, but difficulties, pain, sacrifice is not alien to Russia. They've gone through a great deal of difficulty over their long history, particularly in the Second World War. So I think the perception, particularly among Putin and his cronies, is that the Russian people can absorb a great deal of pain, and I think he's willing to subject them to it in order to achieve his objectives. No matter how irrational they seem to us, they're rational to him. Katie.
Colonel Jack Jacobs, thank you so much for joining us. I do want to pull up that video that we just had on air a moment ago. This is, I believe, from Kharkiv earlier this morning, and it shows a number of blasts, rapid-fire blasts in the distance. That's from earlier in Kharkiv, Ukraine. Stay with us. When we come back, we're going to talk to a member of the House Armed Services Committee as we watch the unfolding invasion in Ukraine.
What does her ascension mean to you?
Ask a simple question.
We think she is the first woman of color vice president.
Ask everyone you know what matters to them and why.
Let's be clear. This isn't about fraud.
Favor facts over conspiracies.
The facts and the history are instructive.
And trust standards over hearsay.
These days, a big part of the appeal of the conservative movement is the transgressive thrill of being a jerk, of being cruel, of mocking people and deriding them when they are in pain or suffering or having a problem. When you build a political movement whose emotional core is transgression and cruelty, ultimately no one is safe from that kind of treatment. So what kind of governance will that lead to the next time that these folks get power?
Keep up with what matters. Keep up with Chris. All In with Chris Hayes. Weeknights at 8 on MSNBC.
Get your daily dose of enlightening articles at MSNBC Daily. Written perspectives by people you know and trust. Plus, a fresh take every morning from me, Hayes Brown. Start your day with MSNBC Daily at msnbc.com.
You know, there's an old saying, you only live once. It's usually passed down to a generational advice from a drunk uncle at a barbecue. You only live once. No, you only die once. You live every day, right? And I'm gonna choose to live my life like that.
I'm going to take a lot of messages away from today, but you only die once. You live every day. I have a lot of years in TV, and that is the best advice I've heard. John, thanks for everything, my friend.
Thank you for having me.
John Field is the president of the Feel Good Foundation.
One bill would eliminate the requirement that students be taught the, quote, history of white supremacy, including but not limited to the institution of slavery and the Ku Klux Klan. American history is littered with shameful policies, but it is also filled with freedom fighters. To teach our children anything else is to rob them of their heritage and the truth, and they deserve better.
When you need brutal honesty.
These conspiracy theories are not only making people stupid, they're making them sick.
When you need answers first thing in the morning.
What's the key to progress to bringing this home and getting this deal done?
What is the military posture of the United States now toward Afghanistan?
You need your Morning Joe, only on MSNBC.
Controversy in South Lake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town, forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small-town fight ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative of rampant racism.
Shame. This is South Lake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Calm.
Joining me now is California Congressman John Garamendi. He's on the Armed Services Committee and the chair of the subcommittee on readiness, among other things. Congressman, thank you very much for joining us. As you're watching what's unfolding, what is your reaction?
Well, basically, I see three things here, some of which you've already covered. The military situation is evolving very, very quickly. But the thing that's really important here is the power of the people. We need to keep in mind that it was in 1991 that Ukraine voted to be independent of Russia. In 2014, they threw off the yoke of Russia's leaders at that time and established a move to the West. And very, very powerful movement at that time. That didn't go away. Similarly, in Russia. The second thing is we will institute the strongest set of sanctions against any country ever over the next week and probably beginning tomorrow when the president speaks to the nation. Congress has to follow up, and early next week, I would expect that we would put together a very robust, very extensive package of sanctions that the president can impose upon Russia. Jack talked very well about the issues of the oligarchs and the like. The Russian economy is half the size of the California economy. And it is not a very strong economy dependent on exports. The military is also dependent upon the importation of various parts and pieces to keep their military going. They've got their own supply chain problem. And so those sanctions are going to go into place. The third issue is that we have the Biden administration, together with Congress, has once again established a very solid NATO alliance. Donald Trump spent 4 years doing everything he could to create disarray, discord, and lack of unity within the NATO. That's ended. Putin has put that back together. I just left the three-day conference in Brussels with parliamentarians from all 30 NATO countries. They're standing firm. And frankly, to my surprise, the European Union got ahead of NATO, got ahead actually of President Biden, and established its own set of very strong sanctions. Tomorrow, Putin's going to get a wake-up call. His alarm's going to go off, and his banking system will not have access to the international markets. And he won't be able to float bombs on the international markets, and he won't be able to get the resupply for his military. And is dependent upon gas and oil. And the United States has already worked around the world to begin to shift the supply of natural gas from various places. Japan, for example, turn that around and bring that natural gas into Europe, Western Europe, to replace the gas that will probably be cut off from Russia. Nord Stream 2 is history now. So there are a lot of issues in play. 1, 2, 3. All of those are going to play out. And I would be very, very shocked as those sanctions go into place, as the heat and the cold turns up in Russia, as their economy begins to weaken, that the people of Russia will do what they did over the last several years, and that is go to the streets. And I think you're going to see the same thing in Ukraine as if and when Russia actually takes over these cities or attempts to do so. So it's a real difficult, dangerous. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. It is interesting. Japan has imposed sanctions on Russia. Japan was hesitant to do so before this because they were trying to build a better relationship with Russia. So far, who Russia has by its side in terms of major superpowers in the world, it seems China, at least for now. And right now, India is refusing to go strongly against Russia, given... Congressman, hold on one second, because I do want to dip in to the European Commission, the executive branch of the EU. Leaders are speaking right now on this crisis. Let's hear.
It's about the future of our global community. And we will stand united with our transatlantic partners and with all European nations in defending this position. We stand united in saying that no violence and destruction as means to obtain political gains. We, the European Union, remain the stronger group of nations in the world, and this should not be underestimated. More immediately, we will be designing urgent assistance to Ukraine in this dire situation. We will also be active in supporting evacuation operations, including of our own staff in zones affected by this Russian attack. The European Union, together with transatlantic and like-minded partners, have made unprecedented efforts to achieve a diplomatic solution to the security crisis caused by Russia. But Russia has not reciprocated these efforts and instead has opted unilaterally for a grave and premeditated escalation, conducting to war. President Putin needs to stop this senseless aggression. And today our thoughts are with the people of Ukraine. We will stand with them.
There were European leaders of the European Commission, which is the executive branch of the EU. You just listened to Joseph Borrell speak. He is one of the leaders. Again, the West, the European Union, NATO, the United States, all are in unity right now. They're unified in condemning what Russia is doing. Congressman, are you surprised the amount of solidarity, just all of the solidarity that's out there among Western allies? There were moments in the beginning of this crisis when American intelligence had the intelligence that suggested that Russia was planning an invasion. As we saw the troop buildup around Ukraine, there was some worry that, a country like Germany wasn't going to get on board because they were so reliant on Nord Stream 2. All of that has changed.
It certainly has. Putin did what many people thought would be impossible. He has managed, with this Ukraine attack, to unify really the world against him. The European Union statement that you just heard is extraordinarily important. It is difficult for the European Union to agree on who's going to make the most out of the pear crop in the spring and summer. But they've come together. They have come together very, very strong. They're going to issue more sanctions, and that's going to be a very serious problem for Russia. And NATO is totally unified now. Keep in mind that Trump spent 4 years doing everything he could to tear it apart. And when Biden came into office, it was in disarray. And so we need to really appreciate the extraordinary work that the Biden administration has done to rally and to solidify and to create the solidarity, not only with NATO, but now with the European Union. You had mentioned China before. The foreign minister of China said something that's very important, but has really been ignored along the way, and that is they are not in support of this attack in Ukraine. They've stood back from it. It's been the policy of China for years to not interfere in other nations. So we'll see where China is on this. So we're going to find in the days ahead more and more countries coming together to support Ukraine. The United States Congress has already passed in the National Defense Authorization Act increased support. The appropriations in the Congress are about to be completed, and we're already in those appropriations more financial support. Biden has issued $1 billion loan guarantee for Ukraine sovereign debt so that they could finance the war and the various support that'll be needed for the people of Ukraine. So many, many pieces are coming together here. What is the problem is the immediate war that's underway. People are dying. People will be harmed, and the civilians as well as the military. And Russia's going to have great pain and great trauma inflicted on them also, because the Ukraine army has been fighting for the last 8 years against Russia already, so they know the game. So it's going to be a vicious, nasty war, and it may very well, as we're beginning to see, turn out to be an urban war. And there's nothing worse. Well, every war is bad, but an urban war is just horrendous. So we need to stand with Ukraine. We need to not only hopes and prayers and thought, but also money, supplies, ammunition, and we're going to have to deal with the refugees that will undoubtedly, that are already leaving. It's going to be a tough
long lines
weeks
on
and
highways.
Yes.
We're seeing long lines at rail stations, and
exactly.
you mentioned the loss of life. We are already hearing the first reports of casualties. A bombing in Podolsk, which is in the Odessa region, 6 dead, 7 wounded, 19 missing. Those numbers, unfortunately, are expected to rise. Congressman, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your time. Congressman Garamendi of California.
Thank you.
Joining me now is former U.S. Ambassador to Russia and MSNBC International Affairs Analyst Michael McFaul. So, Michael, there is a lull right now. We are hearing that Russian troops or Russian tanks, have crossed the border and are heading into the interior sections of the country. I do want to talk to you more about your assessment, and this is video of that, Your assessment of Vladimir Putin right now, and get your reaction to something Matt Bodnar told me a moment ago, that he was having a hard time finding anybody in Moscow who supports this incursion.
Well, with respect to Putin, we've been underestimating him for a long time. We kept dreaming about negotiating with him. He's been crystal clear that he wanted this war. Talking about NATO was all just a pretext for this war, and now he's launched a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. I think it's the worst-case scenario. Katie, I have lots of friends all over the country of Ukraine. I've got 24 accounts open right now. It feels like every city is being attacked, including even in the West. This seems like a major operation, and just because we don't see it, because we only have a few eyes and ears from our incredible journalists, doesn't mean it's not happening. Second, I'm glad, Matt, the city of Moscow, that's probably true. That's where more liberal elites live. I don't know any Russians that support this war. It's hard to understand. Why are they going to war with the people that, on the one hand, Vladimir Putin keeps telling the Russians people that they're just like us and they have our same cultural and religious and historic ties, and yet he needs to go in, as he announced to his people today, to cleanse this country of denazification, to get rid of the Nazis. That's what he said in his speech. And that just doesn't make any sense. Let's just be clear. Mr. Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, he's not a Nazi. He's from Eastern Ukraine. His first language is Russian, by the way. It's not even Ukrainian. He's Jewish. He's not a Nazi. And millions of Russians are not so idiotic as to not understand that.
Well, let me ask you about using the term Nazi. I mean, if you're in Russia and you're saying, I want to denazify a country, that hits Russia in the gut. How does that play? Why use the word Nazi specifically?
Great question. And you're right, it hits him in the gut, and that's why he keeps using it. Because the most important event for Russians and Soviet citizens is something called the Great Patriotic War. We call it World War II. That was the defeat of Nazis, where they lost millions of people. Every single Russian today has a relative that died in that war. The greatest enemy in the history of Europe, and they defeated him. According to their history, we'd had very little to do with it. And by the way, that's true. They bared the brunt of that. So he's trying to create that image, right? That this is a war not unlike the Great Patriotic War that we fought several decades ago.
The Nazis were severely, severely injured after trying to invade Russia in the winter months. And as you said, Russia did suffer a lot. Ambassador McFaul, given your assessment of Vladimir Putin as unhinged, you called him evil a couple hours ago. I heard the same thing from Kori Schake earlier today, calling him evil, using that word. Ukraine's diplomats at the UN have said it's not just going to stop in Ukraine. What we're seeing from our government is a military buildup in NATO states that along the eastern edge of Europe. How concerned should people be about this not ending in Ukraine and potentially starting something even bigger?
Well, I don't know. And I think we should be very careful that we think we can predict the future when wars start. But I'd say a couple of things. First, we should be grateful that we did expand NATO. This debate we've been having for the last several weeks, was it a good idea or not? Think about what in political science, we call it the counterfactual. What if there was no NATO? Then there'd be a lot more countries that would be exposed right now that have ethnic Russians living in them. So thank goodness we have NATO. Number two, I think the Biden administration is exactly right to send more soldiers to those places. I want to see NATO act together tomorrow as well. There's something called the NATO Rapid Response Force, the NRF, the response force. They should go and act so that Putin has no illusions that we will defend our NATO allies. And I don't want to be too, I don't want to get ahead of my skis, but think about all the wars that started with leaders promising they're going to be short little wars. We're going to be home by Christmas. It's just going to be contained to this one little place. We know that both the length of wars oftentimes go a lot longer than leaders promise, and sometimes they expand beyond the borders. And we're just in the first day of this one. This is the biggest war in Europe since 1939, since World War II. And I just think it's way too early to think that we know how it's going to end. I don't know, but I'm quite nervous about what happens, obviously, first and foremost in Ukraine, and what might be some unintended spillover consequences as a result of this war.
Well, I have two more questions for you. One of them is about nuclear weapons. Vladimir Putin mentioned nuclear weapons earlier in his speech about denazifying Ukraine. Just happened to mention that Russia is a nuclear country. And there's also talk about him potentially moving nuclear weapons into Belarus. What would that mean?
Well, both of those, the first that he mentioned nuclear weapons in that speech, that was scary to me. That felt very unhinged to me. And, I've been following Vladimir Putin for, a long time. I met him in 1991. I've followed his career. And for 5 years when I worked in the Obama administration, I used to deal with him. He seems a lot more disconnected from reality than ever before. And that scares me, especially when he starts talking about nuclear weapons. With respect to Belarus, I don't know exactly what he means about that. But I think the other thing you're seeing today, and, let's get the reporting right. Again, I don't want to get ahead of things, but I've seen on my Twitter feed and in my emails is that the Belarusian army is involved here. Most certainly, Mr. Lukashenko has been an ally. He allowed the Russians to be a staging ground. That you can see the map there, right? The fastest way to Kiev is from Belarus. And so as we think about sanctions and what should be done tomorrow, and I said tomorrow on purpose, by the way, this notion that we need to save something, keep our powder dry, I completely disagree with that analysis. I think we need to put everything on the table that we can, have economic shock and awe to the best of our abilities. And I think it needs to include Mr. Lukashenko and Belarus. They're allies in this war. They now need to be sanctioned as well.
And you believe it should also hit the Russian people, which is something that this country has been hesitant to do in the past?
I say that reluctantly. I've always been for targeted sanctions. In 2014, we have to work to, and I still believe we need to message to the Russian people. I'll be on Russian media later in the morning or day or whatever part of the day it is to now to keep talking about that there are Russians. I have lots of Russian friends that think this war is horrific. My phone has been lighting up saying this is a tragic day, not just for Ukraine, but for many Russians. But I think we have to get over the idea that somehow we're just going to do targeted sanctions against the oligarchs and Putin. Let's just lay to rest this idea that sanctions are going to affect Putin's calculus. They're not. We do not have in our arsenal a way to cripple Mr. Putin and the people around him. We need to do it. And the more we can do it, we should do it, and we should do it immediately. But we should have no illusions that it's going to happen overnight, that somehow is going to change his calculus. I think the only way it will is in the long run when more of society begins to suffer and they realize they've become a pariah state, they've become this rogue regime, and that someday that they will begin to push back on their leadership that has led them down to this path of this horrific war of which there will be no winners.
Vladimir Putin told reporters on Friday that he's been working to insulate Russia himself from Western sanctions. He's been working toward that for the past few years, especially. And one more question about holding the country. Vladimir Putin has said he wants to demilitarize the country. I wonder, what sort of forces would he need? Does he have what he needs right now? Can we say his intention is to hold Kyiv, to hold portions of Ukraine, because that is a lot different than invading?
I think you're right about that, and I don't want to pretend to be a general, though I talk to them every day. Those that I do talk to with 4 stars, by the way, retired generals, let's be clear about that, they all say that the forces he's amassed are not enough to occupy. But he did say two very important things. You just echoed it. One, he's going to do denazification. So that sounds like a coup d'etat to me, right? He considers the regime in Kiev to be a neo-Nazi coup, a government put in place by a coup, backed by us. Don't forget, he always reminds the Russian people that they were backed by us. And just to underscore, it's complete nonsense, but that's what he's saying. But he also said we're going to demilitarize Ukraine. that suggests that he's going to go after every military asset that the Ukrainians have. That will be a prolonged war. That will not just be, you know, a blitzkrieg in and out. And I suspect this will be going on for a long, long time.
What about this reporting that we had that the UN presented, or the United States presented a letter to the UN about what intelligence shows is a kill list that Russia has. Now, Russia's denied that this list exists. Earlier today, I spoke with a woman who was a former member of parliament who says that she has reason to believe that she is on that list. From your experience in Russia, is that sort of thing plausible?
It's very scary to me, what was reported, right? And we're just talking about what's been reported. We can't confirm it. Yep. Most certainly, it's a Putin tactic. He's arrested lots of people. The leader of the opposition, he tried to kill and poison, Alexei Navalny, and now he sits in jail with trumped-up charges. They're going to extend those for 10 or 15 years, it looks like. So I would not be surprised at all. And those are people I know personally, too. I know exactly who would be on that list. And another thing to remember, Katie, Russian intelligence services, right? Their military intelligence, the GRU, SVR, SVB, all the basic different pieces that broke away that we used to be part of the KGB, they already are highly penetrated within Ukrainian society. So if they want to do that, I think they'll have the capabilities to do that. And I can tell you, friends of mine are very scared about that.
I would be very scared as well. Ambassador Michael McFaul, thank you so much for joining us today. I know you have a long day ahead, and tomorrow is already here. It is today already. Former ambassador to Russia, Michael McFaul, thank you. Thank you very much. We're going to look right now at some live pictures of Kyiv coming up after the break. We're going to go to the White House and get a rundown about exactly what happened today or last night and into this morning inside the White House as the invasion and the bombings started in Ukraine. Again, this is a live shot of Kyiv. Look at that line of cars trying to get out. A complete and utter standstill.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism, but when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse. False narrative.
Shame. This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
What does her ascension mean to you?
Ask a simple question.
Everything. She is the first woman of color vice president.
Ask everyone you know what matters to them.
Where do we go from here?
Ask the why.
Why is this happening?
The how.
How did you get your politics?
Please back.
The wait a minute.
Okay.
Be tough on the answers.
It was deliberate deceit.
Favor facts over conspiracies and trust standards over hearsay.
When you need brutal honesty.
These conspiracy theories are not only making people stupid, they're making them sick.
When you need answers first thing in the morning.
What's the key to progress to bringing this home and getting this deal done?
What is the military posture of the United States now toward Afghanistan?
You need your Morning Joe, only on MSNBC.
The highly contagious Delta variant of COVID-19 was first discovered in India. Variants can develop anywhere in the world, especially in countries with the lowest vaccination rates. Providing vaccines to the world is not an act of pure generosity. It is an act of self-defense that is necessary to help protect Americans from the spread of future variants.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Whether it's the politics of climate change, the effects of marijuana laws, or the challenges of racial injustice. Get your daily dose of enlightening articles at MSNBC Daily. Written perspectives by people you know and trust, like Alicia Menendez, Mehdi Hassan, and Frank Figluzzi, along with a growing list of experts offering their insights. Plus, a fresh take every morning from me, Hayes Brown. Start your day with MSNBC Daily at msnbc.com.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
One bill would eliminate the requirement that students be taught the, quote, history of white supremacy, including but not limited to the institution of slavery and the Ku Klux Klan. American history is littered with shameful policies, but it is also filled with freedom fighters. To teach our children anything else is to rob them of their heritage and the truth, and they deserve better.
What does her ascension mean to you?
Ask a simple question.
We think she is the first woman of color vice president.
Ask everyone you know what matters to them and why.
Let's be clear. This isn't about fraud.
Favor facts over conspiracies.
The facts and the history are instructive.
And trust standards over hearsay. Get your daily dose of written perspectives about the issues that matter most. Start your day with MSNBC Daily at msnbc.com.
Ask your vet.
It is now 3 a.m. in New York, 10 a.m. in Kyiv, Ukraine, and right now Ukrainians are waking up to war as Russian forces mount an aggressive attack. Those are the bomb sirens signaling an attack underway in the capital city of Kyiv. That is from earlier this morning. NBC News crews on the ground reported loud explosions in Kyiv and other key cities in the country. You are looking right now at smoke over the northeast city of Kharkiv, again from earlier this morning. The explosion started just minutes after Russian President Vladimir Putin announced military action against Ukraine. And in the last 15 minutes, we've learned of the first casualties. 6 people are dead after a bombing in the Odessa region in southwestern Ukraine. 7 people are wounded and 19 people are missing. Those numbers are expected to rise. In response, Ukraine's president ordered martial law, closing schools and placing hospitals on high alert. And right now, Ukraine's military is fighting back. Ukraine's defense minister says it shot down 5 Russian planes and a helicopter. As for the U.S. response, President Biden will meet with G7 leaders later this morning to impose, quote, severe sanctions on Russia. President Biden will also address the nation later this afternoon. Shortly before midnight Eastern time, President Biden wrapped up a phone call with Ukraine's leader. Biden promised American support and assistance for the Ukrainian government and its people. Joining me now is NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin. She, again, is in Kyiv, Ukraine. Erin, we are looking right now at a long line of cars in gridlock, presumably trying to get out of that city.
Yeah, that's right, Katie. And the last explosion that we've been able to hear was about 30 minutes ago. We also heard what sounded like some sort of fighter jet flying overhead. Worth noting that the airspace in Ukraine is currently closed. All eyes at the moment on the Senkivka border crossing. That's a border crossing that's about 3.5–4 hours away from here. We were there a few weeks ago. It's a sparsely populated area, but what we are now seeing a live stream footage of tanks streaming across the border from Belarus into Ukraine. Also, in the small hours of this morning, we started to hear those, explosions. And according to an advisor to the Minister of Interior, there were a number of targets that were struck, including military installations and an airfield. I was just texting with an advisor to the mayor of Kyiv, and he sent me a photo of what he says is a military base that was completely blown out in that attack. This as they have announced here martial law throughout Ukraine and in Kyiv. They're telling people to stay home and to stay calm, although, as you mentioned, Katie, people are evacuating the city in total gridlock, moving to the west of the country, where is commonly believed to be the safest place to be in the event of a Russian attack. It's an extraordinarily tense situation. We have heard from President Zelensky once again urge everyone to remain calm, but they are instructed, if they do hear air sirens, which we have not heard for some hours here in Kyiv, to make their way to bomb shelters. Katie.
The mayor of Kyiv also to the people of Kyiv via his Telegram channel said Ukraine is attacked by the aggressor. The roar of shells can be heard in Kyiv. The worst enemy now is panic. We do not lose endurance. Everyone who is not involved in the critical infrastructure and livelihoods of the city, stay at home. Keep an alarm suitcase ready. Documents a minimum of things required to quickly, if necessary, get to the shelter or storage. City authorities are in the capital. We continue to ensure the functioning of the city. Hold on. We must persevere. Aaron, he's telling people to stay put. And what we're seeing right now, people, a lot of them at least, not staying put.
Well, that's right. And it's going to be increasingly difficult to leave. Keep in mind, this is a city of around 4 million people. So to evacuate an entire city of this size is pretty much impossible to do on short notice. And so I think that is why authorities are now saying, please stay at home. So far, it is worth noting that in those airstrikes in the overnight hours, we're primarily targeting military targets, airfields, that sort of thing. It does not appear to be at the moment that there are any targets targeting the civilian population, although obviously people waking up to windows rattling and the sounds of explosions is completely terrifying. Most Ukrainians here that I've been talking to anyway say they have had contingency plans that they themselves have created. They've been listening to this dire assessments from the West. They realized the threat on their doorstep. They saw this massive troop buildup over the past couple months or so, and they've been making their own preparations. They have their go bags ready. Some have already sent their children to the western portion of the country. But I would have to say, in conversations that I was having here, people were skeptical. They never really thought it would come to this. So I think plenty of people here in Ukraine are absolutely stunned by the turn of events that Russian President Vladimir Putin announced in the small hours of this morning. Kate.
And NBC had reporting today, or now yesterday, about parents sending their children to school yesterday with their blood type on stickers to make sure that, you know, in case of the worst, that people knew what type of blood to give their kids. It's very scary. It's very scary. I mean, just a few weeks ago, you were showing me, we were seeing images from Ukraine during your live shots of families ice skating in the middle of Kyiv, and to think that this is the reality now, is to use a word that is going to get overused, chilling. Aaron McLaughlin, thanks so much. Let's bring in NBC News investigative reporter Dan DeLuce. So, Dan, you've been tracking Russia's military movements. What can you tell us?
Well, I think we're seeing what the U.S. government, with the Pentagon, the intelligence community have forecast and warned was coming. So at every stage, we saw the cyber attacks, the wave of cyber hacking and attacks that targeted Ukraine's government earlier today. And then with the actual military operations, you're seeing a barrage of missile and airstrikes, artillery fire, exactly that was really warned about. And it's that euphemism the military uses, shaping the battlefield. It's a way of trying to strangle and decimate and damage Ukraine's military before really any sizable land force moves across the border into Ukraine. And it's also a psychological element there. You discourage your adversary through kind of the sheer power you have in the air and from a distance. And so that's what we're seeing. They're going after these air bases, it appears. They're going after military targets. And so this is really a test. How well did Ukraine prepare for this moment? How well are they equipped and armed from the U.S. and the West? How is the Ukrainian leadership going to respond to this? You know, we see that traffic jam. We see civilians trying to leave. How well was Ukraine prepared, and how well prepared is Europe for this wave of refugees that is heading west now to EU countries like Poland? A lot of open questions right now, but clearly Russia is kind of going with this playbook that was predicted by Western governments and by the White House. Unfortunately, those predictions seem to be true so far, and we'll just have to see what Russia does after this aerial bombardment. What comes next, how far they go. Do they cut off Kyiv? Do they go after the ports on the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov and really kind of blockade Ukraine's economy? Russia's Navy has really total superiority. That's something to watch for. How many troops and tanks start moving across the border? What areas do they try to occupy? This is still, very early stages now, and we're still waiting to get a lot of details. But yes, the casualties have started, and Russia has started to unleash its firepower in terms of artillery and missiles, and it's a very sobering moment.
Dan, do we know anything about whether they are just Russian troops that have crossed the border? We've been looking at images of tanks crossing the border from Belarus into Ukraine. We believe they are Russian tanks. Any indication, though, that there are Belarusian troops that are assisting Russia right now? Any that might also be entering Ukraine?
We don't know. I think that is a very good question, and it is a distinct possibility. At minimum, Belarus has opened its doors and opened the gates to Russia's military and Russia's forces to be deployed and to be crossing that border and to be, it appears to be staging, missile or artillery strikes from a distance. So Belarus is definitely assisting this operation. Now, whether there are Belarus actual troops in Ukraine, we'll wait to see. Russia doesn't really necessarily need that assistance, but it might want some extra manpower. We'll have to see. But Belarus is clearly doing Putin's bidding throughout this.
And Ukraine is getting ready. They've got the military. We also got this message from the Ministry of Defense, Ukrainian Minister of Defense on Facebook to the Ukrainian people. It says, "Dear fellow compatriots, the enemy attacks, but our army is unbreakable. Ukraine goes into total defense mode. Anyone who is ready and able to hold weapons may just now become the level of the territorial defense forces of the armed forces of Ukraine in your region." And then it goes on to say, here's how you get weapons. Contact this station and you can get weapons. Just bring your passport. Death to the Russian occupiers. Glory to Ukraine. We've seen images of civilians training with wooden or cardboard weapons, training everyday civilians, training to fight off an attack. Erin McLaughlin was talking about how she met a grandfather, an older man, who said that he was ready to shoot Russians if need be. Certainly a scary situation over there in Ukraine. Dan DeLuce, Dan, thank you so much. Let's bring in now CNBC's Rosanna Lockwood. Rosanna, I do want to talk a little bit about the global impact that this is having, particularly on the markets. The ruble is down quite a bit, but what else can you tell us?
Yeah, I think it's important to note that just from a tone perspective here at CNBC this morning, the way that we're dealing with it, of course, is looking at the financial impact of what we've seen happen overnight in Ukraine. But it doesn't mean that businesses and traders out there are in hunting for profits. It's actually got to consider that a lot of this war is going to be fought from the Western side. Economically, we will face huge economic sanctions packages. And we're interested in the way that's affecting markets this morning. So Asia, that is normally the early warning sign, closing down sharply lower in the red. European markets have just opened deeply in the red as well. The broad stock 600 off by as much as 3%, seeing bourses in Europe in decline. And as we look at US futures as well, our indicator of how Wall Street is about to open in a few hours' time, sharply lower, by which I mean almost 850 points to the offside for the Dow Jones. So that is very major indeed. Now, you mentioned the ruble there. It's actually fallen to its lowest level against the USD on record. No big surprises there. And we are, of course, monitoring the economic situation in Russia itself. You've got the MOEX Russia index, which is their index in that country, down almost 30%. So all this idea that a lot of this risk was already priced into Russian companies and Russian markets is being proven not so true this morning. Now, I think it also behooves us to remind viewers that from a sanctions perspective, what the White House will be focusing on, and other major Western powers as well, will be energy. We're already in an energy crisis in many parts of the world. Russia accounts for around a quarter of all natural gas exports. Any disruption to gas supply pipelines through Ukraine could cause major supply disruption here in Europe. We already know that approval for the Nord Stream 2 pipeline has been frozen. It's likely now off the table. You could also see this idea of Russia being moved from the SWIFT financial messaging system, which has been one of the major sanctions threatened against Russia for years, but has never actually been deployed. And in terms of elsewhere in the markets, keeping a very close eye on commodities, natural commodities commodities, things like wheat, with Russia and Ukraine accounting for just a huge export globally of wheat. Oil, now that is the major one to look at. Crude oil topping $100 a barrel this morning for the first time since 2014. Now, when you consider how oil is going to be traded, traders around the world will have to be very careful with this barrage of sanctions about how they handle barrels of Russian oil. Russia, of course, another major global exporter of that. And also raw materials, things like nickel, palladium, aluminium, titanium. Russia is a big player in those markets as well. So when we take it all into account, this is going to have a huge roiling effect on the global markets. And then in terms of where investors are looking today, in terms of how they're sort of hedging their portfolios, it's a risk-off sentiment. You're seeing a lot of sell-off in equities, so we're going to continue likely to see bourses declining throughout the day in the equities markets. And then you have this traditional, what we call in the markets, flight to safety. So instead, investors will look to put their money into safe assets like gold. You've seen that topping, heading up towards $940 an ounce so far in the last couple of hours. And you also see investors piling into fixed income, into bonds. That's considered a safe haven in the market. So with that, you see yields coming off bond prices as well. So everything we've seen this morning in terms of activity in the markets has been to be expected, but I would say it's been extreme, some of these movements. We're going to continue monitoring them throughout the morning, especially as we head towards the Wall Street Open.
And I do hope you keep us updated on this. One quick question about SWIFT. I know that's a set of sanctions that have been threatened against Russia for some time now. What would it mean to pull Russia's ability to access SWIFT?
It would be absolutely enormous, Katie. It basically means that Russian financial payments inside and outside the company couldn't be made in cross-border transactions. SWIFT is a huge part of the major cross-border banking transaction system. So far, as you said there, it's never actually been pulled on Russia. So whilst there have been sanctions against Russia in terms of financial payments and cross-border transactions since 2014, since the annexation of Crimea, and it has made it a lot harder for Russians to get their money outside the country, for foreigners to do business with Russian companies and with Russian banks. There have been ways around this. For example, in the past couple of years, there have been banks in Europe, places like Germany, that have set up corresponding bank relationships with banks inside Russia. So if you wanted to send your money inside or outside Russia, you would deal with one of these banks instead. And that was seen as a way of kind of helping the system. But in terms of the way that the Kremlin views this, of course, we've heard them saying repeatedly in the last few weeks that they can shrug off sanctions. They've learned to live with sanctions. But given that SWIFT, this huge global financial messaging system, this great big tool in terms of sanctions, hasn't been deployed yet, if and when it is deployed, that would indeed have a major effect on isolating Russia further from the global financial network.
Rosanna Lockwood. Rosanna, thank you so much for laying that out for us. And let's bring in NBC News correspondent Carol Lee now. She's across from the White House. Carol, tell me about how this went down inside the White House earlier.
Well, Katie, the first real indications that we got from the White House that they were beginning to contend with this attack on Ukraine was one of their national security advisors was scheduled to appear on MSNBC in the 9 p.m. hour, and they pulled that down around 8:40. And what we learned is that it was because that official was then pulled into a meeting with national security officials, Treasury Department officials, State Department officials to discuss what they needed to do here in terms of next steps. And at that same time, the president's team, including his national security advisor, Jake Sullivan, were huddled in the West Wing, putting together this statement that the president ultimately issued around 10:25 p.m., where he said that this was an unprovoked attack by Russia, that it was a violation of international law, and that it was something that would cause significant loss of life. After that, the president then got on the phone with President Zelensky of Ukraine. The White House issued a statement saying that President Zelensky had reached out to talk to President Biden, and so they discussed a number of things, including that the U.S. would continue to provide assistance to Ukraine throughout this, and that the president would rally the international community essentially to support Ukraine and to condemn and isolate Russia. To that effect, you have the president having a meeting or phone call later today with the G7 leaders, where they're going to discuss those very severe sanctions that we've heard heard the White House say, not just today, but in recent days, that they would impose on Russia if they went further and took this step. They already, as you know, outlined some sanctions earlier this week in response to Russia's initial invasion, but they promised that they would ratchet them up if Putin escalated, and we've seen that in the last few hours, and so that's what they're prepared to do. At the same time, here in Washington, you're hearing from a number of lawmakers who are condemning this, Republicans and Democrats, and so the administration is scheduled to brief lawmakers on the situation in Ukraine and the administration's response later today, and you can bet you'll hear more. They have a lot of opinions about what the U.S. should do in terms of sanctions against Russia. But for now, the president's going to speak later today. It's the first we'll hear from him. We've only seen written statements from him since this attack began. And he's supposed to outline what they've said are going to be some very severe sanctions. So we'll be looking to see exactly what the White House decides to do, and particularly whether they decide to leave some on the table to do later if Putin then further ratchets up.
Carol, any indication that SWIFT is on the table?
So they've said that SWIFT is still on the table, that it's something they're considering, but it's very complicated. It is something that could really have blowback, not just on the U.S. economy, but on the European economy. It's not something it's very tricky to do. And what we've heard from President Biden is that he wants to try to do these sanctions against Russia in a way that doesn't inflict so much pain on the American people and our economy. We're already seeing skyrocketing gas prices. That's something that he's going to have to contend with. Those are only going to get worse. And another thing that they're preparing for, Katie, is cyber attacks. Russia has a lot of tools in terms of cyber warfare, and they've been trying to prepare private businesses for that, for American companies, banks, financial institutions, the government for something like that. And so they're managing the domestic fallout here, and SWIFT is something that they've been thinking about, that they say they're willing to do, but that would potentially have some real blowback on the U.S. economy.
Carol Lee, across from the White House. Carol, thank you so much. And we're going to take a very, very quick break. When we come back, we're going to go back to eastern Ukraine, to Kharkiv, and our correspondent, Matt Bradley.
What does her ascension mean to you?
Ask a simple question.
We think she is the first woman of color vice president.
Ask everyone you know what matters to them and why.
Let's be clear. This isn't about fraud.
Favor facts over conspiracies.
The facts and the history are instructive.
And trust standards over hearsay.
The highly contagious Delta variant of COVID-19 was first discovered in India. Variants can develop anywhere in the world, especially in countries with the lowest vaccination rates. Providing vaccines to the world is not an act of pure generosity. It is an act of self-defense that is necessary to help protect Americans from the spread of future variants.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC. When you need answers first thing in the morning, when you need to go deep inside Washington and hear from someone who's been there.
Perhaps the greatest threat to American democracy right now is misinformation that's being spread around.
You need your Morning Joe.
Whether it's the politics of climate change, the effects of marijuana laws, or the challenges of racial injustice, get your daily dose of enlightening articles at MSNBC Daily. Written perspectives by people you know and trust, like Alicia Menendez, Mehdi Hassan, and Frank Figluzzi, along with a growing list of experts offering their insights. Plus, a fresh take every morning from me, Hayes Brown. Start your day with MSNBC Daily at msnbc.com.
One bill would eliminate the requirement that students be taught the, quote, history of white supremacy, including but not limited to the institution of slavery and the Ku Klux Klan. American history is littered with shameful policies, but it is also filled with freedom fighters. To teach our children anything else is to rob them of their heritage and the truth, and they deserve better.
When you need brutal honesty.
These conspiracy theories are not only making people stupid, they're making them sick.
When you need answers first thing in the morning.
What's the key to progress to bringing this home and getting this deal done?
What is the military posture of the United States now toward Afghanistan?
You need your Morning Joe, only on MSNBC.
Controversy in Southlake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town, forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small town fight ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative of rampant racism.
This is Southlake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important? We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
from Guatemala City,
from Wilmington,
I was in space in Texas,
from Normandy,
from
France,
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
And joining me now is NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley, who is in Kharkiv, Ukraine. So, Matt, what is it like there right now?
Well, the whole city seems to be shut down. We're starting to hear talk of people who are lining up at gas stations. There are cars lining up for blocks, people lining up to try to buy food at grocery stores. And most of the shops are closed. You know, this city isn't seeing what my colleague Aaron McLaughlin is seeing in Kyiv, with columns of cars fleeing to the west. I'm not sure what the expectation is here, but this is eastern Ukraine, so a lot of people here are used to the instability. We're close to those separatist enclaves, and so it seems the attitude here, for the most part, appears to be sheltering in place. But we are 25 miles south of the border with Russia, so that means that once Russian tanks and attack helicopters breach that border, they will close in around this city, the second largest in Ukraine, in very, very little time. And that is the expectation. We've heard that there have been engagements with border patrol and border military up north of here at the border with Russia, that they are moving in. We haven't seen them actually reach this area yet. A lot of the action we're hearing actually is south, near Crimea and Odessa. Now, whether or not they close the distance in the next couple of hours, it's yet to be seen. I wouldn't be surprised if we started seeing soldiers in the streets, including in this main square, very shortly. Katie?
Matt, I want to touch on some of the reporting that you've had over the past few days when you were in some of these border towns. When you were interacting with people, regular people, what was your sense of how they were planning on reacting to Russian troops?
Everybody said that they would fight, Katie. And that's the thing. There was this sort of exuberance. You could call it almost an irrational exuberance when it comes to their capabilities. But we heard a lot of people saying that they were going to fight. And that's interesting, you know, because this is a Russian-speaking part of Ukraine. This is the territory that when Vladimir Putin talks about the Ukrainian connection with Russia, this is kind of what he's talking about. And this is a metropolis that owes a lot to Russia in a certain way. A lot of people here settled here from Russia centuries ago, and they speak Russian in day-to-day language. But this was a city that posted a major resistance against the Russians when they came in back in 2014. So we can expect that they'll do the same thing again. But, you know, as I was telling you earlier, I think one of the real risks here, Katie, isn't that the Ukrainian military and the Ukrainian people will give up without a fight. The risk here is that they will fight. And that's going to cause a lot of civilian casualties, especially in a huge city like this one.
Matt, you were talking about your expectation that you might start seeing troops on the streets in Kharkiv. There are reports right now of Russian tanks just outside of the city limits, and some local sources purporting to show them in photos. You haven't yet seen anything of that, have you?
We haven't gotten eyes on anything like that quite yet. We're just seeing empty streets. And again, over the last couple of days, just as recently as yesterday, these streets were clotted with people, children, everybody going to work, living their normal lives. This is a busy, dynamic city. And now there's no one here, which is why instead of people fleeing, as Aaron was describing from Kyiv, the capital, it seems like everybody just seems to be kind of waiting. and it's very tense at the moment. Tense silence. Katie?
And just to be clear, that video that we're showing of tanks, those are tanks crossing the Belarus border into Ukraine, not quite close to where you are, Matt Bradley, just to be clear for our viewers. Matt, thank you. We're going to check in with you again quite soon. Let's go now to NBC News producer Matt Bodner, who is in Moscow. So, Matt, what is the Russian Defense Ministry saying this morning?
Thank you, Katie. Well, we're starting to see now kind of a counter-narrative emerge to some of the things we're hearing from the Ukrainian Defense Ministry. So this is being not described as a war. It is a special operation, and they are particularly emphasizing several points: that they are using precision strike weapons, that they are not targeting civilians, that they are at the moment actually already claiming to have suppressed Ukrainian air defenses and taken out military infrastructure at air bases and airfields. They continue to emphasize, though, that they are not there to lay siege to cities, for example. They are not there to hurt civilians. They continue to insist that the Ukrainian military simply needs to lay down its arms. They're claiming that some Ukrainian soldiers already are laying down their arms. Simultaneously, we're seeing claims out of Donetsk and Luhansk, of course, those breakaway regions we've spent so much time talking about recently, are asserting their territorial claims. We're hearing here in Russia that this is all about those territorial claims, nothing larger. But that makes you wonder then, why are we seeing video of Russian tanks pouring across the border from Belarus? I think that there's still going to be some narrative development here in Moscow today, but this is what the Russian audience is being told now. And it's interesting because they seem to really be emphasizing certain key points: limited nature, not using the term war, precision strikes, not harming civilians. And that's what we're seeing from the Russian Defense Ministry.
Any expectation to see Vladimir Putin again today?
At the moment, not aware of a publicly scheduled meeting, but he can appear at any moment on television, as he did at 5:45 this morning.
Matt, what would it mean for Russia, for Moscow, for the people that you know in that city if the EU and the West fully breaks away from Russian energy?
Well, I mean, it can have severe rundown effects on the Russian public. And I guess one thing I want to emphasize is that Moscow is a very different place from much of the rest of Russia. And so while, we've been talking about kind of my very unscientific assessments of Russian public opinion on this at the moment, I'm seeing, I think, a limited snapshot of essentially worldly kind of middle-class Muscovite Russians who maybe feel themselves having more to lose in a total break from the West, economically, culturally, politically, if that happens. But there's a fear about the ruble, which is, I just saw, has hit one of the lowest exchange rates to the dollar on record, if not the lowest. Russian market, of course, taking severe hits. And for a time this morning, the Russian stock exchange actually ceased trading. So there are very real economic impacts that can happen. That will start to be felt by Russian citizens. I think that they're not feeling it yet. Of course, everyone's very alarmed about the ruble exchange rate. But again, we're still in this process here, I think, of really the gravity of this sinking in. We're not yet seeing, for example, the kind of unanimous uproar of approval that we saw back in 2014 when Russia seized Crimea. That was a genuinely popular move. We're not seeing any indication of that yet on a mass scale.
A good reminder, Russia is an exceedingly large country. Matt Bodner. Matt, thank you so much for joining us. Let's go now to Vladimir Yermolenko from the suburbs of Kyiv. He's the chief editor of UkraineWorld.org. He's also the analytics director at Internews Ukraine. Vladimir, thank you so much. What is it like there right now?
Well, it's difficult, of course. We wake up this morning at 5 p.m. with hearing huge explosions, and now it appears that in Brovary, in the Kyiv suburb where I live, there is a military unit. So there are some reports that the military unit was attacked and one person was dead. So it means that even when you're in Kyiv, you are basically also the target of the attack.
Are you planning on staying?
Yes, the life will show, but we're now moving outside Kiev, like those people who are on the cars that you see, because we consider it as our land, and we should not leave it. Why should we leave it?
What have you done to prepare in case you do have to leave it?
Well, there are some foodstuffs that we collected. There is water that we collected, of course, because when there was explosions, the water was cut. Plus, we have a little house outside of Kyiv. Maybe we will move our family there. And of course, we have some necessary things, the bags that we can just put on a car and go somewhere.
If it comes to it, are you prepared to defend your country?
Of course we are prepared. And according to public opinion polls, the majority of Ukrainians are prepared to defend their country, and many of them are ready to do that with arms. There are many people who know how to do it because they went through the war from 2014. Ukrainians, over 80% of Ukrainians hate Putin, and about 70% consider Russia as a hostile state. So when Putin is saying that, look, there are civilians, there are good people and are pro-Russian, it is a total lie. But of course, the question is about the military equipment, because they are attacking us with missiles, with airstrikes. What can civilians do?
I wonder, before any of this invasion, obviously, taking that out of it, why is there such antipathy? Why is there such disdain for Vladimir Putin in Ukraine? Why do Ukrainians want nothing to do with the Russian state?
Well, Ukrainians were quite positive with regard to Russia before 2014, but then Russia, under very absurd claims about Ukrainian nationalism, occupied Crimea, then invaded the eastern Ukraine. So, of course, there was a general feeling, and there is this general feeling that Russia is an occupier. So we live with this feeling for 8 years. And don't believe Russian propaganda who is telling you that Russian speakers support Putin or support Kremlin. This is not true. There are many Russian speakers in Ukraine who are, of course, are ready to support Ukraine, supporting Ukraine, and showed it with their deeds in all these 8 years.
Volodymyr, thank you so much, and we do wish you luck. We're looking at images right now of a major thoroughfare in Ukraine that is just at a dead stop. Some people getting out of their cars here and there to see what the holdup is. People trying to leave Kyiv, but you say you are staying and that you are willing to fight for your country. Volodymyr Yermolenko, thank you very much, and please do stay safe. And coming up just after a very quick break, we're going to get more on the U.S. reaction. Stay with us.
What does her ascension mean to you?
Ask a simple question.
Everything. She is the first woman of color vice president.
Ask everyone you know what matters to them.
Where do we go from here?
Ask the why.
Why?
Why is this happening?
The hows.
How did you get your politics?
The wait a minute.
Okay.
Be tough on the answers.
It was deliberate deceit.
Favor facts over conspiracies, and trust standards over hearsay.
The highly contagious Delta variant of COVID-19 was first discovered in India. Variants can develop anywhere in the world, especially in countries with the lowest vaccination rates. Providing vaccines to the world is not an act of pure generosity. It is an act of self-defense that is necessary to help protect Americans from the spread of future variants.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Whether it's the politics of climate change, the effects of marijuana laws, or the challenges of racial injustice, get your daily dose of enlightening articles at MSNBC Daily. Written perspectives by people you know and trust, like Alicia Menendez, Mehdi Hassan, and Frank Figluzzi. along with a growing list of experts offering their insights. Plus, a fresh take every morning from me, Hayes Brown. Start your day with MSNBC Daily at msnbc.com.
One bill would eliminate the requirement that students be taught the, quote, history of white supremacy, including but not limited to the institution of slavery and the Ku Klux Klan. American history is littered with shameful policies, but it is also filled with freedom fighters. To teach our children anything else is to rob them of their heritage and the truth, and they deserve better.
When you need brutal honesty.
These conspiracy theories are not only making people stupid, they're making them sick.
When you need answers first thing in the morning.
What's the key to progress to bringing this home and getting this deal done?
When you need to go deep inside Washington.
What is the military posture of the United States now toward Afghanistan?
And hear from someone who's been there.
Perhaps the greatest threat to American democracy right now is misinformation that's being spread around.
You need your Morning Joe, only on MSNBC.
Controversy in Southlake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small town fight ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative of rampant racism.
This is Southlake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hand.
Get your daily dose of written perspectives about the issues that matter most. Start your day with MSNBC Daily at msnbc.com.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
Guatemala City,
from Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas, from Normandy,
from
France,
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Again, looking at traffic leaving Ukraine, again at a standstill, as it just seems thousands upon thousands of Kyiv residents are trying to get out of that city, fleeing presumably west and away from Russian troops. Joining me now is NBC News correspondent Julie Sirkin at the Capitol. Julie, a lot of congressmen and women have been up all night. So far, at least, they've been tweeting about what they have been seeing and what they know. Marco Rubio comes to mind, tweeting a lot of intelligence about the operation in Ukraine. What's the reaction been?
Well, they've been tweeting all night because they aren't in this building. Congress, both the House and the Senate, have been out all week. You'll remember that before they left town, they couldn't agree on a sanctions package. The two main sticking points, of course, was putting Nord Stream 2 on ice and whether to whether to impose sanctions before or after Russia invaded. Both of those things now not a problem for when the Senate comes back into session on Monday, perhaps mulling over new legislation and new sanctions that they could enforce to back up Biden, to enforce his hand, as several senators told me before they left. You mentioned Senator Marco Rubio. He's the top Republican on the Senate Intelligence Committee. He's been tweeting minute by minute, moment by moment, things that are underway, attacks that Russia is planning and conducting against Ukraine. I confirmed a couple of hours ago from sources close to the situation that William Burns, the CIA director, actually spoke to Adam Schiff and spoke to Mark Warner, the heads of the Senate and House Intelligence Committee. So the members, though they are not here, staying very close to the situation. We've seen a lot of reaction, including forceful statements from Democrats who are on Biden's side, who wanted him to proceed carefully and tactfully with sanctions. Chris Murphy, who went to the region, Ukraine, a couple of weeks ago, saying that the world is on knife's edge. Now is the time to impose full sanctions, to release the full American and Western might tonight against President Putin of Russia before we see potential harm being done against the U.S. as well. Cyber attacks. One of your guests was talking about that a couple of weeks ago. I was struck when relevant committee chairs emerged from a meeting briefed by administration officials saying that that is one of the things that they fear in the coming weeks that President Putin might do against the U.S. Now, as they return next week, we've heard sort of little bits and pieces of legislation and these odd pairings from Lindsey Graham to Senator Portman and Chris Murphy on certain things that they can do. Graham this week said very forcefully that he wants to see sanctions from hell next week when they get back into D.C., and there's no indication that they're going to come back any sooner. In fact, I'm told that there's going to be 2 briefings conducted by phone tomorrow from key administration officials, Anthony Blinken, Secretary Lloyd Austin, to the House and Senate, all members unclassified, of course, because it's over the phone, and they are not here, so we'll see what they learn tomorrow. Katie?
Julie Sturkin on the Capitol. Julie, thank you very much. And joining me now is Anna Shalis from Odessa. She's the Director of Security Programs at the Foreign Policy Council, Ukrainian PRISM, a Ukrainian think tank. Anna, thank you. We were talking just the other day about what would happen if Russia did choose to invade. It has chosen to invade. You are in Odessa. What have you heard this morning?
I woke up at 5 o'clock in the morning from the sounds of the explosion, and as it's been confirmed a few hours later by the municipality, it's been the attempted attack by the missiles against the city, but the anti-missile system worked well, so the city were not touched. Unfortunately, right now we are receiving the information that it looks like the second attack being happened against the base of the National Guard, which is very close to the downtown, but we are waiting for the final confirmations what is happening on the ground. But Odessa region being attacked, the military base on the north of Odessa region being heavily shelled. We already have 6 people confirmed dead and 19 missing, plus several dozens at the hospitals heavily wounded. So that's really contradicts dramatically to the phrases that currently the Russian TV is spreading, that this operation is just to protect the eastern territory that they recognized yesterday, because you can imagine that shelling in Odessa, which is something like 800 kilometers from the Donetsk and Lugansk regions, or shells that just fall in the mid of Uman, that is town just in the mid of Ukraine. If you look to the map, just in the mid of the town, they received the strike and 1 civilian killed. That's definitely not the protection of any type of the territories or people that Russian president announced.
What can you tell us about this military base that it seems like they were targeting in Odessa?
Now, that base that we know confirmed, it is approximately 200 kilometers from Odessa. That is on the north. So you need to understand that Odessa region by size is something like Belgium. So it's one of the biggest in Ukraine and very long. But there it is completely destroyed. The video is already available. Journalists are working over there. So it was quite a heavy shelling of all the buildings and all the storages that they had. About Odessa, that is the National Guard. National Guard, it is the not military in this way. It is the part of the Ministry of Interior, but the militarized part that they're helping with the order in the country. However, they've been attacked as well, and we are expecting and carefully watching what is happening on the seaside, because you understand that Odessa seaport is extremely important critical infrastructure place, and it's not only 70% of Ukrainian export going through it, but also it is the allocation for Ukrainian Navy.
How do you feel about the Ukrainian government's response? Do you feel confident in President Zelensky's leadership?
As for now, he is really behaving as people expecting, and for the last few days, nobody's complaining about his past or his actions. Luckily, he had very good Minister of Foreign Affairs and Minister of Defense, plus the leadership of the armed forces. If you look to the recent polls that have been published just a few weeks ago, for example, but that is a normal picture of the last few years, Ukrainian armed forces have the highest level of confidence and support from all governmental structures in Ukraine. Up to 70% of Ukrainian civilians believe in their armed forces, and that is extremely important in such a crisis situations.
Do you have any information, any visibility as to what's happening on the ground in eastern Ukraine right now in the Donbas region? We've seen the explosions, we've heard the explosions in a number of cities across Kyiv. We don't have any visibility right now about what is happening on the ground in those areas?
It depends which part of the contact line you're talking about, because the contact line between uncontrolled and controlled territories, we are speaking approximately about 600 kilometers. It's quite a long line. We know that the city of Shastya, it is in the Lugansk region, they were very heavy fighting there. The general staff just reported that they returned back this town to Ukrainian control. We know that they've been attacks to Mariupol and Berdyansk, that is at the Sea of Azov on the south, but cities are under Ukrainian control totally. As for now, their mayor just reported. And when we speak about the other towns, like, for example, Konstantinovka, it is a very big town just in the middle of that contact line. I just talked with my aunt. She is there, and she said that as for now, they are calm and looks as safe because at least the shellings are not happening around them. But they are preparing because they are very close to the nets.
What is your expectation about what is going to happen next in Odessa?
We see that all the services, the municipality, the people are on the high alert. So definitely we've been preparing for this for several weeks, all local authorities, all services. So we know that our security services are on the high alert as well. We are monitoring what is happening from air, from the sea, from the land, because don't forget that Ukrainian region, Odessa region, is also bordering Transnistria, another separatist district that's been under full control of the Russian Federation, and is part of Moldova, another sovereign state. So there they have approximately 1,500 of their forces plus military equipment, and our border services are currently on the high alert from that side as well.
When you saw Vladimir Putin speaking early this morning, your time, talking about denazifying Ukraine, what was your reaction?
You know, unfortunately, we're already used to these phrases from the Russian president. He became so obsessed because that makes the logic for him to make a parallels to the Second World War, because the events of the Second World War are very emotional for the Russian population, but I would say for all the population of the post-Soviet space. However, he's been manipulating with these notions for so long, and any type of Ukrainian patriotism or anti-Russian position, he always been presenting as any type of the Nazi ideas. But can you imagine the country where the president is Jew, where the Jewish community is extremely powerful and important, and in quite a multi-ethnic country that Ukraine is, speaking about Nazism as the state policy? That's definitely total nonsense. But as everything in the last statements from Mr. Putin, you know, he's playing with the history, not telling any real fate. He's just imagining it, and we feel something between Kafka and Orwell right now.
Anna Shalis, please come back and talk to us again about what is happening and what you are seeing. We do appreciate all of your time, and we do hope you stay safe. Let's bring in Colonel Mark Kansian, Senior Advisor with the CSIS International Security Program. Also, Joel Rubin, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State under the Obama administration. He's the president of Washington Strategy Group. Joel, I want to start with you. I wonder, looking in hindsight about your time in the Obama administration, had Obama reacted more strongly to the annexation of Crimea, would this situation that we're in right now, could it have been avoided?
Look, Katie, it's great to be with you. And what's happening right now is an outrage. And what Vladimir Putin is doing is such a gross violation of international law, threatening nuclear weapons, which he did in his statement, speaking about denazification. And I'm so appreciative of Anna's statement. As an American Jew, I'm so deeply offended by the idea that he's using that argument against a Jewish leader, elected leader of Ukraine, that it's hard to imagine what would have worked at this moment. So in the Obama administration, the sanctions that were put in place were calibrated to stop him in his tracks, and it did, but it didn't roll him back, obviously. And that's the challenge that we're in, is that we have a leader in Vladimir Putin hell-bent on aggression. And we have fortified around him with military support to our allies, putting in these sanctions that are happening now and attempting to roll him back through international unity. But again, he is not listening to reason or diplomacy. And I just have to add, this goes back more than 2 decades. Even President Bush said he looked into Vladimir Putin's eyes, looked into his soul, basically. And so for more than 2 decades, American presidents have been trying to reason with him and push back. And now here we are where he's showing his incredible true colors.
So are you saying that he's not someone that you can reason with? And I ask that because we are currently working with Russia in order to get the Iran nuclear deal back in place, which is a weird dichotomy, Joel.
It's a very strange dichotomy, and we've had nuclear agreements with Russia under his leadership, New START, in 2011, which reduced the level of nuclear warheads that we both maintain. And we have a history with the Soviet Union of having diplomacy while also competing. But this is different, and something is very perplexing about this moment. This argument that goes back further and deeper into Russian psyche, according to Vladimir Putin, about reestablishing spheres of influence, this sort of grievance of the loss of the Soviet Union. We've seen grievance politics before in Europe. Hitler had a grievance when Germany lost World War I, and he carried that with him into World War II. And so this is different. So, yes, we've been negotiating and engaging in multiple levels, and we have worked through those agreements, and they've been verifiable. But he has not taken it diplomatically into the level of questions of war and peace in any meaningful direction, certainly over the last recent years.
Joel, hang on. I want to ask you about sanctions, but to the general. There's this gap between, I'm sorry, the colonel, my apologies. There's this gap between the shelling that we saw this morning across Ukraine in multiple different cities, and now there's quiet. Why that flurry of action about 3 hours ago now, 4 hours ago now, and nothing?
Well, it's hard to say, but I expect that this air campaign is going to continue. My assumption is that it's a combination of missile attacks and airstrikes. Typically, these will go on for several days. We have a precedent in the U.S. Air campaigns against Iraq in 1991 and 2003. In those air campaigns, the strikes went on for a considerable amount of time. They started with air defense and air forces. And also command and control. And I think that's what you're seeing in Ukraine. That is attacks on air bases and some of the air defenses, very likely. And some of the attacks in Kiev may well be against headquarters. A little hard to say, but these could go on for quite a while. And very often there's a respite while the Russians, in this case, do some reconnaissance and figure out, what effect their strikes had as they get ready for the next round of strikes.
The other question I have, and I'd like to pose it to you, is from what we've seen in the buildup of Russian forces around Ukraine, would they be able to hold portions of Ukraine, cities in Ukraine like Kyiv, for any length of time with the assets they currently have in place?
Well, that's a great question, because the Russians have built a considerable force, but Ukraine is a very large country. Back in early 1943, when the Germans and Soviets faced off across essentially this front line, the Soviets had well over 1 million men. So it's not clear to me that they have the capability to take over the entire country or even the entire eastern region, particularly if there's a strong Ukrainian resistance. I think they're going to have to focus their efforts in a couple of places.
Joel, I do want to ask you again about sanctions. Do you believe that the sanctions that the president is going to announce today, should they be the whole fleet of the sanctions, or should he be holding some back?
Yeah, this is the moment, Katie, for the whole fleet. This is the moment where the heavy punishing sanctions that have been prepared along with our allies, and the crucial dynamic here is making sure that the allies are on board with this, but that these sanctions go forward aggressively and that we move into the dynamic of export controls, following on really watching, cutting out Russia from the global financial system in a meaningful, impactful way, hurting the oligarchs around Vladimir Putin, and making sure the Russian people understand that they are being punished for Vladimir Putin's actions.
Joel Rubin and Colonel Mark Kansian, thank you very much, gentlemen. I appreciate it. And coming up after a very short break, we are going to reset, give you everything we know about what is happening right now. Again, a live picture of what it's like in Kyiv as it appears hundreds, if not thousands, of Kyiv residents flee the city.
What does her ascension mean to you?
Ask a simple question.
We think she is the first woman of color vice president.
Ask everyone you know what matters to them and why.
Let's be clear. This isn't about fraud.
Favor facts over conspiracies.
The facts and the history are instructive.
And trust standards over hearsay. Get your daily dose of enlightening articles at MSNBC Daily. Written perspectives by people you know and trust. Plus, a fresh take every morning from me, Hayes Brown. Start your day with MSNBC Daily at msnbc.com.
These days, a big part of the appeal of the conservative movement is the transgressive thrill of being a jerk, of being cruel, of mocking people and deriding them when they are in pain or suffering or having a problem. When you build a political movement whose emotional core is transgression and cruelty, ultimately no one is safe from that kind of treatment. So what kind of governance will that lead to the next time that these folks get power?
Keep up with what matters. Keep up with Chris. All In with Chris Hayes. Weeknights at 8 on MSNBC.
When you need brutal honesty.
These conspiracy theories are not only making people stupid, they're making them sick.
When you need answers first thing in the morning.
What's the key to progress to bringing this home and getting this deal done?
What is the military posture of the United States now toward Afghanistan?
You need your Morning Joe, only on MSNBC.
You know, there's an old saying, you only live once. It's usually passed down through a generational advice from a drunk uncle at a barbecue. You only live once. No, you only die once. You live every day, right? And I'm gonna choose to live my life like that.
I'm going to take a lot of messages away from today, but you only die once. You live every day. I have a lot of years in TV, and that is the best advice I've heard. John, thanks for everything, my friend.
Thank you for having me.
John Field is the president of the Feel Good Foundation.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism, but when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative.
Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
One bill would eliminate the requirement that students be taught the, quote, history of white supremacy, including but not limited to the institution of slavery and the Ku Klux Klan. American history is littered with shameful policies, but it is also filled with freedom fighters. To teach our children anything else is to rob them of their heritage and the truth, and they deserve better.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
from Seattle,
from Guatemala City,
from Wilmington,
I was in space in Texas,
from Normandy,
from
France,
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Good morning. It is 4 a.m. in New York and 11 a.m. in Kyiv, Ukraine. And here is what we know right now. We are hours into the Russian air assault on Ukraine. This morning, missiles targeted at least 4 cities. The country is now under a state of martial law. Fear is gripping Ukraine. Large crowds of people were seen outside of the central train station in Kyiv carrying suitcases. And the highway, as we have been showing you, is at a standstill, with hundreds, if not thousands of people trying to flee to the west, away from Russia's border. This mass exodus is underway despite pleas from the government for people to stay home. And from Kyiv to the embattled port city of Mariupol, where our crews captured long lines at ATMs. Joining me now is NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin. She's in Kyiv, Ukraine. So, Erin, I'm curious about the Ukrainian government. Where is President Zelensky right now? Where are his senior leaders? What are they saying to Ukraine's people?
Yeah, well, a few hours ago, I managed to reach President Zelensky's spokesperson. I pressed him on where exactly the president is right now. He would not respond to that. The last we heard from President Zelensky was in the form of a video message that was posted to social media in which he was appealing to the people here to remain calm and appealing to the military, essentially, to fight for their country. This, as people here are terrified. They are hiding in the metro stations, pictures distributed of women and children seen crouching sort of in the corners, seeking shelter as the air sirens rang out this morning. We're seeing long lines at ATMs, traffic jam to leave the city to the western portion of the country, which is seen as safer. But really at this point, all eyes are on the Sankivka border crossing, which is the intersection between Ukraine, Belarus, and Russia. According to an advisor to the Interior Minister, some 50 tanks were seen crossing that border. And that's significant because that border crossing is about a 3.5–4 hour drive away from the capital. And that's for a regular car. Obviously, for a tank, it would take longer than that. We've been trying to reach out to government officials, asking what the Ukrainian military is going to do to respond, asking for where they think those tanks are going. We have yet to hear a reply. This, as we're beginning to learn the damage from those strikes that happened in the small hours of the morning, missile strikes, according to an official from the Interior Ministry, striking airfields and military installations. An advisor to the mayor of Kyiv forwarded me pictures, still images of what he says is a military base that was struck by missiles in the overnight hours, as people here are beginning to survey the damage and prepare for the worst. President Zelensky has declared martial law for the whole of Ukraine, and now they are in the process, according to the Ministry of Defense, of distributing small arms, guns, to regular civilians to be able to defend themselves. Katie.
Erin McLaughlin. Erin, thank you so much. Quite a scene there. Let's bring in Wall Street Journal Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Yaroslav Trofimov. Yaroslav is also in Kyiv, Ukraine. And Yaroslav, I see you are on the streets right now. Tell me what you're experiencing.
Well, people are out in the streets again. The big lines in the shopping centers. People are stocking up on food, on water, on essentials, on cigarettes. As the realization that the war has started is beginning to sink in. On the main street of Kiev, there are now signing up tents where people are being signed up to join the territorial defense. There is meant to repel a Russian invasion. And other than that, restaurants, coffee shops, they're all busted, and food of people yesterday now are empty.
Yaroslav, can you, do us a favor? Can you show us around a little bit? Can you talk to somebody for us? Not to put you on the spot, but it would be interesting.
As you can see, everybody coming in behind me is coming out with big shopping bags. That's a big supermarket here, and people are stocking up, carrying all they can.
Is there a sense of fear there right now? Is there a sense of, do people want to sign up and fight for their country out there?
Well, some definitely do. Others, obviously, are have to care for the families, for the children, and so a lot of others are trying to flee to the western part of the country. But a great many are going to stay here in Kiev, and they just, the ATMs are still working. There are small lines around ATMs, but people are still able to get cash out. And there haven't been any airstrikes in this city since. For about 3 or 4 hours. So people are cautiously venturing out and going by their lives.
Is there an expectation that they're going to see tanks rolling into the city? Erin was just talking about the tanks that were rolling over the border from Belarus, about a 3–4 hour drive. That was about 3 hours ago. Obviously, tanks move slower, so it will take some time. But do people expect to see Russian tanks in Kyiv?
Well, the Ukrainian army says it is resisting, and there are defenses on the way to Kyiv. It's a big city. It's not going to be that easy to just take it. What we have seen is that security forces protecting the parliament, protecting the government installations, that yesterday were just, wearing normal uniforms. Today have full body armor, helmets, and semi-automatic rifles. So it clearly is a city on a war footing now, and the mood is completely different from what it was just yesterday.
Ukraine has called up its reserved, and it's quite a wide age range, 18 to 60 years old. Have you met anybody who's been conscripted?
Yes, we have talked to people who were conscripted. Obviously, a lot of the people who were called up in this first wave by people who are veterans of this 8-year war against pro-Russian forces in the eastern Donbass region. So the people with actual combat experience who are going to, who know what they're going to be doing.
Yaroslav, I don't know how long you've been in Ukraine, but what can you tell me about what happened for a month?
Yes.
Okay, I got it. But you are the chief foreign affairs correspondent for the Wall Street Journal. What can you tell me about the way that Ukraine reacted to the ousting of the pro-Russian president back in 2014, and what that could mean for how Ukraine and Kyiv is going to react to the Russians today?
Well, there's very little support for Russia, and especially President Putin here in Kiev. And, back then in 2014, the president who decided to align Ukraine with Russia was ousted by really a popular uprising. There were hundreds of thousands of people in the streets protesting against him. Obviously, it's very different when you're dealing with aviation and tanks. But Ukrainian forces have received weapons, such as anti-tank missiles from the U.S., that could be very useful, especially in an urban environment. And in the cities, the Air Force, in which Russia has an advantage, especially after targeting Ukrainian airfields this morning, that advantage is somewhat offset by the urban environment. So that would probably be the defense strategy of the Ukrainians.
Our colleague Aaron McLaughlin, or my colleague Aaron McLaughlin, was reporting earlier about the bomb shelters and that Kyiv has been, or Ukraine has been working as quickly as it can to dust off some of the bomb shelters, which many of them are located in the underground stations in Kyiv. Have you seen people using them this morning?
I mean, the way some people go into the underground stations, those underground stations were built in the Soviet times to withstand a nuclear strike. They're very deep underground. It's not like the New York subway. But, there haven't been any airstrikes in built-up areas in Kiev so far. And so, as long as these airstrikes and missile strikes are confined to military installations on the edge of the city, people, don't feel the need to be in bomb shelters just yet.
Ukraine Parliament passed a law to allow its citizens to carry guns in public. They passed this yesterday. Have you seen anything like that?
Well, Ukrainians already own guns. There's about 700,000 Ukrainians who have registered firearms, in a population of 40 million. So there's plenty of weapons around, also plenty of unlicensed firearms that made their way here from the Donbass conflict area. But now the Ukrainian defense minister said this morning that any citizen who wishes to do so can just go to local military unit and get weapons as part of this territorial defense force that Ukraine is standing up to protect its cities.
Can I ask you a personal question? What do you plan on doing?
Sure.
How are you going to stay safe?
Well, we'll see it hour by hour, I guess.
Spoken like a journalist. We'll see it hour by hour. Yaroslav Trofimov, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank
and
you.
Do stay safe. Let's bring in Oksana Syroyad, Vice President of the Kyiv School of Economics. And I do apologize if I mangled your last name, Oksana. Tell us...
You did great. Thank you.
Okay, good. Tell us, frankly, how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling quite confident and calm because I was raised during all my life in understanding that Russia is an enemy and that eventually, even after the independence, they will fight us. And my grandma told me in 2005 that the kid, there will be the war, Russia will never give up. So I've been preparing to this probably all my life. That's why I understand that I have to fight this war.
What are you going to do? Are you going to stay? Are you going to take up arms? Do you have a family out there? And how do you plan on keeping them safe?
Well, I have the the family cottage on the western part of Ukraine in the countryside, but I'm not going to plan. Not going to use it. I don't plan it. I plan to stay in Kiev as long as I can, and I think I will be safe because, I've been dealing with the security security area in Ukraine and globally for almost a decade. I've been a vice speaker of Ukrainian parliament during previous convocation and one of the leader of the defense, global defense agenda for Ukraine. I've been one of those who've been standing strongly against Minsk agreements as it's supposed to be a threat. And actually, I was the one who was warning European American leadership for years that it's going to be a big war. And unfortunately, that this war was unavoidable because everybody was actually blind and in denial because people didn't want to, the establishment, political establishment, they just didn't want to see the approach of this war. So in principle, now I'm going to do what I can do the best way. I'm helping now the territorial defense, the command of territorial defense. I'm also doing a lot of stuff, working together with local communities to keep them calm, to give them information. So I'm prepared to do whatever I can do best for this certain moment.
Let's talk about sanctions. President Biden is going to announce a new tranche of sanctions later today. What do you want to hear from him?
Of course, the sanctions are very important because this is something that can actually deter and contain Russian aggression. So the sanctions had to be extremely severe because we see that Russia is going to deploy a lot of force just to keep Ukraine under control. So it should be, it's not my particular business to tell what to do, but in principle, I understand that it should be disconnection from SWIFT. It should be severe sanctions on Russian financial system. So something that would disconnect Russia from the world and from the opportunity to continue the aggression.
How is Ukraine going to be able to handle the economic fallout? We saw lines of people lining up at ATMs trying to take their money out of the banking system. Here's a video of it right now. There are economic effects to conflict beyond this, global economic effects. Is Ukraine going to be okay?
We see natural reaction of people, and of course, except of the targets of military infrastructure that Putin set for himself. The specific target and very important target is our calmness, yes, and our self-esteem and our feeling of dignity and our trust in our institutions. So, of course, when people first they woke up, I woke up actually with understanding that Russian missiles are attacking not specifically Kyiv, but military infrastructure around Kyiv. So. The first reaction is actually to run away and to take money and to take food and to go as far as you can. But in principle, Russia is surrounding Ukraine, so the attacks are taking place actually around the border. And the critical infrastructure, the airports are targeted even on the far western Ukraine, in Ivano-Frankivsk and in Lutsk, from the territory of Belarus. So in principle, that's what I'm telling people. There is no place to run, and there is no place to hide. So I mean, we have to be calm. This is the calmness today is our weapon, you know, and being ready to stay. And this next day after this natural reaction of panic, of course, what Russia expects, what Putin expects, that it should be chaos, because people should abandon their houses, and then the bans can come, then the protests can start. So and the target in this case is the regime, the government, the institutions of Ukraine. So that's why I think that the first wave, or natural wave, of course, of natural reaction of human being to hide from the threat and to secure. After this wave, people will a lot of people will come back to Kyiv, and even though they stay, a lot of people stay. I'm living right on the highway that goes to the west, so I can see the cars that are heading to the west. But I'm sure that a lot of them will come back, and those who stay will be prepared to maintain the order in the city.
Yeah, we've seen those lines. They are long. There's gridlock. But Oksana Sarid, you are staying. Thank you so much for joining us, and we do wish you well.
Thank you.
And coming up, we want to take you back into Russia to show you how the invasion is playing. We have top lines from morning television in Moscow. Stay with us.
There's an assault on democracy.
Scorching triple-digit heat. The new space race begins.
That is actually the potential America has always had.
The change might be around the corner.
Did you get a sense of what the end game is here?
What would happen in ranked choice voting?
That's just not what the facts are.
3 former intelligence officials said there's no way.
That's the heart of the matter, right?
The highly contagious Delta variant of COVID-19 was first discovered in India. Variants can develop anywhere in the world, especially in countries with the lowest vaccination rates. Providing vaccines to the world is not an act of pure generosity. It is an act of self-defense that is necessary to help protect Americans from the spread of future variants.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Whether it's the politics of climate change, the effects of marijuana laws, or the challenges of racial injustice, get your daily dose of enlightening articles at MSNBC Daily. Written perspectives by people you know and trust, like Alicia Menendez, Mehdi Hassan, and Frank Figluzzi, along with a growing list of experts offering their insights. Plus, a fresh take every morning from me, Hayes Brown. Start your day with MSNBC Daily at msnbc.com.
When you need brutal honesty.
These conspiracy theories are not only making people stupid, they're making them sick.
When you need answers first thing in the morning.
What's the key to progress to bringing this home and getting this deal done?
When you need to go deep inside Washington.
What is the military posture of the United States now toward Afghanistan?
And hear from someone who's been there.
Perhaps the greatest threat to American democracy right now is misinformation that's being spread around.
You need your Morning Joe, only on MSNBC.
Controversy in South Lake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small town fight ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse
false narrative of rampant racism.
Shame.
This is South Lake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
One bill would eliminate the requirement that students be taught the, quote, history of white supremacy, including but not limited to the institution of slavery and the Ku Klux Klan. American history is littered with shameful policies, but it is also filled with freedom fighters. To teach our children anything else is to rob them of their heritage and the truth, and they deserve better.
Get your daily dose of written perspectives about the issues that matter most. Start your day with MSNBC Daily at msnbc.com.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
from Guatemala City,
from Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas,
From Normandy,
from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
And joining me now is NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley, who is in Kharkiv, Ukraine. So, Matt, what are you hearing about reports of tanks rolling near Kharkiv?
Yeah, well, we've been seeing some images on social media showing Russian tanks on the outskirts of this city. And again, this is only about 25 miles from the Russian border, so it's no surprise that they would make it here so quickly. We haven't yet started seeing them here in the center of the city, but we have gotten some reports from the Ukrainian military. The general staff of the armed forces says 4 tanks were burned on the bypass road to Kharkiv, and that 50 Russian soldiers were killed in the area of a town that's called Happiness. And also that another plane of the armed forces of the Russian Federation was destroyed near the town of Kramatorsk. And that makes 5 total that the Ukrainians, of Russian planes that the Ukrainians have shot down. But Katie, I got to tell you, we're only hearing reports so far from the Ukrainian military. We have no sense of what the Russians are saying. So if you only listen to the Ukrainians, it sounds as though they're winning this fight. And I have to say, I find that very unlikely since we haven't gotten a full report. We need to be careful about trying to get more information from the Russians. But at this point, we are looking at this battle through a peephole provided to us by the Ukrainian military. So it's just impossible for us to make a fair assessment of the battle. If some of those videos that are coming out on TikTok of social media of Russian tanks and Russian armored personnel carriers just slowly, gently lumbering through the countryside outside of Kharkiv are true, it makes it seem as though they are moving through this countryside unresisted. And that would be, a very interesting part of this battle, showing that they were moving very, very quickly through the countryside and through this city, or around this city. We also have seen almost no one on the streets, as I reported to you earlier, except for a massive police presence that has fanned out all over town. And it's hard to see how the police would put up much of a resistance to the Russian army. I believe they're probably out there to prevent people from looting and taking advantage of the chaos.
It is hard to have eyes on what's happening. We're so used to social media now. We're so used to seeing everything in real time. But given the amount of disinformation and misinformation that's out there, especially surrounding this conflict, it's hard to see what's real and what's not if it hasn't been verified by an official source. I do find it interesting, Matt, that we're hearing these snippets from the Ukrainian government about their quote-unquote wins on the battlefield, the tanks that they've taken out, the helicopters they've shot down. It's what do you make of their selective release of information?
I mean, look, Katie, maybe it's true. Maybe those are all major victories for the Ukrainian military. Maybe the Russians haven't gained anything at all. I highly, highly doubt that that's the case, given the lopsided nature of this conflict and given the very frank comments that I've heard from former and current defense officials. It just doesn't seem likely that this battle is going in the way that we're hearing about it from the Ukrainians, especially if, given the fact that this opened with a pummeling from the air all across the country, in cities like here, in Kharkiv, and in Kyiv, the capital, and far south in Odessa. But it's just impossible to check on this stuff. I mean, the Ukrainians have said that they've seen what must be a dramatic amphibious landing of Russian troops to the south in Odessa, just around the Crimea area that was annexed by Russia back in 2014. If the Russians have managed to make a daring amphibious landing in Odessa, it's hard to imagine that the Ukrainians have the upper hand, even though they keep saying over and over again in these reports that we are defending ourselves, we're doing a good job, we're beating back the invaders. I just don't see it. Maybe I'll believe it in a couple of days if we get a real sense of how the battlefield looks and reports from the Russians. That's what we need to get a real sense.
Well, we have some idea of what the Russians are reporting right now. Matt Bradley, thank you very much. Let's go to NBC News producer Matt Bodner in Moscow. Matt, we have some headlines from Russian TV this morning. Russia 24, breaking defense ministry. The border guard service of Ukraine does not show resistance. Breaking defense ministry, servicemen of the armed forces of Ukraine are leaving their positions en masse. Breaking, servicemen of the armed forces of Ukraine abandon their weapons. Military targets are hit with precision, excuse me, it's early, weapons. That's a lot different from what we're hearing from Ukraine, as Matt Bradley just reported.
That's right, Katie. We're hearing basically counterclaims to everything we've been hearing from the Ukrainian defense ministry. And it's interesting because they're really very much trying to capture a certain narrative here on this operation. Remember, this began with a very early morning declaration from Vladimir Putin of a special military operation, essentially amounting to a kind of liberation of Ukraine, but don't call it war. You're not hearing that anywhere in the Russian media. They're being very selective about how they're presenting this on state media. You know, we're watching a talk show on one of the Russian state channels saying things like, very soon Russian forces will leave Ukraine. Ukrainians will be able to freely choose their own leadership. Again, reiterating that Ukrainian soldiers are abandoning their positions en masse. And that they're also saying, you know, they're claiming that the Russian military is giving Ukrainian soldiers the opportunity to surrender before being fired on, but also denials that Ukraine has taken out any Russian aircraft, killed any Russian soldiers, or destroyed any Russian tanks. So they're trying to paint this domestically as a very clean, surgical operation that is costing nothing. That is an important thing to pay attention to as this moves forward. You know, we're not sure about the accuracy of what we're hearing from the Ukrainians, likewise for the Russians. And they are going, I think, to try to make this look as cheap as possible. I want to also flag something else that's come up. We were talking earlier kind of about this sense that maybe not everyone's on board with this, but who might actually speak up against this. Alexei Navalny, the arrested opposition leader, just so happens to be in court today on another trial that presumably, when he's found guilty, will add up to 15 years to his term, used his opportunity on the stand to say this, and you won't see this on the Russian state media, but what few independent outlets are left are carrying it. He says, quote, "I'm against this war. I believe that this war between Russia and Ukraine has been unleashed to cover up the robbery of Russian citizens and distract their attention from the problems that exist inside this country, from the degradation of the economy. This war will lead to a huge number of victims, ruined destinies, and the continuation of the impoverishment of Russian citizens." And he continues to say that what we're seeing now basically proves everything he's ever said about the Russian government. So there's a voice for you, Katie.
Just to be clear, in case you looked at your screen and you saw President Zelensky, Matt Bodner was talking about Alexei Navalny, the Russian dissident who was in court this morning. That's what he was saying about Russia. We are showing you President Zelensky of Ukraine. He is in Kyiv right now. He is addressing the Ukrainian people. He is speaking in Ukrainian. And once we get a translation on what he is saying, we're going to bring that to you. So just give us a moment to get that translation. Matt Bodner, what about imagery? You know, we're hearing these headlines. What sort of imagery is being shown in Russia right now?
Very little. Very little imagery being shown from any of this. We've seen.
Well, what do you make of that? And I ask you that because we've seen. I'm sorry to interrupt. We've seen a ton of Russian imagery about their troop buildup. All of the video that we have comes from Russian defense. Why are we not seeing so much now?
It's an interesting question. I suppose I don't really know the answer. I think one reason, one easy reason is that the state media doesn't want to show what's actually happening in this operation because I just find it hard to believe that this is happening without any casualties or losses to the Russian side at all. And this is something that Russians are very, very sensitive to, you know, because this is a conversation we've been having for a long time at various points. They're very very casualty averse. Naturally, all people are, all societies are. But there's always strong kind of imagery, kind of memories of the war in Afghanistan, the Soviet war in Afghanistan, also the wars in Chechnya as well. So there is definitely a clear effort to not show any kind of loss of life, that this is a bloody conflict, especially when so many Russians do consider Ukrainians to be brotherly people. They see them as one, and so they will be sensitive to those images if they come up. But also, we know that we saw in the build-up that there were things that the Russians were bringing to the table, such as some pretty advanced electronic warfare kits. So it's possible we're seeing jamming in some of the areas where this stuff's happening. But I have to be clear, I just don't know why we're not seeing, for example, TikToks.
That is the power
from these areas.
That is the power of controlling state media. You can show what you want to show, and again, we're just hearing headlines. Ukraine does not show resistance, and the like. Matt Bodner in Moscow. Matt, thank you so much. And we're going to take a really quick break. Again, we're getting dueling information from Ukraine and Russia. Ukraine talking about their successes on the battlefield, talking about the tanks that they've disabled, the helicopters they've shot down. Meanwhile, again, in Russia, it's all about how Ukraine is showing no resistance, laying down their arms, fleeing their positions. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
What does her ascension mean to you?
Ask a simple question.
Everything. She is the first woman of color vice president.
Ask everyone you know what matters to them.
Where do we go from here?
Ask the why.
Why? Why is this happening?
The hows.
How did you get your politics?
The wait a minute.
Okay.
Be tough on the answers.
It was deliberate deceit.
Favor facts over conspiracies and trust standards over hearsay.
The highly contagious Delta variant of COVID-19 was first discovered in India. Variants can develop anywhere in the world, especially in countries with the lowest vaccination rates. Providing vaccines to the world is not an act of pure generosity. It is an act of self-defense that is necessary to help protect Americans from the spread of future variants.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Whether it's the politics of climate change, the effects of marijuana laws, or the challenges of racial injustice. Get your daily dose of enlightening articles at MSNBC Daily. Written perspectives by people you know and trust, like Alicia Menendez, Mehdi Hassan, and Frank Figluzzi, along with a growing list of experts offering their insights. Plus, a fresh take every morning from me, Hayes Brown. Start your day with MSNBC Daily at msnbc.com.
One bill would eliminate the requirement that students be taught the, quote, history of white supremacy, including but not limited to the institution of slavery and the Ku Klux Klan. American history is littered with shameful policies, but it is also filled with freedom fighters. To teach our children anything else is to rob them of their heritage and the truth, and they deserve better.
When you need brutal honesty.
These conspiracy theories are not only making people stupid, they're making them sick.
When you need answers first thing in the morning.
What's the key to progress to bringing this home and getting this deal done?
When you need to go deep inside Washington.
What is the military posture of the United States now toward Afghanistan?
And hear from someone who's been there.
Perhaps the greatest threat to American democracy right now is misinformation that's being spread around.
You need your Morning Joe, only on MSNBC.
Controversy in South Lake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small town fight ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse. False narrative of rampant racism.
Shame. This is South Lake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
need brutal honesty.
These conspiracy theories are not only making people stupid, they're making them sick.
When you need answers first thing in the morning.
What's the key to progress to bringing this home and getting this deal done?
What is the military posture of the United States now toward Afghanistan?
You need your Morning Joe, only on MSNBC.
It is now a little past 4:30 a.m. in New York, 11:30 a.m. in Kyiv, Ukraine. Ukrainian's President Zelensky just addressed his country for the first time since the Russian air assault began. He asked people to spread honest information and said he will issue weapons to anyone who wants them. Meanwhile, the fear is very clear in the capital city of Kyiv. There is gridlock on the highways with hundreds, if not thousands, of people trying to get out after a round of explosions rattled the city this morning. And this is the scene in the port city of Mariupol in eastern Ukraine. You can see long lines of people waiting to get cash out of the ATM. We've also learned of the first casualties. A bombing killed 6 people in the region of Odessa in southwestern Ukraine. 7 people are wounded and 19 more are missing. In response to the attacks, Ukraine's president ordered martial law, closing schools and placing hospitals on high alert. And Ukraine's defense minister wants, quote, anyone who is ready and able to hold a weapon to join the country's defense forces. As for the United States response, President Biden will meet with G7 leaders later this morning to impose severe sanctions on Russia. President Biden will also address this nation later this afternoon. Let us bring in Natalia Humenyuk. She is a Ukrainian journalist in Kyiv. So President Zelensky just spoke. He says the enemy has suffered serious losses, clearly trying to boost morale in Ukraine, also telling people that anyone who wants a weapon should come get one. What do you make of his address?
So first of all, I should probably say that it was not his first address. He's been addressing every single hour with a short remarks since, the very moment of the attacks. That was quite expected. There were a lot of other things. The president called people stay home and those who want to fight. I heard your previous discussion and also should say I'm in Kyiv. I'm talking to the people all over the country. Indeed, the attack is immense. It's all over the border, which is 2,000 kilometers long, and there are also civilians casualties. But in terms of the defense, it's not that what we expect. It's something we expected, to be honest. It's something which Ukrainian military told. So the primary targets were the military targets, warehouses, and it's not really you can defend them with the ground troops. We know that some of the air defense system worked, and yes, there should be some ground troops moving over the border. Still, for all these hours, while reporting, listening to the people also in the conflict line, we know that some cities are shelled, but we cannot say that Ukraine doesn't resist. It does. Overall, I feel there is some, like the authorities are largely in control. Of course, people are shocked because this should be a shocking event for the whole world because there is no reason for this war. It's madness. So we see how the people proceed. But subway works, some shops works, school kids are not called to go to the schools, but hospital works, all that, like electricity, power, water, it's all there. And again, I should say, we're speaking about the country which is as big as France. So if there are airstrikes in different places, we also understand for different reporters, it's very hard to imagine what's happening in a different part of the country.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And we do have reporters stationed throughout the country. But again, we're not getting every indication about what is happening because, as you said, the country is so large. And our apologies, that's the first indication that we've gotten of President Zelensky addressing the nation. But thank you for keeping us honest on that. What can you tell us about the reporting currently from the front lines in the Donbass region in eastern Ukraine? We've gotten, reports from the Ukrainian government talking about taking down helicopters, disabling tanks. We're also hearing from the Russian government that Ukrainians are laying down their weapons, they're abandoning their posts, that Russia's meeting no resistance. What can you tell us about the reporting that's coming out of there?
That's definitely not true. We can't really, show, like who is winning. It's still happening. We know about a couple of towns which were claimed to be taken, and they are tiny, but they were not. We're also cautious because, for instance, there were announcements about the Marines in Odessa and in Mariupol, and it turned not true. So the resistance exactly in the front line is there. The officials said about possible casualties. Of course, it's up to them to keep, let's say, not really bravado, but they said that it's there, but it's not that Ukraine answered. That should be the part of the strategy. But talking to different people, there is no doubt that they are really, really fighting back.
Okay, so in your estimation, I know the government has said that anybody who wants a weapon can get a weapon. I know that they've called up reservists between the ages of 18 to 60, which is a wide range. And they've also said to individual citizens that you are going to need to fight, that this is a war that all of Ukraine must wage. And I'm paraphrasing there. What is your sense of the Ukrainian people and their willingness outside of the military to wage this war?
So, look, over the last days and months, there were polls where like more than 50% of Ukrainians were ready to resist. Then the figures were growing up to 60. And just given an example, this week at the moment when when there was this recognition of these quasi-republics, at that particular day, the Ukrainians gathered, just Ukrainians for one NGO supporting army gathered $600,000. That's how that's what they do. And the people just want to understand what they can do. There was no still kind of a large call to the army or conscription. So if there is a moment, it is a moment. But it's not, I know the people who are ready, that would be including women, but it's not a call upon everybody. Yet it feels like there would be enough of people to do so.
What is the feeling toward the West right now within Ukraine?
Oh, the question is, the President Zelensky said for a lot of time, he listed a number of the foreign leaders who say, whom he's spoken to. I think that there would be always a question, there should be more. People are speaking about the, no-fly zone over Ukraine, so the U.S. jets, the Russian jets won't be there, or drones. But there are calls for tougher sanctions, for, all the support in the defense and in the financial support, humanitarian support. So the calls are there. I don't know how to assess, is it enough? I've seen a lot, words of support from a lot of people globally, including the politicians, but I think the actions are already, I know it takes like hours probably to develop these actions, but we were preparing for this. We were announced that it might happen for quite a long time. And there is a hope that if there was a plan, could it be enforced already now?
Do the Ukrainian people still want to join the EU? Do they want to be a part of NATO? What's the feeling toward more closely aligning themselves with the West?
Yeah, look, it's very strange to ask for the people after 4 hours of the, one of the probably most horrible events of our decades. What do they think of NATO? But it's like, I feel that the people have the huge solidarity. They are even more clear about, that it's not a hoax. It's not just a theoretical threat of Russian attack. And there is the only way to defend itself is being in NATO. It's not, of course, a moment, where you really discuss that, but the support was growing. And what I now feel while talking to people, they are becoming more and more determined.
Very interesting. Natalia Humanyuk, thank you so much for joining us, and we do wish you well.
Bye.
We're going to take a very quick break. Stay with us. We have Peter Baker when we come back.
Lots of expert help lined up tonight to help us get through the news.
We know other people were involved.
They're now going to debate it again and vote again.
We have to be very, very precise.
What he did today was word perfect.
These days, a big part of the appeal of the conservative movement is the transgressive thrill of being a jerk, of being cruel, of mocking people and deriding them when they are in pain or suffering or having a problem. When you build a political movement whose emotional core is transgression and cruelty, ultimately no one is safe from that kind of treatment. So what kind of governance will that lead to the next time that these folks get power?
Keep up with what matters. Keep up with Chris. All In with Chris Hayes, weeknights at 8 on MSNBC.
Get your daily dose of enlightening articles at MSNBC Daily. Written perspectives by people you know and trust, like Alicia Menendez, Mehdi Hassan, and Frank Figluzzi, along with a growing list of experts offering their insights. Plus, a fresh take every morning from me, Hayes Brown. Start your day with MSNBC Daily at msnbc.com.
You know, there's an old saying, you only live once. It's usually passed down to a generational advice from a drunk uncle at a barbecue. You only live once. No, you only die once. You live every day, right? And I'm gonna choose to live my life like that.
I'm going to take a lot of messages away from today, but you only die once. You live every day. I have a lot of years in TV, and that is the best advice I've heard. John, thanks for everything, my friend.
Thank you for having me.
John Field is the president of the Feel Good Foundation.
One bill would eliminate the requirement that students be taught the, quote, history of white supremacy, including but not limited to the institution of slavery and the Ku Klux Klan. American history is littered with shameful policies, but it is also filled with freedom fighters. To teach our children anything else is to rob them of their heritage and the truth, and they deserve better.
When you need answers first thing in the morning, when you need to go deep inside Washington and hear from someone who's been there.
Perhaps the greatest threat to American democracy right now is misinformation that's being spread around.
You need your Morning Joe.
Controversy in South Lake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small town fight ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse. False narrative of rampant racism.
This is South Lake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me give you a hint.
What does her ascension mean to you?
Ask a simple question.
We think she is the first woman of color vice president.
Ask everyone you know what matters to them and why.
Let's be clear. This isn't about fraud.
Favor facts over conspiracies.
The facts and the history are instructive.
And trust standards over hearsay. Get your daily dose of written perspectives about the issues that matter most. Start your day with MSNBC Daily at msnbc.com.
Call now.
Let's bring in NBC News investigative reporter Dan DeLuce. So Dan, you've been watching the military movements. What is the risk here for a miscalculation?
Hopefully remote, but it can't be ruled out. You have a very serious firepower now being unleashed by Russia, long-distance missiles, aircraft, and you have U.S. forces very nearby in Poland and in Romania and in the Baltic countries. And so as this conflict unfolds, we don't know how it will evolve. And there is the possibility of some kind of misunderstanding, especially given the really tense nature and the distrust now, the nature of bad relations now between Moscow and the West. So there is that possibility of some kind of incident. But at the moment, of course, there are no U.S. or NATO troops in Ukraine. And at the moment, the war is contained inside Ukraine. But you can't rule out some kind of misunderstanding or miscalculation as this unfolds.
You know, what we're looking at right now is some of the damage in Kyiv, and that appears to be the remains of a missile. Dan, you tell me, you know this stuff better than I do.
Well, this is what the U.S. and other governments were predicting, that Russia would come down hard like a hammer with all its missile arsenal and its artillery and all sorts of firepower it has arrayed all around the border of Ukraine to kind of damage and inflict a heavy toll on Ukraine's military before they even move in with a large number of land forces. And the biggest risk, I think, at the moment for Ukraine's military is so many of their troops are lined up in the east on that front line for the past 8 years. And there is a risk now that Russia, through this air raids and bombing raids, could then swoop in from the west and the north and trap the Ukrainian military there on that front line in the east and possibly capture them. So a real big, dangerous moment now for the Ukrainian armed forces.
Dan DeLuce, Dan, thank you so much. Let's go now to New York Times Chief White House Correspondent Peter Baker. Peter, it is just a few minutes now before 5 a.m. Much of Washington, if they got any sleep last night, is starting to wake up. What are you going to be watching out for as this day unfolds?
Well, I think the first thing anybody in Washington is going to watch for, of course, is President Biden and how he handles this. He issued written statements last night. He spoke with President Zelensky by phone, but we haven't seen him in person yet. I think he plans to come out around midday after consulting with the other leaders of the group of seven G7 nations. This is a big test for him. This is a huge challenge to the international order, and it's up to President Biden as sort of the leader of the free world. There's a phrase we didn't used to have to use the last few years, but now as a leader of the free world, to try to rally a global response to this unprovoked aggression. It's reminiscent of days back in the end of the Cold War when Iraq violated Kuwait's sovereignty, invaded Kuwait. President Bush then rallied the world against that kind of aggression and forced Iraq back. Today, we don't have the Soviet Union on our side the way we did then. Russia is, in fact, on the other side. And that's what makes it so volatile and so dangerous, because obviously any confrontation with Russia, even though American troops aren't currently, in Ukraine, don't plan to be in Ukraine, anything can get out of control, and that's why it's a dangerous situation beyond even the poor Ukrainians.
What is your impression of Vladimir Putin right now in that speech from last night or this morning, where he warned anybody who might interfere that bad things would happen? I'm paraphrasing poorly, but that he also mentioned that, casually, that Russia is a nuclear nation.
Yeah, he's reminding everybody that Russia is one of the two nations, really perhaps three nations in the world that could basically unleash, a Holocaust with a snap of a finger. And he's got that power in his hands. And so he is, in fact, using that as a way of saying, this is my conflict with Ukraine. Stay away. Don't get involved with it. Now, again, President Biden, the United States, the European nations do not intend to get into a military conflict with Russia for that reason alone, if nothing else. But again, when you start this kind of thing in that kind of neighborhood, you never know what can happen. There are European and American troops all around Ukraine in these NATO countries, and anything, could happen by accident that triggers, some sort of a more dangerous, volatile situation. I thought we saw with Putin's address last night and with the last couple of days is a man who thinks he's at war with history. He wants to rewrite the history of 1991 when the Soviet Union collapsed, and now he's doing it through force. Yeah,
we said it over and over again. He says that the greatest tragedy in recent history is the fall of the USSR, the breakup of the Soviet Union. Peter Baker, thank you so much for being with us. I know you've gotten very little sleep, if any, today, but we do appreciate all of your expertise. All right, right after the break, way too early, with my colleague Hallie Jackson begins. Don't go anywhere.
There's an assault on democracy.
Scorching triple-digit heat. The new space race begins.
That is actually the potential America has always had.
The change might be around the corner.
Did you get a sense of what the end game is here?
What would happen in ranked choice voting?
That's just not what the facts are.
3 former intelligence officials said there's no way.
That's the heart of the matter, right?
The highly contagious Delta variant of COVID-19 was first discovered in India. Variants can develop anywhere in the world, especially in countries with the lowest vaccination rates. Providing vaccines to the world is not an act of pure generosity. It is an act of self-defense that is necessary to help protect Americans from the spread of future variants.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Whether it's the politics of climate change, the effects of marijuana laws, or the challenges of racial injustice, get your daily dose of enlightening articles at MSNBC Daily. Written perspectives by people you know and trust, like Alicia Menendez, Mehdi Hassan, and Frank Figluzzi, along with a growing list of experts offering their insights. Plus, a fresh take every morning from me, Hayes Brown. Start your day with MSNBC Daily at msnbc.com.
When you need brutal honesty.
These conspiracy theories are not only making people stupid, they're making them sick.
When you need answers first thing in the morning.
What's the key to progress to bringing this home and getting this deal done?
When you need to go deep inside Washington.
What is the military posture of the United States now toward Afghanistan?
And hear from someone who's been there.
Perhaps the greatest threat to American democracy right now is misinformation that's being spread around.
You need your Morning Joe, only on MSNBC.
One bill would eliminate the requirement that students be taught the, quote, history of white supremacy, including but not limited to the institution of slavery and the Ku Klux Klan. American history is littered with shameful policies, but it is also filled with freedom fighters. To teach our children anything else is to rob them of their heritage and the truth, and they deserve better.
Controversy in South Lake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small town fight ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse.
False narrative of rampant racism.
Shame.
This is South Lake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
When you need brutal honesty.
These conspiracy theories are not only making people stupid, they're making them sick.
When you need answers first thing in the morning.
What's the key to progress to bringing this home and getting this deal done?
What is the military posture of the United States now toward Afghanistan?
You need your Morning Joe, only on MSNBC.
Condemn the aggression that you launch on my people. There is no purgatory for war criminals. They go straight to hell, Ambassador.
That was Ukraine's ambassador to the United Nations with that message to Russia's leadership. Good morning. I'm Hallie Jackson, working today as part of MSNBC's special coverage of the crisis in Ukraine. This is way too early on February 24th, of course. I'm in for Jonathan Lemire. It is noon in Kyiv, Ukraine. It's 1 o'clock in Moscow, 5 a.m. Eastern here in Washington, and it's happened. Russia has attacked Ukraine after months of military buildup near the country's borders. Reset how we got here. If you've been sleeping overnight, if you've been watching our coverage, the attack started, as you know, early in the morning, about 5 a.m. local time from neighboring Belarus. This, of course, ally of Moscow, with explosions in several cities across Ukraine, including the capital, Kyiv. You heard air raid sirens across that city, Ukrainian officials reporting cruise or ballistic missiles. You hear it there, targeted military control centers. The Office of Ukraine's National Police said at least 6 people have been killed, 7 people hurt in the area near Odessa. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky declared martial law. He's closed schools. He's put hospitals on high alert. We've just heard from him in the last 45 minutes or so. There was a huge exodus
you can see it, as thousands of people tried to get out. The attack started just minutes after Russian President Vladimir Putin said in a public address that he authorized military action because he says the West had pushed too far in trying to draw the country into NATO. He also warned other countries against any kind of retaliation, saying, quote, the response from Russia will be so severe that no foreign nations have ever experienced it before. All decisions have been made. We have team coverage here this morning, and I want to start with our reporter who is live from Kharkiv, Ukraine, NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley. So, Matt, tell us what you're seeing. Tell us what it's like on the ground as we've been getting these updates regularly from officials in Ukraine about what's happening.
Yeah, it's not what we're seeing so much as what we're hearing. This war became audible at about 5 a.m. local time. Really just after we heard that speech from Vladimir Putin. It was really chilling. He ended his speech in which he essentially declared war on Ukraine. And then, like that, we started hearing bombs dropping. It was remarkable. But as I said, the war is audible, but here in central Kharkiv, it's not yet visible. The people have left the streets. This was, as of yesterday, a very dynamic town filled with people in the streets. Children, adults going to work. It was difficult to cross the roads. Now the roads are almost empty. The shops are all shuttered, and there are lines at petrol stations and at grocery stores. It's a chilling atmosphere, and it's really just one of waiting. It really stands in stark contrast to what my colleague Aaron McLaughlin is seeing in Kyiv, where there are people fleeing, where you're hearing air raid sirens. There are no sirens here. There's no loudspeakers, which was all part of the plan if there was going to be a massive invasion. It's ironic that this city is sort of, if you will, chill compared to Kyiv, because actually, if you believe the reports, and we're getting these reports very quickly in a really pell-mell fashion, it's hard to keep up. But if you believe some of the pictures that we're seeing on social media and elsewhere and reports from the Ukrainian government, there are Russian tanks and armored vehicles right outside of Kharkiv. This is the second largest city in Ukraine. So really, the Russians are already here. They're just outside this city. And reportedly, they're setting up checkpoints and blocking cars, blocking traffic. So this city is just watching and waiting and hunkering down. Hallie?
It is a bit different in Kyiv. I want to go, Matt, stand by. I want to go to our colleague, Aaron McLaughlin, who's in Kyiv and has some developments for us. Aaron, I understand that you're hearing multiple explosions.
That's right, Hallie. Just a short, really moments ago, we heard multiple explosions. One of them, the loudest that we've heard since these explosions began in the small hours of the morning. Already, Ukrainian officials surveying the damage, according to an advisor to the interior minister. A number of missiles struck military installations in the Kyiv area, as well as airfields. I received images from an advisor to the mayor of Kyiv showing one of the military bases belonging to the National Guard, the windows completely blown out in an apparent missile strike. This, as all eyes right now are on the border between Ukraine and Belarus, the Sankivka border crossing. According to an advisor to the interior minister, some 50 tanks have been seen crossing from Belarus into Ukraine, and that is just about a 4-hour drive from where I'm standing in the capital now. What is unclear is how the Ukrainian military has responded to those tanks. We're waiting on details about that. Meanwhile, martial law has been declared across the whole of Ukraine. They are encouraging volunteers as well as veterans to take up arms and fight for their country. There is a mass evacuation, though, right now underway here in Kyiv. A huge traffic jam seen leaving the city as people are trying to get to the west to safety. Meanwhile, children and women and families have been hunkering down in the small hours of the morning, listening to those sirens, and they've been taking shelter in the city's metro stations. Hallie?
Aaron, I've been watching your coverage since this began, hours ago at this point. Can you give me a sense? I mean, you talk about, and we're looking at some of these images from earlier in Kyiv of the exodus that you referred to, people trying to head west, closer, of course, to Poland, getting away from the border with Russia there. Can you tell me more about what it's like, what it's been like over the last couple hours, as obviously it is turned from dawn to day where you are?
It has been absolutely chilling to see this scene unfold, Hallie. I mean, behind me, the city right now,
aside from the explosions that we've been hearing in the distance, is eerily quiet. There are very few people in the streets. We mentioned there the mass evacuation, but just 12 hours ago, this was a bustling city. People were going about their normal daily lives. I was speaking to one contact who said the only difference she'd seen lately is that her yoga class was packed. She said that people, it was very much business as usual. They're stressed, but they were, trying to de-stress. That was the extent, she said, of the differences in normal everyday life up until, of course, Russian President Vladimir Putin's speech in the small hours of this morning when we started to hear explosions, and then the situation changed very rapidly, and now we're seeing Ukrainian government officials scramble to get on a war footing. Hallie.
Aaron, can you stand by for one moment? Because, Matt, I want to bring you back into the conversation here. I understand that we just heard from President Zelensky just in the last hour. He has been trying to continue to update people in Ukraine about what's going on. What's been his message largely?
His message has been, it's remarkable how much he's shifted, because remember a couple of weeks ago I was telling you how incredibly blasé he was about all of this, almost derisive, almost mocking the alarmist tones from the West, all of the intelligence reports, and really telling them to kind of calm down, and actually faulting the Western media for inflaming tensions. In just the past couple of days, he's gone in front of the international community and chastised them for not helping him, not helping Ukraine angrily. And then just last night, we heard him speaking in Russian to the Russian people, begging them to avert the war because he couldn't reach Vladimir Putin by phone. And now we've just heard him speaking again. He's kind of talking from an undisclosed location, is what it sounds like. And he's appealing to the people to rise up, to hold the line as the Russians invade. And he's made this comment several times. He said, I'm going to come to you with honesty. I'm going to give you honest assessments of what's going on here. But his tone, obviously, Hallie, has become increasingly desperate.
Yeah. We know he spoke, with President Biden overnight. According to our White House team, that's something that has been in development here. We know we're going to hear from other world leaders, too. I believe that the UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson is set to speak from London at some point this morning, Matt.
That's right. He did talk about it, and he thanked those world leaders, Boris Johnson, Joe Biden, and also the president of Poland. Yeah, and these are world leaders who he's hoping are going to come to his aid, but he knows very well that as a non-member of NATO, he's not going to get the kind of direct boots on the ground assistance that he would if he were a member of NATO. But of course, he seems, in a way, and this is a hard thing to say about a president who's experiencing something like this, but he seems humbled. He seems like he has a different tone than the man that I met a couple of weeks ago when I first got to Kyiv. He seems like he's just a shadow of his former self, this former comedian, celebrity, now who's, no longer able to trot around in front of the global stage. He is chastised. Hallie?
Matt, Aaron, stand by. I want to bring in one of our other colleagues from Moscow now, NBC's Matt Bodner, who has been up for us, monitoring what's happening there from the Kremlin perspective. What is the messaging, Matt, from Putin this morning to the people of Russia?
Thank you, Hallie. Well, President Putin got on very early this morning while Moscow slept, and I think to a large extent what we've seen this morning, at least among Russians that I've been speaking to, is this kind of realization that he's really done it. I think they, up until very recently, they didn't really think that this was a serious threat. They thought that a lot of this was Western hysteria. Now we're seeing a completely new kind of narrative forming, though, here in the Russian state media. We just saw the spokesman for the Russian Defense Ministry get on state television in this very kind of martial display, this very martial statement, insisting to the Russian people that what is going on, again, special military operation, don't call it a war, but they are conducting precision airstrikes. They're very much describing this as kind of a surgical operation, not targeting civilian infrastructure, not targeting cities. They're being very, very clear about that with the Russian people. Of course, that is their line. And they are also saying, they continue to make this claim that Ukrainian soldiers are abandoning their positions, essentially en masse, laying down their weapons, and they are continuing to reinforce this message that any Ukrainian soldier who simply lays down his arms will not be fired on. So I think the key takeaway here is that there's a very important narrative that the Kremlin now needs to drive home in order to kind of maintain control of this, I think, domestically. And that is, again, not a war, not targeting civilians, and that this is basically going very cleanly. We are not seeing, of course, really what's going on, as our colleagues in Ukraine have mentioned. So it's just kind of hard to believe that they're going to be able to continue to ride this narrative, especially if the Ukrainians do end up being correct that they have taken down Russian aircraft, taken out Russian tanks and Russian soldiers. So it's just a question now of how long can they kind of keep the lid on the actual price of what they're doing now.
Matt, as you were speaking, we heard from our producer there in Kyiv confirming from the presidential office the deaths of a couple dozens, which in her words, Ukrainian soldiers, mostly from the airstrike and rocket strikes in the morning. Aaron, you are there in Kyiv. What is Kyiv bracing for next? Where do they worry that this invasion is going to go? Further towards Lviv, I would assume at this point. We've seen what's happening in Odessa. We've seen what's happening where Matt is in Kharkiv, et cetera.
Well, I mean, they're bracing for the worst at this point, Hallie. Again, we do not know where 50 tanks that have crossed the border are headed at this point, and if the Ukrainian military would be able to stop those tanks from reaching Kyiv just hours away from the capital. They're also concerned about threats that might already be here. They have announced martial law. We're going to be seeing an increased police presence here throughout the city. They're going to be, in fact, I just heard another small explosion to my right there. So this is a city that seems like it's under attack at this point. They're also incredibly concerned about the possibility for terror attacks as well. They have asked people not to go out on the streets in military fatigues or any sort of military gear. They're asking people to stay home, and if they hear air raid sirens, then to seek shelter. This is an extraordinarily serious situation, and no one here really knows what's going to happen next. And you do get a sense in trying to reach out to, again, another explosion to my right. You do get a sense when you reach out to Ukrainian military officials here and other authorities, members of the mayor's office, that they don't know what's happening. They're trying to assess the situation. They're trying to figure out the best way to respond because, again, in all the conversations that I have had leading up to this moment, most Ukrainian military experts and analysts were saying they thought that Russia was going to strike the east, to the south. Nobody among the people that I thought I've been speaking to thought that they would hit Kyiv first, and that is exactly what we're seeing happen right now. Hallie.
Aaron, we were hearing very faintly, at least I could, some of the explosions you're referencing. How often? I know that we came to you right at the top as soon as we got on the air with our rolling special coverage here because you were hearing explosions as well. Is it like every 10 minutes? Is it constant?
We had a lull for about 2 hours. The explosion started at about 4 a.m. and then it became quickly apparent what was happening here. We then around 5 in the morning got an official confirmation from a member of the Interior Ministry. Again, another explosion to my right. And then in the past couple hours or so leading up to the top of the hour when I first started talking to you, Hallie, we hadn't heard anything. It was pretty quiet. And it's also worth noting that while we're hearing these explosions, I have not heard a single siren warning people to take shelter. And that was the case earlier in the early hours of the morning as well. We were hearing these explosions in rapid fire succession at that point, but there were no air raid sirens telling people to take shelter. So at this point, based on what I'm sensing and what we're hearing and seeing here, it doesn't necessarily seem like the siren system is working as it should, although I've been speaking to city officials prior in the week, and they said they had tested the system and that all was well with it, Hallie.
Can you see anything, Aaron, or you're seeing any visible signs of smoke, et cetera? I know we can't pan the camera over. You're sort of locked into that position there. I get that.
I mean, it's a really hazy day right now. There's low cloud cover in the distance. I'm seeing some smoke just over that way, but that was sort of there. It looks like it's from a fire. It doesn't look like it's from any sort of missile strike. So at the moment we are hearing, and but we are not seeing. So I mean, but I will let you know as soon as if and when that changes, of course, Hallie.
Aaron McLaughlin live for us in Kyiv. Matt Bradley, who is also live for us in Ukraine. Matt Bodner live in Moscow. I know all of you. I appreciate your reporting, and we'll stay close to your cameras. We're going to get an update on what's happening at the White House. We know President Biden will speak at some point. We're going to get to Carol Lee as soon as we get back from break.
Why not use every tool in your toolbox to get the information that you say you need to do your job and to do it effectively on day one?
Should Americans have to decide between staying healthy and going back to work?
What is the holdup here?
Should they pay some price for that?
Is that still the most realistic timeline?
What sort of legal risk does that carry?
Can we trust the information we're getting?
Would you be willing to go it alone with a Democrat-only option?
These days, a big part of the appeal of the conservative movement is the transgressive thrill of being a jerk, of being cruel, of mocking people and deriding them when they are in pain or suffering or having a problem. When you build a political movement whose emotional core is transgression and cruelty, ultimately no one is safe from that kind of treatment. So what kind of governance will that lead to the next time that these folks get power?
Keep up with what matters. Keep up with Chris. All In with Chris Hayes. Weeknights at 8 on MSNBC.
You know, there's an old saying, you only live once. It's usually passed down to a generational advice from a drunk uncle at a barbecue. You only live once. No, you only die once. You live every day, right? And I'm gonna choose to live my life like that.
I'm going to take a lot of messages away from today, but you only die once. You live every day. I have a lot of years in TV, and that is the best advice I've heard. John, thanks for everything, my friend.
Thank you for having me.
John Thiel is the president of the Feel Good Foundation.
Whether it's the politics of climate change, the effects of marijuana laws, or the challenges of racial injustice, get your daily dose of enlightening articles at MSNBC Daily. Written perspectives by people you know and trust, like Alicia Menendez, Mehdi Hassan, and Frank Figluzzi, along with a growing list of experts offering their insights. Plus, a fresh take every morning from me, Hayes Brown. Start your day with MSNBC Daily at msnbc.com.
One bill would eliminate the requirement that students be taught the, quote, history of white supremacy, including but not limited to the institution of slavery and the Ku Klux Klan. American history is littered with shameful policies, but it is also filled with freedom fighters. To teach our children anything else is to rob them of their heritage and the truth, and they deserve better.
When you need brutal honesty.
These conspiracy theories are not only making people stupid, they're making them sick.
When you need answers first thing in the morning.
What's the key to progress to bringing this home and getting this deal done?
What is the military posture of the United States now toward Afghanistan?
You need your Morning Joe, only on MSNBC.
Eat.com. We are back with our special coverage of that breaking news, the escalation, the invasion now by Russia into Ukraine. You've been watching so far this morning our live reports from overseas, from Kyiv, from Moscow, on the latest situation in the ground. And the newest bits of that this morning involve confirmation that, according to the Ukrainian government, dozens of Ukrainian soldiers have been killed in these strikes by Russia. We have our team on the ground hearing explosions. Some of them, as you heard from Aaron McLaughlin, some not hearing air raid sirens, for example. We are also monitoring every development on the ground here in Washington. We know President Biden spoke with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in the overnight hours. And the first clue that an invasion may have been happening came 8:40 last night, if you were still awake, when the White House canceled a scheduled 9 o'clock appearance here on MSNBC by the Deputy National Security Advisor, Dileep Singh. NBC News later learned from multiple officials that was because Singh was needed to join a meeting of top administration officials from the National Security Council, from Treasury, from State, from other key agencies. We started to see reports pouring in of these explosions in eastern Ukraine. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan huddled with the White House Communications Director Kate Bedingfield inside the West Wing, both of them helping to finalize President Biden's statement pending the approval of the president, who was, we understand, monitoring all of this, communicating with his team from the residence. That statement hit our inboxes from the president around 10:26 p.m. About an hour later, a White House official told NBC the president had been briefed via secure call by Secretary of State Tony Blinken, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, and Joint Chiefs Chairman Mark Milley. Minutes later, NBC News was first to report that President Biden was talking with President Zelensky. He later shared Zelensky reached out to him, asked him to call on world leaders to speak out clearly against Putin. We are waiting to see this morning at some point what we expect to be remarks from the UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson. I want to bring in now NBC News White House correspondent Carol Lee. Carol, I know it's been a long night. It's going to be a long morning and a long day for the White House. Talk to me about when you expect we may see President Biden next and what you're hearing from the sources that you've been talking to, I know, as this is developed.
Well, look, Hallie, the big thing that the White House is trying to get aligned are sanctions and what sanctions the administration decides to do. As you know, they did some sanctions against Russia earlier this week after that initial invasion. They were not their harshest sanctions. They said that at the time they were reserving some of those for if Vladimir Putin decided to go further. He has done that. So now he escalated, and the administration is preparing to escalate as well in terms of its sanctions. They also have to get in line with Europe and America's allies. And so you'll see the president later this morning have a phone call with G7 leaders where they're going to all try to get on the same page to bring the biggest, most significant package of sanctions against Russia that they can all agree on. So the White House is trying to get its sanctions regime in order. And after that, the president is expected to speak publicly for the first time. We've already heard from him in 2 written statements. He's had some rather harsh things to say. I'll read you part of one of those statements. He said that Vladimir Putin had chosen a premeditated war that will bring catastrophic loss of life and human suffering. So really talking about the human toll that this is going to take. And then, Hallie, he then vowed that the world will hold Russia accountable. So that is what we're looking for today, how the president and U.S. allies decide to hold Russia accountable.
Of course, the question is, Carol, what sanctions, right? What accountability? When you're looking at sanctions, what would deter Putin at this point, given what Ukraine has described as this full-scale military invasion of their country?
Well, I think at this point, when you talk to administration officials, and even before this point, they were under no illusions that they were going to be able to deter Putin from the moves that we've seen him make in the last few hours. This is something that they were convinced he was going to do. He now has done it. And now, in their view, it's just about making Russia pay for that, about what kind of punishment they can do. So we saw them sanction Russian banks earlier this week, some individuals who are close to Putin's inner circle, and sanction Russia's sovereign debt. Now you might see things like export controls. That's a tool they had in their kit of sanctions that they did not use earlier this week. There's that big question out there of whether they would go after SWIFT and removing Russia from SWIFT. Right. That would be very significant. And what we've heard from President Biden is that he doesn't want to take steps, or at least he's trying not to take steps, and he's trying to do this in a way that brings the least amount of pain to the U.S. economy, to Americans who are already struggling. He has warned about higher gas prices. We're seeing those. The White House is trying to come up with ways to deal with that and to bring those prices down. If he were to do some of these more significant moves, it could have an effect on the U.S. economy. So that's the calculus and the balance that they're trying to strike here.
Are we expecting any more readouts, Carol, based on your reporting and the folks you're talking to, of discussions that the president is, I assume, likely to have with other world leaders as well this morning?
Sure. We'll definitely, if past is president, we will get a readout from the president's call with G7 leaders, and the president probably has other phone calls that he'll be making. We know the Secretary of State has been speaking with counterparts. He spoke with the Secretary General of NATO overnight, and so there's a number of administration officials talking with their counterparts really across the government, and the president is part of that. That G7 meeting, we'll certainly get a readout from that, and then we'll hear from the president himself when he addresses the American people for the first time about this.
We are looking now, Carol, on our screens at some of the international reaction. You talked about President Biden's, a tough, aggressive tone towards Vladimir Putin, as you described, and that is similar to what we've heard from Boris Johnson, saying Putin has chosen a path of bloodshed, from the Australian Prime Minister Scott Morrison, a brutal invasion. The new German Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, saying that this is a blatant violation of international law, and the Japanese Prime Minister strongly condemning Russia, working in cooperation with the U.S. and other Western nations to respond speedily. Carol, can I ask you to stand by for a second? I want to bring in somebody else to the conversation who I know you know, Eugene Daniels, a colleague in the White House press corps, correspondent for the White House for Politico, and co-author of the Playbook. Eugene, talk to me about what you are hearing in these overnight hours into the morning and what we can expect, frankly, in Playbook and in this reporting that's coming out today.
Yeah, I mean, the things that this White House is focused on, and Carol outlined that a little bit just a second ago, is trying to make sure, as they're figuring out what President Biden is going to say today, is making sure the American people know and continuing to say, which President Biden has focused on, making sure that they know the American people are not going to be sent there. The American military is not going to be sent to Ukraine, right? This president doesn't want boots on the ground there, and I think that is something we're going to hear the president say. Because when you talk to Americans as this conflict has continued for years, and the concern has always been whether or not this country is going to send folks over there, and that's already been taken off the table. So much so that the president has even taken folks out of Ukraine who are there training their military there. And so that's part one. And these sanctions, these are the White House has continued to promise that these sanctions are going to be huge. And as the G7 meets today, they're all working on figuring out what are the sanctions they can all put on Russia to, in their eyes, try to stop what's going to happen and blunt it so that Russia has less of a reason to continue this. Whether that matters or not is hard to see, because Russia has already said that the sanctions are only going to hurt, in their eyes, the American people and the other countries.
Carol, let me bring you back into the conversation here as well, if I think you are still with us. Yes?
I'm here.
When we're talking about the response from the White House, I think you and Eugene have both hit on something important, which is the acknowledgement to Americans that while our troops, and President Biden could not be more crystal clear about this, that he has said repeatedly, U.S. troops will not be going into Ukraine to fight. They are bolstering NATO allies. He has sent more troops over there. We know that the military has moved in more attack helicopters, more planes closer to the front lines, but not into Ukraine, right? But there is an acknowledgement to Americans that, number one, our troops will not go in. And number two, we may feel some of the impact if, in fact, Russia retaliates and there is a crunch on energy.
That's right. And Hallie, one of the things that's worth looking for today is how much the president really explains to Americans why it's worth their extra money, why they should pay more at the gas pump in order for the U.S. to punish Russia for invading Ukraine. We've heard from him that there will be economic pain. We've heard that, democracy and supporting democracy has costs, but he hasn't really full-throatedly laid out why this matters to people and why they should care, and why they should care enough that it's going to hurt them economically, and they should be okay with that, because this is something that is necessary for the country to do. So it'll be interesting to see if he leans a little bit more into that. You're absolutely right. He's been clear every time he's spoken about this that the U.S. is not going to war with Russia. That's just not what's happening here. He has at the same time, and the statement from the Secretary of State after his call with the NATO Secretary General overnight reiterated this, said that the U.S. will send troops and military assets to reinforce NATO countries, that is an obligation that the U.S. has, that it will stand by. At the same time, he's saying, we're not going to war with Russia. That would be a disaster.
We are constantly getting updates from our teams on the ground because, as we noted right as we came on the air for this broadcast, it is the very early morning here, but it is just about midday in Ukraine and in Russia. And the Ukrainian foreign minister is now saying via tweet that, essentially what we have seen from our team on the ground, that this is not a Russian invasion only in the east, but describing a, quote, full-scale attack from multiple directions, saying that the Ukrainian defense has not collapsed, that the Ukrainian army took up the fight. Eugene, final thoughts to you before we shift gears and talk about some of the cyber attacks that have been happening, too.
Yeah, I mean, the administration has been saying that all of the things that Russia was trying to spread, that they were just coming from the east, that they were just focusing on these other areas that Russian President Vladimir Putin has recognized, was a farce, right? And so that is something that we're seeing. And I will say this administration, this is not something that they really wanted to spend a lot of their time focusing on in the foreign policy realm. They didn't want to spend a lot of time with Russia, but Vladimir Putin once again has tossed the table as another White House has to deal with Russian aggression, and now an even more further aggression with this invasion of Ukraine. And so how the administration continues to retool the foreign policy shift that they were hoping to do, which was to China, which is other presidents have tried to do, that is the major focus of the foreign policy apparatus for a lot of what's going on right now. And we'll continue.
Eugene Daniels from Politico, Carol Lee. our NBC News White House correspondent. Thank you so much to the both of you. I'm sure we'll be seeing both your faces later this morning. I want to take a look at front pages around the country. Obviously, this is front page news. We're going to check on that when we get back. Plus, more, as we mentioned, on the other front, the other battlefield for Russia, and that is in the cyber realm. We're going to talk about those attacks in just a second as we continue our special rolling coverage right here on MSNBC.
There's an assault on democracy.
Scorching triple-digit heat. The new space race begins.
That is actually the potential America has always had.
The change might be around the corner.
Did you get a sense of what the end game is here?
What would happen in ranked choice voting?
That's just not what the facts are.
3 former intelligence officials said there's no way.
That's the heart of the matter, right?
The highly contagious Delta variant of COVID-19 was first discovered in India. Variants can develop anywhere in the world, especially in countries with the lowest vaccination rates. Providing vaccines to the world is not an act of pure generosity. It is an act of self-defense that is necessary to help protect Americans from the spread of future variants.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Whether it's the politics of climate change, the effects of marijuana laws, or the challenges of racial injustice, get your daily dose of enlightening articles at MSNBC Daily. Written perspectives by people you know and trust, like Alicia Menendez, Mehdi Hassan, and Frank Figluzzi, along with a growing list of experts offering their insights. Plus, a fresh take every morning from me, Hayes Brown. Start your day with MSNBC Daily at msnbc.com.
One bill would eliminate the requirement that students be taught the, quote, history of white supremacy, including but not limited to the institution of slavery and the Ku Klux Klan. American history is littered with shameful policies, but it is also filled with freedom fighters. To teach our children anything else is to rob them of their heritage and the truth, and they deserve better.
When you need brutal honesty.
These conspiracy theories are not only making people stupid, they're making them sick.
When you need answers first thing in the morning.
What's the key to progress to bringing this home and getting this deal done?
When you need to go deep inside Washington.
What is the military posture of the United States now toward Afghanistan?
And hear from someone who's been there.
Perhaps the greatest threat to American democracy right now is misinformation that's being spread around.
You need your Morning Joe, only on MSNBC.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important? We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
from Guatemala City,
from Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas, from Normandy, from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Think bigger. We're back with that breaking news. The Russian attack overseas in Ukraine is obviously front page news across a lot of papers this morning. Now coming out around this country, the Washington Post, check this out, showing a photo of a Russian army column close to the border of Ukraine, talking about the broad-based military assault there. The LA Times leading with Ukraine under attack. The Wall Street Journal with a picture of Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky addressing his nation in this Russian strike. Dallas Morning News, Russia attacks Ukraine. And the San Francisco Chronicle features a photo of Andy Kurtzig, CEO of Just Answer, an online service with more than 200 employees in Ukraine, looking at a map to see where they may be relocating with those world tensions there. The New York Daily News, leading with Russia launches Ukraine attack. And then the New York Times with a photo of a Ukrainian soldier alongside the headline, Russia attacks as Putin warns the world. Biden vows to hold him accountable. Again, we expect to hear from President Biden at some point later on today. We're also hearing now from members of Congress, including Senator Marco Rubio, the top Republican on the Senate Intelligence Committee. He's been tweeting overnight about what's unfolding in Eastern Europe, saying that one very concerning development in his view is that Russia has carried out a few targeted operations uncomfortably close to the Polish border. This is the danger of miscalculation and human error, he says, that can quickly lead to a catastrophic escalation. He also said Russia's now created a new front in northern Ukraine with assistance from Belarus. This is part of the plan to carry out a double envelopment of Ukrainian forces in the east and isolate Kyiv. And this, Ukraine is outgunned and outmanned, the senator posts, but they are brave and tough fighters. And as soon the world will learn, they've already inflicted damage on Russian invaders. Again, we have heard from the Ukrainian foreign minister just in the last maybe 10, 15 minutes or so, saying that the Ukrainian defense forces, the Ukrainian military is standing up. They are fighting. We also know of the deaths, according to the Ukrainian government, they say, of dozens of Ukrainian soldiers so far. We're also hearing from former President Donald Trump, who called into Fox News in these overnight hours and used this military attack on Ukraine by Russia to once again push his big lie. Here's some of what he had to say about Putin's decision to go ahead and conduct these military operations.
It's a terrible thing. The way it started, I really don't believe he wanted to do this initially. I think he wanted to do something and negotiate, and it just got worse and worse. And then he saw the weakness. And, you know, it really started, I think, with the weakness in Afghanistan, the way they pulled out of Afghanistan. I really believe that's where he started thinking, you know, he can do this. Now he sees the weakness and the incompetence and the stupidity of this administration. And as an American, I'm angry about it, and I'm saddened by it. And it all happened because of a rigged election.
Obviously, the election was not rigged. It was not stolen. Mr. Trump's previous praise of Vladimir Putin has drawn condemnation from Republicans like Liz Cheney, for example, who has said that that kind of adulation aids the enemy. New polling shows there's not much support among Americans for full U.S. involvement in the Russia-Ukraine conflict. But again, President Biden has made clear U.S. troops will not be going into Ukraine, he says, to fight. In the latest AP Center poll, just 26% say the U.S. should play a big role, compared to 52% who say the U.S. should take up a minor role. 20% say the U.S. should play no role at all. Still ahead, we will take you back live to Kyiv, live to Ukraine. We're going to take a look at how the markets are reacting this morning, too, as we're just a couple hours from the opening bell. We got a lot going on. We'll be right back.
What does her ascension mean to you?
Ask a simple question.
Everything. She is the first woman of color vice president.
Ask everyone you know what matters to them.
Where do we go from here?
Ask the why.
Why is this happening?
The how.
How did you get your politics?
Please back.
The wait a minute. Okay. Be tough on the answers.
It was deliberate deceit.
Favor facts over conspiracies and trust standards over hearsay.
The highly contagious Delta variant of COVID-19 was first discovered in India. Variants can develop anywhere in the world, especially in countries with the lowest vaccination rates. Providing vaccines to the world is not an act of pure generosity. It is an act of self-defense that is necessary to help protect Americans from the spread of future variants.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Whether it's the politics of climate change, the effects of marijuana laws, or the challenges of racial injustice, get your daily dose of enlightening articles at MSNBC Daily. Written perspectives by people you know and trust, like Alicia Menendez, Mehdi Hassan, and Frank Figluzzi, along with a growing list of experts offering their insights. Plus, a fresh take every morning from me, Hayes Brown. Start your day with MSNBC Daily at msnbc.com.
One bill would eliminate the requirement that students be taught the, quote, history of white supremacy, including but not limited to the institution of slavery and the Ku Klux Klan. American history is littered with shameful policies, but it is also filled with freedom fighters. To teach our children anything else is to rob them of their heritage and the truth, and they deserve better.
When you need brutal honesty.
These conspiracy theories are not only making people stupid, they're making them sick.
When you need answers first thing in the morning.
What's the key to progress to bringing this home and getting this deal done?
When you need to go deep inside Washington.
What is the military posture of the United States now toward Afghanistan?
And hear from someone who's been there.
Perhaps the greatest threat to American democracy right now is misinformation that's being spread around.
You need your morning Joe, only on MSNBC.
Controversy in South Lake tonight after teens posted a racist video.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town, forced to confront racism.
My children were told Rosa Parks is dead. You all have to sit in the back of the bus.
But when the school board presented its plan, this small-town fight ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory. Racism in reverse.
False narrative of rampant racism.
This is South Lake, an NBC News podcast. All episodes available now. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We're back now from Las Vegas, Seattle, from Guatemala City, from Wilmington, I was in space in Texas, from Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
NBC.
Welcome back to our rolling coverage of the crisis in Ukraine right here on MSNBC. I'm Hallie Jackson in for Jonathan Lemire this morning, and we're following the latest overseas after that military action, of course. The attack started early in the morning, 6 a.m. local time, from neighboring Belarus, with explosions happening in several cities across Ukraine. You could hear air raid sirens in some cities. Ukrainian officials, you hear them there, reporting that cruise or ballistic missiles targeted military control centers. Joining us live from Kyiv is NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin. And Aaron, I understand you have some new reporting from some officials in Ukraine there.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. I've just received a message from the former Ukrainian defense minister who has been talking to various military officials here in Kyiv, and he's painting the picture of this assault on Ukraine. He said that the first shot came at 5 a.m. in the morning. He said that it was primarily missiles and drone strikes. He says that some buildings, armed forces mainly military installations, were destroyed in those strikes. He says that right now, currently, Russian forces are trying to break through the border of Ukraine in various areas, including Melitopol. He said they're quite close to the city of Kherson, and they're trying to surround Kharkiv. He says that Kharkiv, the Ukrainian city of Kharkiv, seems to be the target right now. He also said they're trying to get to Kyiv, the capital, where I am right now, through one battlefield group. He said, but that battlefield group has been stopped. We've seen images of some 50 tanks streaming across the Sankivka border, the border that intersects Ukraine, Belarus, as well as Russia. But according to the former defense minister, those forces have been stopped. There is a battle underway with losses on both sides. Now, in terms of the overall picture here in the capital, we were hearing a number of explosions at the top of the hour. No air raid sirens this hour. That seems to have quieted right now. It is an eerie calm that has set in once again here to Kyiv. Over my shoulder that way, I am looking at an increased police presence out on the streets as President Zelensky has announced that Kyiv is now under martial law. Hallie.
NBC's Aaron McLaughlin live from Kyiv. Aaron, thank you very much for that. Stay safe. We're thinking about you and your team. Appreciate you joining us. We are also watching the markets really closely to see what happens. We're looking at the futures. We're looking at what's happening overseas. Let me bring in CNBC's Rosanna Lockwood, who is live from London. We know that futures, Rosanna, fell, obviously, with this Russian attack on Ukraine. Give us a sense of the global markets this morning.
Yeah, the futures did fall. Dow Jones was off 850 points to the downside at one point, and the U.S. markets, they are looking like they're headed for a very weak start indeed. Now, it must be mentioned just as a footnote, the reason we're looking at the markets today, it's not about profit hunting. No one's thinking about business right now, but any countermeasures from the West against Russia to the aggression we saw overnight will likely be economic in fashion. Now, in terms of the market action here in Europe this morning, we've had all the main indexes falling 2 or 4% down to the red. Of course, Europe being on the front lines of this crisis, many European companies have a lot of links that were previously above board with Russian businesses. Sometimes European banks like to pretend like Russia's not an important part, a closely linked part of the European business economy, but it certainly is. And we're seeing that reflected today with shares in banks like Societe Generale, for example, sinking very low. The CAC 40 in Paris down as a result.
Talk about oil prices here. We know that they are now the highest, $100 a barrel, I think, since 2014, basically. This is something a lot of people are watching as well, given what's happening overseas.
Yeah, absolutely. Russia is a major oil exporter. It also exports, it must be worth noting, around a quarter of the global natural gas output. But when we think about oil, you just mentioned there, popping above $100 a barrel for the first time since 2014. And it didn't stop there in the session so far, actually touching $104 a barrel for Brent crude, which is what we look at heavily here in Europe and the Middle East. Meanwhile, West Texas Intermediate, that's been touching around the 98 and change level so far this morning, almost up to $99 a barrel. This, of course, is because there's going to be a very complex supply picture if we see Russian oil suddenly being a lot more difficult to handle. And that's something that traders are going to have to think about if sanctions come in a very big way, which they are likely to do so. Touching any company that has anything to do with Russian oil is going to be very complicated indeed. Also, any further aggression and conflict in Ukraine could affect natural gas supply networks as well.
CNBC's Rosanna Lockwood live for us from London. Rosanna, thank you very much. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, a closer look at where exactly Russia has been, where they are headed inside Ukraine, and what officials there are calling a full-scale attack. We'll be right back.
Get your daily dose of enlightening articles at MSNBC Daily. Written perspectives by people you know and trust, like Alicia Menendez, Mehdi Hassan, and Frank Figluzzi, along with a growing list of experts offering their insights. Plus, a fresh take every morning from me, Hayes Brown. Start your day with MSNBC Daily at msnbc.com.
It was a wealthy, idyllic town forced to confront racism, but when the school board presented its plan, it ignited a national firestorm.
Critical race theory.
Racism in reverse. False narrative. Shame.
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Why not use every tool in your toolbox to get the information that you say you need to do your job and to do it effectively on day one?
Should Americans have to decide between staying healthy and going back to work?
What is the holdup here?
Should they pay some price for that?
Is that still the most realistic timeline?
What sort of legal risk does that carry?
Can we trust the information we're getting?
Would you be willing to go it alone with a Democrat-only option?
When you need brutal honesty.
These conspiracy theories are not only making people stupid, they're making them sick.
When you need answers first thing in the morning.
What's the key to progress to bringing this home and getting this deal done?
What is the military posture of the United States now toward Afghanistan?
You need your Morning Joe, only on MSNBC.
The highly contagious Delta variant of COVID-19 was first discovered in India. Variants can develop anywhere in the world, especially in countries with the lowest vaccination rates. Providing vaccines to the world is not an act of pure generosity. It is an act of self-defense that is necessary to help protect Americans from the spread of future variants.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
One bill would eliminate the requirement that students be taught the, quote, history of white supremacy, including but not limited to the institution of slavery and the Ku Klux Klan. American history is littered with shameful policies, but it is also filled with freedom fighters. To teach our children anything else is to rob them of their heritage and the truth, and they deserve better.
Get your daily dose of written perspectives about the issues that matter most. Start your day with MSNBC Daily at msnbc.com.
Three-month prescription.
We are expecting to hear from a number of world leaders this morning. And right now, actually, I want to show you live the German chancellor, the new chancellor, Olaf Scholz, is speaking, just wrapped up, just walking away, of course, speaking about what has happened there. It is just about midday in Germany. We are looking at the morning turning into the afternoon in Ukraine as Russia continues what has been described as a full-scale attack there. That has been developing for the last several hours. But before those explosions began, the explosions that even live on our air in the last couple minutes you've been hearing with Aaron McLaughlin in Kyiv, our other correspondents around the country there, you had a different kind of attack with several of the country's government websites, banking websites hit with a cyber attack. Many of those websites are reportedly still down this morning. The Ukrainian cybersecurity officials that we're talking to say it was this kind of attack that shuts down a network's server. I want to bring in NBC News national security and global affairs reporter Dan DeLuce, former FBI special agent and MSNBC contributor Clint Watts, and former NATO Supreme Allied Commander, retired four-star Navy Admiral James Stavridis. He is the chief international security and diplomacy analyst for NBC News and MSNBC. Admiral Stavridis, let me start with you with your extensive experience in the region. Reaction to what we have seen from Russia, reaction to the response that we've seen so far from the U.S. and NATO.
Putin has crossed his Rubicon. He has gone big. And we've been debating for a few weeks whether he would park and hold and try to take what he could off the table. He has really rolled the dice. So what you are seeing unfold is kind of reminiscent of the United States' approach in Iraq. This is shock and awe. This is invasion 101. It's multi-axis. It's explosions all across the country. It's as big an event in international global security as I can remember, particularly given the fact that the Ukrainian military is pretty well armed, pretty highly motivated. Those are their families behind them, facing Russian tanks rolling. It's a very serious moment.
What is your assessment of, if this is what Putin started with, what happens next, what we can expect maybe in the next 24 hours?
Over the next 24 hours, you'll see him suppress the air defense systems. That's what that first wave of strikes will be. Secondly, you'll see another wave of cyber attacks. He'll want to degrade the Ukrainian command and control. He will want to knock out portions of the Ukrainian electric grid. He's going to attempt to terrify the population. That's not going to be hard. He'll want to burden the Zelensky government with refugee waves. And then behind all that will come his shock troops. These are going to be elite units, the 8th Infantry Guards of the Russian Armed Forces, a storied unit, the 1st Tank Brigades. They will come next. And I think they're going to try and cut off the Ukrainian bulk of the Ukrainian armed forces in southeast Ukraine. So look for a lot of moving pieces on the chessboard. He's put his foot on the accelerator. It's not going to come off for a while.
One of those pieces, Clint, as you well know, has been those cyber attacks. Put that into context for us.
That's right, Hallie. Much like we'd seen last week, we saw government websites and banks yesterday suffer a DDoS attack. This is a denial of service. This isn't a penetration necessarily of the networks, essentially flooding the websites so that no one can access them. Remember, this is at a time when we also have runs on banks. So this is a critical function inside the country. Separately, there were scattered reports last night of both destructive malware attacks of companies inside Ukraine. There was some mention of Lithuania and Latvia, and I think this would be the start potentially of where Putin and Russia, in addition to using cyber as sort of their leading wave into the country, destabilizing, using it as a psychological weapon, then starts to use it in European Union and NATO more broadly. Specifically, I think Germany and France would need to worry because they've been part of the diplomatic process. I think Putin is probably waiting today to see how they come out in terms of their economic sanctions. But if it's particularly harsh and Putin wants to draw someone back into the negotiating table or sort of push them off to not do anything more, cyber is a great option for him as the aggressor. And so I think over the next few days, we really need to watch, is there any attack in Ukraine that starts to spread worldwide? We've seen that before. And is there any attack that is directed specifically towards Western Europe and the U.S.?
We are getting, Clint, as you are speaking, new reaction in from the North Atlantic Council, condemning in the strongest possible terms what they describe as Russia's horrifying attack on Ukraine, which is entirely unjustified and unprovoked. This fits with what we have seen from world leaders so far this morning, as there has been this international response mounted. Dan, I'll go to you here, as you've been talking to folks, I know, over the last several hours about the national security response from the U.S. and from our allies.
That's right. I mean, in one sense, the U.S. and the West are bystanders. They are watching this unfold. And, of course, there are no U.S. or NATO troops on the ground fighting this invasion. But you're right. NATO is going to be conferring. And the next step could be, at some point, activating this NATO response force, a very capable multinational force of several thousand that could be deployed and shifted to the eastern flank. We've already seen a continuous movement of thousands of U.S. and other NATO troops to shore up that eastern flank, to reassure the Baltic countries, Poland, and all those countries that worry about what Russia is going to do next. The other thing to point out here is there is this remote risk of some kind of an inadvertent collision or accident, a missile going astray. And there are U.S. forces in Poland just over the border and in Romania. And there is a communication channel that it does remain open between Russia and the United States. And that will be another thing Washington and NATO will be focusing on, is avoiding some kind of miscalculation.